Hi guys, I'm Boy Reader. Please like and subscribe to my channel. And click the notification bell for more updates.
The story begins with Park Sooho, who is waiting for the green light to cross the road and chatting with his mom, who invites him to his brother Junho's birthday. He refuses, saying he is supposed to meet his friend today, but she insists on him coming. Suddenly, the door of another portal opens and starts destroying things on the road. Everyone starts running to save their lives. Park Sooho thinks this has to be a dream, and suddenly, he finds himself in front of a big truck, feeling extremely scared. After a while, he awakens on a different planet, completely disoriented. He wonders where he is and realizes he has just been run over by a truck. He starts looking around and observes 2 moons in the sky and numerous enormous monsters. The story returns to the present as he is back on Earth, recounting his experience to Dr. Baldy. Dr. Baldy asks when he woke up if he found himself on a planet with 2 moons, in a forest teeming with bizarre beasts, and a giant bear and wolf pack suddenly came after him. He inquires about how he managed to survive in a place like that. The story then transitions to a flashback, with wolf packs coming together to attack the giant bear, while he hides behind the rocks. He explains that to survive, he runs as hard as he can, and his constitution has increased by 1. While he is running, his foot strikes a stone, causing him to fall. He spots some fruits and comments on how hungry he is, wondering if these fruits are edible. He starts eating the fruit when suddenly a giant snake appears behind him, leaving him shocked. Out of nowhere, a giant frog arrives and devours the snake. He remarks that the place is insane, or maybe he's the one going crazy. He mentions that he has been stranded there for 67 days, and the wolf pack that had been chasing him still hasn't given up. He expresses his nervousness, fearing they might catch him at any moment. He also notes that the forest contains dangers beyond just the wolves, emphasizing the need to find a safer place. He explains that it has been 1 year since he was stranded, and his strength has increased by 1 as he has learned survival tricks. He clarifies that, to be more precise, he may have adapted. He recounts how a wolf pup had persistently followed him, and he had become so accustomed to the pup's presence that he missed him when he wasn't around. In a flashback, he plucks a banana from the tree and begins eating, with the little wolf still under the tree, watching him. Suddenly, a gorilla appears and attacks him, but he manages to counter the attack, causing the gorilla to fall. During this encounter, the little wolf gets injured in the leg, and the gorilla goes after him. However, Park Sooho intervenes from behind, striking the gorilla in the eye with a stick, and the gorilla throws him away, causing his head to start bleeding. The story returns to the present, and Dr. Baldy asks why he took that action. He explains that he couldn't keep running away from territorial fights, as constantly fleeing wouldn't resolve anything. He adds that it's because, no matter where he goes, there is always a ruler. In a flashback, the gorilla is once again coming to attack him, but he is attacked and killed by a pack of wolves. In all of this, Park Sooho loses his conscience. He says he thought that was the end, but he wasn't attacked while he was blacked out. He says they must have thought he had saved the wolf pup, and the wolf pup that had hurt his leg was the son of the Wolf King, leader of the Crimson Wolves. After that, he starts living with the wolves. He says he thinks those guys have accepted him as part of the pack. He says it is the 31st year of being stranded, and he is still in the forest. He still has not managed to escape the forest. He says he has yet to find civilization, and like that, he has become a part of the wolf family. He continues to participate in territorial fights for the survival of his family, fighting with every animal that comes to attack the wolves. Living like this, it is now the 120th year of being stranded, and he thinks he is the only human on this planet. He says that in a constant fight for survival, he has gained more furry friends, but he has also lost some. He has forgotten the date, and it feels like it has been hundreds of years. So, how is he still alive? In the present, Dr. Baldy asks, after he becomes the king of the wolves, even after 500 years, he is not able to find any trace of civilization, and how is he able to return to Earth in the end? The story goes into a flashback, and he starts saying he initiated a war with the gorilla race over a moonlit hill, and both teams are attacking each other fiercely. But all of a sudden, a portal opens. Meanwhile, on Earth, Choi Suung and her team are tracking some weird energy. He says this thing is acting weird, and the dimensional energy is off the charts. The captain instructs them to send the coordinates to the portal management team right away. Upon seeing a huge light, she says a portal is opening. They all begin to run in the opposite direction, and the captain warns they don't know what's going to come out. Everything near the portal starts to be destroyed. She steps forward with her sword and says she will buy them time, so they should start running. She stands in front of the portal and says to herself that she will tear him to shreds. She is shocked to see a human emerging from the portal. Park Sooho emerges from the portal and falls into an unconscious state. She stands there, shocked, and wonders what that force was just now. It was a pressure she hadn't experienced, even against monsters in high-tier dungeons. She ponders, what in the world is he? The story returns to the present, and Dr. Baldy records everything he says. He thanked him for sharing his testimony, and his medical examination results will be shared with the Awakener Bureau. He says he appears to be quite healthy, so he should be discharged in a few days. When the doctor is about to leave, he calls the doctor and mentions that this is his first time talking to a civilized being in 1,000 years. He expresses gratitude for hearing his story. The doctor replies that he has shared a very valuable personal story, so they should be the ones thanking him. He refers to him as a warrior of the wilderness who has returned after a 1,000-year adventure. After leaving the room, the doctor remarks what an interesting patient. His story is so vividly detailed that he could be successful as a novelist. Meanwhile, in the Awakener Bureau, Choi Soo-young asks the captain if he is certain that this data is correct. She expresses doubt, saying it doesn't seem right. He inquires about what seems strange to her. She examines his card and notes that it indicates he is an F rank. He confirms that he is indeed a rare F rank patient, adding that it's a shame because if he were an E rank, he would have received disability benefits from the government. She questions how an F rank managed to pass through a portal. He suggests that perhaps luck played a role, and it happens occasionally. He speculates that maybe he sneaked around and luckily stumbled upon a return stone. He hands her a report and mentions that he just received the doctor's opinion from the hospital. If she wants to, she can take a look. He mentions that he has PTSD, which is a common disorder among F-rank returners. She holds some documents and asks, is this the returner document for Park Sooho? He responds by saying that he might be an F rank, but they still need to treat a returner as a returner, according to the manual. She informs him that she will deliver this in person and needs to verify it with her own eyes. Meanwhile, in the hospital, Park Sooho lies in bed and reflects on how it has been 2 weeks since he returned to Earth after spending 1,000 years in another world. He desperately wants to return more than anything, but now that he is back, everything feels unfamiliar. He contemplates how he should live from now on. After a while, Choi Soo-young enters the room and observes him eating food voraciously, much like a wolf. She introduces herself as being from the Awakener Bureau and mentions that she was the first person he saw upon his return. She reflects that he gave off a predator vibe as he emerged from the portal. However, she considers the possibility of something being wrong with her sensory ability. He asks her about the Awakener Bureau. She questions why he is speaking so informally to her. He reminds her that he is over 1,000 years old. She explains that the Awakener Bureau is a government organization meant to assist returners in their adjustment to society. She presents him with some papers containing essential information for returners and encourages him to take his time reading through them. She requests that he sign and consent to sharing his information. He begins drawing on the paper, and she interrupts, stating that she asked him to sign, not draw. He explains that it's been 1,000 years since he used a pen. She inquires if he learned to draw during his time away. He clarified that he already knew how to draw. She further asks if he learned any special skills like magic, voodoo, or martial arts during his absence. He replies in the negative, explaining that he lived in a forest solely for survival. She remarks that to survive, he merely spent 10 years running around. She ponders that to become a true returner capable of passing through a portal, one typically has to kill monsters and absorb their dimensional energy. However, it seems that he managed to stay alive in a peaceful dimension and cross the portal by luckily encountering a return stone. He corrects her by stating that it wasn't 10 years, he was in that jungle for 1,000 years. She becomes frustrated and insists that it was not 1,000 years, but only 10. She shows him his Awakener ID card, which indicates that he went missing in 2015 and returned in 2025 through a portal. He is shocked to learn this. She informs him that when he has fully recovered, he can return to his family. He tells himself that he gave up on everything and assumes that even if he returns to Earth, his friends and family will be gone. Now that he has returned to Earth, he must accept the fact that he has lost his forest family, with whom he has spent 1,000 years. So, he can't help but despair over the fact that he has become alone once again. He thinks, but that is simply his assumption since that day. Only 10 years have gone by. He looks at the document that she has given him and sees that his mom and dad died on that day when he went to another planet. He sees that his brother Junho is alive. He begins to run to find the doctor. The doctor inquires if something is amiss. He replies that he requires his assistance. He explains that his younger brother is still alive, and he implores the doctor to release him from there immediately. The doctor responds that he doesn't believe he is quite prepared to reintegrate into society, and they will investigate the matter. So, why doesn't he wait for his brother to arrive? He states that he doesn't believe he comprehends the situation, and he is not present to seek permission. The doctor conveys that he will allow him to depart, but he attaches a condition. After a while, the doctor calls a taxi for him and says to stay in touch. After he leaves, the nurse asks if he paid for his hospital bills, bought him clothes, and even paid for his taxi. She wonders why he did all that for him. He explains that F-rank returners are disregarded by the bureau, and he wanted to continue hearing that guy's story. Meanwhile, in the taxi, breaking news is being aired. It is reported that today at 3 p.m. in Gangwon-do province, near the city of Hongcheon, monsters have overflowed due to a miscalculation of the dungeon portal break time. In response, the Ministry of National Defense has dispatched the Army and Air Force in an emergency joint operation. However, significant casualties have been suffered by the military, with 2 tanks being destroyed and a total of 12 soldiers and awakeners having lost their lives. More details will be reported as soon as they become available. In addition, a brutal match between world-class S-rank superheroes in the SPF Championship is currently taking place. World Rank 34 Russian Bears pitted against World Rank 48 Beyond Horizon. The winner of this match is going to be given the chance for a title match against Hyro, the competitor from Japan and World Rank 1. Park Sooho is shocked to hear all the news and recalls that the doctor said the world has changed a lot and has become a completely different place since the Great Disaster. The taxi driver says if he were an awakener, he would quit his lousy job and make a fortune hunting in the fields. Park Sooho asks if there's a hunting ground in Seoul. He explains that 10 years ago, not only in Korea but all over the world, a door to another world opened. They call that day the Day of the Great Disaster, and it marked the first dimensional convergence. Their world became connected to many other worlds, and they were invaded by monsters from those worlds. On that day, they lost 10% of the world's population. Their existing military wasn't sufficient to halt the monsters that were appearing everywhere. In places where the military fell short, mercenaries had to be deployed. People who disappeared during the Great Disasters, known as Awakeners, are granted mercenary licenses, which authorize them to hunt monsters. These individuals establish guilds and commence earning money by hunting in fields or dungeons. He inquires about the process of becoming a mercenary. It is explained to him that it's a challenging path for an ordinary person. First, one must undergo awakening, and then they simply have to pass the mercenary examination at the Awakener Bureau. After a while, the driver drops him off near his house. He inquires with an old lady about Junho, but she informs him that there's no one here by that name and then departs. When he checks the letterbox, he discovers that Junho is a debtor. He contemplates that in the wilderness, strength is the law, but on Earth, the law is quite intricate. In a civilized society, money is power, and if power can simplify the complexities, then in such a society, money reigns supreme. He goes to the Awakener Bureau and presents his Awakener ID to the lady at the counter. She informs him that his application for the mercenary examination has been denied as he does not meet the requirements. She further explains that he is classified as an F rank, but he falls short by 4 Awakener points. He asks how that can be, considering he arrived here by crossing a portal 2 weeks ago. She suggests that he can attend an Awakener school or accumulate points in the field and return once he has genuinely awakened. After a while, he arrives at Suwon Field, Gate 27. The guard inquires about the purpose of his visit and requests to see his mercenary license. He replies that he does not possess one. Suddenly, a beast emerges, breaking through the gate and assaults a guard. The other guards engage in combat with the beast and succeed in defeating it using their formidable weapons. Subsequently, one of the guards inquires about the whereabouts of the man. He speculates that the man must have fled. Meanwhile, Park Sooho finds himself inside Gate 27 and observes the field, remarking that he can sense it, the sound and the smell. He stands on the edge of a building and begins to survey the city, wondering if every city, aside from Seoul, has transformed in this manner. As night falls, he declares that it's time for him to hunt and initiates a series of leaps from one building to another. He notices that some goblins are attempting to kill a dog, prompting him to intervene and rescue the dog. After dispatching all of the beasts, a glass screen materializes in front of him and starts to scan his identity, leaving him in a state of shock. He exclaims, "What's this system error?" The goblins approach, launching an attack on him once more, and he retaliates, ultimately killing the goblins. The system once again displays a critical error. He recalls the status windows that exist on that planet and ponders, are there status windows even on Earth? Could this system error be the reason for my weakened abilities since my arrival on Earth? The glass screen displays the authority obtained, and the achievement shop is open, showing that he is awarded 7 points and what he can purchase with those points. He buys some food and approaches the nearly dying dog. Her little pup stands near her mother and looks at him. He gives the pup his food to eat. The next morning, he sits leaning against a tree, and the little dog sits on his lap. He suggests that they should leave now. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the field, an officer says, "Remember to go to the decontamination room before he receives his payment." Park Sooho arrives, carrying all the monsters he has killed on his shoulder. Everyone is shocked to see him and wonders if he killed them all by himself. He goes to the payment counter. The lady says $35 for 7 goblins, $600 for 3 blood crystals, minus $2,000 for decontamination, as well as vet services for the puppy. That'll be a total of $21. He asks about blood crystals. She shows a red diamond and says they are obtained from inside the goblin's chest, and prices vary depending on the amount of energy stored inside the blood crystal. For ones this size, he can get about $200 per crystal. She says since he doesn't have a payout account registered, she will give him cash. He seems to be quite skilled, so he should get registered as a mercenary first, and it will make things more convenient. He says once he starts dungeon hunting after registering as a mercenary, making money will be a matter of time. Meanwhile, Park Jun-ho is out shopping to buy something. On his way back home, he is attacked by some gangsters who start beating him badly. The gangster boss says he was worried that he had abandoned his child and run off. He berates him and asks if he knows how many times he has had to come here. He apologizes, explaining that he was working out in the field, and offers him money. He says this is this month's principal payment, plus the late interest, totaling $2,400. He says that the principal payment is $1,600 and the daily late interest is $1,200 along with 4 days worth of house call fees and a dry cleaning fee. However, he says that he is still considerably short on the amount. He promises to gather the remaining money however he can within 3 days. In response, the gangster boss hits him with a stick and asks if he knows how much the 3 days worth of interest is. Jun-ho affirms that he is aware. Meanwhile, Park Sooho arrives there and calls Park Jun-ho. He is shocked to see his brother alive. He recalls a school memory when some boys bullied him, beat him, and called Park Sooho for help, but he was not helped. He thinks his brother hasn't been of much help in his life. The story takes back in time. Park Jun-ho is sitting in his house, watching the news, which is reporting that an unknown explosion in Seoul-dong, Mapo-gu, is spreading nationwide. Additionally, there have been numerous reports of unidentified creatures appearing alongside the explosions, represented by the red spheres. Meanwhile, the doorbell rings, and he rushes toward the door. His aunt is outside and informs him that they cannot contact his mom and dad. They need to leave immediately, so he should go pack his belongings. Suddenly, a monster attacks them, destroying everything in its path. He expresses that he does not care about what happens to him, whether he is dead or alive. The story returns to the present as Park Sooho states that he has grown since the last time he saw him. He mentions that he thought he was dead. The gangster boss inquires if he is telling him that this kid is his older brother. Park Sooho grabs his head and starts beating him. The gangster man also attempts to attack him but breaks his leg and is thrown away. After a while, both brothers arrive home, and Jun-ho introduces him to Granny. She asks if he is sure this kid is his older brother. He confirms that he is indeed his older brother. Park Sooho gives her a packet and says he has bought him some meat. They enter the house where his son is sleeping. He mentions that his son is his only treasure and his name is Gunwoo. He adds that his mother left to live her own life, and it's all his fault for not providing enough for his family. They both start drinking, and he says that after he had gone missing, he thought he was dead all this time. However, for him to come back alive without aging and for him to become one of those so-called awakeners he sees on TV, he asks how much his debt is. He says it's around $50,000. He responds, saying it's fine, and he is pretty sure he can manage his debt since he has a job now. He explains that he works at a logistics center and the pay there is good. Only a few are willing to take the job since transporting goods among surviving cities has become extremely dangerous. He asks if the truck was his, to which he responds, "No, it used to belong to the landlord's granny's son. But she lent it to me because he died during the Great Disaster." He says that's why she looks after Gunwoo as if he's her family. She is a very dear person to them. Meanwhile, Gunwoo wakes up and approaches his dad, inquiring about Park Sooho. He says that Park Sooho is his uncle. Gunwoo then asks if he can go play with the dog. He says he has always wanted a dog. Park Sooho suggests that they work together. He says he will handle all the work, so he just needs to assist him with his truck. He asks what Park Sooho is planning to do, and he responds that they are going monster hunting. He goes to the Awakena Bureau and shows his card. The lady is shocked to see and says he has somehow managed to increase his status in a single day. She says he can now use his Awakena ID to open an account and engage in credit transactions. She gives him a phone and says this is a little gift for registering as an Awakena with them. She says to make sure to download the Awakena Bureau app, as the schedule for mercenary exams, as well as hunting information, is made available in the app. She says that once he has gathered enough dimensional energy to become an E rank, he will be qualified for a pension and other benefits. She asks if he knows how to open his status screen, as recent technical issues have led to minor changes in the interface. His status screen appears in front of him, and he asks, "What is this?" He wonders why some of his stats are so low. After a while, he finds himself in a truck with his brother. Park Junho congratulates him on his official induction as an Awakena. He mentions that he will join him there once he has delivered the last batch. He says now that he is an official Awakena, all that remains is the mercenary exam. However, he points out that they need to resolve his debt before that. He says that he doesn't feel ready to hunt monsters just yet. Meanwhile, at Namyangju Gate 77, the group of Awakenas is entering the field. Han Sangjin reassures their team. What's there to be scared about? Those guys are all Awakenas. He asks if they've forgotten that they can officially become raiders for the Shilla Guild once they successfully clear this dungeon mission. After a while, Park Sooho enters the field. A soldier looks at him and asks another soldier if he thinks he will be safe there alone, especially without any equipment. The other soldier replies he's the guy who single-handedly killed 7 goblins in Gate 27 yesterday. Han Sangjin and his team spot him, and Captain Kang Min-hyuk asks if he intends to enter the field without any equipment or weapons. They start chasing him, but he runs fast and disappears from their sight. On the other side, Park Sooho gazes at his status screen and remarks that he has truly grown weak, and that he should commence training again. He hears voices of people engaged in combat with each other, not with the beasts. He approaches the source and begins to observe them from atop a building, noting that it will take them all day to settle their dispute. Choi Gushik arrives and questions his men about why they are taking so long to deal with these small adversaries. Meanwhile, Park Sooho leaps from the building and lands amid the group. They are all astonished to see him. Choi Gushik inquires about his identity and where he suddenly appeared from. Park Sooho responds that someone needs money. He suggests it would have been better if he had just minded his own business. He feels some kind of magic. He explains that he has gazed into his eyes for more than 5 seconds, rendering them unable to move. He commands his men to attack him, but he delivers a powerful punch, leaving everyone shocked by his sudden movement. Choi Gushik advances to attack him, but he strikes him, breaking his nose and teeth and severely beating him. Everyone present is shocked to witness how easily he handles him. After subduing him, he inquires if the other men want to fight as well. They all drop their weapons and reply with a resounding no. He asks about their bounties, and they confess that none of them have bounties, only Choi Gushik has one, and they were coerced into working for him under threats. They admit to being a group of worthless individuals. Jang Yi-shik interjects and accuses them of lying, claiming that all these individuals are criminals, too, and at least some of them must have bounties. He suggests it would be better to hand them all over. Choi Gushik pleads that if Park Sooho lets him go, he will do everything in his power to make him live like a king. Park Sooho kicks him and tells him to go to sleep. He remarks that most of them used to be criminals. He questions if there are too many to take with them. He suggests they can use their car. He declares it's time for all of them to have a nice little nap. After a while, they sit in the car. Jang Yi-shik expresses their appreciation for his help and asks how they can ever repay the favor. He responds that it's fine and clarifies that he wasn't there to assist those guys anyway. He inquires about his special powers and skills. He explains that his skills include swordsmanship, tracking, and searching. He mentions that swordsmanship is his awaken skill, while he learned tracking and searching from skill books. Park Sooho asks that he can acquire magic skills through skill books as well. He says it would be wise to learn 1 or 2 combat magic skills that might come in handy in the future. He points out a portal nearby and asks him that thing over there is a portal. He informs him that it leads to the lowest tier level 1 dungeon, where they had intended to go. He mentions that he could have gone there if he had a mercenary license. He expresses surprise, realizing that he still doesn't have a mercenary license. He goes on to explain that when a portal opens, the military first subdues the area, and any monsters he encounters in the fields are only small fry that somehow survive the military's attack. He says that the only experience he can gain in low-tier fields, where level 1 dungeon portals are open, is up to E rank. To level up further, he needs to hunt stronger monsters and absorb their dimensional energies. In other words, he has to venture into level 2 dungeons. He ponders how a rookie who hasn't even explored a level 1 dungeon managed to defeat a C ranker like Choi Gushik. Meanwhile, Captain Kang Min-hyuk emerges from the portal with his team and expresses his disappointment with their performance. He goes to meet Captain Jung and inquires if anything significant has happened. He replies that someone handed over 10 Ravagers to them, and among those captured, there was a C ranker, including the infamous Choi Gushik. He assumes that he must have heard of him. He mentions that some high ranker must have visited the fields today. He explains that it was a novice F ranker who didn't even possess a mercenary license who managed to capture Choi Gushik. He is shocked to hear this. He continues, saying that the F ranker made a complete mess out of Choi Gushik. Not only did he give him a nose job, but he also managed to break 4 of his ribs and destroy half of the bastard's cheeks. He asks where the F ranker went. He says that he was last seen heading for the portals. He thinks he needs to see for himself, and if the F ranker is the real deal, then he might be onto something big. Captain Kang is running towards the army vehicle and calling the operator. He asks, "What's the matter?" He says the guy who caught Choi Gushik has just entered the portal. Which door did he use? Meanwhile, Park Sooho and Jang Yi-shik are entering the portal, and he remarks that it doesn't hurt at all, and the clothes seem fine as well. He explains that items not made from materials with dimensional energy cannot pass through the portal. He also points out that, as he has just witnessed, these clothes have no problem entering the portal since they are made from materials found in dungeons. Despite their unassuming appearance, these clothes cost over $2,000. Park Sooho asks what that is while looking at the door. He explains that it's called a door, and the portal they just entered is one of many door portals that provide access to the 38 dungeons. He further mentions that the door portal they just used leads to dungeon number 24. He notices that the door has disappeared, and Jang Yi-shik assures him that it will reappear once they have cleared the dungeon. Curious, he inquires about what clearing means and whether they have to eliminate all the goblins. He responds by saying that they only need to defeat the strongest one and then abruptly disappear. At the same time, he comments on him, stating that with his power level, he might set an all-time clear record for this level 1 dungeon. He also expresses concern, mentioning that the guy doesn't even have a search skill, and what if he can't locate the door within the door bus time? He quickly rushes to find him, emphasizing the importance of finding the exit because if they get trapped here, they might disappear along with the portal. After a while, Park Sooho arrives at a place where he encounters goblins. He engages in combat with them and manages to obtain only 1 blood crystal after defeating 3 of them. He also recalls that he has already earned enough from the bounty. He proceeds to check his status screen, which is in the process of leveling up. He notes that he can purchase 2 skills with 102 achievement points. He opts to purchase only 1 skill, Tame Beast, and subsequently continues to eliminate numerous goblins, earning 545 achievements and leveling up. However, his status screen displays a critical error. After some time, his status screen finally updates to level 2. He checks and observes that his stats have increased normally. He decides to use 100p to buy the Summon Tree Spirit skill. After some time, he spots a little fairy. He remarks it is her tree spirit, and adds that when he first saw her in the jungle, he thought she was some fancy-looking firefly. He gives her an order to go and search for the remaining goblins. He mentions that the tree spirit sends the memories it reads from trees and grass to his head, and he also comments that it's kind of slow. He once again checks his status screen and decides to use the remaining points to purchase the skills of search and track. Utilizing his newfound searching power, he tracks down some goblins. Meanwhile, Jang Yi-shik engages in combat with a formidable goblin. Upon arriving at the scene, he inquires about his actions, reminding him that he had mentioned he would be hunting alone. He explains that he is the one being hunted and requests his assistance. He proceeds to attack the goblin and successfully eliminates it, resulting in a level up and earning 120 achievement points. Park Sooho inquires him if the door should open. He responds, yes, it should open. They return to Earth, where a soldier observes, isn't that the guy who caught Kal Gushik? While looking at them, another soldier confirms and says he's the one Captain Kang was looking for. The soldier mentions that the captain had instructed him to contact him if the guy returned. Jang Yi-shik informs them that he needs to reunite with his teammates and will contact him later. Park Sooho compliments him, saying he did a great job, and mentions that he will leave the clothes at the warehouse. Upon entering the warehouse, Captain Kang Min-hyuk addresses him, asking if he must be Mr. Park Sooho. He introduces himself as Kang Min-hyuk, the captain of the 27th Combat Team of the Shilla Guild. He then requests a few minutes of his time. After a while, they are in the cafeteria. Captain Kang presents him with a visiting card and says, join their guild. He says they will provide him with the best environment to assist in his growth. Park Sooho politely declines, apologizing and stating that he isn't interested. Captain Kang expresses his surprise, wondering why this guy is so resolute in turning down the offer to join the Shilla Guild. He asks again if he is already associated with another guild, suggesting that they would submit an official offer in that case. He clarifies that he doesn't belong to any guild. He mentions they may be ranked 4th. He should understand that there is practically no difference in strength among the top guilds. He persuasively promises to provide him with the best treatment, surpassing any other offers he might receive. In response, he explains that the idea of being under someone doesn't appeal to him. Then he proceeds to his home, noting that his brother and his son haven't returned yet. He considers the possibility that they might be enjoying some quality father-son time. After some time, his brother joins him on the roof. He hands the envelope to his brother, who inquires about its contents. He responds it's $50,000 and uses it to settle his debt. His brother is curious about how he managed to acquire such a large sum of money. He simply urges him to go and settle the debt so they can have dinner together. After a while, Park Junho arrives home in a poor state and collapses unconscious. Park Sooho anxiously asks what on earth has happened to him. Park Sooho visits the lender's office and confronts them aggressively. He beats their men badly. He asks if he is Kim Jong-soo, to which he confirms. He then identifies himself as someone who wants to settle Park Junho's debt. He accuses him of calling himself an awakener after mistreating honest, hardworking people and warns him not to think he can escape consequences. He physically assaults him, questioning why he had to resort to violence against someone trying to settle the debt with money. He also mentions that all he had to do was accept the payment. He pleads for him to spare him. He again inquires whether he wants to settle the debt or if he prefers to be beaten to death. He responds that he will settle the debt. After a while, they all kneel in front of him and declare that from this moment onwards, Mr. Park Junho no longer has any obligations towards them, and all his debts are considered settled. He warns them that if he ever sees them again, they should consider themselves dead, and he tells them to ensure they don't cross paths again. The scene shifts, and Captain Kang enters his office, stating that he has found a real talent. He informs him that this is the super rookie he discovered today. He expresses surprise, saying he's only an F rank, and he registered as an awakener just today. He urges him to examine the profile, assuring him that he will discover more reasons why this individual is the real deal. They attempt to access Park Sooho's profile but encounter an access denied message. Both of them are surprised by the inability to gain access. After a few minutes, he successfully gains access. He affirms he's the real deal. He informs him that based on the information, it seems he hasn't joined a guild yet. Captain Kang suggests checking his awakener skills. Meanwhile, he inquires if he knows that this guy went missing for 10 years and mentions that he smells something fishy here. He wonders if the person could be a special agent. He responds that he thought he was strong because of his skills and never imagined them to be a member of the intelligence service. He suggests that he should probably give up on the idea of scouting him and adds that he's 99.9% sure they belong to the country. The scene shifts to Simsung Hospital, where Park Sooho enters a room and greets Junho, who is awake. He questions why he bought so much food, and he responds that he heard eating a lot helps with recovery. He inquires about his well-being, to which he replies affirmatively, mentioning that he can remove the bandages tomorrow. He also asks if his mercenary license exam is tomorrow. He expresses the hope that he passes the exam and gets invited to a guild. He reflects on the idea of the former king of the forest joining a pack and becoming someone's subordinate, recalling something from his past. He asks if he should consider looking for some high-ranking guilds. He calmly replies, no, he doesn't have to because he will be creating one. Meanwhile, in the Awakena Bureau, Captain tells Choi Soo-young that there have already been 2 breakouts in her area. He comments that if the portal from yesterday had been a bridge portal, Seoul would have been in ruins by now. She asks if those guys can't handle things without her. He pleads with her to help him out, explaining that he's been harassed by the Portal Management Bureau all day long. He hands her a paper, and she becomes annoyed after reading it. She questions why they always send her away to do menial work just when she thinks she can finally get some rest. He replies that he believes she is the only one going this time, and besides, it's not her first time anyway. She leaves the place angrily. Meanwhile, at the exam center, Han Dong-soo is live streaming everything and announces that he is currently there to take the mercenary license exam. He assures his viewers that he will make sure to pass the exam and share a load of exciting hunting content that they have been eagerly anticipating. He ponders whether the mercenary license exam content is generating even more money than he initially thought and considers how much more he can earn from hunting content. He concludes the broadcast by mentioning that the exam is about to start. Park Soo-ho looks at his phone and asks who Han Dong-soo was talking to a while ago. After a while, Major Kim Young-soo arrives and greets everyone. He announces that he is their head supervisor for the next 3 days. He explains that the 21 supervisors present with him today will determine whether they have what it takes to pass the exam. He assumes that they were all given a numbered ticket upon arrival and states that they will assign supervisors through a drawing of lots. He instructs them to line up in front of their assigned supervisor once their name is called. He begins calling their names, and both Han Dong-soo and Park Soo-ho are assigned the same supervisor, number 15, who is Choi Soo-young. He instructs them to proceed to their respective waiting rooms and rest until further announcements are made. Upon reaching the room, Park Soo-ho notices that Han Dong-soo seems quite dejected. He asks him what happened to his face, to which he responds that he's never heard of Choi Soo-young, and there's a reason why everyone calls her a witch. He explains that she fails applicants just because she's having a bad day. He expresses concern that if he's unlucky and gets on her wrong side, he'll simply be wasting his $300 application fee. He questions why he should blame the supervisor and whether it's not his fault for not being adequately prepared. He asks why he has to contradict everything he says. He suggests that if there's a problem, they should resolve it like real men. In a fit of anger, he gets up and tells him to follow him. After a while, Choi Soo-young enters the room and wonders where everyone has gone. Meanwhile, they are all in the fight room, and Han Dong-soo and Park Soo-ho are inside the fight ring. He mentions that he should have known better than to pick a fight with him. He adds that he may not look like it, but he is a rising boxing YouTuber, and one of his hobbies is teaching manners to disrespectful kids like him. Before they begin the fight, Choi Soo-young arrives and orders everyone to return to their rooms. She intervenes and stops both of them, stating that they seem desperate to fail this exam. Han Dong-soo attempts to explain, but she tells them there's no need to explain themselves. She only needs one person to take the blame, and whoever loses will fail the exam. They both begin fighting, and Park Soo-ho delivers a powerful punch that knocks him out. Choi Soo-young is shocked by what she has witnessed. She reflects on the uneasy feeling she's had since the day she first met him, a feeling akin to encountering an irregular. Park Soo-ho notices her spaced-out expression and asks if she wants to fight him as well. He adds a condition: if he wins, she should not disqualify Han Dong-soo. She responds, thinking he must be crazy. They both enter the ring and commence their fight. Choi Soo-young states that if he wins, she will grant him a wish in addition to his request. He acknowledges that she is stronger than he thought. They both fight fiercely, neither giving up easily. She deploys her magical power shield, but he manages to break through it. As he prepares to launch an attack, she interrupts and concedes defeat. She explains that this location is too confined for him to fully utilize his skills and suggests settling their fight in a more open place next time. She adds that he should tell her his wish, as a bet is a bet. Curious, he asks if there are many strong females like her on Earth. She responds that she can't say that there are many. He then boldly declares that he chooses her and proposes making babies with her, asking her to mate with him. In response, she slaps him and walks away. Han Dong-soo and Park Soo-ho are returning to their room when they hear an announcement calling Park Soo-ho to the supervisor's office as soon as possible. After a while, he sits in the supervisor's office with Major Kim Young-soo. He asks why he was asked to come. He informs him that before they proceed, he wants him to know that everything they say from now on will be recorded. He mentions witnessing the altercation with Supervisor Choi Soo-young and expresses shock that an applicant like him could challenge a B-rank Awakener. He wonders if he must be an irregular. Puzzled, he asks what an irregular is. He explains about the bridge portals, and these portals connect Earth to 3 other planets. The first is Eruka, the home planet of the elves and dwarves, with Earth maintaining good relations. Earthlings who have returned from Eruka have shared skills related to magic and artifact crafting. The second is Gutchen, inhabited by mammon and martial artists constantly vying for control. The martial artists are allies, while the mammons are their adversaries. The last planet is Mid-Ur, ruled by warmongering orcs, and it's infested with vicious monsters. Whenever a Mid-Ur portal opens, an all-out war ensues. He says the Awakeners from these planets possess combat power far exceeding that of regular Awakeners and are classified as irregulars. He reflects on the complexity of the situation and wonders if the place he returned from is none of the 3 planets. He considers if he's merely a dungeon returner and asks which planet he returned from. He mentions that he has already provided this information to the doctor previously. He adds that he lived with wolves for 1,000 years. He thanks him for sharing his story, suggesting that he may return to his waiting room. After a while, Major Kim Young-soo calls for Sergeant Kim Sang-sik and inquires if he can assume the role of Supervisor 15. He questions this, mentioning that Choi Soo-young was originally assigned to that position. He explains that she left, and he wants him to closely monitor applicant Park Sooho and provide a detailed report on him once the exam concludes. Later, all the applicants gather in the training ground for their test. Kim Sang-sik introduced himself and announced that he would oversee Team 15. He sets the minimum requirements for the physical exam, 9 seconds for the 100m dash, and 1 hour for the tetracontathlon. Han Dong-soo completes the race in 8 seconds, meeting the requirements and passing the test. Park Sooho begins the race and astonishingly completes it in just 2.24 seconds, leaving everyone in shock. After a while, he contacts Major Kim Young-soo and reports that the physical exam results for applicant Park Sooho have just been released, and they are quite shocking. He mentions sending a video. He inquires about the reporters. He responds that they are having a field day. After that, Major Kim Young-soo contacts Kim Miso, the director of the Returner Bureau. He informs her that he has just sent her a couple of videos featuring Park Sooho, emphasizing the need for her to view them immediately. They watch the video, and she remarks that they can conclude that the F-ranker spoke the truth during his interview with Dr. Kim Young-guk. She expresses disbelief that the doctor's report turned out to be accurate, and considers the possibility that the F-rank megalomaniac is at least stronger than a B-ranker. She ponders whether his stories about being a returner from a 4th planet might also be true. She instructs Mr. Park to ensure that no reporters are present at the training ground, to which he responds that they are already a little late. She then ordered the removal of all articles immediately, and the imposition of an embargo. Park Sooho finds himself surrounded by reporters, but soon the guards come to rescue him. After a while, they sit in the mess hall, enjoying their meal. Han Dong-soo observes that it's evident he's on a different level, judging by the amount of food he consumes. He confides that he will become a prominent figure one day. Later, they return to their room to rest. He expresses concern about the upcoming part of the exam, which involves raiding dungeons. He mentions that teams with more members have an advantage, wishing the examiners would reconsider team assignments. He calmly reassures him, saying they don't need others. He acknowledges his confidence, but notes the unpredictability of dungeons, suggesting that having more people with diverse abilities might make dungeon raids easier. Curious, Park Sooho asks what he was doing with his phone when they first met. He shows his phone, explaining it's for YouTube. He points out the number of subscribers he has, currently at 1284 people watching his videos. He expresses his liking for him and proposes joining his clan. He questions if he plans to create his clan, stating that he has no interest in joining a guild. He confirms this. He envisions the possibility of making a video about founding a clan and going on dungeon raids with the top performers from the mercenary exams. He says he's willing to do anything if it's with him and mentions that they need at least 3 members to officially form a clan. Meanwhile, Myeongjin enters their room and greets them, mentioning that he has been assigned to Team 15. As they engage in conversation, they hear an announcement instructing all applicants to change into battle suits and assemble at the 3rd floor briefing room within 30 minutes. He remarks on the odd timing for changing into their battle suits at this hour, and questions whether the dungeon's raid is scheduled for the next day. Myeongjin explains that he has heard that examiners occasionally conduct dungeons raids at night without providing prior notice. The scene shifts as they all enter the hall where the applicants are gathered, and Kim Young-soo begins the dungeon briefing. He informs them about the dungeon they will be entering for the exam, which is located in the 5th sector of Seoul, under the protection of the Phoenix Guild. It's a level 1 dungeon with 250 doors. He explains that due to the numerous portals appearing all over, the South Korean government struggled to manage them all. As a result, the government hired private mercenary clans to oversee the protection of the 12 sectors of Seoul. He guides them by explaining that a guild is a new name for a private mercenary clan hired by the government, and in exchange for their services, guilds are granted the right to process dimensional energy from the dungeons they manage. Since the Great Disaster, guilds with larger dungeons have gained more power, as dimensional energy is now considered a valuable resource in international economies. Park Sooho asks that it's essentially a government-sanctioned hunting ground where one can earn money. He thinks that he wanted to create a clan because he missed hunting with the wolf pack. Han Dong-soo remarks that it would be convenient to have his dungeon because he wouldn't have to pay for its usage. But he also acknowledges that they first need to pass the mercenary license exam. Kim Young-soo presents an image of the portal located at Sector 5, Route 14, and mentions that this dungeon has only 15 days until it breaks. He explains that it's a labyrinth-type dungeon, which is the lowest level of difficulty, and has the fewest number of monsters among all dungeons. Major Kim Young-soo declares that from this point onward, they will move to the target point and then commence their attack on the dungeon as a team under their assigned supervisor. While they are in transit, he encourages everyone to review the manual once more to become more familiar with it. He expresses his hope that they all pass, with not a single person failing. A little later, their supervisor inquires if they are all prepared. He assures them that once they enter, they can treat him as if he is not there and proceed accordingly. He emphasizes that they should be aware that even if their team successfully clears the dungeon, their scores can still impact their results negatively. After a while, their group enters through the 175th door. They are immediately attacked by a monster, but Park Sooho dispatches it effortlessly and continues forward. However, he inadvertently triggers a booby trap. Myeongjin steps up and utilizes his full moon whirlwind power and destroys the booby trap. They encounter numerous difficulties. They move forward and engage in combat with numerous monsters, defeating them and subsequently accruing 42 achievement points. On the other side, an operator informs Kim Young-soo that a team is returning from the dungeon. He inquires if it's only been 30 minutes and whether this dungeon typically takes 5 hours to clear, suggesting it might have been an accident. He also asks for the team's number. The operator responds that it's Team 15 and that all of their vital signs are normal. Kim Young-soo calls Kim Sang-sik and inquires why they are returning so early. He explains that they completed the mission and mentions that he will understand once he watches the video. However, he adds that measuring Park Sooho's maximum stats in a level 1 dungeon will be challenging. He also states that he had an outstanding performance in the dungeon. They return to Earth. After a while, they all arrive at Park Sooho's brother's house and share a meal, enjoying each other's company. Following that, they head to the quest area in Area 4, Gate 30, while a drone keeps a watchful eye on them. Upon seeing numerous bats, Park Sooho asks if all those bats are part of the scenery. They are informed that it's because this is the bats dungeon. Myeongjin engages in a battle with the bats, utilizing his fire wheel, and eliminates all of them. Eventually, the boss of the bat dungeon makes an appearance, and Park Sooho eliminates the boss dungeon. Han Dong-soo informs the viewers who are watching his live broadcast that the mission has been completed, and the door is now open. Meanwhile, in the Returner Bureau, Mr. Park explains to Kim Miso that with their clan headquarters located in Seoul Area 4, the three of them are capable of clearing at a speed of 20 clears per day, completely dominating the nearby level 1 dungeon. She mentions that she only recently imposed an embargo, and it turns out one of their members is a streamer. He notes that Park Sooho's videos are currently ranking 3rd in real-time popularity rankings. He suggests that if they don't intervene, it will gain even more attention. She instructs him to prepare to contact Park Sooho, and she will personally go there herself. They are all sitting in their office when Han Dong-soo asks why Monk Myeongjin hasn't come to work today. Park Sooho says he doesn't have a temple to attend in this city. Park Junho explains that he is currently residing in Seoul with the temple family that survived the incident. He then asks if they take a break today. He reassures them that their clan is already eligible to advance to the next level. He adds that their clan's bank account has already amassed 140 million won. Han Dong-soo asks if this means they can tackle a level 2 dungeon now, to which he excitedly confirms. Park Sooho reflects on how he has accumulated over 3,000 achievement points, allowing him to purchase various miscellaneous skills. Now, he can see all these strange things. He decides to grant everyone permission to take the day off. Park Junho announces that he will take Gunwoo and Granny Sukja to a nearby park. Park Sooho then inquires about Park Junho's frequent truck repairs, wondering if it's challenging. He says it's challenging enough to find replacement parts. He suggests buying a pickup truck instead. After a while, they arrive at a showroom where a salesman enthusiastically presents the Kandai Drago XG7000, known as the mercenary's dream car from the Kandai Drago series. He mentions that this model can use bloodstones as fuel semi-permanently and costs 80 million won, making it cost-effective. Park Sooho asks if he likes it because he plans to pay for it upfront, and he confirms this. They go for a drive toward Area 423, and Park Sooho expresses his amazement, suggesting they should have bought the car a long time ago. He questions their destination in a closed area, and he reminds him that he couldn't awaken due to lack of money, so they'll awaken today. He feels uncomfortable and requests to leave. He exits the car, stating he'll be back soon, and instructs Biku to wait inside. Meanwhile, in the Payday Loans office, they watch videos of Park Sooho and note his popularity on YouTube. A man says they can't leave him like this. He asks him to provide a list of guilds in Area 4 that they have consistently funded. He mentions Assistant Manager Choi in Area 4, and they decide to contact him and allocate whatever funds he needs for work expenses. At the same time, Park Junho grows restless, feeling like half an hour has passed and wondering what he is doing. Suddenly, a goblin hits their car, startling him. He arrives and urges him to get out of the car, telling him to follow him as he deals with the goblins. He questions the need to awaken, and he emphasizes that he can't survive if he's weak, ordering him to kill the goblin quickly. He moves forward and dispatches goblins, rescuing Biku in the process. Park Sooho instructs him to retrieve the knife again, emphasizing that if he doesn't kill, he will face death. A goblin approaches and attacks him, but he successfully eliminates it. He approaches Park Junho and inquires why he is engaging in such actions instead of helping him. Park Junho's status screen appears, displaying him as an F-level 1 butcher. He asks if he used to work part-time at a slaughterhouse. Furthermore, he continues to eliminate numerous goblins. After a while, they arrive at the Awakena Bureau, and Park Sooho informs the counter lady, pointing to Park Junho, that he had awakened just a short while ago. She informs him that he can freshen up in the shower room and, following a quarantine inspection, proceed to the Dimensional Energy Measurement Room on the 3rd floor. They depart from there, and Park Junho inquires about the meaning of measurement. He is informed that there is a machine that measures dimensional energy, and his number must be above 100 to be officially registered as an F-rank Awakener. After a while, in the Dimensional Energy Measurement Room, the doctor measures his dimensional energy, which is 111. She then asks Park Sooho if he is going to undergo the measurement test as well. The machine calculates that his energy level is 189. She remarks that his dimensional energy is growing as rapidly as the rumors suggested, and he will soon advance to E rank. The counter lady informs Mr. Park Junho that his certificate of awakening has been issued. She further mentions that he is now eligible to apply for the mercenary test, and this smartphone is being given as a gift. A short time later, Choi Soo-young is spotted by Park Sooho. He calls out to her and apologizes, admitting that he misspoke during their last encounter because he is not accustomed to conversing with civilized people. In response, she says that it's sufficient and suggests they avoid meeting again, emphasizing the point. After some time, Park Sooho and Park Junho arrive home, where they discover that Kim Miso is already waiting for them. He inquires if she is the captain of the Returners Bureau, which is a division of the Awakeners Bureau, and also questions why she is present. She responds that she has come here to enter into a contract with him and also asks if he knows what an official name for a returner is. She explains that it's a human coordinate and inquires about the red portal he used when returning to Earth. He confirms this. She proceeds to inform him that the moment he returns through that portal, the necessary conditions are met, and a successful returner's return is the signal for success. She also mentions that the portal will reappear, creating a bridge portal for coming and going. He wonders if this means he can reunite with his friends. She continues, stating that the Awakeners Bureau suspects that the planet is the 4th new planet, and if their assumption is correct, South Korea will be the only country in the world with a bridge portal to the 4th planet. He asks when this portal is expected to form. She replies that it will happen within 99 days at the latest. He inquires about what she wants from him. She explains that they don't want him to go overseas until the portal appears because they want to avoid a situation like the second Lee Sungwoo. He asks who that is. She explains that it appears he's not familiar with the Lee Sungwoo case, mentioning that Lee Sungwoo was initially a D-rank awakener when he returned. He easily escaped the government facility during the early stages of the Great Disaster and was approached by the Japanese government when he became disillusioned with South Korea. Eventually, he left for Japan, and currently, all 9,000 planet gates in Tokyo are attributed to him. She emphasizes the importance of the dimension industry and the potential loss Korea could face if a portal were to open while he's vacationing abroad. He asks what he will receive in return for this cooperation. She inquires about his desires, and he expresses a desire for the promotion of the Sooho Guild and exclusive territory for it. She suggests that if he wants something else, he can provide a written note with details. He also asks how they will know when the portals are about to form. She explains that specialized agents and dimensional energy cracks will be dispatched, including the best agent from the Bureau. After a while, Kim Miso reaches Choi Soo-young, who is exercising, and she comes and interrupts her. She says she is pissed right now, so don't bother her. She says she is never not pissed. She says to stop trying to pick a fight with her. She says to go on a dispatch. She hands her some documents, and Choi Soo-young looks at them, asking why she was chosen. She responds that it's because she is the best in the detection team. Choi Soo-young inquires about her thoughts on what might happen if a portal opens in the middle of the city when they still don't know what kind of planet it is. She advises that if she detects any signs of a dimensional crack, she should take Park Soo-ho and exit the field in advance. And until then, she should stick with him at all times. After Kim Miso leaves, she expresses her frustration, stating that she swears she is going to write a letter of resignation. After a while, they sit in the home when Han Dong-soo announces that they have passed the clan promotion evaluation, allowing them to tackle level 2 dungeons as well. Park Soo-ho suggests making money in the level 1 dungeon first, and then leveling up through skill books. Afterward, when they are somewhat prepared, they plan to divide the assault teams and recruit more team members if necessary. After Myeongjin arrives there, they all depart together for hunting. Park Soo-ho encounters Jang Yi-shik and greets him, inquiring about his friend. Jang Yi-shik informs him that they are doing well and then departs from the area. Once Park Soo-ho's team enters the portal, Jang Yi-shik remains with the new team, contemplating that he cannot reveal to him that his clan has disbanded, and 2 people he considered clanmates left under the pretext of needing medical care, and this is a common occurrence where a guild collapses when its core members are absent. He remarks that clans are easy to form and easy to disband, and the stress levels stemming from a work environment that involves killing and being killed can reach a point of no return. It would not be surprising if the 2 who were the first to leave eventually quit mercenary work altogether. Inside the portal, Park Jun-ho, Myeongjin, and Han Dong-soo engage in battle with the monster, while Park Soo-ho observes them from above and comments, "Looks like the 3 of them are enough." On the other side, Jang Yi-shik and some team members are devoured by a large frog, and he sustains severe injuries. He reflects on his jealousy towards Park Soo-ho's team but acknowledges that there is no chance they would accept a forever E-rank swordsman like him. After the Park Soo-ho team finishes their hunting, they are approached by Choi Myung-woo of the DGB Guild, who hands them his card. He explains that it's a fortunate coincidence that they are sharing the same area as the famous Sooho clan, and he simply wants to offer a small gift. He mentions that they have heard rumors about their clan leveling up, and as a congratulatory gesture, they wish to provide a complimentary one-time entrance ticket to one of their level 2 dungeons. He inquires about their interest and whether they would like to go immediately. He assures them not to worry too much, as they have also prepared dungeon strategy notes and equipment as part of the gift. Park Soo-ho suggests that their team goes to the level 1 dungeon to enhance their teamwork further, while he plans to venture into the level 2 dungeon by himself for greater efficiency. After a while, they are in the car, and Choi Myung-woo mentions that they are going to use Portal 47. He notes that he does not see any mercenaries. He remarks that it's a bit empty. He explains that it is because it hasn't been long since this portal was formed, and he has taken care of the entrance procedures, so he can simply go in. He expresses his concern that he might be troubling him too much with this and adds that they would be more thankful if his clan continues to use their guild's portals in the future. Upon reaching their destination, a man hands him a bag and provides the strategy notes for the dungeon along with a survival kit. After a while, Choi Soo-yoon arrives and identifies herself as a member of the Sooho clan, stating that she will also be going in. After a while, Choi Myung-woo stands with the pay lender man and states that it is 2 billion per head. He inquires why it is so expensive and asserts that it's not even an assassination. He mentions that it's not difficult to manipulate it, but there is a high risk because he is widely known, and it will amount to 4 billion in total. After a while, Choi Soo-young is met by Park Soo-ho inside the portal. He asks why she is here. She inquires if he has not heard from Captain Kim Miso that they were going to acquire a guardian. She explains that she has come here to assess his capabilities. Meanwhile, a monster arrives at the scene. Choi Soo-young says it's an orc warrior. Park Soo-ho responds, "A dungeon boss right from the start, how lucky." He then mentions that there are 4 bosses. She counters, "There's no way that's correct because this is a level 2. He insists this is not a level 2 dungeon, and did he not sense it when he passed through the portal? He questions her capability, asking if she's sure. She explains that's because of the bracelet barrier. He begins to battle with monsters very ineffectively. The scene shifts to Choi Myung-woo, who is speaking on a cell phone with pay lenders, discussing the need to pay the balance immediately. He comments that even if the 2 of them are S rank, it'll be difficult to get out. He also asks what level dungeon is that. Meanwhile, he inquires why it matters what level the dungeon is. He also expresses his desire to eliminate them all. After successfully vanquishing all of them, he is rewarded with 32 achievement points. She expresses her appreciation towards him. He remarks that this place is a gold mine, and adds that she is permitted to assist him in extracting the blood crystals. She thinks to herself, even though he's supposed to be an irregular and barely has an F rank's worth of experience points, he doesn't see even a hint of hesitation in his hunting routine or slaughter. Meanwhile, he excitedly exclaims, "Even the blood crystals are big." She counters, "Now is not the time for this," and adds that even though he killed 4 bosses ranked orc warriors, the door didn't open. She continues, "The only things in that bag are stones. Did he know that?" He responds, "And then he can just store the blood crystals here." She criticizes him, saying he doesn't have any brains. She explains this place is at least a level 4 dungeon, and if it's a level 4 dungeon or above, it'll be hard for them to survive here, even if they combine our strengths. He admits he lies to him, claiming that this gold mine was just a level 2 dungeon, but he put him in a level 4+ dungeon and let him in for free. He exclaims, "Assistant Manager Choi Myung-woo. He's going to buy him something nice when he gets out." Meanwhile, a monster approaches and attempts to attack her. She struggles to defeat it, but he swiftly intervenes and kills the monster. They find themselves surrounded by the orc squad, an orc war chief, and orc riders. He firmly declares not to dare lay a hand on them as they are all under his protection. She questions how he can say that in this situation. They launch an attack on the orcs and manage to eliminate most of them. The orc war chief singles out Park Soo-ho and hurls him aside. He quickly rises to his feet and attempts to counterattack, but the war chief strikes him once more with his hammer. On the other side, in the returner bureau, Choi Miso is on the phone with Mr. Kim. He inquires if Captain Choi Soo-young didn't go to Park Soo-ho. He mentions that the signals from their smartphones are in 2 different locations, but there has been no movement for the past hour. She expresses certainty that the 2 of them were together. She asks if he has located her position. He confirms that they are inside the recently opened level 5 dungeon. She questions why they suddenly entered a level 5 dungeon and who the dungeon manager for this dungeon is. He informs her that it's the DGB Guild. She instructs him to verify the entrance records for that level 5 dungeon and urges the person in charge of the DGB Guild's portal management to call him immediately. Meanwhile, Park Soo-ho states that it is getting a bit difficult now. He attacks the monsters with their axes and kills them. On the other side, Choi Soo-young is being attacked by archers, but he grabs his arm and declares that they must run. She observes that orcs are everywhere. He says that it is empty on the cliff. She argues that they cannot go there. He picks her up in his arms and jumps. She expresses her happiness at being alive and also reflects on how they fell from such a great height but are still alive. They take shelter in a cave, and she asks what the plan is. He explains that if he kills just 4 more orc warriors, he can level up, and then they can attack again. She clarifies that a level up is like increasing one's limit, not a power up. He responds, "For him, it's like removing my restrictions." On the other side, news is broadcast that an unfortunate accident has occurred at the level 5 dungeon. The suspect, Kim, initially claims that Park Soo-ho and Choi Soo-young entered of their own volition. However, once his lies are detected by Major Kim Young-soo of the Army headquarters, he confesses to his crime. Attention is now being drawn to the possibility of their safe return, particularly Park Sooho, who is presumed to be a returner from a new, fourth planet. They also emphasize the need to consider the potential losses that South Korea may face from losing the portals to the new planet in this incident, especially in the current era of the dimension industry. After a while, Kim Miso enters the room and inquires Major Kim Young-soo about their current actions, stressing the need to apprehend all of them. He responds those guys who did it have already captured them all, and the head of Dragon Loans has fled, but there's a bounty on him right now. She remarks that that's only cutting off the tails of the operation, and adds it's a level 5 dungeon. Does he believe this was all orchestrated by just one individual? He questions, should they then investigate DGB, a level 5 guild, just for this? And does she think they will return alive if they do? On the other side, an orc warrior attacks the tree spirit and hurls her aside. Park Sooho retaliates, attacking and defeating the orc warrior, earning 32 achievement points. He remarks that he just needs to catch 3 more for a level up. Choi Soo-young informs him that there's an orc warrior about 100 meters ahead. He hastily attacks while she attempts to warn him that it's a trap, but it's too late. He becomes ensnared, and she cries out for him to get up. Meanwhile, he reflects on how he fell into the trap and wonders why he's acting this way. He feels his senses dulling, unable to muster strength in his body, while she deploys defense bombs to rescue him. Park Sooho now believes that he needs one more warrior to level up. He begins fighting with them again, and after a long battle, he achieves his level with 1075 achievement points. An option about beast transformation appears on his status screen. Meanwhile, an orc warrior is on the verge of attacking Choi Soo-young. She mentions that she doesn't even have the strength to stand up, yet she still attempts to defeat him. At the same time, the beast transformation is activated, and he harnesses some power from Biku to undergo a wolf transformation. He slays the orc warrior, earning 45 achievement points. After a while, the news reports that it is now the 3rd day since their disappearance, and there is no news of the 2 people who entered the dungeon. They ask the captain of the Awakena Bureau what kind of place this dungeon is. He explains that this is a level 5 dungeon known as the Orc Castle, and it's a dungeon where it is recommended to bring a 30-member party full of B ranks or a 30-member party including 10 A ranks. Meanwhile, a frustrated reporter comments that there's no need to focus on the situation for so long because he believes Park Sooho is on the same level as Lee Sung-woo, or even lower, at most, being an F rank. He also states that South Korea is losing a potential future ranker. On the other side, Park Sooho mentions that he can fuse with beasts, and he successfully tames one. He clarifies that it wasn't a transformation but a fusion. He inquires about what she's doing and suggests that they should gather as much loot as possible and then go out to eat. She responds by saying it's futile because this place will be their grave. Even though the orc war chief has died, the door isn't opening. He asks if she is saying that the boss was not there. She says there is a stronger monster here. He asks what kind of monster would make her think about digging her own grave before she has even seen it. She tells him that 3 years ago, when she had just ascended to B rank, the Bureau sent them a 20-man combat team with 10 ranked mercenaries to take on a level 5 dungeon quest. They were attacked by monsters and had a tough fight, but a big monster attacked her and her friend Ji-hoon saved her. Unfortunately, he was captured by them and they killed him. She starts crying, and Park Sooho consoles her. On the other side, Park Sooho's friends, brother, and Choi Miso are all worried for them. A reporter informs Kim Yoshin, a great shaman of the national intangible cultural heritage, that she is holding a ritual in front of the gate, praying for the safe return of the missing people. He reports that an attack force consisting of high rankers in the Seoul district is gathering in front of the dungeon in a quest for revenge. Meanwhile, Park Sooho and Choi Soo-young are both enjoying the food he bought by leveling up. After finishing their food, they both sit, and Park Sooho asks if she used that sword to kill the Orc Lord. She says no because she fainted on the spot, and when she regained consciousness, she was in the hospital, and Miso brought her Ji-hoon's sword. She tells him that 2 more ranked mercenaries had sacrificed themselves for them to just barely kill that monster. She mentions that an Orc Lord is an inconceivable monster capable of defeating 5 Orc war chiefs at the same time. He asks where the Orc Lord is, and she says it's probably in the Orc Castle, but there's nothing like that in a 1-kilometer radius. She explains that the Orc war chiefs are in the 4 smaller spires, and the Orc Lord is in the center. And once they cross the castle wall, thousands of orcs will charge at them in groups. Meanwhile, a tree spirit finds the orc castle and informs him. He tells her they've found it and says let's go. She asks if he has a plan, and he replies they will find and kill them. She admits she wants to hit him but can't think of a better plan. He once more employs his beast transformation skill and bears her on his back. He begins to run toward the castle while she urges him to hurry up, mentioning that the orc riders are pursuing them. When the warriors initiate their attack, she constructs a shield to protect them and enters the castle. Her defense bomb is once again employed, and she instructs him to head to the center. They are persistently assaulted by the warriors, and she slips and falls, but she insists that he continue onward. Inside, she is confronted by two warriors who launch an attack, and she attempts to defeat them. On the other side, he reaches the center of the castle, where the Orc Lord is seated. He launches an attack on him, and after a fierce battle, the Orc Lord is finally stabbed and killed by him. Then, he levels up. Following the Orc Lord's demise, the castle begins to shake. Due to this, she once again falls to the ground, pondering if this is how it will all conclude. Meanwhile, he arrives and takes her hand, guiding her safely to the floor. She inquires about the Orc Lord, and he responds, "It's dead," before suggesting, "Let's go." She seeks confirmation once more regarding his demise. She wonders if he truly dispatched the Orc Lord so swiftly and attempts to scan the door to verify if it's open. On the other side, the DGB staff receives signals from Dungeon 127 indicating that the door will open in 10 minutes due to the countdown for the door burst initiation. Everyone becomes excited as they start eagerly watching the timer. Meanwhile, he inquires did she found the door. She responds affirmatively, yes, she found it. It's at 11 o'clock, 700 meters away from the castle walls, and there are 10 minutes and 20 seconds left until the door bursts. He detects the scent of wolves and starts running towards them, prompting her to ask where he's going, reminding him of their limited time. He requests that they follow him while she questions if he plans to lead them out. He replies from now on, they're going to be family. She points out they are surrounded, and at that moment, the tree spirit informs him that they're saying there's a small exit nearby. She orders him to turn right, and a pack of wolves also follows them. She exclaims there's an exit over there. He acknowledges, all right, let's get out. She urgently informs him that's the door, and there's only 1 minute left until it bursts open. When they attempt to cross the door, they are attacked by a warrior, causing her to fall, and her blood crystal bag is also opened. She tells him not to come, just to go away, but he returns and stabs the warrior, killing him. Meanwhile, everyone on the site is counting the remaining seconds with the same hope, as there are only 8 seconds left until the door bursts. A reporter remarks, at this point, doesn't it mean they have failed to clear the dungeon? Another one quickly responds, don't say such unlucky things because the ratings are currently over 60%. And if they emerge like this, it means they have hit the jackpot. On the other side, he is saving her, and she says, just 4 seconds left. He asks her to hold tight and to attack them while running towards the door. At last, the countdown ends, filled with everyone's heartfelt wishes because they are still nowhere to be seen. They wonder why don't they come out yet. They see wolves coming out, and they are both also falling out. DGB staff and reporters run towards them to check, and they say it's Park Sooho and Choi Soo-young. All the people start saying that both of them have come out alive, which means they've succeeded. The news broadcasts that a miracle is happening. The 2 people trapped in the level 5 dungeon are returning alive after 4 days, 11 hours, and 28 minutes. After a while, Kim Miso stated in the meeting that the picture was taken right after they came out of the portal, and both of them were subsequently taken to a hospital. The Major asks why they are in that position, to which she responds that they claim the circumstances called for it. She also presents the titles of the internet articles they have gathered about him after the event. He chuckles and remarks that the reporters are being too openly provocative. She acknowledges this and explains that it's because someone blew the whistle. He then reminds everyone that they are here to figure out how to resolve the situation, not to assign blame, and she needs to continue with the briefings. She continues, mentioning that news reports concerning him have become widespread due to this incident, and scouts from several countries' intelligence agencies have been arriving in the country. She also notes that he's the one who took Lee Sung-woo away, but she believes that America poses more of a threat. They all engage in a discussion on how to keep him with them. Dr. Kim Young-guk interjects, saying that as long as his family is in Korea, he will not leave. The Major responds, asking if he is implying that he values family more than money, and mentions that he has lived with wolves for 1,000 years, missing his family. He clarifies that he attaches the most value to spending time with his family and suggests that they provide him with territory where he can live with his family without any attempts at invasion. In return, he'll have no reason to go against the Bureau. The Major agrees, saying that they will provide him with some territory, but questions whether they should also block foreign scouts from making contact. Meanwhile, she displays a picture and explains that this is the abandoned facility in Namyeongju, Gyeonggi-do. She goes on to suggest that designating this area as the territory of Sooho Guild would be the best course of action. She proposes marking the surrounding land as private property, and notes that it's a bit far from downtown, so even if a portal to a new world appears, it would remain relatively safe. Then he inquires, will she continue to be the one to keep watch from their side? She concurs, affirming that she is the most suitable person for the job. He then asks if she has taken a break after writing a report about Park Sooho. She responds by saying she mentioned he's a dog-like man. The scene transitions to the stadium, where a speaker addresses the audience, greeting all the SPFC fans around the world. He announces, finally, they will begin today's main event, the final match. He begins by introducing the champion, the current #1 in the world ranking, who is defending his title for the 21st time. He states that this guy remains undefeated in 45 SPFC matches. He continues by describing him as the SS rank irregular, the most powerful magic swordsman, and the weapon acclaimed by Japan. He further comments, as if acknowledging everyone's cheers, that a black flame is spreading on Hiro's magic sword. Upon mentioning Hiro, he leaps onto the field with his trademark Blazing Phoenix. Next, he provides information about Hiro's opponent, who is the S-rank human weapon, a rising new star undefeated in 13 matches, known as Russia's Mad Bear, Michiel Zorbas. He, too, arrives on the field. Meanwhile, he attaches himself to his opponent, stating that his time ends here and the battle commences. He unleashes Mana Gatling's wild shots, with bullets randomly striking the iridium barrier protecting the audience. Hiro dodges at an astonishing speed and locks on with a Mana bazooka. They engage in a fierce counterattack, both determined to emerge victorious. In the end, Hiro's sword, Aura, relentlessly assails Zorbas. Everyone is stunned by this turn of events, as he had been on a winning streak. Suddenly, he coughs up blood and collapses. The referee calls for a timeout, and the medics rush to the scene. They attempt to heal him, but he shows no signs of movement. The referee reaches the verdict that he cannot be revived. Hiro emerges as the victor, successfully defending his title for the 22nd time. After a while, he returns, and his teammate inquires if the technique he used today is something new. He responds that he simply pushed his sword aura into Zorbas and let go. He instructs them to go out for a drink later and then exits the room. She approaches him, embraces him, and asks if he killed him. He replies that the defeated opponent will become one of the 7 villains in the future. She advises him not to try to do everything by himself. He asks if anything unusual happened, and she informs him that aside from a call from the bureau, there's nothing noteworthy. He inquires about someone from the bureau, the captain. She confirms it and says the captain asked him to take care not to get hurt and suggests they get ready to leave since everyone is likely waiting. She also mentions that some time ago, they said the person trapped in a level 5 dungeon succeeded in getting out, and they believe he will be the second coming of Lee Sung-woo in Korea, with high expectations. He asks who this person is, and she informs him that his name is Park Sooho, the same guy the reporters said was trapped in a level 5 dungeon. She has gathered all the information about him since he might be interested. She shows him a picture of Park Sooho, but he admits he doesn't remember him. He then asks if Park Sooho awakened as a swordsman, but she clarifies that he's known as a druid, and if he is indeed a planet returner, there's a chance Earth will connect to a 4th planet. She mentions that he's just an F rank, but finds him amazing, assuming he already knew about him. She goes on to suggest that bringing Park Sooho over to their side might be a better idea. She asks for his opinion and adds that Park Sooho is currently the most popular person in Korea. He delves into his memories, recalling the impending apocalypse when the cities that served as strongholds for the Cataclysm survivors were gradually destroyed by several dungeon breaks on the continent, and the subsequent flood of monsters. He envisions monsters dominating the land and sky and the continent facing imminent destruction. A mass exodus commences, and amid the long war, everything else fades into oblivion as heroes emerge among the Asian awakeners and evacuees, ultimately choosing their last refuge. He remembers that place is Japan. He explains that this is why he decided to establish his base in Japan despite being labeled a traitor for doing so. He continues by stating that by taking care of the dungeons in Japan and nurturing the talented individuals who will showcase their true abilities in the future, the island country will become the optimal place for survivors to reside. He believes that the Korean survivors will eventually hail him not as a traitor but as the hero Lee Sung-woo. After a while, Kim Miso arrives at Samsung Hospital to visit Choi Soo-young and inquires, "Does it hurt?" She responds affirmatively, saying yes. Kim Miso continues, mentioning a rumor circulating in the hospital that a masked man visits every night and departs at dawn, asking if he is Park Sooho. She also informs her that she has arranged for a man to come and has brought her some food. Once she finishes her meal, she suggests that now that she's full, she should head to work, but she expresses a desire to take a nap for an hour instead. The scene shifts to the CIA headquarters in the US, where the news reports that Hiro has permanently subdued M. Zorba's. The head of the CIA remarks, "No matter what, it's still Zorba's. To think he was taken down that easily." One of the employees comments that it seems Hiro is continuing to grow stronger, and at this rate, an SSS rank might emerge soon. The head then notices news about Park Sooho being missing and inquires about his whereabouts. The employee responds it's not that he's gone anywhere. These are the pictures sent by their agents just moments ago. The head examines the pictures and asks about the location, Seoul Station. He is informed that Park Sooho has been visiting that place frequently. He jests, "Is he talking to pigeons or something? It doesn't seem like he's feeling down." He suggests that they could introduce Park Sooho to several beautiful women and ensure no one else steals him away. The employee informs him that their special agents departed for Korea this morning, but the airways aren't looking favorable at the moment. The head asks what's wrong with them. Meanwhile, a kid spots a bird outside the plane, capturing the attention of everyone who takes pictures while expressing their amazement. People begin to wonder if the bird is following their plane, questioning whether it might be a wyvern. One person mentions that it's just a fledgling, so there's no need to worry. They speculate about why a wyvern would be in the area, pondering if a wyvern dungeon has burst. They decide they should contact HQ once they arrive at their destination. As they contemplate this, a wyvern suddenly attacks the plane. Later, news reports that 2 days ago, while flying over Siberia, a group of wyverns escaped during a dungeon break. On the other side, Park Sooho and his team reach their territory. He remarks they've arrived, though. Han Dong-soo questions whether the 2-story house in front of them is a haunted house. They arrive at the location, and he questions whether this is their guild's new headquarters, expressing that it doesn't seem suitable for human habitation. It's just a deserted house. He also inquires about the possibility of having internet installed here. She reports that she saw a ghost on the 2nd floor and believes the place might collapse when they enter. She admits she can't imagine living in such a place. Kim Miso chides her, telling her to be quiet and reminding her that it's her first time in a place like this. She assures them that remodeling will commence tomorrow, so they don't need to worry about anything. Park Sooho expresses his liking for the place and believes there should be no problem with them moving in right away. Kim Miso mentions that they need to establish the boundaries of the territory, and Park Sooho indicates that he has already decided how much land he can manage. He proceeds to use his tree spirit power to command the setting of the territory boundaries. Park Junho and Han Dong-soo marvel at the speed at which the trees are growing, and soon, a massive wall encircles the territory. Park Sooho declares it finished and explains that it should have a radius of approximately 1 kilometer, with the house at the center. Kim Miso designates this area as the Sooho Guild's territory. Park Sooho humorously remarks about her kindness, saying he only has to stay in the country for a few months. She replies that they are merely following procedure and that their bureau considers him family. She asks him to sign the contract, and she attempts to advise him to read it carefully, but Kim Miso intervenes, getting him to sign the contract. As she leaves, Choi Soo-young instructs her to send the maintenance team tomorrow, threatening to run away otherwise. After a while, a group of pirates attacks a ship, and the ship's staff sends a voice note for help, identifying them as the Coral Queen Emerald. They report that they are being attacked by pirates of unknown origin and urgently request immediate assistance. The SS Uokbu of the Hedong unit receives Coral Queen Emerald's location and responds that the rescue team will arrive in 2 hours and 45 minutes. They also inquire whether the pirates have boarded the ship and request that the ship turn off its engine and try to remain in the same position for as long as possible. A staff member alerts that the pirates are boarding the ship on the starboard side, with 3 or 4 of them coming up. They instruct everyone to turn off the engine and all other systems and gather in the engine room. As they attempt to save themselves, sea monsters attack the ship and the pirates' boat, causing extensive destruction. After some time, the rescue teams reach the coordinates sent by the Coral Queen Emerald. After searching within a 10-mile radius, they find no sign of the ship. They requested a search team to be dispatched to the current location. In the morning, the tree spirits flutter throughout the territory, creating sweet music. Choi Soo-young's phone rings, and she answers it. On the other end, Kim Miso inquires about what she's doing and whether she is currently with Park Soo-ho. She responds that she is not with him. Kim Miso admonishes her, questioning why she is still in bed for so long. After ending the call, she wakes up, goes out to the terrace, and remarks that he planted a lot in such a short time. After some time, she emerges and finds him engrossed in checking the status screen of all the wolves to assess their powers. She comments that if that's the case, he can't simply keep increasing the wolves' levels. Curious, she asks what he's up to, and he responds that he's giving names to their new family members. She points out that by family, he means the wolves and questions why he didn't wake her up and why he ventured out alone. She also inquires about the whereabouts of the others. He explains that they all left early in the morning, most likely venturing through dungeons. She remarks on their diligence, especially on such a hot day. He suggests they go for a walk to cool down, transforms into his beast form, and invites her to hop on and hold tight. They start running toward the trees, with the pack of wolves following closely behind. After some time, a reporter's team is camping outside the boundaries, and they are commenting that there's nothing to report, and the weather is extremely hot. One of them remarks that HQ keeps instructing them to bring back news, but they have been stuck at home for 2 months now. He asks if, by any chance, there's anyone there who has crossed the boundary, cautioning that the CCTV is monitoring the area, and the military will be dispatched immediately if they see anything suspicious. Another person mentions that no one knows when the portal will open, so they need to remain stationed nearby. While they are engaged in conversation, the Sooho clan's car passes by them. Park Jun-ho comments on how hot it is, but he observes that the reporters are diligently at work. Meanwhile, Han Dong-soo is checking his YouTube channel and notices something unusual. He wonders why there are so many overseas donations from the US, Japan, Russia, and England, totaling over 4 billion won. He notices that most of the large donations seem to be coming from influential foreign scouts and contemplates whether he should inform him about it. As they observe both of them enjoying themselves in the woods, Han Dong-soo comments that he never offers them a ride because he's too competitive. Park Jun-ho responds that he's too fast, and they step on the gas pedal. He agrees, saying they can't afford to lose, and they start racing in the car's sport mode toward the house. After a while, she recalls that she asked him what kind of planet he was on. He replies, Animal Kingdom. She asks again if there were only animals there. He confirms, saying yes. Looking back, it's an unimaginable place filled with hostile creatures with dimensional energies higher than 700. He explains it was a place where fights for territory and survival did not cease until one's death, and to become the leader of any group, one had to be at least U rank. He adds that even after he became king, he had to accept challenges for hundreds of years. She ponders the implications of a bridge portal connected to the planet, realizing that unrestricted passage in both directions could turn this place into a war zone where they would have to fight against hostile beings from another world. On the other side, Kim Miso asks Captain Kang if he thinks his planet will be friendly to them. He questions why Captain Kang is worried since he was the king there. On the other side, she regains her composure as the race begins. She remarks that he may not be able to control them, but he is still the king. He reflects that his present self is not the same as before, and they might not want to kill him if they see how weak he has become. She finds his reasoning convincing and sprints at full speed toward the northeastern field. Their objective is to distance themselves as much as possible from the city center. Han Dong-soo asks where they are going. Park Jun-ho suggests, let's follow them. She chimes in, noting that it's starting because the space is beginning to distort. She calls her and informs her that the portal is just about to form, instructing her to send the portal's location to the waiting units. He remarks that's not the planet he was on, and adds it's an ordinary portal door. She questions how he can be so sure without using any equipment. He explains that it feels different from the one he went through. She counters that the one he passed through was a teleportation portal that returners sometimes use, so it might feel different. She thinks that the dimensional energy of the teleportation portal that Park Soo-ho passed through was higher than the portal bridge. She also recalls that at that time, it was enough for her to think that the device was malfunctioning, and she even suspected something was wrong with her intuition. She acknowledges that's true. Right now, my intuition is also telling me that it's not as dangerous as back then. She concludes, at any rate, this is a dungeon portal. On the other side, the reporters also notice it, and one of them asks, isn't that the signal of a dimensional crack? The other one confirms it. They observe ammo cars and inquire whether it's the Bureau's detective team, noting that the helicopter unit has also been dispatched. One of them remarks that it seems a portal has opened and asks if it is a new planet. Meanwhile, she inquires if it is a dungeon portal, but he doesn't reply. She wonders if he possesses better intuition than her, even though she boasts the best detection ability in the country, and he doesn't even have a detection skill. They both arrive at the scene, and Han Dong-soo exclaims, "It's a portal. If this is a new planet." The detective team also arrives and announces that this is Detective Team 11, and they will begin installing the measuring device. Park Sooho questions their purpose, and they explain that it's for calculating the dungeon's level and the time until the dungeon break. The team leader informs them that it's a level 4 dungeon, a relatively low level one. She once again calls her and conveys that it's a level 4 dungeon. However, according to him, that's not where he was from. She suggests that they need to enter and check it first. She provides the captain with information about the level 4 dungeon and suggests that they should have a detection team member with video memory skills accompany them to determine if the newly created dungeon is where he's from. He becomes agitated and questions whether she knows how much money they invested in this. She responds that they're not sure yet and that the level of skill Park Sooho has shown them until now doesn't align with a level 4. He insists that if the first portal to appear signifies the return of a dungeon portal, then they're dealing with a dungeon returner. He asks if she knows who trusted and invested in them. She explains that they invested based on the possibility because Park Sooho has great worth simply as an irregular. He advises her to use inspection as an excuse to buy some time and find a solution, as their investment is at stake. If they can't recover the investment, both of them will be in trouble. She informs them that it will break in 50 days and requests them to recall the military unit since it's after the 50-day mark. The team leader expresses his concerns, mentioning that he would have to clear a level 4 dungeon multiple times a day, and questions if it wouldn't be challenging with his current team members. Park Sooho disagrees, stating that it's not difficult. He admires the equipment and inquires about its price. She clarifies that he's referring to the dungeon energy measuring device and mentions that most guilds have it, with the latest model costing about 3 billion won. A moment ago, he received a notice offering to permanently rent the equipment to him as a contract signing gift. He questions why they are giving him things like this and asserts that even if he's not a returner from a new planet, the Bureau will never mistreat him. He further mentions that they are aware he's been contacted by many foreign countries recently, and emphasizes that the Korean Bureau truly values him as a family since he is their country's treasure. Surprisingly, he adds that he hasn't received any messages from foreign countries. Meanwhile, Han Dong-soo arrives and expresses his desire to have a brief conversation with him. He mentions that the competition abroad has become quite intense, and due to his limited internet usage, he has received a substantial amount of donations. He inquires about the total amount. He responds, estimating that it should exceed 5 billion won. Han Dong-soo advises against becoming slaves to money, no matter how much they may like it. He assures him that he will keep his words in mind and mentions that they wanted to show him what they were offering, so he should at least examine 3 of them. He agrees to tell them that he showed it to him but that he ignored it. He also mentions that he will retain a small portion of the donations and send the rest to the guild's treasury. He reflects that when he's with him, it feels like money just enters his pockets and then slips away, while he exclaims that he has earned 3.6 billion won. After a while, he inquires if everyone is ready to go in. A guard approaches and requests them to wait, explaining that a combat team from the Bureau will be joining them in the dungeon. He insists that according to the contract, only 2 people can be mobilized for inspection, and they won't be allowed to participate in the hunt. She agrees and urges them to proceed into the level 4 dungeon, reminding the team leader to document everything thoroughly. He acknowledges her instructions. Viku approaches him, and he agrees that he should level up a bit. They enter the portal, and someone in the group asks for his thoughts. He admits he's not entirely sure yet, but something feels a bit familiar. The team leader raises concerns about whether it's safe for them to wander like this and suggests they should be more cautious. He reassures them that he's leading the way, so they should just follow along. They all agree. Meanwhile, she orders them to halt because there's a mob 70M in front of them, which means 3 monsters. He directs everyone to stay back. He engages in combat with monsters while the team leader diligently records the action. He identifies them as lizardmen. After defeating them, he received 84 achievement points. He reminds both of them not to forget to collect the loot, and they acknowledge this before rushing toward the fallen monsters. He instructs them to remain vigilant because, starting with the next batch, he plans to send them back alive. They successfully obtain the blood crystals. He commands Beak-gu to venture into the forest and lure more monsters over. He alerts them that the monsters are approaching, prompting Junho to charge and attack them. Despite struggling initially, Han Dong-soo joins the battle and helps kill the monsters. As a result, Han Dong-soo reaches level 9, while Park Junho advances to level 1. Once again, the team leader questions if this is indeed a level 4 dungeon, expressing concerns about their seemingly careless actions. She emphasizes the importance of focusing on recording. Beak-gu informs him that enemies are approaching from all directions, and he readies himself to confront and eliminate them. Meanwhile, Kim Miso arrives outside the boundaries, where reporters surround her car and begin questioning her about the dungeon's level. One of them mentions that he saw Captain Lee Min-sung's combat team entering a moment ago, and it's confirmed to be a level 4 dungeon. Without uttering a word, she departs from the scene, prompting the reporter to instruct his team to pack up. Her driver inquires if this isn't classified information. She asks him to consider which is more important, the higher-ups playing with money or Park Sooho. He promptly answers Park Sooho. She agrees and explains that by revealing Park Sooho as a dungeon returner, they can deter unwanted attention, which is why they are working to find a solution. On the other side, Combat Team 13 is prepared to enter the portal, and Captain Lee Min-sung asks his team if they are ready, stating that they will confront some monsters. A guard approaches and informs the captain that they have been instructed to stand by. Kim Miso arrives at the location, greets the captain, and informs him that they cannot enter at the moment. He inquires about the reason for this delay. She explains that, first and foremost, they cannot proceed without Park Sooho's consent to cooperate with the combat team. He expresses frustration at having to reschedule their plans and rush to the location, questioning the sense of entering with only a scouting party and no combat team when the contract includes an exploration clause. She reassures him that she has come to resolve this issue and mentions a matter related to the captain as well. After a while, Dr. Kim Young-guk watches the news reporting that Park Sooho has entered a level 4 dungeon. This triggers his memory of when Park Sooho claimed to have discovered fruit trees and had hidden on a coast with an abundance of seafood. At that time, it didn't take long for him to realize that it was a place he couldn't permanently inhabit. Dr. Kim Young-guk reflects on this memory, particularly on the presence of the sea, as it contradicts the current theories about dungeon origins. He ponders the possibility that a planet can break apart and transform into a dungeon. He also considers Park Sooho's request for help in finding his brother. Dr. Kim Young-guk had agreed to assist him on the condition that Park Sooho would share details about the 500 years he spent as the King of Wolves before encountering the gorilla tribe, a time when he was the true ruler of the forest. Meanwhile, he is engaged in a battle with monsters and successfully defeats them. He questions the creature's behavior, urging his companions to gather the loot from the defeated foes. As they continue their journey, she remarks on the strange beauty of the place. He admits that he has never been here before, but some things inexplicably feel familiar to him. He notices that the writings around them are in Hangul, the Korean script. Their exploration leads them to a cave adorned with densely packed Hangul writings. In the cave, they discover a note that reads, "Park Sooho was here." She expresses concern, asking if this place is his homeland and inquiring about his well-being. He observes some unfinished knives made by sharpening shiny rocks. However, he suddenly bolts from the cave, leaving his companions behind as they call out to him. He reaches the mountain's summit, with her closely following behind. She inquires if this place is where he used to live. He confirms that it appears to be, but something feels amiss. He gestures toward various locations and describes how there used to be a towering snow-covered mountain, a grove of fruit trees, and the sea in different directions. She is particularly intrigued by the mention of the sea in a level 4 dungeon. Curious, she asks if he is responsible for the writings on the walls. He affirms that he wrote them. He explains that these writings were his attempt to preserve knowledge of civilized society. Upon arriving in this place, he started writing on the cave walls while hiding from other animals. Even after relocating, he would return periodically to continue the record so he wouldn't forget how to write. She questions if the lizardmen were always present in this area. He clarifies that they were not. She then asks about the fate of his animal companions. He informs her that this territory belonged to the leopards, who were not weak enough to be displaced by lizardmen. She points out the fog in the distance, explaining that it marks the dungeon's boundary, signifying that he cannot venture beyond it. Meanwhile, everyone is attempting to climb upwards, with lizardmen relentlessly pursuing them. Han Dong-soo urgently advises that they must stick close to the two leaders, as their survival depends on it, so they should ascend quickly. She exclaims about the sudden overwhelming influx of lizardmen. Among them, the imposing figure of the Lizard King becomes evident. He swiftly makes a decision, instructing her to remain with the others while he leaps down from the mountain. His arms transform, forming wings that enable him to soar towards the Lizard King. In a decisive strike, he engages the Lizard King, utilizing his beast transformation. As the lizardmen approach within 30 meters, everyone prepares themselves for battle. They launch an attack against the encroaching lizardmen. In the fierce confrontation, he battles fiercely against the formidable Lizard King while relentlessly inquiring about the whereabouts of the leopards. On the other side, all the remaining team members are also engaged in battling the oncoming lizardmen. The team leader raises a question, wondering if long-range weapons consume more dimensional energy compared to close-range ones. He is quick to explain that the launch volume is also constrained by an individual's level, and although it may not always be cost-effective, there are situations where it becomes necessary, like the current one. She issues a firm order, reminding them to stay focused since the lizardmen are closing in. With determination, they collectively strive to eliminate the approaching lizardmen while he continues his intense duel against the Lizard King. He reaches the summit of the mountain and deploys his wind attribute skill, causing a powerful disturbance that engulfs everything around him. In response, she urgently commands everyone to take cover. They all tumble to the ground, and once the turbulence subsides, she checks on their well-being. Unfortunately, they all have sustained injuries. Undeterred, he quickly advises them to move, pointing out that the door is now open. With determination, they all make a hasty dash toward the door. Meanwhile, the combat team and Kim Miso wait anxiously for their return. When they finally emerge, she identifies them and exclaims that they're coming out. Captain Lee takes note of his appearance, remarking that he looks somewhat weakened. He expresses his desire to speak with him, but to everyone's astonishment, he transforms into a pigeon and takes flight, leaving them all in disbelief. Kim Miso questions the sudden transformation, reminding them that she initially described him as a dog. She inquires if something unusual has transpired. In response, she insists that if she's there to cooperate today, they should simply let her be. She raises concerns about the recordings, and she reveals that he will return to headquarters with her. Kim Miso then mentions that she, too, is on a mission and that her involvement with the observation mission has officially concluded. She informs them that she's been dispatched for a critical mission supporting the border near northern Daegu, emphasizing the seriousness of the situation. After a while, he informs them that 4 members of the portal management team will remain on site as the minimum required staff to oversee the equipment. Park Jun-ho assures him that they will take good care of the team members as their guests. He agrees and mentions that he should try to hire more personnel to manage things more efficiently. Meanwhile, she turns to Captain Lee and suggests they return and discuss wages. Captain Lee questions the need to return, reminding her that she initially said she would cooperate with him. She explains that the director is waiting for them, prompting them to leave. The director contacts her and inquires about her location. He informs her that everyone is withdrawing except for the management team. She suggests they can address the matter later and proposes discussing it in person when they meet up. After a while, he delivers a briefing in which he mentions seeing densely written Korean text and discovering his diary written on the cave walls. He also reports that he suddenly jumped up into the sky and threw the Lizard King around. Though he couldn't record it inside the dungeon, he managed to do so once outside. He further explains that they believe he can fuse with animals he has tamed in this manner. Captain Lee expresses concern about the treatment of the Lizard King. The captain inquires about the strength of the Lizard King in a level 4 dungeon, suggesting it's around B rank. He corrects that it's in a rank, and he defeats it easily. He then posits that he might be above S rank. She notes that his current dimensional energy is E rank, but his normal combat skills are S+ rank after fusion. He adds that his skill level depends on the fused animal but could reach at least SSS rank. He also mentions that he has no skill level limit when leveling up, unlike other awakeners. The captain remarks that if all those who disappeared during the cataclysm returned like him, their country would have become a superpower by now. He mentions the results of the first round of tests, confirming that he is a level 4 dungeon returnee. She states they can't be certain yet. He speculates that he might not want to share the secret to his strength, but she disagrees, saying he isn't like that. The captain asks why he is causing disruptions with the scouts despite signing a contract. He suggests that he probably doesn't want to share the secret of his strength. She leaves the room and reflects on the meaning of the secret to strength. He proposes that if they fill his squad 37 with 80 members ranked C or above, he will take responsibility for finding the secret. He adds that the issue with the minister's investment will be resolved without a problem. The captain agrees, noting that even if they take all the loot, it still sounds favorable. He outlines the terms as 3 times the regular salary and a 780% bonus. The team is ready 10 minutes before departure, with the captain of CDC 503 Special Forces Platoon 2, Ammo Detection Team 7, and Team 11 reporting the number of personnel and performing equipment checks. Special Forces reports are all clear, and the detection team also states there are no problems. He turns to Team 11, and she checks her phone, saying there's no problem with Detection Team 11. He announces that they will begin the operation. After a while, they sit in the car, and a soldier mentions hearing that the Daegu border is like hell on earth due to nearby dungeon bursts. Another soldier expresses doubt about sending the detection team to the front lines. She agrees and suggests they write a will and send it to their families before the signal disappears. Meanwhile, he lies down, recalling his childhood when she calls him, but he doesn't pick up the phone. He thinks Sooho is sleeping a lot more than usual while checking donations. He says since it's been revealed he's just a level 4 dungeon returnee, the donations should have stopped. Park Junho enters the room and asks him if Monk Moonjin called by any chance because he can't contact him, and he's worried that something happened to him. He asks if Moonjin has reached divine enlightenment and adds, anyway, he's probably having fun playing with the children or something. He asks if he doesn't think he is sleeping too much, and he replies that he is planning to wake him up. After a while, he gets up and thinks that he thought he could meet his friends again when the portal opened. But the land he returned to was only a tiny corner of it. Instead of his friends, it was swarming with red lizards that he had never seen before. He wonders about his Red Wolf family and Jackie's tribe, wondering if they all teleported somewhere because they were chased by the lizards. He thinks that it doesn't matter because destiny will reunite them someday. She calls him, but he doesn't pick up. When he's eating, he asks where she went, mentioning that she likes lobster. He thinks she was dispatched to the country because she contacted him when he wasn't answering the phone. He says they need to recruit more guild members, to which he replies that they have to. He emphasizes the need for people to operate the portal measuring device, as they don't know when and where a portal could burst in their territory, and their current members can't handle it alone. The scene shifts as she gazes at her phone when they enter Necroville's red zone. A soldier says, please turn off all private communication devices. She asks if this was originally on this route. She is about to turn off her phone when he checks his phone and calls her, but her number is unavailable. He mentions that she isn't answering, and on the other side, her phone breaks. Kim Miso and Captain Lee arrive, and she calls Junho, saying they've just arrived, and inquires if they can meet with Park Sooho right now. He is sitting in the garden as they approach, asking if this is about inspection, expressing disappointment that it's not the highly anticipated new planet, and questioning why she is so focused on inspection. She explains that they want to uncover the secret behind his ability in that dungeon. He insists that he already told her she just needs to train diligently for 1,000 years and wonders why she doesn't believe him. Captain Lee interjects, urging them to stop bickering when they're both from the same country, and suggests helping each other out in this time of national crisis. He provides more information, explaining that the frequency of level 6 dungeon appearances is increasing, the time limit until the dungeon break is shrinking, and the number of infected people in the fields has surged. He mentions that people with strong abilities, like Park Sooho, are urgently needed. She questions what he means by infected people, leading to an explanation about the Necroville virus. He shows them a map of the Necroville red zones and emphasizes that transportation and stopping dungeon breaks have become more challenging due to the increasing number of these zones. He reveals that the virus is of unknown origin, possibly alien, and spreads rapidly, making it difficult to respond with their current manpower. He proposes that they grant him 2 gifts in exchange for permission to freely inspect the dungeon and hunt. She mentions that they will increase his guild level to level 5, allowing them to enter dungeons up to level 5, and adds an exciting tone to her response. He presses for another concession, leading to her offering him territory in the region that used to be Gyeonggi-do in northern Gwangju and Namyangju, closer to Sooho's territory. He questions if he should set up in Gyeonggi-do and accept people because when people gather, they can help rebuild the city, develop dungeon commercial districts, and clear farmland. He points out the potential for astronomical profits if the Sooho Guild is recognized for its ability to manage its territory. She discusses the use of mobile modular houses in the dungeon commercial district for safety during portal breaks, highlighting the opportunity for significant gains. He acknowledges that it's not a bad offer but inquires about the situation in North Korea. She explains the challenges they face during the Great Disaster, including coup d'etats and a collapsed command system, leading to survivors moving from place to survive. He expresses concerns about the potential escape of survivors to the south due to the lack of systematic dungeon management in North Korea. He is unsure if he's scamming them or being scammed by them, but ultimately decides to proceed and sign the contract. She agrees, affirming that he made the right decision. He asks if the condition requiring him to stay in the country for 100 days has been rescinded, to which she confirms. He then makes 2 personal requests: to meet the scientist who invented the dimensional energy measuring device, and to track the location of his guild's monk Myunjin's phone, as he's suddenly not answering his phone. She assures him that both requests are easily achievable. The scene shifts to Shilla Guild, where mercenary recruitments are currently open, and several candidates have come for interviews. Jang Ishik considers Shilla Guild, the mercenary group established by Korea's largest conglomerate, Shilla Corporation, and the recruitment process, which only takes place twice a year but eliminates most mercenaries during the initial application stage. He believes the Shilla Guild is the dream guild for most mercenaries. It's just that it's difficult to gain entry. However, once he does, he will receive considerable support. He applied with the hope of obtaining some opportunities, even after being rejected by the guild. He successfully passed the application stage and is now being acknowledged after 3 years of working for small clans and as a freelance mercenary. He believes it's over now because out of the 50 who passed the preliminary stage, only 10 will be selected after the interview. He knows he can't lose his confidence here because this might be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Captain Kang Min-hyuk mentions that the open recruitment this time was disappointing because all the candidates were rather ordinary. Captain Kang Min-hyuk reviews Jang Ishik's profile and notes, "This one's a swordsman, an experienced one at that." He observes that he has worked for 3 years but is still ranked as an E. He also speculates that if his awakened skill is swordsmanship, it might be worthwhile to train him further and decides to select him. They instruct the guards to usher in the next group. Captain Lee announces, "Number 46-50, please enter." Captain Kang Min-hyuk inquires about the reduced number of candidates and asks where number 50, Mr. Jang Ishik, has gone. Number 49 explains that he suddenly left for some reason, recalling the message from him, who invited him to join his guild. He quickly departed, discarding his interview slip. He believes there's no need for further consideration since it's an offer from the person who saved his life and is currently the hottest topic of discussion in Korea. After a while, Captain Kim doesn't tell him that they don't know when they'll ambush them. He also mentions that Sergeant Han wants him to recount the time he was surrounded by 2,000 of them last month. The roads are becoming more dangerous, and perhaps they should have stayed on their ordinary course. On the way, the Necrovals devour a giant bear. One soldier suggests turning them to dust with the anti-tank rockets, but another soldier warns that shooting might agitate the Necrovals. He insists there's no time to waste, so they should just shoot, as they are nearing the Dobang aerial military operations area. He fires the anti-tank rockets to clear the road. He eliminates them and clears the road, but the Necrovals hear the gunfire and start running toward them. He alerts everyone that they're coming. Fire. On the other side, Monk and Monk Myunjo are heading to forest tree camping. Monk mentions that if they go a bit further, they'll reach the camping site's management office. He regrets insisting stubbornly that they come here, considering that those creatures have reached this area. Monk Myunjo replies that he also wants to cook a delicious meal with the fresh vegetables they harvested for the children. He suggests they leave for now and return quickly to share the meal with the children. Monk agrees, noting that everyone must be quite hungry. They notice that the door to the office on the first floor is open, and they need to stop there. Monk instructs the children that when the car stops, they should run quickly. He is determined to ensure everyone's safety this time. They pick up the children and hurry back home with the Necrovals in pursuit. Monk commands the children to run without looking back and to fend off the attackers. During the battle, he realizes that there are too many of them, and there are still 6 minutes before Dragon Rush's cooldown is over. Then, he sees the tree spirit, which attacks and eliminates the Necrovals. Meanwhile, he stands on top of the house and remarks, "This seems pretty useful." Everyone starts looking at him. He orders them to stay back and mentions that he doesn't want to get involved with them. Then, he launches an attack on the Necrovals. Meanwhile, the soldiers request a connection to the Dobang Aerial Military Operations Area 7. They report to the mic command that they are currently being pursued by necrobbles while the creatures attack their tank. She gazes out from the window and instructs her team to open the door. They promptly open it and inquire about how they are expected to push through that obstacle. She explains that once they exit, they should head towards Team 7's car, and if anything obstructs their path, they should eliminate it. She steps out and engages in combat with her team. She directs them, including the driver, to join her and mentions they are leaving the car behind. Meanwhile, a rescue team arrives, and the captain orders them to check on the survivors in car 2. One of them reports that the driver and front passenger are deceased. They attempt to fend off the attackers, but their numbers overwhelm them. Suddenly, they notice something unusual approaching in flight and wonder if it's descending from above. To their surprise, they spot the SOF 707A team. While battling, she encounters a man named Sun Jinwoo, who offers to handle the remaining foes. He joins the fight and shields her just as Skyber helicopters arrive and request a personnel report after assessing the number of injured and deceased individuals. They also observe an unidentified object rapidly approaching them. On the other side, he eliminates the necrobbles, and the children express their joy upon witnessing this. At the same time, a necrobble comes and bites Monk's ankle. He remarks that it was enjoyable and suggests they head home. Monk inquires about how he knew to come here. In Osaka, Japan, a portal opens as the road splits, and a menacing monster emerges. A terrified woman attempts to rescue her baby but struggles. Just in the nick of time, Hyro arrives and swiftly saves the baby. Following this, Hyro and his team launch an assault on the monster, engaging in a fierce battle. The crowd becomes exhilarated, and they express their gratitude, stating that Hyro has once again come to their rescue. As Hyro departs after vanquishing the monster, he is hailed as a hero by the relieved onlookers. After a while, news reports emerged stating that in Umeda, Osaka City, monsters had appeared through a teleportation portal, wreaking havoc in the area. The situation could have resulted in more casualties if it weren't for Team Hyro, who was returning from clearing a level 5 dungeon along with the commissioner of the Supernatural Bureau. The commissioner sits in the car, and she commends him, saying a good job. He quickly finishes speaking as she looks at her phone. She informs him that it's a video about him and asks if he remembers him. He inquires whether he is trapped somewhere again. She explains that he is merely a dungeon returnee, but their bureau doesn't feel disappointed. He acknowledges that he was correct in making such a fuss over a dungeon returnee. As he sees a picture of him with a child, he finds it strange, thinking that this guy is the 8th evil. Although he's still young, he's certain it's him. He believes he must have lost his father and is now living in an orphanage, which is why he placed him toward the end of the assassination list. He reflects that he was the most villainous figure to have emerged from Korea, and the 8th evil, so he's puzzled by his presence there. As he views a picture of Jang Ishik introducing the latest member of Sooho Guild, the mercenary swordsman, and another picture of Monk Myunjin, he thinks of Monk Myunjin as the Undying Destroyer and Buddhist Master. He wonders why all these individuals have gathered in one place. While he contemplates this, she urges him to watch a video compilation she put together to show him and assures him that she doesn't believe the content has been manipulated. She asks for his opinion, suggesting that he seems too powerful for someone who returned from an F-rank dungeon. He agrees, stating that this doesn't resemble the combat ability of a dungeon returnee. She expresses her belief in the articles, claiming he's irregular, implying that it may be true. He ponders the existence of an irregular not recorded in the official records and wonders if this guy is a regressor like himself, someone who has returned to the past and is using knowledge from the future to gather notorious villains. He fears that if his goal is to assemble a group of people to change the future like him, then the perfect plan he has crafted over 500 years of regressing into the past might become irrelevant. He concludes that he needs to go to Korea soon because he must meet this druid. After a while, Park Sooho arrives at his territory with the children and excitedly takes in the surroundings. Following this, she contacts her team to get an update on the Sooho clan's progress. They inform her that 37 squads, each consisting of 20 members, totaling 4 teams, have been inside for 28 hours. The Sooho clan's 5-member party initially cleared it in 2 hours and 30 minutes, but their 8th clear only took 11 minutes. She questions whether this means that if they invest 10 hours a day in a level 4 dungeon, they can complete clearing it in just 4 days. She reflects that they agreed too easily and should have imposed a special condition limiting the number of raids. Meanwhile, he presents a sword to Jang Ishik, who expresses his immense happiness upon receiving the gift. He exclaims that it's the Hell Blade and the best item for him, mentioning that his current sword has become quite dull. He interjects, noting that it's a longsword typically reserved for those above B rank, and speculates that Ishik won't be able to make full use of it until he reaches at least B rank. He responds with determination, saying he'll do his best to reach B rank as soon as possible. Then, Monk approaches and shares that he has a favor to ask of Ishik. He inquires about the nature of the request. Monk explains that his staff's damage capability is too low, and he needs a weapon that can accurately deliver critical damage. He admits that he desires a winged spear, but given his current level, he can't afford one. He responds by confirming if Monk is referring to the one that costs 120 million won and ideally auto-upgrades to a rank. He procures it and hands it over to Monk, who promises to repay this debt with countless curses and massacres. Ishik then turns to Dongsu and asks if he doesn't need one. He replies that he has already bought one for himself before, and that's more than sufficient. Akiko informs him that they cannot leave right now and explains that the airlines have been suspended. Puzzled, he asks her what she means. She shows him an article that was published not long ago, reporting on the outbreak of wyvern nests. She goes on to mention that it's not just the airlines, even the sea routes have been blocked. He ponders the situation, wondering why something like the wyvern outbreak is happening now. Meanwhile, he receives an urgent call from a minister who explains the reason for the call. He inquires about the nature of the urgency, and the minister informs him that his team must immediately head to Hokkaido because a level 7 dungeon has emerged. He is taken aback, thinking, a level 7 dungeon. Surprised, she also asks if it's indeed a level 7 dungeon. According to their predictions, a level 7 dungeon wasn't expected for another 5 months. He realizes that something has changed, considering that he had foreseen the wyvern dungeon bursting in 3 months. Followed by a month for the world's air forces to handle the monsters. However, since they cannot prevent the level 7 dungeon from emerging, a global crisis is unfolding. He reflects on how everything has become chaotic, and if this continues, he won't have time to prepare for the impending events. The only variable that has changed is Park Sooho. Not only the individuals he has already confirmed, but also those around him could potentially become significant talents in the future. He wonders if there might be more than one regression stone and questions whether Park Sooho has also regressed for 20 years like him. He considers the possibility that Park Sooho may be from an even more distant future, and might possess knowledge about his existence and his future. If so, he can't leave Park Sooho unattended any longer. He concludes that he needs to meet Park Sooho as soon as possible, as their goals may differ, and if they do, he must eliminate him for the sake of humanity. He instructs her to head to Hokkaido immediately. She agrees and commits to continuing her efforts to gather information about Park Sooho. After a while, Park Sooho and his team enter a portal, and he instructs Monk to use area taunt. He rings the taunt while Han Dongsu encourages him to do it louder and with more force. As they approach, he notices their approach, calling out their distance. First 40 meters, then 30 meters, and finally closing in on them. He informs the group that 125 lizardmen are approaching from the front. They prepare to attack, and he deploys the tree spirit skill, eliminating them all, except for one that manages to escape and is subsequently killed by Han Dongsu, earning him 13 points. Then, he observes more enemies approaching from the other side and alerts the team to their numbers. They all do their best to eliminate as many as possible while he makes effective use of his blade, recognizing its remarkable damage. He reflects that he is on an entirely different level compared to large guilds that apply to the Shilla Guild. Most guilds wouldn't take on an E-rank mercenary for training in a level 4 dungeon, but Sooho's guild is different. As the Lizard King emerges, they attack and dismember it. He questions how they can kill the Lizardman King at this moment. Later, he realizes that they have to leave the blood crystals behind again, and he apologizes, admitting he got carried away. They notice that the door is about to burst in just 5 minutes, and he suggests they make their way out. He expresses regret about leaving behind what seems like it would be worth about 400 million won if they had taken all of it while running toward the door. However, he decides to let it go, saying they can always come back later. Monk feels pain in his ankle while running. A soldier from Base Camp Team 2 requests a situation report, and another soldier responds, saying that they have completed 30% of the investigation in Sector 3, and there is nothing special to report. The first soldier suggests that if they had found something, there might be a chance that a record of it exists. He notes that they have already finished analyzing the graffiti in the cave and instructs them to move on to the next sector. The soldier then informs them about Team 1's location, which is 70 meters from their current position at 4 o'clock, with 6 lizard spearmen approaching. The captain orders 2 of their team members to quickly handle the situation and not forget to collect the blood crystals. He contacts base camp to inquire about the location of the Lizard King. After a brief search, he relays that Scouting Party 3 is moving to Sector 12 and questions how long it will take for them to find the rare item with their current progress. He also reports that 8 lizard warriors are heading towards their 3 o'clock position, approximately 70 meters in front of the base camp. He asks if they can see them and warns them to be cautious as he's prepared to eliminate them all. Suddenly, the captain observes that the base camp has been breached by the enemy and a battle is taking place there. He instructs his team to return to the base camp immediately. Meanwhile, the Apocalypse D1 and D2 descend, and they report that the Necrovals are retreating, necessitating helicopters for transporting casualties and the detection team. They further report the presence of Necrovals at 11 o'clock. On the other side, they received and saw while en route to the Jeongbuk field, and it appears they arrived just in time. She mentions they were supposed to meet up with the CDC, to which he responds that while they were responding to the burst of 2 level 5 dungeons in the field, even the teleportation portal burst, resulting in the CDC mobilizing entirely. Escort the detection team until they rendezvous with the 2nd Armored Brigade, and she can follow the CDC's instructions from there. Suddenly, they spot a helicopter, but a colossal monster attacks and destroys it. A soldier shows a video to Kim Miso and explains that it's the end of the video sent by someone with video recording skills from Special Force Team 707A to the CDC. They believe the Bureau should be aware of it as well. She asks if there have been no updates after that. The soldier explains that a report should arrive once the situation calms down. She notes that the route taken is not part of the plan and questions what they are doing there. He assures her that if it is confirmed that they have acted improperly, she will be informed by the disciplinary team. Frustrated, she tries to call Choi Soo-eun but finds her number unavailable and expresses her frustration, wondering why she can never have a peaceful day. After a while, the Lizard King launches an attack on the base camp, where everything has already been arranged to confront him. As he attacks, the person in charge presses a button, causing destruction and ultimately defeating the Lizard King. By the time the captain arrives, they notice a door formation located 120 meters to their 9 o'clock, with a countdown for the door burst set at 10 minutes and 30 seconds. The Central Defense Command Center informs Kim Miso that Scouting Team 1 has returned, but unfortunately, members Han Cheolman and Kim In-ho have lost their lives, and 2 others are seriously injured and currently recovering. She expresses surprise at the casualties, wondering how a level 4 dungeon could result in so many casualties. The center explains that due to the need for a simultaneous scouting mission, the team had to be split, and the operation did not proceed smoothly. They plan to re-enter the dungeon in 2 hours after recovery. She suggests they wait and consider the possibility of substituting some team members. She inquires about the status of the other teams, and they confirm that they are still raiding. She asks about any potential clues or findings. The center reports that they are preoccupied with the rescue mission following the base camp attack and didn't come across any clues related to the item they are searching for. They have also confirmed that the time difference is twice as fast, with Team 1 spending 48 hours in the dungeon while only 24 hours passed outside. She realizes that if time is twice as fast, then 10 years passed before he returned, meaning he spent 20 years in the dungeon. She ponders how the mentioned 1,000 years came to pass and acknowledges that the Sooho Guild's clearing speed is currently extremely fast. She suggests expanding the scouting party and picking up the pace. The center provides further information, stating that Team Sooho stopped raiding after approximately 7 hours with 50 clears and has decided not to raid the level 4 dungeon in Sooho land anymore. She questions whether they are not tired, and the center responds that it all feels like a dream to them, which keeps them energized. He says he has been working his ass off for 14 years. Never mind a level 4 dungeon. He has never even been to a level 3 dungeon and has been raiding a level 4 dungeon 50 times just today. He says that in that time, just the lizard warriors he has killed were on the same level as bosses in levels 1 and 2 dungeons. He says he barely became an E rank by crawling along the bottom of the barrel for 3 years, and yet, on the first day he joined the Sooho Guild, he became a D rank. If he had entered the Shilla Guild, he would probably have been receiving rookie training. He says so, this isn't a dream. They reach their destination, so he says everyone should wake up. They're here, and he says, let's finish it quickly and go eat lobster. He lies down in the status window and thinks that the higher his level gets, the more he can hear them. She says the person who created the dimensional energy measuring device is Dr. Toddler from England. She has sent an email asking for permission to visit, and she will immediately inform him when she gets a reply. He thinks he should fly to England right away when he gets permission. He says he doesn't know why he's only a C rank, but congratulations, his dimensional energy is way over C rank. He gets up and says they have only figured out his level. He asks if he is the only one who can see other people's information and asks who made this status window system. He says, doesn't it just appear when he awakens level inventory store? She says this is more like a legend passed around among engineers, but they call it the God Stone. After the Great Disaster, it was a core item that revolutionized the dimensional energy industry. He says he thinks he heard about it. She says that after the Great Disaster, a large pillar of rock with red writing on it appeared somewhere in Northern Europe. They figured out that the Northern European awakeners could see the status window after that huge rock had appeared on the Earth. The people who had suffered through something like the Great Disaster went to it, worshipped it, and claimed that the writings on that pillar were God's revelation. After God's revelation was deciphered, pieces of the pillar were spread throughout the world by the different ministries. Because of this, all awakeners around the world could see their stats through the status window. The piece of that rock pillar is what can be called the Bureau's dimensional computer's CPU, which is also called the God Stone. The Bureau's dimensional computer, which was created with that God Stone, allowed them to manage the awakener's status window. He asks what the deciphered content was. She says it was general information that they use nowadays, like the awakener's upgrade system and how to use dimensional energy. It was a great discovery at the time. After a while, they emerge, and he suggests, let's go eat lobsters. He mentions that he might soon be targeted for assassination. He inquires about the amount of money involved. He is informed that it's 1.1 billion from the US, 400 million from Russia, 300 million from England, and 1.6 billion from Japan. He wonders why there is such a strong focus on him, considering it has been proven that he is a dungeon returnee. Based on the messages, he says that they highly regard his ability to control plants. He points out that the land occupied by humans has decreased significantly, and most of the world's food has to be imported from planet Eruka, and he could potentially help solve their food crisis. He then asks why he believes he'll be targeted for assassination. He explains that it's because they're offering him money to meet with them, and if he doesn't show up within 2 days, they will kill him. He asks for advice on what to do in this situation. He suggests it would be alright if he delivered a message directly to the sponsors through a video right now. They agree. Then the scene shifts and Jeon Ho-chan is seen talking on a call. Mib informs him that Park Sooho has appeared. He mentions that after dining with the other members of the Sooho Guild, he is heading towards the level 5 dungeon where the incident occurred last time, and it seems that he will soon enter the dungeon. Jeon Ho-chan replies hold on to him for now. In the DGB office, he makes a call to a person who asks how he can assist him. He inquires if Vitamin has a member named Songi. He points out that in the last interview, she mentioned that her ideal type is Park Sooho. He suggests they are going to release a new song soon, so why don't they consider scandal marketing this time? He instructs the driver to turn the car around and let's go pick up a customer. Jeon Ho-chan is receiving a call from the chairman, who is becoming angry with him. He states that he is working very hard for their DGB group at the moment and asks how he can be treated in such a manner. He inquires about what tricks he is up to this time. He mentions that they will see where he ends up if he strays somewhere else today. He declares that he is going to undertake something that will benefit their group this time. He asks what kind of incident he is attempting to create this time. He announces that he is going to recruit Park Sooho. The chairman becomes angry and informs him that he has already dispatched General Manager Chun, so he should not cause any trouble and should return to the main office. He ends the call. After a while, Jeon Ho-chan receives a call from Songi, and she asks if they said he is going to introduce her to Park Sooho. He says he is on his way to the office right now, so she should come to the main entrance. After a while, a helicopter arrives and scans the building to locate Kim Jong-soo. The DGB's ex-team members discover him, but before they can reach him, the goblin attacks him. However, he manages to shoot them and starts running. Suddenly, he slips and falls, and the goblins are about to attack him when the DGB's ex-team members intervene, saving him and instructing him to surrender. After a while, Chun Dimyoung receives a call from DGB's ex-team members, and they inform him that the target has been secured. He instructs them to store it in the warehouse properly. On the other side, Jeon Ho-chan arrives and asks Mib what has happened. Mib explains that he is trying to introduce himself to Park, but it happens quickly. He went in very swiftly and treated him like he was invisible. He asks if he went in alone and comments that it's still a level 5 dungeon, indicating that he is completely reckless. He adds that he might die this time. Meanwhile, in the dungeon, Park Sooho kills many goblins and checks his achievement on the status window. He notices that some points are missing and discovers that one goblin is still alive. He goes and kills the remaining goblin, taking the blood crystal, and his achievement score increases once more. The status window then prompts him, asking if he would like to open the beast farm. He opens the beast farm and selects the designated location for the beast farm, naming it Sooho Land. Goblins attempt to attack him, but he knocks them out with his power. Meanwhile, Jeon-ho-chan sits in a club and receives a call from Mib, who informs him that Park Sooho has come out. He is shocked to hear this. On the other side, Park Sooho is being attacked by archers, and he instructs the wolves to retreat. He uses his wings to fly and generates a tornado with his power, causing the goblins to start flying. The boss orc emerges from the castle. He transforms himself into a grey wolf, attacking the boss and killing it, earning 238 achievement points. The door then opens 450 meters southwest. He starts running towards the door and exits the dungeon. Outside, Song-yi approaches him and asks if he is Park Sooho. Mib informs Jeon-ho-chan that they have finally met, and he is reacting to her as they are moving to a cafe together. He replies that he is on his way right now, so she should keep a tight hold on him. After a while, he arrives at the cafe and inquires about Park Sooho's whereabouts. Song-yi informs him that he mentioned not liking her because she is weak, and she leaves the cafe. He turns to Mib, asking for an explanation. He explains that Park Sooho believes his partner must be strong and mentions that there is a qualified person among the Awakeners in their clan, a ranker Kim My-young, who is exceptionally strong. He further asks about his current location, and he informs him that he has returned to the dungeon. Meanwhile, he notices him coming out of the dungeon and is shocked by the sight. He comments that this time, they need to apprehend him. They approach him, and Jeon-ho-chan attempts to say something to him, but he re-enters the dungeon. This frustrates him, leading him to vent his frustration verbally. Chief Secretary Chen Dimyung arrives and intervenes, advising Jeon-ho-chan to stop because many people are watching. He thinks of the importance of avoiding such rumors, as it would only worsen their situation. He acknowledges the mistake he made and agrees to let him take over. Chen Dimyung suggests that he retire for the day, assuring him that he has done all he can for today. He reassures him that there will be plenty of opportunities to build a relationship with Park Sooho in the future. He concurs, acknowledging that it might be too late to establish a connection today, and leaves the situation in his hands. After a while, Park Sooho emerges from the dungeon, and Chen Dimyung approaches him, introducing himself as the chief secretary of the DGB group. He explains that he has come to apologize for the previous incident where he entered a level 5 dungeon. He expresses deep gratitude to him, as his actions have brought fame to the portal and revitalized the commercial industries in the area. He mentions that they have prepared something in return. He suggests they begin by asking his opinion on visiting the best gastro venture in the 4th district, where they have made a reservation, to continue their conversation. He, feeling hungry, agrees, saying that it sounds like a good idea. After a while, Park Sooho is sitting with him in a restaurant, finishing his food, and saying, "That is great." He adds, "It's good that he likes it." He mentions that they still have some gifts to give him. He says he appears eager to spend money while using an apology as an excuse and asks what he wants from him. He then states that their DGB group would like to officially partner with Sooho Guild. He explains that, as he knows, the DGB Guild has not yet been able to rise to a position where it can represent one of the 12 sectors of Seoul. This is because they have not been able to create a level 6 combat team, and even with the full aid of the DGB group, which is number 1 in Korea's financial circle, if it's not meant to be, it's not meant to be. Park Sooho says he has no interest in becoming one of the representing guilds of Seoul's 12 sectors. He states that Seoul's sectors aren't their goal either, and DGB would like to open Seoul's 13th sector with Sooho Guild. He explains that, like the 12 sectors of Seoul, if there is a level 6 guild station somewhere, then a city would be created around it. Currently, the guilds within Seoul's 12 sectors are having a very difficult time when a level 6 dungeon appears, causing anxiety among the citizens. He predicts that people will start moving to the 13th sector, and the price of land will increase at an insane rate. They are certain that Sooho Guild can satisfy the citizens' hopes, but there is a problem that Sooho Guild can't overcome. He mentions that the Sooho Guild does not have the capital, people or experience to unilaterally create and manage a city. He explains that he will need to raid dungeons, manage dungeons, and plan and build the city, all while cooperating with the government and compromising with many companies. Park Sooho asks if he wants them to lend him the power to create a city because he has money and experience but not the strength. He inquires whether he believes he can do it with just the people in the Sooho guild. He asks why he thinks all the best guilds in Korea don't get aid from the national government but from major companies. He assures him that their DGB can be the best partner for the guild. He thinks he's saying they want a monopoly over the construction of the residential areas and the commercial areas around dungeons. But there's also nothing wrong with what he just said. He says he will think about it, and it's not like the 13th sector will be created quickly. He states that it's late and he should leave. He adds that it seems like he forgot, and there is still one more gift, which was very difficult to find. He explains that as soon as he was placed on the wanted list, he escaped out to the field and hid there. The DGB Guild's investigation team has found the identity of the president of the Yongari Loan Company. He says they've had him listed as dead, so he can deal with him however he'd like. He asks why he had to do such bad things and suggests that he can take care of him as he wants and just throw him into a dungeon. He calls Park Junho, who is playing with Gunwoo, and says there's someone who wants to see him. He will send him the address of the DGB distribution center, so just go there straight away and take some medicine before he goes. He leaves the place, saying his little brother will take care of things by himself. Shin Dimyoung says please think of them as family and contact them whenever he wishes. After a while, Park Junho arrives at the DGB distribution center and enters a container where he discovers Kim Jong-soo tied to a chair in a very bad state, with severe injuries. He asks why he is here, to which Park Junho replies that he was informed that someone wanted to see him. He inquires if his brother accompanied him. He responds that no, his brother did not come with him. He questions why he wants to see him. Kim Jong-soo explains that he wanted to sincerely apologize for the day when he hit him. He mentions that his brother had beaten up his associates, which had made him a bit angry. He then denies any involvement in the incident where his brother was scammed into a level 5 dungeon. He asserts that he is not the one responsible for that, and he questions whether he thinks a mere loan shark like him can carry out such an act. He goes on to reveal that all of this is the work of the Bureau and DGB, who are using his brother to make money, leaving him as a poor scapegoat. He adds that as a result, his business went bankrupt, and he had to flee into the field, where it now seems like he might die. Junho asks if he can leave now, but he pleads with him to help him get out of this place. He reminds him that he had lent him money when he was in trouble and had also found work for Gunwoo's mom. He mentions that she had asked him not to mention this to him. He recalls a time when he was running the Yongari Employment Center and she had approached him, explaining that things were extremely difficult and she had begged him to help her find a job. The story flashes back to when Kim Jong-soo arrives at Junho's house and begins to torture Junho's wife. He inquires if Junho has gone somewhere again, expressing concern that the interest is accumulating rapidly like a mountain, and the family is suffering because Junho cannot deal with the situation. She pleads for her life, and he asks if there is anything to eat at home and if she wants him to help her find a job. He assures her that with him, she will likely be able to repay the debt in less than 3 months. He provides her with money and an organ sale contract paper and mentions that these days, a woman's life can change in an instant. He then leaves the house, stating that the next time they come, if they don't see her husband, they will just take her. Park Sooho is sitting in a car and receives a message from Kim Miso, who is saying that they have received a reply from Dr. Toddler, and he wants to meet him in England. He recalls a memory when she says that with his invention of the dimensional energy measuring device and the blood crystal generator, he is the one who is responsible for the beginning of the dimensional industrial era. He thinks that he might know about the connection between the secret of the time mix-up with this dimension crack and the planet he was on, and then there might be a way for him to meet with his brothers again. He tries to call Park Junho, but he does not answer his call. He orders the driver to go to the DGB container. On the other side, Park Junho takes Kim Jong-soo out of the container and transports him in his car. After a while, they arrive at their destination, and he asks if Gunwoo's mom is there. He said that their guys would take him to where Gunwoo's mom is in a little while. His men arrive and surround the car, delighted to see their boss alive. They start teasing Junho. He tells one man that he wants to find his wife and take him there. They escort him into a building, where he sees blood everywhere and numerous grinders. Kim Jong-soo informs him that this place used to be a quite popular grinder lending company, and they put in more than 200 meat bags. He asks again about his wife. He steps forward and strikes him with a stick, saying they ground her in the meat grinder. He adds that she didn't know how to be thankful, and she could have lived here while being loved. He beats him severely. He says, doesn't he see that their business collapsed because of his brother? Junho recalls his memories with his wife and thinks that he believed that as long as he graduated from high school, he would be free from the torment of others. But even after he became an adult, he could not see the end of that tunnel. He thinks Mijung was the only person who approached someone like him, and the only thing he could give her was the hysterics of someone escaping from reality and extreme poverty. If they meet again, he wants to beg her to give him one more chance. Kim Jong-soo says they will break his ankles like they did to his wife and then slowly lower him in feet first. A man comes with a hammer to attack him, but Junho gets up and cuts his arm, saying he promised not to do stuff like this and that he cannot allow them to live. He advances and starts killing the man, and after a few seconds, he decapitates Kim Jong-soo. Everyone starts running to save their lives, but Park Sooho stands in a building with a sniper and kills the other man who is trying to escape. He is happy to see his brother and says he will do well now, even without him. The news is being announced that, despite facing regular dangers due to the continuous dungeon breaches in Jeonbuk Sector 2, or the old Childok area, the whole of Jeonbuk-daegu appears to be getting safer because of the assistance provided by the special forces from Seoul, Busan, and Gwangju provinces. However, the opinion that the guilds alone are finding it difficult to curb the explosive increase in the number of dungeons is causing anxiety among the citizens, and this anxiety is growing day by day. He says that they can currently hear the cheers of the soldiers, along with what could be referred to as Korea's most powerful combat team, Special Forces 707A. It seems like the Special Support Force is being returned to the temporary barracks of the Provincial Defense Forces after their mission has been completed. The next news, they say, is the hot scandal related to Songi, who is with Park Sooho. Choi Soo-young sees this on TV and becomes angry. After a while, Kim Miso receives a call from Park Sooho. He mentions that there's something he's curious about and inquires about what happens when an awakener is bitten by a necrovel. She is asked if someone has been bitten. He clarifies that he is just curious. She responds that, according to the report, 38 cases of awakeners are infected by a necrovel. He then asks about the side effects. He mentions that in the 48th observation, 2 individuals died due to a sudden case of leukemia, 26 ended up with baldness, and 7 reported sporadic pain in the bitten area, with no other effects. Additionally, 3 individuals of F rank became necrovals, experiencing symptoms such as high fever, general body pain, and the area turning red. It is recorded that the lower the rank, the higher the chance of becoming a necroval. He asks if they get quarantined once they're bitten. She replies that they will be taken care of at accommodation facilities at the International Disease Control Center in Australia, and there's also a clinical trial for the vaccine. He expresses concern that this means he'll be experimented on. He meets a man in a black cover and greets him. The man replies, "It's been a while," and asks if he needs more medicine for his brother. He replies that this time, there's a guy who got bitten on the leg by a diseased person and asked if there's a medicine that might work. He mentions that the medicine he gave to his brother is being used very effectively. He explains that there is a medicine that can treat everything from a cute kitten to a rabid dog. He offers the medicine and says it just needs to be applied to the wounded area twice a day, in the morning and at night, and it should take effect after a week. He inquires about the price. The man responds that since this is his second purchase, he'll make it cheap. 1 tin costs 4 million won, but he'll sell it for just 1.2 million won. He asks if he can purchase 10 tins so that he has more than enough and won't ever forget this favor. The man agrees and advises that if there are convulsions, he should knock the person out and apply the medicine to stop the spread. 2 guards approach him and tell him to stop selling things there. He quickly picks up his belongings, jumps from the wall, transforms into a pigeon, and flies away. Meanwhile, Han Dong-soo, Jang Hee-shik, and Gunwoo are observing the condition of Monk, and they remark that it has become worse. Park Sooho arrives and inquires about what they are doing at the door. He enters and strikes him hard. After a while, the news reports that they are in Sapporo City, located in Hokkaido, where the level 7 dungeon is situated. The entire world is focused on the appearance of the level 7 dungeon, and it has been 10 days and 11 hours since Hiro's combat team of 25 members entered. Several citizens have taken to the streets, cheering for their safe return in various areas of Sapporo. He emerges with his combat team. The news reports that it is of utmost importance for the combat team to return alive from the effective raid of the dungeon, and his combat team has once again saved Sapporo. All the team members of the combat team are collapsing one by one, and the healers are rushing over while Hiro has also collapsed. According to on-site news, spots have opened on the team, and 7 members do not appear to have returned from the dungeon. Seeing how Hiro's combat team, which is the most powerful team in the world, has suffered 7 casualties, the difficulty of a level 7 dungeon is very concerning. Hiro is awakened in the hospital by Akiko, who asks him if everything is alright. He then requests some water and she reassures him, saying he doesn't blame himself, it's not his fault. She also informs him that Park Sooho has extended an invitation to Mr. Dago and asks if he doesn't think something seems fishy. Hiro believes that Dago, the second in command of the Supernatural Bureau, the state institution responsible for national defense, is much more prestigious than the Awaken Federation that brought him here. This suggests that the government is attempting to establish contact with Park Sooho. Hiro is certain that they are using him as a benchmark to create a better future, so he cannot afford any further delays due to a level 7 dungeon appearing much earlier than expected. He lost 7 companions unnecessarily, and it's all because of him. He thinks that someone who gathers criminals can't possibly have a good reason for his actions. For the sake of both his and humankind's future, he must eliminate Park Sooho. He instructs her to locate all the boats that can travel from Tsushima to Busan immediately, and, if there are none available, to arrange for one to be made so that they can depart. After a while, Park Junho gets up at home and notices his card on the table. He realizes that he is now a registered mercenary. Han Dong-soo sits in his room and checks the Sooho Guild TV channel. He observes that the number of views has decreased since everyone learned that Sooho is a dungeon returnee, but he believes he has almost 10 billion won in his account now. While he's lost in thought, Park Junho enters the room and asks if Yishik has gone somewhere because he can't find him anywhere. He remarks that Yishik is a training maniac who's probably practicing in the woods. Yishik thinks if this is slow, he'll fall behind again. He believes he can't let history repeat itself. Meanwhile, Park Sooho inquires with Myunjo about Monk Myunjin's health. The monk informs him that Monk Myunjin has been lying in bed, waking up repeatedly, and can even exercise in the morning now. He's also eating well. He tells his childhood memories to Park Sooho when other kids bullied him because he was an orphan and suffered from congenital systemic alopecia. He realized that he was different from others, so he built a wall around himself that separated him from the rest of the world. But one day, a master came and asked him not to come to the Bonamsa temple with him, and took him there. He says that the day Bonamsa temple burnt down would have been the end of senior brother Myunjo not caring about him, as he had fallen into the abyss. He says Myunjo saved him, whose soul had been wallowing in pain, once more, and also rebuilt the burnt Bonamsa temple, allowing him to put down the burden in his heart. He says that now he has set his goal for the people who are suffering, and he will walk the path of an Asura beside them. He jumps out of the window and says, next time, he's going to ride Tediabaki. Lee Sungwoo and Akiko are reaching Busan by boat. On the other side, in Sooho land, they are all eating food, and Park Junho says Chief Secretary Chen from DGB has called. He mentions that they have finished the city plans using the drafts he provided, and tomorrow they will bring a scaled map from the construction company. They will also commence the infrastructure and residential construction. Park Sooho advises ensuring that they aren't doing shoddy work while he is away. Jang Yishik inquires about his destination, to which he replies that he is going to England to meet Dr. Toddler. Han Dong-soo points out that he can't go right now because all airlines and ship routes are closed. He asks why, and Jang Yishik explains that there has been significant news regarding wyverns and megalpersons or something taking over the skies and seas. Park Junho suggests that it might be fine if he flies there. However, he clarifies that even if he were to transform into a pigeon, he could only fly for about 10 minutes, prompting him to wonder how long he would have to wait. Jang Yishik checks his phone and mentions that the Chinese combat team attempted to fight against them, and experts estimate that China will destroy the monsters in a month. Han Dong-soo believes there must be another way, and he suggests finding an awakened golden eagle and taming it. Park Sooho asks where he could find something like that, and he responds by mentioning that he saw it in a video on a survival YouTube channel. He explains that north of the DMZ is currently a haven for wild animals, and in that video, huge wild animals that had to awaken to survive were also introduced, including a massive golden eagle. Meanwhile, Lee Sungwoo and Akiko are traveling to Seoul by car. She says if their location were to be leaked somehow, there would be quite a significant issue. He responds it will likely become a diplomatic issue between countries. She asks, wouldn't it be safer to bring him onto an official stage like the SFC? He says he cannot delay any longer, and quietly assassinating him would be the cleanest method. On the other side, Park Sooho and Han Dong-soo arrive at the DMZ to search for the Golden Eagle. However, Han Dong-soo is surrounded by a big boar pig from level 5 and a black rabbit from level 2. Park Sooho comes and sends the rabbit back and sits on the pig, stating that they need a ride. He sits on a wolf and starts riding. The eagle they have come for has not been found yet. Park Sooho calls Kim Miso and asks where Choi Soo-young is, mentioning that he has not been able to reach her for a while now. She informs him that she was dispatched to the Jeonbut region. He inquires whether he can contact her. Meanwhile, Choi Soo-young's team needs to retreat right now because their backup team is taking time to reach them. She instructs them to pack all the equipment and withdraw. She receives a call from Park Sooho. He informs her that he needs to find an eagle right now and asks if she thinks she can locate an eagle with her clairvoyance. She becomes angry and informs him that she is hanging up. Han Dang-soo observes some smoke up ahead and asks, what does he think that is? He says it looks like smoke to him. Han Dong-soo checks the phone and says there are starfish, showing an article that states they have broken loose and are moving toward Gangwon-do. He explains that they shoot fire, causing explosions and burning their surroundings even when killed, making them quite troublesome to deal with. After a while, they observe feathers around them. Han Dong-soo remarks that the fire is spreading rapidly and they should make their escape. Animals and birds also flee to save their lives. Park Sooho suggests that it might be an arsonist. All of a sudden, he spots the golden eagle among the birds and becomes delighted to see it. The news broadcasts on the wildfire in Gangwon-do. They report that experts are saying a local updraft is rapidly drawing in the wildfire that was initiated by the starfish. After a while, Han Dong-soo watches the news and says, this is why the TV news ratings are so low. He uploads the video he recorded and instantly garners 400,000 viewers. Park Jun-ho and Jang Yi-shik call him, informing him that a level 2 dungeon has appeared nearby, and they still have 3 free passes left. He asks if the two of them can't easily handle the level 2 dungeon on their own. Jun-ho explains that he has the largest number of skills, and Jang Yi-shik mentions that Monk Myunjin is waiting in the car. Han Dong-soo responds that he will come down once he finishes uploading the video he just edited. In the video, he adds an advertisement stating that the Earth is besieged by monsters, they have lost the sky, and the sea has been taken over, but nothing will deter Park Sooho, and his adventure continues. Meanwhile, in the motel, Akiko observes the advertisement and informs Lee Sung-woo that it appears Park Sooho is not currently in Korea, showing him the ad. He wonders why he would suddenly go to London. He contemplates whether if he came from a more distant future than him, he should know all of his plans and is purposefully avoiding him. He concludes that his avoidance implies that he's not yet prepared to confront him, and he must bring him onto the stage before he completes his preparations. She suggests that they can't wait here until he returns, and he responds that he needs to provoke him to take the stage. On the other side, Park Sooho is heading to London and thinks that he can't go any faster. He worries that at this rate, he won't reach London anytime soon. He notices that a fire attribute skill has been removed from his status screen. He speculates that he probably didn't hear the alert because he passed out after extinguishing the wildfire. He checks the fire fairy's point, and it turns out to be very expensive. Suddenly, his status screen displays Jeomsuri fusion time remaining, 60 seconds. Meanwhile, in Sinuiju, Chul-young is with his uncle Jongseong, aiming at a bull. Chul-young shoots a bull and then observes something falling from the sky. He asks his uncle, what is that? His uncle responds, why, that is important, and they just need to take the cow. They approach the fallen object and discover many fire fairies. Chul-young says, doesn't it sound like a human? Jongseong says it could be an alien that mimics human sounds. Meanwhile, Park Sooho comes up on a mountain and says he thought he was going to die. They assume he is a person from Joseon. He introduces himself and asks about them. Chul-young introduces himself and says he fell from such a high place, but he is still quite hale. He says it hurt, but he is fine now and asks where they are. He says they are in Sinuiju, and if he goes a little further, he will reach the Yalu River. Chul-young asks why he fell from the sky. He says he was flying and just fell. He says that seeing that he looks well even after falling from the sky and crashing into a crazed bull, he seems to be a very strong awakener. Jongseong asks if he roams around by himself or if he has a companion. He says he does have a companion, but right now, he is on his own. He says he will continue on his way, and they've been chasing the bull, so they will take care of it. He asks if he is going in the right direction and checks his phone, but he has already dropped it somewhere. He uses his power and finds the phone, but it's broken. He says what he should do. On the other side, they both find a bull, and Jongseong says if they want to move it, they should probably cut it up, and it's also difficult to move while avoiding the wild animals. He says if they don't bring this with them, the villagers will starve to death. Park Sooho asks if he could borrow a blood crystal phone. Chol Young says they do have one in their village. Jongseong stops him and says to be careful with what he says because there are women and children in the village, so how can they take someone, an awakener at that, back with them? He picks up the bull and says he will move this for them, so please lend him their phone. Chol Young says they shouldn't take the bull back to the village first. Jongseong asks if he has already forgotten what the roaming awakeners did to them a year ago. He says they told them they were nomads, so they took them to the village, and they brought their companions over and plundered their village. They sit on their bike and tell him to follow them. They are shocked to see his speed. After a while, their village is reached, and they observe that it is in a bad state. Jongseong inquires about what is happening and why the gate is broken. He inquires about Jongmyeon. Dalsu informs them that they went to rescue Hyun. He asks about what happened to her. He explains that a winged beast suddenly appears and shoots fire everywhere, killing people and causing chaos everywhere. Amidst it all, Jongmyeon had everyone head for the shelters when she fell and the monster took her. He mentions that Jongmyeon took a few people and followers after it. He asks where it took her. He responds that it went over that rocky mountain. He left to find her. Chol Young approaches Park Sooho and requests help, saying he will never forget such a favor. Sooho agrees and says to lend him his phone when he returns. Sooho transforms into an eagle and flies. On the other side, Kangchul is being chased by a bear and is running to save his life, but unfortunately, he gets struck by a stone and falls. Jongmyeon is attacked by the bear and the bear counterattacks them. After some time, he says that there is no way they can win against the crazy bear, and he suggests that they might die before they can find Hyun. They are badly injured by the bear when another person says they really might die if this continues. He says that it's already too late to save Hyun. There is no way that winged creature has kept her alive this long. Meanwhile, Park Sooho arrives and kicks the bear, throwing it away. They are shocked when they see him. They inquire about his identity, and he reveals that he came because Chol Young asked for a favor. He also asks about her whereabouts. He responds that it appears she was taken to the nest of the winged creature somewhere on the mountain. However, due to the sudden attack by this bear, they are currently stuck. He asks if that means they don't know where she is. The bear attempts to attack once again, but he retaliates and defeats it. He instructs the bear not to play dead, to open its eyes, bow down, and follow him. He then questions the bear if it knows where the winged creature is and suggests they go seek revenge. Jongseong arrives and asks about her location. He informs him that he will go retrieve the child, so he should keep his promise. With the bear by his side, he runs and transforms himself into an eagle, flying away. After a while, she is found sitting in the cave of that winged creature, crying, when the bear and Park Sooho arrive. Park Sooho believes he is a wyvern and initiates an attack, forcing it out of the cave. He assures her that he will rescue her, instructing her to stay put and avoid moving. He contemplates whether it's possible to tame the creature as he observes that its dimensional energy is significantly higher than his own. To investigate the possibility, he checks his status screen and concludes that maybe it is feasible. He launches an attack on it, but defeating the creature proves to be quite challenging. The wyvern's constitution level is constantly decreasing, and it has reached 9%. He thinks it's time to tame it. He uses emergency recovery to heal the wyvern's wounds, then sits on it and starts riding. After a while, Park and Hyun reach the village, riding on the wyvern, and everyone is shocked to see this. After some time, they sit down to eat food, and the children play with the wyvern. Park Sooho watches them play and thinks that since it has been tamed, its friendliness towards others is much higher, as long as the other party isn't its enemy. Once a creature is tamed, he can see its past, and the horde of wyverns above Mount Baekdu was almost annihilated by the Chinese and Russian alliance. As a runt of the litter, this one was flying quite far behind the rest of the horde, and because of that, it was lucky enough to survive. Although it succeeded in escaping the battlefield, it was suffering from pain and hunger when it crossed the border. After finding the village and kidnapping the child, it discovered Ilgom's cave, which was full of the bear's food reserves. Jongmyeon thanks him and says that he even gives them food using magic, fixes their houses, and heals their injuries. He says they were happy back before the government lost its role because of the Great Disaster, and the warlords became independent and fought against each other. There was a time when they were poor and hungry, but they live happy lives as a family, and neighbors help each other. When even fighting together proves difficult, they are torn apart and scattered. He asks how they can stop the creatures that keep coming since surviving has become so difficult. More and more people are starting to escape to the continent. He says there are probably several thousand people like them who lead a nomadic life, but now that number has probably decreased quite a bit. This is due to the lack of prey and crops, as well as animal attacks and looters. He reiterates that there are over 400 people from each region who have settled here, but in the 2 years since they first settled here, their numbers have dropped to 60. He states that today's incident is happening right as they are about to move, and they just can't endure it any longer. Park Sooho asks if the continent is considered safe. He says how a safe place can exist in the current world, given the vast territory and the potentially incomparable numbers of creatures and looters over there compared to those here. However, he has heard that several protective barriers surround Beijing, protecting the citizens. He acknowledges that it won't be easy to live so far from home, where the language is not understood and there is a lack of any connection. Still, for refugees, the only hope is for everyone to reach that place alive. After a while, Jong Myung mentions that a room on the second floor over there has been cleaned out. He states that he has somewhere to go. He instructs Chul Yong to fetch one of the red stone hand phones from the room. Taking the phone, he mentions that he will make good use of it. Before leaving, he employs his magic to drop numerous blood crystal stones, suggesting that they should use them when they need help in the future. The newscast reports that the horde of wyverns, which had been blocking the airways and instilling fear in everyone, has been annihilated over Mount Baekdu by the Russian and Chinese alliance. This morning, another battle took place between the surviving wyvern and the Russian Air Force. However, the video of that wyvern being controlled by an awakener is quickly spreading among those who witnessed it, and the people are cheering over the appearance of a dragon knight. According to the news, just a few moments ago, a portal breach occurred on Banpo Bridge without any warning, and as a result, 2 fire ants emerged from the portal, plunging the entire bridge into pandemonium. Meanwhile, Lee Sung-woo has come to Banpo Bridge to combat the ants and, with the Shilla Guild, takes care of the 2 monsters in 10 minutes. On the other side, the news is announcing that, according to the information they received a moment ago, the Dragon Knight who has joined the fight while riding a wyvern is surprisingly a Korean, Park Sooho. The report states that the interview with the Japanese hero Lee Sung-woo, who received a lot of attention due to his surprising appearance at Banpo Bridge not long ago, is currently sparking controversy. He says, "Let's watch the footage from the interview." Lee Sung-woo explains that reports claim Park Sooho, who possesses the taming skill and is referred to as the Tornado God, came to prove that his skills are all a scam. He further mentions that Park Sooho ran away because he knew he was coming to Korea, and everyone would discover that he was a con artist once they met him. Lee Sung-woo emphasizes that Park Sooho is merely a common tamer, and his skills have never been professionally examined. He is being used by the government as a means to earn money. He challenges Park Sooho, stating that if he's watching and wants to prove himself, he should stop the circus show and come to the SPFC stage. Park Jun-ho watches the news about Park Sooho's visit to Russia and questions what he is doing there when he had previously claimed he was going to England. The director contacts him and inquires about Park Sooho. He responds that they also cannot reach him and becomes irritated because the director calls daily. Han Dong-soo remarks that he wouldn't have dared to even stare at them just a few months ago, but now he pesters them almost every day. He also notes that Park Sooho's worth is currently extremely high. He comments that many people want to move to the area once it's designated as the 13th district of Seoul, and the world is eager to have Park Sooho. He agrees with this sentiment, stating that people should live like that. He adds that the director has suggested constructing a protective wall after Park Sooho's land is designated as Seoul's 13th district, along with tax exemptions, and the bureau taking care of easier dungeons. He mentions that they hope to have Park Sooho's guild join as the advanced team when a level 7 dungeon appears, but he cannot make such a decision on his own while Park Sooho is absent. He also expresses uncertainty about whether their guild can handle becoming the 13th district and raiding a level 7 dungeon simultaneously. He believes that being the advanced team for level 7 dungeons is a different matter, as they would receive the best treatment in exchange for their lives, and there's no need for them to take on such a task at this moment. He reflects on the chaos in Korea due to Lee Sung-woo's taunt in the 13th District issue, noting that Park Sooho seems to be pursuing his agenda. After a while, Dr. Toddler contacts Park Sooho on the phone and inquires if he can meet him because he is en route to their designated meeting place. He also mentions that he can see the 3 stone golems behind his car. Park Sooho responds that he will handle them and attacks the golems with his fire fairy power, quickly defeating them. He remarks that they appear weaker than they look and wonders if it's because of their low level. Dr. Toddler expresses his appreciation by stating that Park Sooho is truly as excellent as the rumors suggest. He takes a picture of the wyvern and identifies it as the famous Tatu wyvern. He mentions that the Russians may mistake it for other wyverns, leading to their artistic depictions, and asks the artist for more information. He replies that it has become an artistic monster. Dr. Toddler adds that although it was only a brief encounter, he could sense the aura of the Dragon Knight and thank him for saving his life. He comments on the natural translation and assumes that he must be using a good Korean translator, specifically the Naver's Blood Crystal translator. He questions if this is London due to the chaotic situation. He explains that the situation in England, and particularly in London, is dire, especially after sunset when the area becomes even more dangerous. He suggests they proceed with their plans. Park Sooho orders the wyvern to return home and opens a portal, which he describes as a beast summoning portal. He notes that seeing such a large creature enter the beast farm implies it is at least level 3. Dr. Toddler acknowledges Park Sooho's knowledge and mentions that he is currently a hot topic worldwide, expressing his desire to meet him. He asks about the location of his lab, and he reveals that it's in New Dover. He questions why he chose to meet in the current location rather than at the lab. He explains that he came to gather materials for his research. He mentions a recent large-scale bombing in London that provided ample tissue samples and blood crystals from deceased monsters. He is researching the possibility of creating a permanent teleportation portal similar to his Beast Farm portal. He also suggests that the monster teleportation portals work similarly, allowing rapid worldwide travel even if the skies and seas are overrun by monsters. Park Sooho finds the idea convenient, and he emphasizes the urgency of preparing for a future where airlines and sea routes are blocked. He believes that without adequate preparation, humankind may become isolated and face challenges in survival. He then asks him why he wants to meet with him. All of a sudden, a humpback whale appears in front of their car and they are about to crash. A tentacle shark is going to eat them and break the bridge. A helicopter arrives there and announces that the small vehicle crossing the bridge has been involved in a crash, and those in the pursuit are trying their best to rescue them. David inquires, isn't the car that just fell Professor Toddler's? She instructs them to leave the toddler to her and to go take care of the tentacle shark. She dives underwater and checks that the car is empty. She observes the shark chasing the whale. The whale emerges from the water, and the rescue team notices that there are people on the humpback whale's fin. Dr. Toddler, who is on the whale's fin, says that they might be eaten. Park Sooho employs his power to create a tornado, and then summons the fire fairy, successfully escaping with the whale. After some time, they both sit in a house on the mountain and have tea. Park Sooho remarks that it's a beautiful place. Dr. Toddler looks at the whale and says that the whales have probably become extinct due to sea monster attacks, and fortunately, he encounters him. He mentions that this is truly a town on the edge of the world. He explains that England has been pushed to the end of the land, and they no longer have a place to retreat. They are in the middle of a large construction project to build protective walls. He admits he still can't forget the terrifying events of last night. He adds that it's surprising that he can communicate with the animals he has tamed, but what astonishes him even more is that he can see the fire tornado, which has only appeared on YouTube, with his very eyes not once, but twice. He says there has not been an awakener who could tame beasts and invoke skills with all 4 attributes, earth, wind, fire, and water at the same time. He inquires about the kind of life he lived before awakening. He remarks that it was just ordinary and he lived a unique life in the animal kingdom. He asks if he is the one who invented the dimension energy measuring device. He confirms that he did make it. He asks about the principles behind it. He inquires about what he is curious about. He explains that whenever he gets measured, he feels like someone is observing him, and this relates to the planet he returned from. He mentions that what used to be a planet was fragmented and appeared as a dungeon. That level 4 dungeon was only a small part of the land. Instead of the animal friends that lived there, it was filled with lizards that he had never seen before. He inquires about what happened to his friends on that planet. why he has not aged at all in 1,000 years, why he is still alive now, and who the people who keep observing him are whenever he checks his dimensional energy with the device. He states that the reason he came all this way is to get the answers to those questions from the one who is the expert on this topic. He suggests that he believes his questions and the reason he has recently been interested in Hangul and the Korean language are related. Dr. Toddler takes him underground into the basement and explains that it has been constructed to withstand even a nuclear bomb. He adds that it is his lab, but it also serves as a government facility, and he is the first outsider to enter this place. Dr. Toddler says it's a bit messy, and Park Sooho agrees. Dr. Toddler explains that despite the appearance, the facilities are complete, including lab equipment for analysis and an equipment tester. This remarkable device can automatically visualize the blueprint of any object when its code is input, and, as demonstrated, it can even recognize voices. He also points out the ores found in dungeons, emphasizing that they aren't merely ornamental but used for research purposes. Dr. Toddler inquires about the familiar scribbles and mentions that these are pictures taken from dungeons over the past 2 months. He finds it surprising that Earth language, specifically Hangul, has been discovered in all the dungeons they've entered in recent weeks. He asks if several versions of the same dungeon have appeared. Park Sooho explains that there is a level 3 dungeon in Berlin, a level 4 dungeon in Oslo, and a level 5 dungeon in Athens. These dungeons have appeared in 8 locations in Europe, 2 in Africa, and 3 in Asia, including the recent one in Korea. Dr. Toddler confirms that the levels are different, and they appear at different times as well. He contemplates that he had been informed about connected portals appearing near returnees and wonders if the current situation is a result of it being a dungeon rather than a new planet. He questions whether a planet shattered and got duplicated, pondering the fate of the animals that inhabited it. He expresses curiosity, which is why he wants to speak with Park Sooho. He explains that he thought meeting Park Sooho might unveil the truth behind the creation and destruction of the dungeons, which has led to numerous hypotheses and confusion. However, one day, the creator of the Hangul writing system, whom he had longed to meet, contacted him. He reflects that this person might not possess any pertinent information. He mentions that he knows he was curious about the dimension energy measuring device, so he has something to show Park Sooho. He discovers an object and reveals a stone, explaining that it's called a memory stone. Park Sooho inquires about what he invented. He mentions that thanks to the information recorded in the God Stone, they were able to create many devices. One of these devices is the stone case, which successfully processes the memory stone and connects it to deliver the information etched into it. He adds that the memory stone starts exchanging information with anything it comes into contact with, although it is still somewhat limited. Using this method, the device examines the information and invites Park Sooho to try touching it. After Park Sooho touches the screen, he notes that he has surpassed the dimensional energy of a B rank in just 3 months. He acknowledges that such achievements can be attributed to him being irregular. He inquires if it's a portable dimensional energy measuring device, and he confirms it. He also mentions his plans to reduce its size continuously. He also mentions that he has a physical measuring device he recently created and asks if he would like to try it out. He inquires if this device was also created with the same stone as he shows it to him. Dr. Toddler confirms that it's correct, but he explains that the stone case's function is different. They found that the stone exchanges a significant amount of information. Through ongoing research, they recently discovered that it can also analyze a person's physical information. He elaborates that with this measuring device, they can assess an awakener's strength and agility. By classifying awakeners not just based on their dimensional energy but also on their physical abilities, they can assemble more effective combat teams than they currently have. He concludes that this implies there hasn't been an awakener who could perceive not only their physical attributes but also those of others. Meanwhile, he mentions that he has finished creating the prototype, and the official showcase is scheduled for tomorrow. He adds that it would be a great honor if he would be the first to try it out. He agrees, but the device displays an error. He remarks that there wasn't any problem yesterday. Quickly, he calls the director and informs him that they might need to cancel the scheduled showcase for tomorrow. There appears to be a sudden error with the machine, and he is uncertain about why it occurred. After some time, Park Sooho comes across a picture and comments on how there were areas where classy novels were written, wondering why they only focused on such matters. He apologizes and expresses a desire to continue their conversation, but something has suddenly come up. He then asks one question, whether he happens to know where all these stones came from. In response, he says that memory stones are ores mined from the planet Eruka. The scene shifts to Suho's guild, where Lee Sung-woo arrives with his swords covered in blood. The children become frightened upon seeing him in this state, and Gunwoo asks him who he is. He asks if he is Gunwoo. Dr. Toddler observes that memory stones appear to be quite common there unless they are broken into very small pieces. They share the same energy wavelength. He explains that if blood crystals are like batteries, then memory stones serve as transmission devices, and he says that the High Elves of planet Eruka use these stones to communicate from one end of the planet to the other. He inquires about what is meant by High Elves. He says that they refer to the high-ranking elves on planet Eruka, and the dimensional energy measuring device was an additional result of their research. He elaborates that their ultimate research goal is to create a communication network that the elves, specifically the High Elves, can use, and they plan to replicate it on Earth. Going further, they would like to create a teleportation portal that can connect the entire planet. He reveals that this is secret information obtained from some of the elves who occasionally visit Earth, and they mention that on Eruka, the High Elves can use the memory stones to observe other people's dimensional energy levels, class, and other important traits. He mentions that it means when he meets a High Elf, all of his personal information will be revealed. Park Sooho wonders if the status window he sees is the same as the ones the High Elves see. He checks the status screen, which shows no signal. He states that he needs to fix this, even if it means staying up all night, and he probably won't leave the lab until he fixes it. He adds that if he waits here for a moment, the guide will be here soon, and he should look around the city. He leaves the place, saying not to go too far and suggesting they talk again tomorrow. He stands alone there, looks at the screen, and remarks that it seems only this much has been discovered until now. He touches the memory stone and mentions that the High Elves on Eruka might know about the existence that is observing him, and perhaps even the secret behind the great disaster and the appearance of dungeons. He concludes that he needs to go to Eruka. Meanwhile, William arrives and introduces himself. He mentions that he is the guide from the Lawrence Corporation, a pioneer in the dimension industry. He points to the screen and explains that there's a place he wants to go to, and he asks if it would be possible for him to go there. He specifies that the place is the South Portal E101 in London, which is the 11th Infantry Brigade's operation area. He inquires if this means that he would like to participate in clearing the E101 portal dungeon. He responds with a yes. On the other side, Dr. Toddler sits in his lab, checks the system, and wonders why Park Sooho's data has come up as an error. Meanwhile, David arrives and mentions that the Dragon Knight came to visit, so how could she not come to see him? She asks about the Dragon Knight's whereabouts. He explains that something suddenly came up, so he asked a guide to take care of him. He then asks if she could place her hand on this device, showing her an energy measurement device. She complies, and it displays her strength and agility. He expresses happiness that it's working. She comments that the number should be in the 4 digits to feel like something to brag about, even though it seems she needs more training. She leaves, saying she is going to look for the Dragon Knight. He contemplates the 4 digits and mentions that the current limit is 999. He considers increasing the limit to 99.99 and, after adjusting, he is shocked to see the result. Meanwhile, Park Sooho and William have reached Portal E101. Upon seeing a monster, it has been captured in chains and attacked by armies. William explains that they are paralyzing the monster to capture it for research purposes since they are destined to be killed anyway, and their company is acquiring them for a low price. He continues, stating that they are currently in a level 5 dungeon filled with giant grasshoppers, and there are 18 hours left until the dungeon break. William informs them that these days, guilds are using many celebrities to boost profits from dungeons, and he asks if they are under attack. He informs that currently, more than half of the area is engaged in battles, but that won't deter them from raiding dungeons. A helicopter has fallen, and he inquires if the rest of the team has also descended into the dungeon. He confirms that the entry procedure has been taken care of, and the team is already there. He introduces them as Lawrence Corp's Phoenix team, one of the best combat teams in England, consisting entirely of ranked combatants, specially selected by their company for his mission. He further introduces Robert Cole and says that he is the ace of the Phoenix team and the captain of the 2nd Phoenix team. Park Sooho asserts that he doesn't need their assistance because he intends to raid the dungeon alone. He emphasizes that it's a level 5 dungeon. He checks the status window and remarks that it's still not working. He then asks if the limit of the B-rank beast farm was 14-0. Park Sooho enters the dungeon alone, and William asks Robert what they should do, or if should they not follow him immediately. He says he doesn't see why they should when he does not want them to. After a while, David joins them and asks Robert why he is here and not out catching grasshoppers. He questions why a hero who is supposed to be busy saving the world is in the countryside like this. He responds that they have to prepare for a quest and leave. She then turns to William and inquires why he seems so upset all by himself and mentions the Dragon Knight. He explains that the Dragon Knight went into the dungeon by himself a moment ago and he couldn't stop him. He expresses concern about what they should do if something goes wrong. She remarks that it seems he doesn't know much about the Dragon Knight and mentions that she will wait at the Pink Ice Cream Cafe, so he should let her know when he comes out. Before she goes to the cafe, she notices that he has come out. She is happy to see him, but before he greets her properly, a fire boar escapes there and destroys things. She gets angry to see that it has destroyed her favorite restaurant. She moves forward and with a megaton fist, hits it, knocking it down. She then comes forward and introduces herself to Park Sooho. She says she has been meaning to meet him since the day she saw him turn the megalopersolaton into fish food. She adds that at that time, she realized he was the same kind of person as herself. She expresses her desire to see him fight a monster in close combat, using only his strength. He agrees, and then both enter the portal. The news broadcast reports that the Dragon Knight Park Sooho and England's top-ranked David are saving England and clearing a level 5 dungeon 15 times in 40 minutes. All Awakener associations in England, including the Lawrence Company's Phoenix Guild, are expressing their thanks to Park Sooho. Meanwhile, the captain asks Kim Miso if there has been any news from Park Sooho. She replies that she can't contact him either. He inquires whether the Sooho dungeon has been cleared and if there is anything noteworthy from the dungeon. She informs him that there wasn't anything of note. She questions why he's so concerned, pointing out that as long as they pay back all the money, it should be fine. He counters that a level 7 dungeon is about to appear, and she doubts that he would be preoccupied with money at this moment. She presses further, asking what's bothering him, and wonders if there's something she doesn't know. He tells her to think of a way to bring Park Sooho back to Korea quickly. She reassures him, saying he doesn't need to worry too much, as he will return once he checks the internet. She mentions that a video was uploaded to the Sooho channel on YouTube an hour ago, and shows him the video. She says that Lee Sung-woo has caused a significant incident this time. An announcement expresses gratitude to everyone who participated in the celebration of the successful dungeon clear. Since the party is for everyone present, it hopes they have fun. David remarks that today has been the best day for Park Sooho. He responds, stating that it felt even better than when he caught that giant tentacle shark. He also mentions that his fists are among the best he has seen from the Awakened. She asks if he has met Sylvia in Russia. He inquires about who Sylvia is. She explains that Sylvia is quite famous among the Tamers and that she left everything behind and flew to Russia after hearing about him. She adds that there should have been many Tamers like Sylvia who flew to Russia to meet him. He asks why she wants to meet him. She responds that since he's the Dragon Knight, there isn't a single tamer in the world who can tame a wyvern. He takes a sip of his drink and casually says it's easy. She advises him not to rise to the champion's provocation. He asks for clarification, wondering what she means. She explains that it seems he hasn't seen the news yet and proceeds to show him the news about Lee Sung-woo. She tells him that he is currently ranked first in the world, originally Korean, and his real name is Lee Sung-woo. He responds that he doesn't know and has never heard of him. She continues, cautioning him, and emphasizes that this guy is a murderer. She suggests that if he can avoid it, he should not interact with him. She adds that he's the SPFC world's #1, known for his achievements and globally acknowledged as a hero. She admits that she had honestly wanted to befriend him and once had the chance to talk to him in a friendly setting, but she lost. She praises his strength, even though he lost, and mentions that it was the best match of her life. She recalls seeing something unsettling in his eyes that day. She extends her hand and shows him the result, explaining that she had to undergo 8 major surgeries on her left arm. She goes on to mention that many challengers have died in matches, even when he's winning by a large margin or when they've forfeited. He asks what kind of grudge he has against him to provoke him like this. He watches the news of the attack on Sooho's land and is shocked to see that his territory has been attacked. Meanwhile, he dials Park Jun-ho, who asks why they haven't been able to contact him for so long. He responds sharply, telling him to be quiet and to explain what's happening there. He relays that Lee Sung-woo has burst in, and if he doesn't come out, he threatens to kill all of them. 2 of the wolves on patrol have died, but there's no explanation for why the alarm didn't ring when they were attacked. He investigates and discovers that there's no signal. He deduced that the alarm didn't ring due to an error in the status window. With pack members dying, he wonders why the others weren't able to react, whether they were restricted from leaving their assigned area. He questions what the other guys were doing when the incident occurred. Junho responds by asking what he expects them to do against Lee Sungwoo, emphasizing that he's ranked number 1 in the world. Nevertheless, he insists that he come back quickly. He thinks to himself that once he returns, he will subject the guys to special training until they wish for death. She inquires if he's leaving. He affirms that he has to go immediately. She pleads with him not to go, arguing that Lee Sungwoo's plan is evident, and she doesn't understand why he's so fixated on him. She suggests that there must be a purpose behind the champion taunting an Awakener who isn't even registered in the rankings yet. She warns that it's exceptionally rare, and considering his actions so far, there's a high probability that something unfortunate will happen during the match. He reassures her, saying it's fine, and asks her to say goodbye to Toodler and William on his behalf. Dr. Toddler observes him and comments that he had wanted to keep him here a bit longer, expressing regret over why David had to bring that up. He reassures him, saying not to worry, as he'll be released in a little while. Dr. Toddler then uses his summoning wyvern portal, and a wyvern appears. He notes that the skill recovery time is exactly 23 hours, 28 minutes, and 14 seconds, just as expected. He contemplates that an artificial ore was created by combining a memory stone with atacamite, and he thinks about the elements of earth, wind, fire, and water, which haven't been shown yet. He reflects on Park Sooho's known dimensional energy abilities, which are almost the same as those of the High Elves. He speculates that Sooho's status window probably wasn't working properly after he touched this Arukamite. He explains that after coming into contact with an Arukamite of this size, an error appears on the status window, and all skills using dimensional energy are halted for approximately 24 hours. He ponders if humankind's awakening and leveling are evolving in the same direction as the planet Aruka's elves. After a while, England's Security Service Director, Gilbert Reynolds, calls David and asks if she is with Park Sooho right now. She confirms that he has just left, and all the information she could store in the stone has been recorded. Gilbert informs her that he left earlier than expected and instructs her to come to the Security Service headquarters as soon as she can. The director then calls Dr. Toddler and inquires about his thoughts on the test. Dr. Toddler responds affirmatively, stating that the test went as expected. He explains that it means if it works on Park Sooho, it will also work on the aliens from planet Aruka. He believes the time to teach those arrogant elves a lesson has come. The director raises concerns about the Aruka elves being close allies who have shared knowledge about alien technology, suggesting they should exercise discretion. Dr. Toddler counters by noting that alliances don't last forever and warns that the Aruka elves could turn against them at any time. He acknowledges that there are still many problems to solve before commercialization, but he emphasizes the rising crime rate among Awakeners worldwide and the need to regulate them as levels become equivalent to power. Dr. Toddler expresses concern about Park Sooho's physical stats, which average around 8,000, and questions whether it will be enough to stop monsters like him. Meanwhile, Park Sooho is on his way to his territory, seething with anger at the audacity of the invasion. He's determined to destroy whoever dared to encroach on his territory. Han Dong-soo asks what Sooho said. Park Junho informs them that they might be in deep trouble and shows them his message to endure special training until they feel like they are dead. They all scream and inquire what they are supposed to do against the world's one who even beat up an S-ranker. They watch the news when Lee Sungwoo meets them. In the comments, people call them weaklings. Park Junho acknowledges that he knows no one is on their side when they are victims. Jang Yishik questions why he had to upload that video. Han Dong-soo says to sue Lee Sungwoo. Myungjin mentions that there's no way they can rebut the comments claiming what had happened was a disgrace, and they should always remain calm in the face of danger. Park Junho warns that when he comes back, they should know that they won't be safe, and he is really angry. Myungjin suggests that everyone temporarily withdrawing from the guild to weather out this storm could work. Jang Yishik inquired about what the bureau said. Han Dong-soo replies that they said it's a pity. He gets angry and mentions that a foreigner illegally entered the country and trespassed into a guild's territory. Not only that, he even attacked them and caused damage, but they won't do anything except say it's a pity. He adds that at the very least, shouldn't they catch him and hold him responsible for his actions? Han Dong-soo also mentions that there's an article saying that he returned to Japan. Jang Yishik says he can't stand this and suggests going to talk to the bureau about it. Park Jun-ho speculates that they are probably telling them that things will be troublesome if this becomes an international incident, so they should take care of it themselves. Jang Yishik questions whether Lee Sung-woo is part of the Defense Agency of Japan. He says he doesn't think this can fall into personal vendettas. Myungjin remarks that the ones who are truly humiliated seem to be the government officials, and officials who push the citizens' hardships and responsibilities off on them are truly a disgrace. Jang Yishik adds that it's also shocking that there isn't even a single article on their side when they are the victims here. Han Dong-soo mentions that there is an article that came from America saying the Sooho Guild should move to a superpower country that can protect them, like them. Park Jun-ho agrees, stating that this happened not because they are weak, but because their country is weak, and they should have emigrated a lot sooner. They recall the moment when Lee Sung-woo came to them and threatened to bring Park Soo-ho in within 10 days, otherwise they would all die by his hands. Han Dong-soo insists on waiting until Sooho comes back, and he will surely crush that bastard into dust. Park Jun-ho says they also have something they should do before he comes back. After a while, Park Jun-ho and Han Dong-soo are searching for something in the garden. Park Jun-ho mentions that he is certain they buried it somewhere before leaving. At that moment, he receives a call from Kim Miso. She expresses her gratitude for their cooperation until now, mentioning that they were able to finish exploring the dungeons because of their help. He acknowledges that they did sign a contract after all and then cuts the call. He suggests to Dong-soo that they should go inside the beast farm. He points out that those people probably installed listening devices in important places before they left. He says that he shouldn't be too hard on Section Chief Miso as she has always looked out for them. He admits that's true, but there's a saying that one's enemy is usually found close to home. After a while, they reach the beast farm and see the animals playing. Park Jun-ho comments that the family is getting bigger in an ownerless house and asks where he is. Han Dong-soo mentions that there's a news article from yesterday, which states that he was seen riding a humpback whale in the South China Sea and catching 4 megalopterodons with an ice vortex. He says that if he's in the South China Sea, then he's almost home. He adds that it seems like he has leveled up a lot while traveling, and to think he froze the sea to kill sea monsters. After a while, they come across news reporting that Park Soo-ho is attacking Tokyo, and they are shocked to see this. He is demanding that Lee Sung-woo come out. The breaking news broadcast announces that the Dragon Knight has suddenly appeared in the middle of Tokyo, and is searching for Lee Sung-woo. They have received a report that he has entered the country illegally. Although the unexpected arrival of the Dragon Knight has disrupted traffic, there hasn't been any major damage so far. The Awaken Federation's criminal task force appears to have arrived on site. They mention that the World's No. 15 and Lieutenant Seisuke's Tokyo Team 1 are also on their way to the site. Additionally, they have just received news that the Type 10 Tank Battalion is en route to the Tokyo site, and footage of the Unmanned Air Drone Battalion on its way to the site has been sent as well. Meanwhile, in the Japan Ministry of Defense Situation Room, a person reports that Tank Battalion Team 1 is ready, the Combat Drone Battalion is ready, and the Combat Satellite target locked. Daigo, second in command of the Awakeners Federation, informs Kurosawa, Minister of Defense, that Park Soo-ho is someone their people have been working to persuade to join their side. He mentions that Seisuke has also arrived, so for now, they will observe and determine if he's worthy of using their defense assets. On the other side, Seisuke reaches Park Soo-ho and informs him that he is under arrest for illegal entry, causing social chaos, fear-mongering, and other public order violations. He inquires if he is Lee Sung-woo. He identifies himself as Seisuke Kazuhiro from the police department and politely requests him to disembark from the Wyvern and comply peacefully. He warns that if he is not Lee Sung-woo, he should leave immediately. Growing frustrated, Seisuke attacks him and binds him with his magic, instructing him not to move as it will only tighten further. As he prepares to launch another attack, Park Soo-ho delivers a solid punch and throws him away. Park Soo-ho asserts that if his territory is attacked, he will defend it with his life. He acknowledges being scared and praises him for being as strong as the rumors say. He admits that if he hadn't cast a debuff the moment he was hit, his face would have been crushed. He tells him to leave if he knows what's good for him. Seisuke advances to attack again, warning that he will face additional charges of assaulting a police officer. He employs the air vortex power to throw him against a building, leaving everyone shocked. He reiterates his demand for Lee Sung-woo to come out and not send his minions. Meanwhile, Kurosawa, who is watching everything live in his office, remarks that Park Soo-ho is even more amazing than he thought, and he appears to be an even more attractive asset than Lee Sung-woo. Dago mentions that before this, Park Sooho had sent an invitation to them, and they plan to reschedule the meeting as soon as the airlines become safe. On the other side, Park Sooho declares that if they don't bring Lee Sung-woo out, he will burn down everything within a kilometer radius. The operator in the Situation Room states that the citizens are in danger, and they have to eliminate the Dragon Knight with the satellite. Kurosawa comments that it's just getting interesting. He asks Dago why he is so nervous and inquires about what comes next. Dago responds that Lieutenant Masai is preparing. After a while, Lieutenant Masai arrives where Park Sooho and suggests that it would be best if he stops there. He says that he brings Lee Sung-woo out and gives him a 30-minute deadline. He responds that Lee Sung-woo cannot come here right now because he is currently raiding a level 7 dungeon. He asks for details about the location, to which he replies that he cannot meet him right now and that it will take at least 10 days for him to come out. Growing angry, he questions someone who needs 10 days to clear a dungeon, provoking him. He states that he will come back then. He emphasizes that he will have to pay for what he has done today. He insists that it's their fault and accuses them of stealing the youth or eggs of a next when the pack leader goes out to hunt. Then, he flies away with his wyvern. On the other side, Dago asserts that they cannot simply let Park Sooho leave like this as it would result in international humiliation. Kurosawa responds that it's even more humiliating to use the full force of the defense army against a single awakener. He suggests that since Park Sooho mentioned he's coming back, they should request Urumaka's to escort him until the air defense identification zone with the F-35. Meanwhile, Park Sooho notices a black portal and wonders if it's the gateway to the planet Gutchin. On the other side, in Sooho's land, they are all happy to see the news about Park Sooho declaring war against Lee Sung-woo. The news reports that Lieutenant Seisuke, who lost consciousness from a single strike while attempting to arrest Park Sooho, has been transported to the ICU due to a concussion. They mention that the Japanese government has categorized this incident as an attack and threat against Japan. They have requested Park Sooho to be extradited into their custody, otherwise they will declare war against Korea. As a result, the ministers who have entered an emergency meeting have not yet made a statement. After a while, they hear Gunwoo's voice filled with excitement as he greets his uncle Park Sooho. He asks where his dad and uncles have gone. He explains that they were guzzling down alcohol while watching TV in the office. He enters the office, and they are all shocked to see him. Angrily, he questions what they are doing, and in response, they all start running from there. Meanwhile, in an emergency meeting of ministers, there is a heated argument among them, with some siding with Lee Sung-woo and others with Park Sooho. At that instant, the president of South Korea arrives and asks if Lee Sung-woo and Park Sooho know each other. The Assistant Secretary of State reports that there is not a single point of contact between them. The president then inquires why Lee Sung-woo did something like this. He mentions hearing that Lee Sung-woo was the one who initiated the conflict and questions why someone who betrayed their country is picking a fight with Park Sooho. The Awaken Bureau director offers two possible explanations. The first is that Lee Sung-woo became jealous of Park Sooho's recent and swift rise to fame outside the country. The president turns to the Minister of National Defense and asks if they can win a conflict against Japan. The minister responds that if it were just 10 years ago, they might have stood a chance, and if they receive a larger budget now, they might be able to take measures to stand a chance against them within 10 years. He insists, just give them Park Sooho. The Awaken Bureau director interjects, stating that they believe their second guess is more probable. He explains that this is a plan made by their government to scout Park Sooho. The president contemplates that if it's as the director says, the threat of war is just a bargaining chip. The director points out that in the current climate, where both countries are already overworked trying to stop dungeon breaks, a war is realistically impossible. This implies that they want Park Sooho that much. The president asks if Park Sooho is that powerful, considering he's not even a planet returnee like Lee Sung-woo. The director responds that Park Sooho is a bit different from others. He elaborates that the reason not only Japan but also countries all over the world are so desperate to scout Park Sooho is because of the unique skills that only he possesses. He inquires about the skills that make people so desperate to have Park Sooho. He learns that Park Sooho is on his way to mastering elemental magic, a skill said to be unique to the high elves of the planet Eruka. He acknowledges that there has been an increase in the number of individuals who have returned from Eruka after studying it with great difficulty, but none of them possess the ability to perform area magic. He explains Park Sooho is like a lottery ticket that can earn them a huge sum of money. The president agrees, stating that if it's a substantial amount, they must protect him even if it means going to war. He then instructs the Minister of Justice to put Park Sooho on the list of VIPs and forbid him from leaving the country. After a while, the news reports that the government had declined Japan's request for Park Sooho's extradition. Kim Miso and the director are in the car, and Kim Miso remarks that, in the end, it was about the money. The director asks why she is acting like that and who she thinks was the one who stopped him from being deported to Japan. He instructs her to tell Park Sooho that they will raise the Sooho Guild to level 6 soon, and they will need to focus on increasing the farmlands to cover all of the Gyeonggi regions, and this way, Korea will become the world's granary instead of Eruka. She mentions that they were contacted by Mr. Max, and they have agreed to meet on Sooho land tomorrow. Meanwhile, in Seoul, Area 2's Grasshopper Dungeon, Level 3, Park Sooho is subjecting these 4 to tough training, and they are all struggling. He informs them that they still have 10 rounds to go. Just then, he receives a call from Granny Sukja. He inquires if something has happened. She asks if he is allowing the others to eat while he is training them. Park Sooho responds that they ate a lot when he was not there, so they don't need to eat right now. Granny Sukja mentions that she is giving the phone to Miss Miso to talk to her. Kim Miso takes the phone and mentions that she heard he has been undergoing high-intensity training in a dungeon without even stopping to sleep in the 3 days since he returned to Korea. She asks if he is aware of Japan's severe reaction and mentions they have a rather nice solution for it. Park Sooho reflects to himself that in the human world, there are human rules, and he momentarily forgets that going against them can be a hassle. He says to meet her at home. After a while, Park Sooho arrives home, and Kim Miso introduces him to Mr. Max, the Asian branch manager of the SPFC. Park Sooho asks what the SPFC wants from him. He explains that not long ago, the champion Lee Sung-woo challenged him to a match by name and claimed that Park Sooho is nothing, and he doesn't even need one hand to beat him. He acknowledges that he recalls something like that but wonders why Lee Sung-woo would do something like that. He elaborates that it's all about earning money. If the match were to happen, an astronomical amount of money could be earned. He advises him not to think about it too much and just agree to it. He adds that if he agrees, he can prevent the war from happening and earn a huge sum of money, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. He reflects on when David warned him that Lee Sung-woo is a psycho murderer and advised him not to interact with him if possible. He mentions that he can legally kill Lee Sung-woo if he agrees. He requests a clear explanation of the SPFC rules, emphasizing that they won't hold him at fault for any accidental deaths, and they do not condone murder. Kim Miso assures Mr. Max that she will contact him again after discussing things with Park Sooho. Mr. Max expresses his hope that they make the correct choice and leave. Kim Miso reassures Park Sooho that if he doesn't feel like agreeing, he doesn't have to. She says that the war won't break out. However, Park Sooho expresses his strong desire to do it. She points out that Japan's intentions are straightforward, either appease him or eliminate him. He asserts that he doesn't care about Japan's reasons. He simply wants to beat Lee Sung-woo since it's not against the law. She inquires about his thoughts on donating the proceeds of the match to Japan, emphasizing the importance of appeasing Japan before the match. He responds with an affirmative. She mentions that she will inform Mr. Max of this idea. Then, she takes out some documents and reveals that there's one more thing to discuss, an official order that has come from the government. She hands him a document and announces that there is a general assembly of all guilds once a year. During this event, all the large guilds at level 6 gather together. She states her intention to invite him there. He inquires why he's being invited when his guild hasn't reached level 6 yet. She informs him that the Sooho Guild has officially achieved level 6 status and presents him with a level 6 shield to congratulate him. She also explains that this is the certificate awarded by the Bureau, and that the entire Uijeongbu region will be entrusted to him, along with autonomous rights over the territory. Furthermore, she mentions that once the infrastructure has been established and people begin to settle in, the government will designate all the land managed after a while. He presents the document, and Park Jun-ho remarks that these people ignored them when they were facing difficulties. But now, what is this? He questions why they are being given the land they had previously relinquished, and being tasked with guarding the country. The monk chimes in, mentioning that they haven't even undergone military training, so question their ability to guard the country. He responds, stating that the decision has already been made, and the government must establish the city first. The construction in their designated area will still take some time. He speculates that they might just be exploited by the government. He adds that it could be easier to expand the beast farm than what they are being offered here. Han Dong-soo suggests that it might be 100 times better to simply accept the money and emigrate elsewhere. He states that they will maintain Namyangju as their headquarters and reveals his plan to divide the new region into sub-districts. He inquires if they are going to become branch managers, possessing similar powers to mayors. He also mentions that Seoul Area 13, where they are situated, is as large as Gyeonggi-do, so he likens his role to that of a provincial governor rather than a mayor. He further asserts that he will be the one appointing the branch managers, making it more accurate to describe them as lords and castellans rather than mayors and provincial governors. Then the monk, while looking at the news, remarks that due to the agriculturalization of Sooho land, Korea is poised to become the grain hub of the world, resulting in astronomical income. However, he questions whether they can compete with Eruka's agricultural industry, which boasts several trading gates worldwide. He points out that Eruka's products are costly, and there are too few gates to meet all the planet's needs. Therefore, he suggests that they are targeting the niche market. He states that if this venture succeeds, Sooho will become a lord with a territory generating a substantial income, and they will be the castellans responsible for safeguarding that land. He reminds them that they have already signed the contract and advises them to retain 2 copies of such an agreement to prevent any disputes. He asserts that everything has been decided, and they can't even protect their own homes, so the notion of being castellans is questioned. He concludes by saying that once they finish their meal, they should proceed with today's training. Meanwhile, Park Junho watches the news reporting that Lee Sungwoo has emerged from the dungeon. He exclaims, "Welcome back, he's in trouble now." An event is organized, setting up a match between Lee Sungwoo and Park Sooho. Lennox comments that a one-on-one battle between Awakeners is a completely different challenge from hunting in a confined space, and he predicts that Lee, with his extensive experience, will triumph over Park Sooho. Bright SPFC commentator emphasizes that Park Sooho has no prior experience in one-on-one combat with an Awakener on such a grand stage and suggests that he will soon discover how vastly different the SPFC is from street fights. Han Dong-soo checks the Sooho channel and reads the comments from people. Excitedly, he remarks that he doubts they would have earned as much money even after raiding a level 5 dungeon 100 times. However, his mood changes when he comes across the news that Park Sooho has donated the entire 240 billion fight money to Japan. He expresses his frustration, questioning why Park Sooho would give away hard-earned money to another country. After a while they are all talking, he arrives and inquires about their activities. He mentions that his life is currently at stake, and he questions why he should give away all the money he earned by risking his life. He urges them to stop talking if they've finished eating and to go inside quickly because he intends to inspect the land in Uijeongbu. The scene then shifts, and the Awakener Bureau Director is seen having a phone conversation with the President. He acknowledges that the reported amount of fight money was reduced, and he assures that even if they distribute 5 billion to each recipient, it's more than sufficient. As a precaution, they have also signed a contract in which Park Sooho agrees to donate his winnings to the National Development Funds. With this arrangement in place, they can quell any speculation about internal conflicts within the country. The director also praises Park Sooho for his generosity, and suggests that this is just the beginning, as the success of the agricultural project on Sooho land will likely bring even more benefits. Meanwhile, he arrives with Wyvern, contemplating the facility that once served as the headquarters of the Third Corp, which is presently in the process of relocating. He believes that with some expansion and renovation, it should be capable of accommodating around 1,000 people. Kim Miso is already present to greet him and inquire about his perspective from above. He responds that it appears suitable and that planting within a 4-kilometer radius of this location should work well. She informs him that once he has demarcated his territory, she will submit it for approval. He utilizes tree spirit power to mark his territory. On the other side, the reporter greets all the martial arts fans and announces that they are on the Worldwide Martial Arts channel. He mentions that there are only 15 days remaining until the Battle of the Century, featuring champion Lee Sungwoo against rookie Park Sooho. Wright and the Sidekick Channel team have prepared some footage of an interview with both the champion and the challenger. Earlier this morning, they strategically planned to meet Team Lee Sungwoo in front of the level 7 dungeon in Osaka. He approaches Lee Sungwoo and inquires about how he's preparing for the match against Park Sooho. He responds that he doesn't have time to prepare for it. He explains that the number of level 7 dungeons is about to increase significantly, and there is no time for rest as they must act for the sake of humanity's peace. After a while, he approaches Park Sooho's team and inquires if they are the members of Team Sooho, including the individuals referred to as the Four Stooges. He introduces himself as a sidekick and asks them about Sidekick Channel, inquiring whether he could interview with Park Sooho. Han Dong-soo suggests trying to find Park Sooho in Uijeongbu, as he is likely involved in planting trees at the moment. Meanwhile, Akiko sits in JR Hotel, attempting to gain access to Park Sooho's profile. After some time, she successfully gains access. The news reports that DGB Construction has started transporting building materials to Uijeongbu for construction on Sooho land. There are only 2 days left until the match, but Park Sooho is still in seclusion within Sooho land and has not yet arrived in Japan. On the other side, Akiko sits with Lee Sung-woo in the Tokyo Top City Hotel. She asks him what he's thinking. He ponders how he should deal with Park Sooho if he doesn't show up. She expresses doubts about it being easy. She mentions that she checked top-secret information from Korea's Awakening Bureau, revealing that according to records, Park Sooho returned after spending 1,000 years on another planet. He questions if he regressed multiple times over 1,000 years. She clarifies that no, she doesn't believe he's using a regression stone like him. He insists that it's impossible to live for 1,000 years without using a regression stone. She explains that, according to the records, he returned after spending 10 years on another planet. However, the passage of time on that planet is twice as fast as on Earth. If Park Sooho spent 500 years regressing on Earth, then spending 1,000 years on a planet not temporally tied to Earth is not impossible. She adds that this also explains why he has never met Park Sooho, as he regressed 20 years 25 times. He wonders if, in the absence of a regression stone, Park Sooho drank from the fountain of eternal youth or something similar. She shares her findings, mentioning a rare item known as the Crimson Divine Peach. She explains that it's an exceptionally rare item that appears only once every 1,000 years on one of the planets and vanishes after 10 days, and it's considered a divine fruit that grants eternal youth and immortality to whoever consumes it. She expresses her concern that Park Sooho might have lived even longer than him. He asserts that whoever his opponent is, he can't allow anyone who obstructs his plans to remain alive. On the other side, the commentator reports that 3 hours before the start of the match, the stadium is buzzing with excitement, but there's news that Park Sooho still has not arrived in the country. He questions whether Park Sooho has truly given up on the match. The commentator Masuda chimes in, emphasizing that even if it's just an event match, it shouldn't be easy for a rookie, especially considering it's his first match against the SPFC champion. They highlight that the Korean government bears all the responsibility for the pre-match inspection, implying that both Park Sooho and the Korean government should take responsibility and issue an apology. Meanwhile, Lee Sung-woo inquires Akiko if there is still no news about Park Sooho. She responds that according to the news from Korea, Sooho land was recently expanded to Uijeongbu. He thinks to himself that Park Sooho indeed has an uncanny ability to foresee the future, as the first place where a level 7 dungeon opens in Korea is Uijeongbu. He reflects on how the combat unit that audaciously challenged the level 7 dungeon when it first appeared was obliterated, leading to a catastrophe in which Korea lost half of its total S-rank awakeners. Ultimately, they couldn't prevent the dungeon break, and due to the massive explosives used to combat the level 7 monsters, Uijeongbu was reduced to ashes. He believes that soon there will be numerous dungeon breaks across the continent, with the monsters advancing from North to South Korea, causing the complete collapse of South Korea. He understands that the Korean government is attempting to prevent this outcome by pushing Park Sooho forward. On the other side, the commentator announces that there are only 7 minutes left before the match begins. According to the rules, players will be disqualified if they do not arrive at the arena an hour before the match. However, there is uncertainty about whether Park Sooho can make it within the remaining 7 minutes. Just then, the sound of a wyvern is heard, and to everyone's surprise, Park Sooho has arrived. The commentator exclaims that Park Sooho has defied expectations by appearing in Tokyo Stadium on his wyvern, causing excitement among the audience. After a while, Park Sooho lands and sends his wyvern back into a portal. He inquires about the large crowd and the whereabouts of Lee Sung-woo. The commentator informs that it appears he is searching for Lee Sung-woo in the arena, and as soon as he calls out Lee Sung-woo's name, the spectators in the stands start shouting in response. Meanwhile, Lee Sung-woo is in a room with Akiko. He says that he is heading out. She attempts to stop him, but he reassures her not to worry, stating that he will win and return safely. Lee Sung-woo arrives in the arena and asks Park Sooho if he'll allow him to ask a few questions before he kills him. He inquires if he is a survivor of the apocalypse. He responds by asking what the apocalypse is. He continues, questioning if there was another regression stone and how many years he can regress with the one he possesses. He further inquiries about the nature of a regression stone. The commentator sends a transmission drone near them to capture their conversation. He taunts him, suggesting that he must find it enjoyable now that he has returned to the past, feeling like he has the world at his feet. He asks if he has come back to the past. Lee Sung-woo attempts to attack him, but Park Sooho retaliates by hitting him in the face and throwing him aside. This sudden turn of events leaves everyone in the stadium and those watching the live broadcast in a state of shock. The commentator remarks that Lee Sung-woo appears to have sustained significant damage and is not displaying any immediate response. He continues to approach slowly, and Lee Sung-woo is now in a precarious situation. He approaches him closely and instructs him to get up. He questions how someone with the title of champion can be so weak. He manages to rise to his feet, noticing that his nose is bleeding, and wonders if he was struck by magic. He comments on the necessity of humility and says an ant has a queen and a frog in a well. With frustration, he attempts to attack once more, but Park Sooho effortlessly punches him, employing tornado power to launch him into the air and following up with a fire fairy shower. The commentator, witnessing this one-sided beating, expresses disbelief at the unexpected turn of events. The shock is palpable among the spectators. Park Sooho firmly grasps Lee Sung-woo by the neck, insisting that he not feign death because he knows Lee Sung-woo is still conscious. The status window displays Lee Sung-woo's HP at 25%. Park Sooho decides to inquire as well, asking why Lee Sung-woo sought him out. Lee Sung-woo responds that he wants to kill Park Sooho. Park Sooho then questions why Lee Sung-woo believes he deserves to die. Lee Sung-woo asserts that it's because of Park Sooho that his meticulously crafted plan, developed over 500 years of hard work and dedication, has been ruined. Park Sooho inquires about the plan Lee Sung-woo had been working on for 500 years. Lee Sung-woo consumes a potion, transforming into the monstrous entity known as the Fury of God. Meanwhile, Kurosawa watches everything happening in the stadium on the screen and mentions the potion to recover his stamina. He says after taking the potion, it appears that he has learned some interesting things from Planet Gutchen. When Lee Sung-woo transforms the Fury of God, everything is destroyed in the stadium. People are badly injured, and even Akiko is injured. He uses a skill so lethal and powerful that the human body can't handle it, so he has to call on the physique of a monster. Astonishingly, he used this skill, which he had been saving for the level 8 boss, Toad Monarch, on a human like that. Park Sooho also sustains some head injuries but gets up again and expresses surprise. He believes he was able to survive that ultimate move and asks what item Lee Sung-woo is using to be so strong and what he used to regress. Lee Sung-woo replies that he doesn't understand what he means by regressing and this isn't an item, it's a skill called Forest's Blessing. He explains that a mere skill can replace an elixir. He asserts that it's an elixir grade skill and that it completely recovers lost stamina and mana within 5 seconds. Meanwhile, he launches a fierce attack on his opponent, hurling him aside, and remarks that it seems like the planet may face destruction because of him. His opponent retorts that his 500-year plan has been thwarted by him, signifying that the planet's demise is now attributable to him. Consequently, the blame for the planet's destruction falls on him, and he should meet his end at his hands. He inquires if his adversary comprehends how he reached this juncture. With a swift kick and a forceful throw, he asserts that his adversary is simply deranged. He believes that it's remarkable that there's a human he cannot defeat, even after undergoing a monstrous transformation. Nevertheless, he perceives no prospect of reversal, and it doesn't concern him. He continues to pummel his opponent mercilessly, all the while stating that the ruin of his plan wasn't caused by him. He resolves to enlighten him about reality from this point forward. He privately thinks that his adversary should continue talking, divulging all of his knowledge, as in the subsequent setback, he will absorb all of his power, even assimilating his soul. He proclaims that the world's savior must be him. Then Park Sooho transforms, becoming a black wolf, and delivers a powerful punch that reverts his adversary into a human, causing his stone replica to shatter. He transforms once more, this time into an eagle, and approaches him. He inquires about his thoughts, asking if he can now perceive the real world. He asserts that the reason he couldn't save Earth over such an extended period is simply due to his weakness. He issues a warning, advising him not to ever trespass into his territory again, as if he does, he will genuinely end his life. He points out that 95% of humankind will perish in the impending apocalypse, and he will meet the same fate soon. His adversary retorts, questioning why his past must determine his future. He privately reflects that there is no future for someone like him who dwells in the past. Choi Soo-young is watching a match, and the commentator mentions that even though Lee Sung-woo has collapsed, Park Soo-ho has transformed into an eagle and flown toward him. She recalls the incident at the hospital where he told her they couldn't be together because she was still too weak. She contemplates that if their strengths aren't balanced, one side will inevitably break. On the other side, Park Soo-ho secured victory and donated all the money to Japan. The families of the injured individuals collectively filed lawsuits against Lee Sung-woo, who remained unconscious for a week. During this time, he experiences a dream in which Park Soo-ho warns him. He abruptly wakes up and questions how much time has passed. He reaches for his phone and starts watching the news, but Akiko arrives and snatches his phone away, cautioning him not to look because people are only shocked by his defeat. She asks if he's alright, and he replies that he wants to be alone for a while. She agrees but informs him she'll be taking the phone, and what he needs right now is complete stability. He rises from his bed and gazes out of the window, where people are protesting outside the hospital. He muses that these were the people who always used to follow him around, and no matter how much he dedicated to them, they remained the same. Then, he looks at his stone of replica and laments that if he had held on a bit longer, he could have copied everything. He reaches for his regression stone and explains that with it, he can return to Earth from 20 years ago. Given the current circumstances, he concludes that there's nothing else he can do but go back 20 years and eliminate Park Soo-ho. He mentions that he can activate the regression stone in about 2 years but is considering upgrading it to level 3. Meanwhile, Nobuyusuke and his friends enter his room. They inquire if he has woken up and if he is all right now. He asks them what's wrong, and they respond that it's an order from the bureau to bring him along. He expresses surprise, stating that he didn't receive any notice. He questions Toshihiro and Yuichi about why they are here, and they explain that they were also summoned and happened to meet on the way. He reflects on how all the S-rank awakeners in Tokyo have gathered at the summons of the bureau. He instructs them to wait outside while he gets ready. They agree but insist he should come along quietly, mentioning Shimizu and Rokuto waiting outside the door. He scoffs, wondering if they believe that just the 5 of them can defeat him. Nobuyusuke urges him, saying that it's just a simple investigation and he only needs to go there for a while. He contemplates that on the day of the match, the defense agency should have recorded his entire conversation with Park Soo-ho, and they are probably curious about the items in his inventory. He asks if they are also coveting the regression stone and planning to lock him up and torture him. Nobuyusuke clarifies that it's not like that. It's because of the missing items from the reports. Toshihiro suggests that if there's something like that, then it's right to use it for the good of the citizens. This infuriates him, and he declares that they have crossed the line, and Japan will soon realize the consequences of their mistake today. After a while, they launch an attack on him, and he activates the Fury of God, countering their assault. He challenges them, asking if he appears weak just because he lost once. He threatens that if a single one of them makes a move, Toshihiro's neck will snap. They plead with him to stop, but he insists on knowing who gave the order. He learns that it's the Commissioner's order, Commissioner Takeo of the Supernatural Bureau. He reflects on Takeo, a patriotic man who primarily values bloodlines. For someone so opposed to Korea, Takeo was likely uncomfortable cooperating with him all along and had been waiting for him to fail, seizing the opportunity as soon as this incident occurred. He says that Commissioner Takeo questions his loyalty to Great Japan. Takeo points out that when Lee Sung-woo's team raided level 7 dungeons, 9 people died. He questions whether he ever transformed into a monster or used an elixir to heal his team. Furthermore, the items and skills he displayed this time have never been documented anywhere. This implies that all reports on the skills and items submitted by Combat Team 1 of the Defense Agency are false. He wonders if he hid some items that should be used for the country's defense for personal gain. He suggests that, before opening a special investigation committee, they should ask him some questions, not because they don't trust him, but to dispel all doubts. He alleges that Takeo simply wants to take all the items he possesses for himself, and he likely promised to grant him the position of captain of Japan's Combat Team 1 if things went well. He contends that Takeo claims his loyalty to the defense agency has never been in question since he was a part of the Navy, and that the agency needs individuals like him. Then he responds that he has already witnessed the destruction of Japan 25 times and wanted to rebuild human civilization here due to the geographical advantages. However, he supposes that the plan is now in ruins because there's no way to curb this country's greed. He inquires further, asking if Akiko is aware of it. He informs him she knows about this. He kills Toshihiro in anger. The news reports that Lee Sung-woo kills 2 Awakeners and injures 3 others before making his escape. Meanwhile, in Japan's Supernatural Bureau, Commission Takeo expresses his distrust in helping others, citing the incident involving Lee Sung-woo. He believes that they took in a man abandoned by Korea and turned him into a hero, only for him to turn against them at the slightest provocation. Takeo suspects that Lee Sung-woo might have been a spy planted by Korea from the very beginning. He sees this incident as an opportunity to eliminate any threats within their country and replace them with pure-blooded heroes. He instructs Kitano to contact all broadcasting stations and the press to schedule a briefing about Lee Sung-woo in the conference room within 2 hours. The news reports that Park Sooho has established himself as the world's strongest individual in his new location in Uijeon, and the Sooho Guild has experienced a surge in its membership. The countdown to Uijeongbu becoming Seoul's 13th district has also begun. Meanwhile, Han Dong-soo watches a news report about champion Lee Sung-woo escaping after committing murder, then disappearing and killing 2 S-rank Awakeners. The news further reveals that Mr. Takeo from Japan's Awakener Federation has called for an emergency press conference at the government office. Mr. Takeo voices their suspicion that Lee Sung-woo may be a spy sent by Korea, and demands an explanation from the Korean government regarding the recent terrorist attack associated with Lee Sung-woo. In response to these accusations, a spokesperson from the Blue House, Kim Byung-seok, holds a briefing at the archives, firmly rejecting Commissioner Takeo's unfounded allegations and expressing great resentment towards Japan's unreasonable provocation. After observing all of these news reports, Han Dong-soo expresses doubt that someone who was severely beaten by Sooho would come to their location. He decides to search for Sooho in case Lee Sung-woo arrives when Sooho is absent, as he did last time. After a while, Han Dong-soo notices something familiar in the sky, and a new member of the Sooho Guild screams and starts running from the side. Han Dong-soo realizes that he may have arrived and begins running as well. Jang Yishik arrives and asks where they are going. Han Dong-soo explains that he believes Lee Sung-woo has arrived. He says that he received a report from the detection team about a nearby portal, so he was on his way to investigate. They see a new portal opening, and it appears to be quite strong. They check the status window, which indicates that it's a level 7 dungeon with dimension energy measuring 7530, and the potential break in 42 days. Shocked by this revelation, they realize the gravity of the situation. Park Junho considers the fact that even with Park Sooho, their focus on becoming the 13th district led them to admit people without thoroughly assessing their capabilities. In the event of a dungeon break, this place could be destroyed, and the safety of everyone cannot be guaranteed. They are left uncertain about what to do next. Byungjin suggests that they should relocate before the dungeon potentially breaks. Park Junho expresses doubts, believing that Sooho may not allow them to leave, and if he is present, he might insist on keeping them here. Jang Yishik questions Sooho's whereabouts during such a critical moment. In response, they decide to split up and search for him in different directions. Before they proceed, a weasel suddenly appears in the center of their group and questions their reasons for coming here. Park Junho admits that their eagerness to become the 13th district branch manager blinded them. The weasel explains that they were chosen by the government because this area is a larger hunting ground, and he appreciates their honesty. He encourages them to embrace the wilderness and mentions that a significant prey has presented itself. He asks if they are willing to hunt with gratitude. Han Dong-soo expresses gratitude but points out that their current levels are at E rank. The weasel, in response, tells them that the prey is practically offering itself to be caught, and if they continue running away, they'll return to their past. He questions if they desire to go back in time, which they vehemently deny, emphasizing how hard they worked to reach this point. They decide to scout ahead. Suddenly, the weasel transforms into Park Sooho himself. Park Sooho notes the significant improvement in the newbie's abilities and emphasizes the importance of managing the construction efforts. He designates Myungjin and Ishil for the first raid, instructing them to follow him. Han Dong-soo expresses regret that his name wasn't included in the very first raid of a level 7 dungeon in Korea, lamenting the missed opportunity. He decides he will join the raid as well. They enter the level 7 dungeon, and it's an undead land. They are being attacked. Meanwhile, the news is being broadcast that after the event in Japan, a level 7 dungeon has finally appeared in Korea. It is the 8th level 7 dungeon in the world and the 2nd in Asia. Major foreign media outlets are saying that it was something expected to happen, and it has been reported that the international airport is currently in chaos due to people trying to escape. The reporter states that it is a mess, and as the Awakener Bureau is in the middle of a meeting discussing how to proceed. He will end this news flash by reporting that a team of 3 from Sooho land, including Park Sooho, has already entered the dungeon. Meanwhile, at the Awakener Bureau, the director acknowledges the impressive performance of the broadcasting stations these days, likening it to having placed a listening device in their building. He inquires whether they reported entering the dungeon as soon as it appeared. He mentions that Park Sooho, Han Dong-soo, and Jang Yishil are currently inside. A gray-haired individual inquires why he brought those two with him. The bespectacled one explains that Han Dong-soo possesses the video memory skill. The director suggests that they should at least create a video recording for the following teams. The bespectacled one responds by noting that there are already numerous videos of people clearing level 7 dungeons from foreign countries on the internet. The director then asks about the preparations of the combat teams. One gray-haired individual reports that all 13 teams within the Bureau are currently awaiting orders. However, even when considering the best within the Bureau, they still have only a few A-rank Awakeners, with the majority being B-rank. Another person adds that, furthermore, time is too limited, and they must clear the dungeon 88 times within 42 days to prevent it from collapsing. The bespectacled one checks something on a tablet and mentions that Lee Sung-woo's team set a record of 8 days, given that the time inside the dungeon is usually twice that of Earth's. This essentially means that clearing it takes an average of 20 days. The director observes that this implies they need to clear it twice a day. The gray-haired person, referring to the data, suggests that they need to evacuate the country. The bespectacled one asks if they shouldn't send a request for cooperation to the guilds and attempt to somehow halt it. He proposes the idea of evacuating people from Uijeongbu Sooho land and stationing personnel at the Seoul defense wall in preparation for the dungeon's collapse. The director remarks that everyone will perish if a second level 7 dungeon appears within Seoul. He inquires about Sooho Guild's wall of trees, wondering if it's quite strong. He points out that even if they can confine the monsters behind the defense wall, there's nothing the guilds in the country can do if a second or third level 7 dungeon emerges. The director believes that as long as the level 7 dungeon in Sooho land is taken care of, it will be the safest place on the planet. He asks if Section Chief Kim Miso is at Sooho land and suggests they call her to assess the situation on site. After a while, they observe Sooho land with a drone to find Kim Miso and comment it's quieter than expected, and it also appears that the construction is still ongoing. They observe that the infrastructure construction is being carried out by DGB Construction. They notice a child riding a wolf, and the workers are eating peacefully. They wonder if they are playing war games and question if this is Korea, as it appears like another world. The director asks if the drone's location is truly Uijeongbu Sooho land. He inquires about the whereabouts of Section Chief Kim Miso and locates her through the drone. He remarks that it looks like the soldiers' dormitory building and is surprised to see her sunbathing. She gets up and asks who he is, prompting the director to inquire if she is Choi Soo-won. She explains that it's lunchtime and she is just taking a break, apologizing for any inconvenience. He then asks her to provide a brief update on the situation on site. She explains that there was some unrest when the level 7 dungeon first appeared due to the evacuation manual, but after Park Sooho's team went to raid it, things calmed down. She mentions that 3 hours after the dungeon's appearance, the infrastructure construction is proceeding as planned, with Park Junho, the Vice Guild Master of Sooho Guild, overseeing everything, and Monk Myungjin, a guild member, training recruits. He asks if there is anything else she is curious about. The director notes that the entire country of Korea is in a panic, but that place feels like a different world. General Manager Choi enters the room and informs them that the Ministry of Defense has deployed Sun Jinwoo's 707A Special Forces unit to Uijeongbu. The director approves of this decision, emphasizing that even if a dungeon break occurs, they must do their best to prevent it, and expresses hope in Park Sooho. He instructs them to retrieve his combat gear, as he will now be the on-site commander for the level 7 dungeon. The scene shifts as Akiko is tied to a chair when Commissioner Tokyo arrives and asks if she's awake. She responds by saying he's making a mistake. He retorts by asking if she needs to be electrocuted some more and shows her bracelet, questioning how they found it, especially since it's not something she wears often, and she hid it quite well. She inquires about how he obtained the bracelet. He informs her that there's no need to ponder, as they have already examined everything within it. She then asks what they want now. He reveals that there was a particularly intriguing notebook within it. She dismisses it as just a diary, to which he counters that even Lee Sung-woo probably doesn't know about its existence. He adds that she specializes in information gathering, and Lee Sung-woo likely trusted her because he didn't anticipate her taking such actions. She urges him to get to the point. Commissioner Tokyo explains that the diary contains information about the future, detailing who will become heroes or villains, what kinds of incidents will occur, when and where they will happen, and even how the world will eventually come to an end. He elaborates that armed with knowledge of the future, he gathered individuals with great potential and made it appear as though he trained them. All of this was done to reap the benefits, and he brought those who would have shaped Japan's future, even if left on their own, into his team, making them look up to him. Consequently, he rose to become the champion and the country's hero, with the citizens revering him as such. He credits this achievement to the regression stone he possesses. Akiko finally asks if that's what he wants to know in the end. He responds by urging her to reveal where he is hiding, promising to grant her what she desires. She says she does not know. A person watching them from a glass wall informs Takeo that she's telling the truth. Takeo says it would have been great if she'd known. She says it would have been great if they hadn't made Lee Sung-woo their enemy. He says she will be locked up in the Awakena exclusive prison, and she will meet a sad end while trapped there. She says she doesn't think he has the time to worry about others right now, and Lee Sung-woo will probably want to meet him. After a while, an operator shows Takeo a video of Lee Sung-woo and says this is the last video because he has gone underground. He states that they are currently trying to track him down with drones. He explains that Lee Sung-woo is a villain who is attempting to overthrow them by luring Korean Awakeners and citizens to his country. He emphasizes using all possible means to locate him and make him accountable for his crimes. He believes that Lee Sung-woo certainly has a regression stone in his inventory. Meanwhile, on a beach, Lee Sung-woo is seated, watching the news on his phone. The news broadcast has just revealed the list of guild members who have joined Park Sooho in his raid of the level 7 dungeon. He remarks that it's a 3-man raid, with Jang Yishik being D rank and Han Dong-soo being E rank. He says, let's see how much he can change the world with his strength. He writes something in a notebook and mentions that to prepare for his next regression, he needs to gather as much information as possible about that guy. The news reports that they have received more information, and Korea's best combat team, Special Forces Unit 707A, is on its way to Uijeongbu. He comments that Korea's destruction began in full swing after the combat team led by Korea's number 1 was annihilated. He notes that a level 7 dungeon has appeared, but Busan remains peaceful. He thinks that when the end of the world arrives, those bright faces will be stained with blood and tears, and if he manages to survive, he will help them smile again. Meanwhile, members of SF Unit 707A have arrived at the Sooho Guild. The director has also arrived at the Sooho Guild. Park Jun-ho and Kim Miso see the director, and she asks why he is here. He responds what does he think and how could he just sit calmly in the office when the country is in the middle of a crisis. He meets Park Jun-ho and explains that to ease their citizens' anxiety, the Awakena Bureau and the Ministry of Defense have decided to fully support the Sooho Guild in any way they can. Park Jun-ho expresses Park Soo-ho's dislike for outsiders entering the territory like this. The director acknowledges this but emphasizes that the appearance of a level 7 dungeon is not the Sooho Guild's problem. He states that it is a national crisis, and it is not just the Sooho Guild's duty to clear it. She says she will do her best to explain things to Park Sooho when he comes out, and they are willing to pay an appropriate amount for using the dungeon. After a while, Kim Miso stands alone with the director. She inquires about the reason for his presence. He responds by asking what she means by that question. He asserts that the director of the bureau should not remain inactive during a national crisis like this. She questions whether he evacuated to this location because it appeared to be the safest. He challenges her perception of him and instructs her to cease the nonsensical talk and set up his place at the command post. He explains that they will be temporarily transferring all available aces to join them, including Choi Soo-young from the detection team. He emphasizes that Choi Soo-young should be in the barracks at this moment. He then inquires about the claim that the defensive wall of trees in this area cannot be breached, not even by a missile. She responds that she is uncertain and suggests that he try it himself. After a while, Sun Jinwoo informs Park Jun-ho that they should not create any difficulties for him. He proposes that if he is willing to permit it, they will establish their post in that location. He believes that the man of Iron Fist, who turned down a blank check from the Shilla Guild out of patriotism rather than a desire to avoid trouble, appears to be doing this because he does not wish to accept any assistance. He adds, "Let him do as he wishes." He also requests that they ensure the paths of the soldiers and civilians do not intersect, as the soldiers might be somewhat sensitive due to the impending raid. After a while, a healthy soldier has his food and remarks that he believes this place is where trash accumulates, except for Park Sooho, but the food is exceptionally good. His friend points to the granny cutting food and mentions that she is cooking in a hurry because the food prepared for 200 people doesn't appear to be sufficient. Just then, he is struck by a newcomer from the Sooho Guild and becomes angry. He seizes the newbie's collar and shouts at him. Meanwhile, Gunwoo pilfers the bread and attempts to escape while striking his face. Granny Sukja becomes angry and hurls the knife, saying that she had warned him not to touch the bread since they don't have enough. However, he leaps out of the window and offers the bread to their monkey friends. Healthy Soldier spots him from the window and inquires about his identity. His friend replies that he is Park Sooho's nephew. He mentions that his movements resemble those of an awakened monkey. He remarks on how coldly Granny throws those knives and expresses his anger, saying that the knives were headed straight for him. His friend explains that it's because he was causing a scene. He asks if he wants to face the consequences for touching Park Sooho's family, like Lee Sungwoo. He then questions if Granny is a member of Park Sooho's family and wonders what kind of family is filled with lunatics. After a while, Soo Jinwoo sits in an office with the director. The director asks what has brought him here. Soo Jinwoo replies that they plan to start the raid today. The director suggests that they have just arrived here not long ago, and wonders if it's better to let the soldiers rest for at least a day. He responds that they have already rested enough. He explains that they have sent an official cooperation request to each guild and are currently in the process of adjusting the plans for the additional combat teams. He hopes the director can wait for at least a day. He asks if he doesn't trust them or if they don't need more people even now. He clarifies that it's not about trust. Even Lee Sungwoo's world record team had casualties, and for their country, which lacks manpower compared to Japan, even a single casualty would be a huge loss. He emphasizes that if they enter hastily and lose men, they won't be able to carry out subsequent raids effectively. He mentions that 4 S rank and 12 A rank mercenaries are currently on their way from Busan, and they need to include them in the combat unit. He reminds him not to forget that Unit 707 is their best asset. He responds with an understood and agrees to keep the unit on standby for one more day. Meanwhile, in the camps, Choi Soo-young is sleeping, and Kim Miso approaches, playfully tossing a fire fairy on her. Kim Miso remarks that Choi Soo-young is supposed to come and greet them since she has finally returned after such a long absence, questioning why she's just resting. She responds that being away was better. She begins teasing her about Park Sooho's name. She asks what that guy has to do with her. She mentions she called Park Sooho many times while she was dispatched. She gets angry and asks why she is going around checking other people's call records. She reflects on how she didn't even think about how the bureau was turned upside down when she suddenly disappeared. Just then, a red-haired girl enters the room, and both Choi Soo-young and Kim Miso are delighted to see her. Choi Soo-young asks if she brought the chicken. The three of them sit down to enjoy the food Hong Se-hee brought. Hong Se-hee inquires if they've seen the video of Song-hee getting rejected by him in 5 minutes. Kim Miso asks if Song-hee and Park Sooho are dating, to which she explains that it was all revealed in the Song-hee edition of Unanswered Questions. She was rejected the moment they met, and now she's getting tutored because she wants to take the Awakened Mercenary exam. She asks if they know why she got rejected, and she replies that it's because she was weak. Kim Miso deduces that Park Sooho's type is someone strong. Hong Se-hee then turns to Kim Miso and inquires that she is Park Sooho's liaison officer at the bureau. She emphasizes that she is ranked number 1 among women in Korea and foremost among the country's strongest women. She playfully asks if she could introduce her to Park Sooho. The news broadcasts that 24 hours have passed since Park Sooho entered the level 7 dungeon. 38 mercenaries, including S-rank members, have joined the Vanguard and the full party of 30 from Special Forces Unit 707A. Who are about to raid the level 7 dungeon. After a while, Sun Jinwoo's teams are ready to enter the level 7 dungeon. Park Junho asks a newbie where is Monk Myungjin. He says that Monk Myungjin entered a level 1 dungeon with them yesterday and defeated the boss several times by himself. However, he suddenly went off by himself with a strangely vicious expression on his face. Junho asks, did he bring his medicine? On the other side, Sun Jinwoo addresses his team and states that the only intel they have on this level 7 dungeon is that it is an undead land, which means they are acting as the vanguard. He says that first, they are going to find the best place to set up camp, then they will make a map, analyze the situation, and devise a plan of operation. He reminds them not to forget that they are the best combat team in their country, and expresses his hope that they all do their best to fulfill their duties. They begin entering the portal, and 28 successfully enter, while 2 S rankers fail to enter, and the portal closes. Just then, the door bursts open, and a countdown starts, leaving everyone in shock. The director states that it's Park Sooho, and reporters also confirm that he has returned. News is being broadcast, reporting that a level 7 dungeon has been cleared by him in just 24 hours. The director then asks him to please allow them to express their sincerest gratitude and looks at Jang Ishik and Han Dong-soo, who are sleeping on the grass. He inquires if his teammates are still alive. He responds that they weren't able to sleep for 3 days, so they are just resting. He acknowledges that he must be tired but requests that he trouble him to write down his dungeon clearing strategy while he rests. Kim Miso suggests that even if it's just a map or details about the monsters, it would be of great help to the teams currently preparing for the next raid. He replies, asking if they are not going to send another hastily assembled combat team to his hunting grounds. He explains that they are currently in a state of national emergency to prevent a dungeon break, and it's best to have one more team join. He firmly declines, stating that there's no need to join forces because he's more than capable by himself. She believes that a level 7 dungeon isn't a national catastrophe for him. It's more like an island full of treasures that have landed right in his lap. He doesn't see their intention to send in a team as an attempt to help prevent a disaster. Instead, he views it as their attempt to claim a share of his treasure. He asks why there are so many people gathered here right now. She acknowledges his perspective and assures him that they won't send in any more teams. However, she mentions that one of the Special Forces units from the Ministry of Defense is currently in the middle of a raid. He asks for permission for them to enter his hunting grounds. She points out Park Junho, and he agrees to grant permission. Park Sooho pulls Park Junho aside, scolds him, and asks about the whereabouts of Monk Myungjin. Meanwhile, Monk is on the verge of attacking a reporter when he spots him and orders that he be brought over. The director questions what those guys are doing. While some guards apprehend him and escort him to the portal door, they all enter the portal once again. Reporters speculate that they are going in right now without resting, assuming that if he is truly determined to prevent a dungeon break by himself, the Sooho Guild might become the first level 7 guild. However, it's too early to determine, as one would need to clear the dungeon twice a day to prevent a break. They mention that, at the very least, they'll have to wait and see if they can reduce the clear time to 7 hours. The guards toss Monk Myungjin into the portal, while reporters observe that Monk doesn't appear to be in good health. After a while, the director announces that he's going to take a short break and gather information from them once they awaken. He reminds them that he is still the on-scene commander and needs something to appease the higher-ups. They both bring in the first aid van where the doctor checks if the machines are working properly. He confirms that both machines are currently at B rank. The other person points out that they were at E rank and D rank when they entered. He examines their status screens and expresses amazement at the significant level up they achieved from going through a level 7 dungeon just once, emphasizing that there is concrete proof of such progress right here. Suddenly, both of them wake up, ready for a fight. After a few seconds, Han Dong-soo realizes they are no longer in immediate danger. He inquires about Park Sooho's whereabouts. The doctor responds that he heard Park Sooho re-entered the dungeon about 20 minutes ago, along with 2 other members of the Sooho Guild. Jang Ishik suggests that they likely have only about 30 minutes left and asks for guidance on what they should do during that time. The director advises them to spend all the money they have on purchasing items if they wish to avoid dying without even leaving a corpse. They proceed to check their status screens. The scene shifts and Lee Sunwoo watches the news reporting that Park Sooho has re-entered the dungeon without resting. He observes people cheering for his dungeon raid, and news announces the completion of a residential area for 3,000 households in Namangju Sooho land. He expresses shock, wondering how Park Sooho managed to clear it in just a day. He also notices news coverage of Park Sooho, Monk Myungjin, and Park Junho returning after reducing the dungeon clear time by 3 hours, achieving their second clear in 21 hours. On the other side, a medical team arrives to provide healing. Han Dong-soo, with no injuries, has his stamina at 30%, while Monk Myungjin requires 1 hour and 20 minutes of healing. Han Dong-soo questions their actions, to which she responds that it's the Bureau's healing service, and they are doing it to assist. She requests that they allow them to take care of Monk Myungjin. He wonders why they would engage in something that seems like a waste of time since they will recover from sleep once they return to the dungeon. She explains that it's 3 times faster in the dungeon, so as long as safety is ensured, it's better. Upon his orders, they both also come here to pick them up and enter the portal. They inquire about who will take care of the guild, and she responds that she will monitor the construction's progress. He expresses gratitude and asks why she's doing this. She explains that it's their job to make it easier for him to focus all his manpower on raiding the dungeon. He agrees to leave it to her and suggests that if she has questions, she can talk to Aunt Sukja. He then orders them to proceed and enter the portal, instructing them to wake up the others. Park Jun-ho wakes up and asks if it hasn't been cleared yet. Han Dong-soo says it was cleared once, and then they all came back in. Park Jun-ho insists on having some humanity, and allowing the rest of them to recognize their differences. Park Sooho remarks that they have been sleeping here for 30 minutes, adding that it isn't such a short amount of time. He explains that Jun-ho is at a C rank, Yishik is at a B rank, Myungjin is at a B rank, and Dong-soo is also at a B rank. Given their respective levels, sleeping in the dungeon for 30 minutes, without factoring in the time difference, should be more than sufficient for their recovery. They all proceed to check their levels on the status screen. He says that their bodies are rapidly growing stronger, but their minds have yet to catch up, which is why they feel fatigued despite having had ample time to recover. He further emphasizes that with such an attitude, they won't be able to protect their home, even if they reach S rank. Consequently, they are all undergoing special training until their lifeless expressions regain some vitality. Park Sooho says, "Don't the guys realize they have to get stronger quickly so they can leave the house to them while he is away?" Just then, undead skeleton knights arrive to attack them, but they are all fought back strongly and most of them are knocked down. Some undead orcs approach them. Park Sooho says this wave of opponents is approaching them by itself. Is it because of Myungjin? They all use their different powers to kill the dead orcs, but suddenly, an orc kicks Park Jun-ho. Jang Yishik says he has suddenly lost strength, and his sword's edge is becoming dull. Han Dong-soo says his accuracy is also suffering. On the other side, an orc is badly beating Myungjin. Just then, a banshee comes to attack them. Meanwhile, an operator shows a video to Kim Miso and the director where Jang Yishik is fighting against the banshee. He describes the banshee as an undead type monster that appears to be on par with a mid-boss. It is estimated to be an S rank, and its specialty lies in a debuff that reduces its opponent's physical damage, accuracy, and speed. It can also transform its arm into an arrow and perform ranged attacks. The director asks if he is suggesting that the banshee is not the boss and questions why they don't have the rest of the video. He explains that they attempted to forcibly extract the video while Han Dong-soo was sleeping in the infirmary, but he woke up in the middle of it. He mentions that they will formally request the video from Han Dong-soo once he comes out. The director adds that, aside from Lee Sung-woo's team, no one has ever succeeded in clearing a level 7 dungeon. Kim Miso points out that there's also Park Sooho in their team, and no other team has returned from raiding a level 7 dungeon yet. He says Japan is refusing to share information for some reason, and they are receiving several requests for information about the level 7 dungeon. He states that their immediate priority is the safety of SF Unit 707A and asks how things are over there. He shows a screen and says this is a scene of Jang Yishik, who was barely C rank at the time, receiving healing from Park Sooho's fairies after he almost died upon entering the dungeon. He mentions that they have observed that he received not only healing but also a buff. He explains that without Park Sooho's extremely long-ranged healing, they believe that no team on the planet could defeat the Banshee without suffering casualties. The director asks how long it has been since the SF unit went in. He says that 9 Earth days have elapsed, and if they compare them to Lee Sung-woo's team in Sapporo's level 7 dungeon, they could say that there's still some time to spare. However, the unit's composition is weaker than Lee Sung-woo's team's, so it is likely that the unit would quickly collapse if they encountered a Banshee early on and sustained casualties. He says they have to save them. She asks what they can do from the outside. He receives a call, and the person informs him that Park Sooho's team is coming out and the third time clear time has been reduced to 13 hours. They are all shocked to hear this. The director announces that he will arrive soon and instructs him to hold on to Park Sooho. He adds that they had initially emerged from the dungeon, but Park Sooho has since re-entered. She explains that if they analyze Park Sooho's previous dungeon clear times up to level 6 and make comparisons, they would find that he completed solo dungeon raids in half the time it took when he was part of a team. She further elaborates that based on this data, Park Sooho's 4th level 7 dungeon raid should take approximately 6 hours. He remarks that had he known Park Sooho's skills were this exceptional, he would have made every effort to prevent the deployment of the SF unit. She then inquires about what he meant by a way to save the SF unit. He clarifies that the more he repeats something, the faster he becomes at it, and suggests that if Park Sooho were to assemble a team with rank veterans, they could achieve remarkable results. After a while, Park Sooho emerges from the level 7 dungeon, and the director approaches him, sitting on his feet, and earnestly pleads for help. He inquires, did someone mention they're going to kill him? Kim Miso then expresses her desire to discuss something with him if he can spare some time. After a while, they sit by a lake, and Park Sooho asks how he is supposed to assist the SF unit. He states that he is currently clearing the dungeon faster and questions why he should help those thieves. Kim Miso explains that 3 days have elapsed since Captain Sun Jinwoo's team entered the dungeon, which translates to 9 days passing within the dungeon itself. The director interjects, stating that it is said that spending more than 15 days in the dungeon reduces the survival rate to below 50%, and they cannot afford to lose their special forces unit so needlessly. He angrily demands to know who authorized such a reckless entry. He admits to making a miscalculation due to his impatience. He asks how he can save the people who have already entered the dungeon. She responds that there is a way to go and save them. She recounts an incident that occurred 5 years ago in a level 1 dungeon near the Namhan River in Yongpyo. She explains that since the level 1 dungeon appeared in a field, the entrance fee has remained affordable. Additionally, there is a high chance of finding an artifact there, making it a popular dungeon often referred to as the Lottery and Treasure Dungeon. As more and more people have come to try their luck, the number of available doors quickly decreased. The problem arose with the last door that was raided when 5 C-ranked mercenaries entered a level 1 dungeon with a capacity limit of 15. However, upon entering, they discovered the corpses of those who had entered earlier, killed by spiders. He questions why there were already corpses everywhere if they hadn't even started hunting, and the door had just opened. She continues, explaining that the door's countdown began suddenly, and by the end of their desperate attempt to exit, only one mercenary had managed to escape alive. This particular mercenary happened to be a track and field athlete, enabling him to make it through the door within the countdown. The director mentions that an investigation was initiated, and the inquiry concluded that 2 teams had entered the dungeon shortly after each other due to a computing error. He goes on to state that this event revealed that the final dungeon could admit more people. However, he emphasizes that they cannot exceed the capacity limit as long as there are surviving soldiers in the last dungeon before the dungeon break. She summarizes that additional individuals can enter the same dungeon under the condition that they do not surpass the capacity limit. He asks that they request him to clear the remaining dungeons as swiftly as possible and subsequently rescue the SF unit soldiers trapped in the last dungeon. The director asserts that he is the sole individual in this world capable of saving those people. He questions whether they had not reached maximum capacity upon entering. She responded that there were 2 available positions. He inquires if he clears it 4-5 times a day, and whether he should be able to reach them before the break occurs. He expresses concern that as time passes, the survival rate decreases, and if it takes a month in dungeon time, the survival rate will plummet to a mere 2%. Therefore, he needs to clear it as expeditiously as possible to ensure at least one more person can return alive. He wonders aloud why he had to engage in such a futile task. He says that he will arrange for the government to compensate him for all the experience and profits missed out on during the rescue period. However, she responds with a firm no need and proceeds from there. After a while, a reporter announces that he is currently situated in front of the level 7 dungeon in Uijeongbu Sooho land. Park Sooho, who has managed to reduce the level 7 dungeon clear time to a mere 4 hours, has now initiated his rescue mission for the Special Forces Combined Unit. He entered the dungeon only 10 minutes ago and is anticipated to complete it in approximately 2 hours. Suddenly, they are all taken aback when they witness Park Sooho returning from the dungeon unexpectedly. He reports a shocking event has just occurred and they are witnessing Park Sooho exiting the level 7 dungeon after clearing it for the 6th time in a mere 13 minutes, and now he is re-entering. The scene shifts and the news broadcast informs that amid the world's fascination with Park Sooho's incredible dungeon clearing ability, 4 days have elapsed since Sun Jinwoo's SF unit entered the dungeon. Park Sooho has now embarked on his 8th raid of the dungeon. Despite Park Sooho's remarkable average clear time of 20 minutes, the news reporting that the combined unit's survival rate has dropped below 50% has prompted numerous individuals to gather in the square. Meanwhile, inside the level 7 dungeon, the SF unit is making its way toward their base camp. Choi Soo-young suddenly halts them all and informs them that a wraith is located 140 meters ahead. Banshees attack Choi Soo-young and her team, and they attempt to conceal themselves, but she manages to locate them once more. A soldier engages her and eliminates her. The girl with red hair insists that they need to relocate, but she asserts that it's too late. A soldier from the base attempts to establish contact with the main squad and reports that a substantial group of monsters has been observed advancing toward their position. He informs them of a group of 40 orcs approaching from 6 o'clock, a group of 20 ogres approaching from 7 o'clock, and a group of 200 goblins approaching from 3 o'clock. He instructs the main squad to proceed to the intersection point 200 meters ahead at 11 o'clock and engage in battle. The girl with red hair issues orders for them to prepare for battle and launch an attack. He notices something flying overhead at an impressive speed and inquires about it. She explains that she's analyzing the Undead Monster Field Guide from Eruka. He questions the need for analysis, suggesting they simply go and eliminate it. A goblin attacks her and hurls her aside. He remarks that their mana and stats are decreasing at an abnormal rate, making it impossible to defeat the undead in this condition. He wonders if it's some kind of curse, and upon seeing her, he identifies it as a banshee. He realizes that their physical attributes are diminishing rapidly, making their endurance limited. He believes they need to inform the scouting unit and tries to establish contact with them to relay the information about her. Meanwhile, people observe that Park Sooho has returned and acknowledges that he has achieved the incredible record of clearing a dungeon 87 times in only 6 days as he emerges from the portal. Han Dong-soo also notices the news of his return and inquires if they can go to meet him. Jang Ji-shik responds by asking if he wants to go to that place again. Han Dong-soo clarifies that he certainly does not and suggests that they lay back down, which they proceed to do. He reflects on what might have happened if there hadn't been a great disaster. He then asks the director and Kim Miso if he can enter now. The director requests that he return with them this time, emphasizing that it's the last dungeon. Han Dong-soo replies that if they are still alive and proceeds to enter the portal. The news broadcasts announce that patron saint Park Sooho is finally entering the long-awaited last dungeon, commencing the rescue mission, and pondering the fate of the 707A combined unit. On the other side, Hong Se-hee engages the Banshee in combat, and goblins begin to attack the soldiers. Their stamina decreases, making it impossible for them to continue fighting. They express concern that if this situation continues, they will face annihilation. Sun Jinwoo spots a building and identifies it as the boss room, which they find sooner than expected. He suggests instructing the entire unit to gather there and deploying the iron curtain to separate the boss room from the outside. This would enable them to eliminate the isolated boss. He notes that it appears the base has been under attack, and the main squad is currently in the midst of battle. However, the situation doesn't look favorable, and their location is a 20-minute away. He insists they must go to their rescue. Upon their arrival, they find themselves trapped and declare that they are completely cut off. They notice the Dead Knight approaching to attack them, recognizing it as a level 6 dungeon S-rank boss. They are alarmed because there are 12 of them attacking at once. Choi Soo-young fell, and as she looked at her status screen, she noticed that her energy was very low. She found herself unable to get up. She wondered why she was thinking about Park Sooho at this time. Suddenly, fairies appeared before her, and the soldiers also noticed them. They wondered if they had all gone to heaven. Hong Se-hee also fell and saw the fairies. She pondered what this was and why the gauge was going up. She questioned the presence of these blue insects. Then, she spotted Park Sooho, and all her stats were instantly fully charged. A soldier remarked that he was overflowing with power, and Hong Se-hee had also fully recovered. They all prepared to attack the goblins once more. Park Sooho employed his fire fairies to eliminate all the goblins. He inquired if everything was taken care of here. Choi Soo-young approached him and hugged him, asking why he was there. She inquired about how he had managed to get in here. The soldiers wondered if that guy had saved them. After a while, Hong Se-hee arrives at the scene and observes that all the goblins have been killed. She then attempts to locate her team. She finds them some distance away, where soldiers are discussing Park Sooho, the one who saved them, and talking about his dating relationship with Choi Soo-young. Hong Se-hee expresses shock, wondering why he is here. She assumes his presence means this is the final dungeon and questions whether they are saying he managed to clear everything by himself. He attempts to push her away while stating that he has already mentioned she is too weak. She suggests they remain in their current position a little longer. He forcefully pushes her aside, remarking that she's too weak to be his partner. He rushes back towards her, inquiring if she's alright and warning her that she could get hurt if she stays by his side. Meanwhile, the soldiers are discussing the main squad, which initially consisted of 21 total members. There have been 6 fatalities, all of whom were fighters. Currently, there are 15 surviving members, and all 15 members have been gathered. Contact with the base camp and the scouting party has been severed. They mention that they can't even locate the corpses of those who perished here. They observe the goblins resurrecting once more and inquire whether they will continue to do so until the boss is killed. One of them asks what they should do next. Another soldier insists that they must first regroup with the base camp before searching for the scouting party's whereabouts. However, another soldier arrives and informs them that even if they head to the base immediately, they won't find anything. He reveals that there are 5 more people alive in the boss room, but the situation is dire. The soldier suggests they follow him without delay, emphasizing that time is of the essence, and if they delay, everyone will die. He swiftly departs, leaving the soldiers wondering how they are supposed to keep up with him. Hong Se-hee advises them that if they don't want to be left behind, they should run quickly, even though the path is infested with ghouls. She orders them to prepare for battle. One soldier summons his beast, and his bear and wolves join him as they launch an attack on the ghouls. However, some soldiers express doubt about the need to fight. As they debate, Choi Soo-young alerts them that it's 11 o'clock, and a flying entity is approaching. Park Soo-ho gazes at her and contemplates the fact that she is the strongest king of the undead, a lick. A wave of undead is swarming in their direction, and they wonder how they are going to deal with all of them. They prepare to launch an attack. On the other side, Sun Jinwoo observes a castle and contemplates the presence of a black mist, a shroud of darkness, the magic capable of reanimating a corpse, and the ability to summon death knights. He deduces that it must be a lick, and the one inside is the lick's life vessel. He explains that if they destroy the vessel, the lick will perish, along with everything reanimated by it. He proceeds to enter the castle, affirming that he can handle it on his own and expressing the hope that they all survive until he destroys the lick's heart. One of his team members remarks that even if it's a lick, it won't be able to penetrate Sun Jinwoo's impenetrable black armor. On the other side, Park Soo-ho transforms into a golden eagle and takes flight to launch an attack on the lick. He states his intention to put an end to their game, mentioning that he no longer has the time to keep playing with her, and advises her to return home. Portals open on her side, and he summons wyverns through them. They unleash a fiery assault from all sides, causing the lick to vanish without a trace. Choi Soo-young remarks that it's not over yet, and emphasizes that a lick does not meet its demise so easily. The scene shifts as Sin Jinwoo enters the castle, where he encounters numerous vessel monsters. He reflects that this situation is preferable, as he dislikes receiving help. He proceeds to advance and engage in combat with them, initiating a killing spree. However, he becomes ensnared by the monsters, and despite his efforts to free himself, it proves to be a challenging task. Outside the castle, his team members are exerting their best efforts in battling the undead ORCs, but they find themselves overwhelmed and bound. At that moment, Park Soo-ho's fairies arrive, accompanied by a wild boar and a bear, and they launch an assault on the undead. The team members are astonished to see Park Soo-ho. He employs fire fairies to incinerate the undead ORCs. A member of the SF unit notes that they are regaining their strength, and observes that all the undead outside the barrier are also being consumed by the flames. After a while, Park Soo-ho remarks that one member is missing. A member is informed that the captain went inside the castle. He decides to take action, declaring that he will retrieve the missing member. He instructs the others to remain where they are and not venture elsewhere when the main squad arrives. He then transforms into a golden eagle. Park Soo-ho employs fireflies to eliminate the ghouls, effectively killing them. He then transforms into a beast and launches an attack on them. He eventually reaches the boss's room where he finds Sun Jinwoo suspended in vessels. As he observes Sun Jinwoo covering in vessel, he contemplates the notion that he is the living, breathing heart of the lick, the life vessel. He ponders whether Sun Jinwoo is intentionally being kept alive, with his life energy gradually draining into the vessel. He laments that, given a bit more time, the lick could have fully resurrected. But unfortunately, his life is about to come to an end. To free Sun Jinwoo, Park Sooho utilizes fireflies to break the net. Meanwhile, the soldiers report that the castle has exploded, and the undead are disintegrating into dust and vanishing. Simultaneously, outside the door, an eruption occurs, signaling the start of a countdown. The soldiers announce that he has returned. Park Sooho emerges from the castle, carrying the unconscious Sun Jinwoo in his arms. His team members inquire about Sun Jinwoo's condition, and Park Sooho reassures them that he's not dead yet and suggests they all leave. They express their confidence that the Man of Iron would not simply perish. After a while, news broadcasts report that Park Sooho is in the midst of a mission to rescue a dungeon raid unit, marking an unprecedented milestone in human history. This rescue operation takes place merely an hour and 40 minutes after he commenced entering the dungeon to rescue the Special Forces unit. The door burst countdown has finally initiated, and the entire world is silently watching and hoping for the safe recovery of the brave combat team that ventured into the level 7 dungeon in their quest to save humanity. A few minutes later, they emerge from the dungeon. News broadcasts proudly announce that the combat team has successfully cleared the level 7 dungeon, a place that had plunged the world into fear and confusion. Park Sooho and the SF Unit 707A soldiers confidently exit, although it appears that some of them have sustained injuries. It remains unclear who these injured individuals are, as well as the whereabouts of the dungeon, which has vanished. Reporters approach Park Sooho and inquire about how he is feeling at this moment and whether he intends to share his raid strategy. In response, he transforms into an eagle and takes flight, leaving the questions unanswered. Meanwhile, Hong Se-hee reflects on the idea that she could encounter a guy like that in her life, considering its fate. She then questions her companion, inquiring whether she has any feelings for him. The companion responds by asking what she's talking about, explaining that she is simply happy to see him. Hong Se-hee suggests that she should ask him out. Lee Sung-woo watches the news reporting his successful dungeon clearance and ponders whether there are still skills of which he remains unaware. He wonders about the kind of skill he used to clear the dungeon in just 2 minutes. As his phone's recharge depletes, he contemplates the likelihood that all his Japanese bank accounts have been frozen. He realizes that if he sells the blood crystals in his inventory, he'll likely be discovered. He overhears people speaking ill of him and praising Park Sooho. He decides that he should use these individuals as the first sacrifice for upgrading the regression stone. Sun Jinwoo recalls a childhood memory when he attempted to catch a football on the road, and a truck was approaching him. In that dire moment, a person intervened and saved him, but at the cost of their own life. He awakens in the hospital, where medical staff inquire about what happened and inform him that they heard Park Sooho rescued him and the other soldiers. On the other side, Han Dong-soo and Park Jun-ho open the door, and Hong Se-hee girl inquires whether Sooho is not awake yet, as they had agreed to meet today. Han Dong-soo mentions that Park Sooho has not awakened yet. She hands them kimbap soaked in raspberry wine and requests them to give it to him, as well as to call her when he wakes up. After she departs, Park Jun-ho remarks that he never knew he was this good with women. They proceed to check on Park Sooho, who is sleeping in a wild boar transformation. Park Jun-ho suggests attempting to wake him up, but Han Dong-soo recounts a previous experience when he tried to do that as a wolf and nearly got bitten to death. Just then, Hong Se-hee enters the room with a scream and inquires if Park Sooho is awake. He transforms into a cat, and she picks him up, hugs him, and explains that after the SF unit dispatch ends tomorrow, she will have to return to the guild and won't be able to see him for a while, so she wants to spend some time with him. Han Dong-soo points out that it's almost time for the transformation to end. Shortly thereafter, Choi Soo-young and Sun Jinwoo arrive to meet Park Sooho. He transforms back into a human, but after the transformation, he finds himself in a very inappropriate state with her. Choi Soo-young sees them, becomes angry, throws a box of Bacchus at his head, and departs. Sun Jinwoo expresses his gratitude, mentioning that he wanted to thank him and has learned that receiving help doesn't only burden others. He promises to use the life that was saved to save more lives in return. Meanwhile, a member of Korea's Awaken a Bureau's criminal task force is tailing Lee Sun. She inquires about his identity, to which he introduces himself, and asks why a woman who was found dead from a gunshot wound to the head at a murder scene in Sillim-dong is now alive and present. She becomes angry and transforms, turning into a lizard and subsequently killing him. Meanwhile, the director is engaged in a phone conversation. After he finishes the call, Kim Miso approaches and informs him that an order has been received from the Army's Special Warfare Command. The order entails disbanding the coalition and dispatching SF Unit 707A to the level 6 dungeon in Seoul's Area 5. He acknowledges the urgency of the situation in Seoul. She adds that it's not just Seoul, the entire world is in turmoil. He expresses his weariness and mentions that saving the country is only enjoyable the first few times. She informs him that the executives are waiting in the conference room at the bureau and offers to connect via video. General Manager Kim is on the call and appears to be very distressed. He questions why he looks that way and if they all attended some boot camp. General Manager Kim responds by stating that there is a highly serious situation and insists that he must quickly come to the bureau. He states that trouble appears to be brewing in Russia. The director inquires if the Russian army possesses a stock of conventional weapons. If so, why are they doing this? He explains that the current scale of the monster wave, which originated in Harbin, has been assessed to exceed the capacity of conventional weapons. He adds, however, that the problem lies in the fact that if the monster's northbound route is altered due to nuclear weapons, the monsters destined for Russia will instead head towards North Korea. He mentions that the army is preparing for this possibility by dispatching and stationing the 1st and 3rd Corps at Paju and Dongdaean along the Imjin River. However, he expresses concern that if the wave combines with the monsters in North Korea and heads south, they believe it would be challenging to contain them with their military's firepower alone. He concludes, surely they won't head in that direction. The director inquires about the situation concerning their country's dungeons. He is informed that 14 dungeons have emerged in Seoul today, including 6 level 6 dungeons. He says the requests for combat teams to be dispatched have been pouring in, but other guilds are also facing a shortage of combat teams, leaving no solution in sight. The director remarks, "They're telling me there are 6 level 6 dungeons. It's a total disaster." He reveals that 2 special task force members who were investigating a suspect have been murdered, and the suspect managed to escape. The director asks, who is the killer? Are they an awakener? He responds they believe it is a vampire who has died and been resurrected 3 times. After a while, the next morning, the SF unit gets ready to depart and bid farewell to each other. Kim Miso suggests to Choi Soo-young that she should return to the detection team. She is told to be sent to the most critical area as she expresses her desire to become stronger. Meanwhile, news reports that Russia has dropped a nuclear missile. It is mentioned that they cannot say much when they drop a bomb on their land, but they eventually do it. The director suggests the need to strengthen the defense wall around Seoul, which belongs to the territory of the Shilla Guild and Goryeo Guild. They receive a request for cooperation has already been received from both guilds, and the break time is incredibly short. Moreover, there is a shortage of combat teams. However, the only person who can resolve this situation is Park Sooho. They say that there are claims that he could handle all the dungeons in Seoul if he wanted to, but he has not taken any action. Additionally, there have been reports from the Guild Association that the Sooho Guild is not contributing much considering the benefits they receive. After a while, Park Sooho and Han Dong-soo are engaged in a conversation on a mountain. Han Dong-soo observes the news about people holding a candlelight rally because he is not taking any action while Seoul is in chaos due to the presence of dungeons. Currently, there are 2 level 6 dungeons in Area 2, and the available break time is only 27 days. He questions why he should venture into hunting grounds within other people's territory. Just then, they notice Kim Miso approaching them. She informs them that a request for cooperation has been received from the Awakener Bureau. She requests them to listen to her explanation first, as there are several dungeons that they cannot contain without his assistance at the moment. Meanwhile, they witness an explosion in Sooho land, and she questions whether it's the blood crystal power plant. Han Dong-soo speculates that it might be Lee Sung-woo. People are heard saying that the injured should be taken outside, and some individuals are trapped within. Park Jun-ho states that they cannot enter due to the fire. Jang Yishik arrives and inquires about the situation. Han Dong-soo responds, suggesting that a blood crystal generation may have exploded. He suggests that they should prioritize extinguishing the fire. Then, Park Sooho arrives and employs a water vortex, causing a whirlpool of water to appear in the sky. People begin to fall from the building. He immediately calls wyverns for assistance, and they are all saved by wyvern. Kim Miso inquires about what happened. Park Jun-ho responds, suggesting that there may have been a problem with one of the blood crystal generators, but they won't have certainty until it's thoroughly investigated. She points out that although the DGB's blood crystal generators have occasionally caused problems, an explosion of this magnitude warrants assembling all the team leaders. Park Sooho expresses his desire to construct a large moat around Sooho's land. Park Junho questions if he intends to encircle the outer walls from Uijeongbu to Namyeongju with a moat. He raises concerns about the exorbitant cost of such a massive construction project. Park Sooho jests that he will need to go earn money unless he happens upon a treasure dungeon or something of the sort. Kim Miso mentions the existence of a treasure dungeon, specifically a level 4 scorpion dungeon in Gwangju Field in the Gyeonggi province. This dungeon has 12 days remaining before it breaks, and it yields valuable items dropped every hour, with the potential to gather 4-5 blood crystals per person. She notes that the Scorpion Dungeon is currently under the management of the Goryeo Guild in the southern fields of Gyeonggi province. Interestingly, a cooperation request has already arrived from the Goryeo Guild. She explains that the Goryeo Guild's parent company, Goryeo Construction, boasts 50 years of experience in river construction, and by cooperating effectively, they can complete the construction at half the price. Jang Yishik expresses his desire to use this opportunity to thoroughly test his new strength. Yeongjin suggests that if he wishes to do so, they could each form a party with the recruits in the guild. She assures them that during their absence, she will handle the contract negotiations with Goryeo Construction. The news broadcast announces that the Sooho Guild's party of 5 has finally commenced their raid on Gyeonggi Province's Scorpion Dungeon in Gwangju Field. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, they are engaged in a fierce battle against the scorpions, successfully defeating them and collecting the blood crystals. On the other side, in Mongolia, soldiers are confronting thousands of monsters heading toward their position. Simultaneously, in the Situation Room at the Scorpion Dungeon in Gyeonggi Province, an Awaken Bureau member enters and inquires of an operator when they expect Park Sooho to exit the dungeon. The operator responds that there are 4 days remaining until the dungeon break, but they've heard that he intends to take his time farming the last boar before exiting. The Awaken Bureau member conveys this information to the director seated in the bureau, who instructs him to relay a message. When Park Sooho emerges, he should be informed that Uijeongbu's Sooho land is on the verge of being reduced to ashes, and his entire family will meet their demise. Meanwhile, in a meeting, an individual presents an image on the screen to the president. He explains that it's a picture of their front line captured by one of the drones, showing a recent meteor impact. He reveals that 3 meteors, each measuring 23 feet in diameter, crashed in Dongdaecheon Field, resulting in the annihilation of everything within a 4-mile radius, including the frontline operation area of the 11th Corps. He reports the detection of significant waves of dimensional energy at the moment of impact and mentions finding meteor summoning magic in Planet Aruka's Magic Encyclopedia. He says they initially considered the possibility that one of the North Korean returnees possessed taming skills, but they've now concluded that it's likely a vampire. He notes that a level 7 dungeon broke in Gyeseong not too long ago, and they suspect it was a vampire dungeon. They draw a connection to the vampire serial murder cases reported in Seoul, and believe that some of these vampires may have infiltrated Seoul. The president questions how vampires, who cannot be killed with their current technology, have made their way from Gyeseong to Seoul. Someone suggests that they should lock down all gates within Seoul. The news broadcast reports that the surging monsters have annihilated the entire First Corps subordinate unit following the meteor crash in Paju Field. Consequently, the Third Corps subordinate unit has decided to abandon their current frontline position, withdraw to the Seoul barriers, and regroup. To halt the monster wave that originated in Kazakhstan, the Chinese government is initiating a tactical nuclear attack in the Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region. Simultaneously, the Russians have launched their tactical nuclear attack on Ulaanbaatar, Mongolia. The report also brings another breaking news update. Martial law has been declared in Seoul. Meanwhile, the director makes a call to Kim Miso, who is currently in Sooho land Uijeongbu. He urgently advises her to evacuate the area if she wishes to survive. He explains that they are in the midst of a national emergency, and the Third Corps subordinate unit is currently retreating toward the Seoul barriers, with their location being near Uijeongbu. He strongly urges her to join that unit and make her way down there, emphasizing that if she misses this chance to leave, she will soon find herself surrounded by monsters. He reveals that there are plans to bomb Uijeongbu once the monster clusters there. Meanwhile, people are departing from Gate 34 when suddenly, Choi Soo-young arrives and eliminates a vampire who had just bitten a soldier. She instructs the team to set up all the equipment around the gate and stand by. She then enters the gate area and inquires if everyone from Sooho land has passed through, mentioning Sukja Lee and Kim Miso by name. However, she informs that their names are not on the list. On the other side, Kim Miso approaches Granny and emphasizes the urgency of their departure. Granny points out that Gunwoo's father and uncle have not yet arrived, and she questions how Kim Miso expects her to leave without them. Just then, a newbie arrives and reports that all the construction workers are hurrying out, but they can't locate Gunwoo anywhere. Granny suggests that if he's not around, he might be playing in the beast's resting zone. Suddenly, the newbie points out the window and remarks that the sky is taking on an unusual appearance. They all turn their attention to the window to see what's happening outside. Vampires launch an attack on the Sooho Guild. When Kim Miso spots them, she issues orders to close the door, but they manage to destroy everything and gain entry into Sooho's house. Kim Miso directs everyone to get behind her as they approach. She employs a firebomb to counter their attack. Once more, she urgently instructs everyone to leave and heads towards the beast farm. She engages in a battle with them, but a vampire lands a punch on her, sending her unconscious. They proceed to attack her for her fresh blood. Granny intervenes to rescue Kim Miso, using a pan to fend off the vampires. However, one of the vampires punches Granny as well, and they resume attacking Kim Miso for her blood. The soldiers contemplate their options, unsure of what to do next. Just as a vampire is about to bite Kim Miso, Choi Soo-eun arrives and attacks, ultimately killing them. She instructs the soldiers to take both Kim Miso and Granny and make their way towards the beast farm. Bats also start following them and transform into vampires. She continues to fight against them. On the other side, a vampire appears before the soldiers who are carrying Granny and Kim Miso. Suddenly, a Biku emerges and attacks, killing the vampire. Choi Soo-eun deploys a defense bomb against the vampires to eliminate them, but they surround her. Meanwhile, Park Sooho arrives and attacks the vampires with fire fairies, reducing them to ashes. He questions the nature of these creatures. Cheetos Rakwala seizes Choi Soo-eun and carries her away. Park Sooho examines her status screen and questions why she is causing havoc on someone else's territory. She responds that, from now on, it's her home ground. He initiates an attack with fire fairies, but it doesn't have a significant impact on her, and she remains unyielding. He makes another attempt to attack and hurls her away. She reaches a garden area, where she remarks that it's as fresh as she expected, and her wounds are regenerating rapidly. Park Sooho comments on her resilience, noting that she must want to live badly to go to such lengths. He inquires if she has ever heard of a planet called the Animal Kingdom. She replies that, based on her subject's visit to Earth about 12 years ago, it was merely a primitive planet ruled by lowly creatures called humans. She believes that humans, being savages, couldn't possibly harm her. He mentions that she's the first one who hasn't perished after being attacked by his fairies and muses that they could have been friends if she hadn't trespassed on his territory to challenge him. She asserts that she will kill him regardless of her identity, as this is her territory from this moment on. She tries to wake Choi Soo-eun by mentioning her daughter. When she awakens, she commands her to kill him. She attacks with a sword and slashes her neck. She questions if the sword is God's artifact, suggesting that it should be destroyed if she cannot possess it. She kicks her head away, but she performs some magic with her finger in the sky. She wonders if it's a meteor. She responds that it's just the beginning and that her enraged warriors will annihilate every living thing on this land until there is nothing left. Park Sooho transforms into a black bear and attempts to intercept her stone attacks. He also summons a tornado to hurl the stones out of the earth, which inadvertently strikes a satellite. In Japan's defense headquarters, they report the loss of signal from the combat satellite MSZ-1 and begin investigating. Park Sooho wonders if he managed to dispose of it safely, as it felt like something had exploded. She suggests that next time, she should begin with the vampire's mouth. He inquires if she's alright, to which she responds by asking why he's asking, as she doesn't appear injured to him. He acknowledges that she's always been a bit eccentric and suggests that she might not require any medicine. He expresses gratitude to her for saving his family. Monk Myunjin, Park Junho, Jang Yishik, and Han Dong-soo arrive at the scene. Monk Myunjin asks what he just sent flying into the sky. It appears as though he smashed a meteor with his fist and sent it into space. Park Sooho inquires about the well-being of the others. Park Junho reports that Aunt Sukja and the chief are recovering at the medical center, while Gunwoo has been taken to the dormitory. Han Dong-soo informs them that tens of thousands of monsters are now converging in their direction, and an evacuation order has been issued. He adds that the chief mentioned a massive bombing would take place soon, and they needed to escape. She provides specific information, stating that approximately 120,000 monsters are approaching from 6.1 kilometers outside the outer wall of the Sooho land castle. Park Sooho concurs, mentioning that the military has already pulled back and they should follow suit. Park Junho is instructed to make a call and inform them not to engage his prey. Concerned about the ongoing situation, she remarks that it might already be too late. He makes a call and learns that the artillery fire has commenced and there will be an air raid soon. Everyone starts running towards safety, and he comments on the difficulty of stopping 1 million creatures now. At the military base camp, they assess the situation at Sooho land and observe the initiation of the Apache squadron attack. They express surprise, wondering if these monsters possess anti-air capabilities as well. After a while, a team assembles at the Presidential National Crisis Management Situation Room. The director questions whether they are currently utilizing all available firepower, and notes that the damage to the monster horde is minimal, merely slowing down their advance. He recognizes the strength of the enemy. He seeks advice on what they should do. In response, they suggested that they issue an evacuation order for Seoul in case a massive meteor attack was to target the city. The director vehemently opposes this idea, emphasizing the substantial investment made in Seoul. At that moment, a person enters the room with the news that the United States has approved a nuclear strike, and a B-1B Lancer is launching from Guam. Their faces light up with excitement as they contemplate their survival. Meanwhile, the news reports that the approved warhead is a 10 KT nuclear warhead named Amazing Goodman, which is expected to be dropped in approximately an hour and 40 minutes. The designated drop point is the Olonokyang Station Field. If it explodes at an altitude of 500 meters, it is anticipated to have a shockwave damage effect extending up to 4.26 kilometers. He says Seoul lies beyond the reach of the shockwave's influence. However, there are concerns about potential long-term radiation exposure, especially in Uijeongbu, where Sooho land is located. He also notes that the B-1B Lancer squadron has recently taken off from Guam, and a national crisis is unfolding. There is particular worry regarding the safety of Sooho land. The director raises the point that Sooho land's purpose is to defend Seoul, and suggests deploying the iridium shield on Seoul's outer wall to eliminate the threat. Meanwhile, the soldiers express their inability to hold on any longer, and the Apache squadron begins to retreat. They notice something and inquire amongst themselves about what just passed by them. A soldier discerns that it is Park Sooho, who has arrived there in the form of an eagle. He employs the power of Earth Fury and submerges all the monsters underground. She observes that they are all being drawn into the ground. Han Dong-soo questions whether it is over now, but then they witness the giants resurfacing. Once again, he launches an attack on them, this time with tree trunks, and the monsters are being crushed by the tree trunks. Meanwhile, in the Blue House National Crisis Management Situation Room, a meeting takes place where they watch a video of Park Sooho's battle against the monsters. The president inquired if Park Sooho caused an earthquake and then initiated a fire. An individual informs him that the 120,000 monsters he was concerned about have been eliminated. The president instructs them to immediately recall the nuclear bombers. On the other side, Park Sooho initiates an attack on the monsters, but he suddenly faints and becomes motionless. The monsters begin to advance toward him. Choi Soo-young and others rush forward to assist him and engage in combat with the monsters. Meanwhile, Lee Sung-woo is working in a shop and overhears some customers discussing the vampire situation. He checks the Regressor's Stone on a status screen and observes that living as Lee Sung-woo offers significant advantages for upgrading the Regressor's Stone, which he considers a positive aspect. He notes that there are only 298 more upgrades needed for the Regressor's Stone. As he checks his phone, he comes across news reports. He learns about millions of monsters descending from the north and the transformation of Seoul into a wasteland due to vampires. He also comes across news about Park Sooho, who, with his earthquake skill, has exterminated over 1.2 million monsters heading towards Seoul. Lee Sung-woo is astonished by this news and contemplates whether it could be considered divine power. The story transitions to a flashback in Finland, near Katila, where an old man informs Lee Sung-woo that there is a rumor circulating. It speaks of a god who has emerged in the east, capable of summoning whirlwinds and shaking the earth to expel evil spirits. This god also provides medicine and daily sustenance, serving as a savior for vulnerable humans against evil. This savior bears a distinctive long scar on his face and is seen as a god of salvation in the realm of the deceased. The story returns to the present, and he ponders whether the old man's words held any truth. He reasons that the presence of a long scar on someone's face doesn't necessarily guarantee that it's Park Sooho. It dawns on him that there might be several individuals capable of wielding divine power, suggesting the existence of an item that can awaken such abilities. His thoughts drift back to when Akiko informed him about a rare item that appears on one of the planets every 1,000 years, disappearing within 10 days, and this item, when consumed, prevents aging and death. He contemplates how Park Sooho could have obtained the Chakyun sword and wonders if he were to return to the moment of the significant change and join forces with him. Could he acquire the red sky fruit? On the other side, in Okinawa's Ishigaki Island, Kurosawa Aikita informs Takeo Chanu that the U.S. Pacific Fleet, en route to rescue the South American escape team, has been obliterated by sea monsters. Takeo Chanu expresses his concern about the difficulty of reaching Park Sooho, and questions how they can afford to let go of a man capable of launching a meteorite into space with his fist. Kurosawa suggests that if Park Sooho is unwilling to assist, they should consider consuming Korea. He points out that the Korean government has lost its effectiveness and is struggling to defend Seoul under the relentless pressure of the monsters, with their reliance solely on Park Sooho's abilities. He explains that cities like Busan, Daegu, Gwangju, and Jeju will likely seek a stronger government and defense contract to ensure their protection. He notes that Busan, currently the most proactive, is on the verge of declaring independence and signing a defense treaty with Japan. Furthermore, he mentions the attractiveness of the Asian portal in Sigwipo on Jeju Island. He predicts that with the forthcoming openings of Gukcheon Dongwon and Busan and Iksan, and as the central people of Gukcheon collaborate with Korean cities, the guardians of these cities will have no choice but to sign defense agreements with them. Suddenly, a portal opens and Dr. Toddler, accompanied by Chief Gilbert Reynolds, emerges from it. Takeo asks Dr. Toddler if he has finally invented the portal generator. He mentions that it's the outcome of their hard work and dedication. But currently, the generator can only accommodate 2 people, and errors occur when 3 or more attempt to use it. He expresses his excitement about sharing a plethora of interesting information with Park Sooho, such as the reversion stone and new weapons designed for clearing the level 7 dungeon, among other things. Meanwhile, in Sooho Land, all guild members are extracting bloodstones from the deceased monsters, and they are all tied up. Inside the house, the granny is weeping and remarks that it's sad to be this old, especially when everything now appears hazy. Kim Miso advises her to take her medicine 30 minutes after each meal. She exits the room where Choi Soo-young and Gunwoo are having their food and inquires about Park Sooho's whereabouts. She responds that he should be with his guild members, cleaning up the field in front of the barricade. Just then, Park Sooho arrives and asks if she is looking for him. She informs him that there's an official letter from the government that she would like to share. He questions the official letter's purpose, and she hands him a Guild 0 defense contract. She explains that if he signs it, Sooho Guild's level will be elevated to level 0, and Sooho Land will be upgraded from District 13 to Sooho City. She elaborates that Korea is currently a federation of united cities with autonomy, consisting of 4 large cities: Seoul, Busan, Gwangju, and Daegu, and 3 medium-large ones, along with Jeju Province. Sooho City is set to join this list. She explains that Sooho City will possess the same autonomy as other large cities and will sign an official mutual defense treaty with the Korean government. Choi remarks that it's a fancy way of implying they should remain within the country and concentrate on defending Korea. He asserts that he has no intention of leaving. She counters that this is precisely when he should state that he must frequently be out of the country. Kim Miso points out that essentially, the government is concerned about the absence of internal defense when he is not in Korea. She inquires if he is comfortable with being pulled in different directions by various individuals who require his assistance. He responds that he only needs to ensure the safety of his home. She assures him that he will be generously compensated for the support he provides, emphasizing that Sooho City requires government backing as it is. She believes it is beneficial to mutually assist each other, considering that they are all neighbors, after all. He proceeds to sign the contract. Then, she introduces one more proposal. She suggests he hire her. Their surprise is evident. She describes herself as an ambitious woman and reveals that she holds an executive position at RCD. She promises that if he hires her, she will make every effort to bring in top-tier talent suitable for the prestigious Sooho City. She states that she will submit an official job application within a week. He responds that it sounds good to him. She then informs Choi Soo-young that she has received orders to join the Special Task Force for Vampires. Choi Soo-young questions whether the issue with vampires has already been resolved. She explains that they continue to receive reports of murders that appear to be the work of vampires, which is why they are expanding the task force and providing the necessary equipment to address the situation. She mentions that she plans to stay overnight and join the task force the following day, as it is already quite late. Afterward, she heads to the shower and discovers vampire bite marks on her neck. Kim Miso contacts Mr. Chin and informs him that there is some commotion within the group regarding the search, seizure, and arrests. However, she mentions that the construction site is still robust. He says he heard that the use of defective materials in Sooho City was a pretext to remove Mr. Jian from the group. She responds that they have temporarily addressed the issues with the power plant facilities, but there is a possibility of another explosion shortly. He says, unfortunately, there are limitations to what they can do with their current technology. He suggests that it would be more efficient if she were to reach out to Tesla in America. She inquires Sujin whether it wasn't the Shilla group that initially constructed the Bloodstone power plant facilities in Seoul. Sojin interjects, explaining that this was indeed the case initially, but the facilities team from Tesla oversaw the overall construction. She elaborates that they had engaged in technical cooperation with them after paying them patent fees. She says it was quite costly for a limited time frame and without technology transfer. She asks whether Dr. Richard is still the team leader of the facilities team at Tesla. Meanwhile, she contemplates that for Sooho Land to achieve technological independence, they require a core engineer to lead the dimensional energy research, along with the necessary equipment, engineers and researchers of various levels, and a returnee inventor of a caliber comparable to Dr. Toddler of British Roland or Dr. Richard of American Tesla. Subsequently, she arrives in Sooho Land. After some time, Park Sooho arrives at the construction site and inquires about the slow progress of the construction. The workers explain that they are doing their best, but the machines keep halting due to frequent electricity disruptions. Park Junho adds that the cafeterias are also facing electricity issues due to unstable equipment at the Bloodstone power plant facility. Park Sooho instructs everyone to step back and harness the power of the Earth's wrath, causing the ground to tremble. The workers identify it as the renowned Sooho brand earthquake. Park Junho acknowledges that he might end up knocking himself out again. He says that he needs to hurry up and reinforce the security of the outer perimeter to ensure safety in his absence. He questions whether he truly intends to go to the planet Aruka, to which he confirms his plans. Meanwhile, they spot Kim Miso's car, and she informs them that they have received an urgent request for cooperation from Shilla Guild. Suddenly, Han Dong-soo descends from the mountain, and they question why he came down, as he was instructed to keep watch over the orc village up the hill. He responds that it's because he has found a crocodile and shows them the news. He explains that there is a dungeon within Shilla Guild's district, and its inhabitants are exceptionally powerful. Even Shilla Guild's ace, Minhyuk Kang, was bitten in the leg and severely injured. He speculates that these must be formidable creatures, which he confirms, stating that Minhyuk Kang is an S rank. She expresses relief at this news and informs him that this is the dungeon they need help with, as it is on the verge of breaking. He suggests that he should hurry, and she adds that Shilla Group is a company that possesses engineers and equipment related to the Bloodstone power plant facilities. She mentions that she has requested access to these assets in exchange for assisting them in clearing the dungeon, and once she finishes signing the contract, he joined them. He reassures her, stating that he believes it is on the verge of breaking, and that he shouldn't be concerned about it. She clarifies that this assessment is from Shilla Guild's perspective, and the actual break is still 8 days away. Additionally, there are 45 other dungeons to consider. She emphasizes that it is Shilla Group that is facing a crisis, so they should wait until they are contacted again. While they are in the midst of their conversation, a helicopter arrives at the scene. Han Dong-soo inquires about its presence, noticing that their guild's name is displayed on it. She explains that DGB has sent it as a gesture of apology. Upon seeing the pilot, he remarks that he thinks he has encountered him before. She confirms that they had indeed ventured into a level 4 dungeon together back in Sooho Land in Namyeongju. She identifies the pilot as Min-soo Seo, who had worked on portal management at RCD. He emerges from the helicopter and declares that he will serve as the leader of the Sooho Guild portal equipment team. She mentions that they have received a message from Shilla, and their president has only instructed them to read it and proceed. He inquires whether they can depart now. Min-soo Seo guides them, saying this way and he will take him to the dungeon. He instructs them to begin filling the stream with water up to the point where the construction has been completed, as this area is intended for use as a crocodile farm. Park Junho inquires whether she has received any communication from Jang Ishik since he went to Jeonju. She recalls his admiration for the thousand-sword smith Sunpul Jang and mentions that he had always desired the honor of meeting him. She replied that he had not yet located him when she spoke to him earlier that morning. He explains that it was his first time visiting Jeonju and questions whether it is truly necessary to go to such lengths to search for someone, especially since sword craftsmanship seems unrelated to the Bloodstone power plant. She counters that the sword craftsmanship of planet Hades differs from that of Earth, and the crucial factor is Mr. Sunpul Jang's awakened skill, which is an invention much like Dr. Toddler. She elaborates that he earned the title of a thousand-sword smith on planet Hades, where obtaining skills requires substantial effort, highlighting the significance of his inventive talents. She suggests that his talent may well surpass that of Dr. Toddler. Han Dongsu raises the possibility that he could be one of those hidden maestros, who are only known by reputation. She agrees, stating that he could be considered as such, and she believes he would make an excellent research director at Sooho City if they could eliminate one variable. Meanwhile, inside the helicopter, Park Sooho gazes out of the window. Min Soo-seo remarks on how beautiful the Earth used to be, expressing the feeling that the entire planet is now transforming into a colossal dungeon. He shares his distress about watching the news in recent days. Park Sooho inquires about the notion of the entire Earth becoming a giant dungeon. Min Soo-seo explains that dungeon monsters are forcing people out of their territories and establishing their villages, leading to significant changes in the Earth's environment. He notes that this phenomenon isn't limited to Korea, it's occurring worldwide. Park Sooho realizes that to understand this situation, they must uncover the root cause of the Earth's deterioration. He believes that the High Elves of Eruka may hold the answers to what triggered the catastrophe, the emergence of dungeons, the whereabouts of his missing friends, and the mysteries surrounding him. He queries the whereabouts of the portal leading to the planet Eruka. Min Soo-seo reveals that the Eruka portal in Asia is situated in Siegwipo, Jeju, and its highly classified information is known only to top government officials and RCD equipment technicians. Park Sooho contemplates leaving for Eruka as soon as he gathers enough crocodiles to fill the new stream. On the other side, Lee Sung-woo finishes his work at the shop and heads out, contemplating the idea of leaving Busan for the United States. He believes that there are many independent survivors scattered in the fields there, more than in Korea or Japan, and this would make it easier for him to upgrade his regression stone. He thinks that some of the large cities in the United States still possess enough power and intelligence to withstand 10 years of level 7 dungeon breaks and monster waves. He wonders if he could gain access to their intelligence by using his future diary as bait, which could potentially yield more advanced data about Park Sooho. Meanwhile, Park Sooho enters the dungeon, accompanied by Min Soo-seo, who was initially meant to be dropped off at his destination. He feels a strange sense of familiarity in this place. Suddenly, they are ambushed by crocodiles. He immobilizes them by tying them with tree trunks. He swiftly takes them down, instructing Min Soo-seo to eliminate every threat and collect their bloodstones. While exploring the area, Park Sooho notices the claw scratches on a tree, recognizing them as Kuro's marks. He reflects that this used to be his territory and that he hadn't trespassed into Kuro's domain for at least a century before his departure. He asks about Mr. Kuro's identity. He considers him both a friend and a formidable rival. He speculates whether Kuro is searching for him and contemplates the events that might have occurred in this forest during his absence. Park Sooho decides to use his searching skills, hoping that they might reveal something. As he activates the skill, he experiences brief flashbacks. However, the memories remain elusive, leaving him with a nagging feeling that he saw something important, even though he can't quite remember, and his level of recollection regarding the forest remains frustratingly low. Park Sooho engages in combat with Lizardman, and upon checking his status screen, he identifies it as Lizardman's armor. He remarks that they don't belong in this place and employs his fire fairies to reduce it to ashes, obtaining a blood crystal in the process. He asks if he wants to revisit the world he once lived in before returning to Earth, to which Min Soo-seo responds affirmatively while catching the blood crystal and noting its heat. Park Sooho spontaneously begins climbing a tree, directing Min Soo-seo to follow, and reveals that his house is situated up there. As they ascend, he comments on the unexpected nature of a place like this atop a tree. Upon reaching their destination, he describes the scenery as epic and explains that he used to come here whenever he needed a break from cave life. He points out some artifacts, finely crafted stone knives that resemble Stone Age artifacts. He reflects on the memories these artifacts evoke, realizing that they were created before the age of civilization. He contemplates the possibility that he had traversed through time and space, arriving on a random planet from the past, and laments the prospect of never reuniting with his old friends. Suddenly, Sooho exclaims that he sees crocodiles in the river and suggests they catch them. He expresses doubt and questions whether they need bait. He secures him to a rope and lowers him into the river, claiming to have spotted movement underwater. He contemplates attempting to dunk him when a crocodile prepares to attack. He hurls an arrow at it, successfully subduing the crocodile and urging him to tame it quickly. Checking the crocodile's status screen, he discovers it to be a B rank and remarks on its lingering hostility. He acknowledges the situation's urgency as a swarm of crocodiles approaches their location. He proceeds to tame the crocodile and advances toward the others, while he suggests that his role in the situation is complete and requests to be released. He informs that he would be safer remaining suspended because another group of crocodiles is approaching from the forest. He employs a water fairy to control them. He explains that he cannot tame them if they are attacked. He instructs him to use a tornado to tame them as they descend. He initiates a tornado and expresses concern that they are in danger. He then opens a portal and dispatches all the crocodiles to Sooho land. He mentions that they are going to come live with him. On the other side, there's an issue with an excessive number of crocodiles in Sooho land, and their ditch digger has broken down. Park Jun-ho contacts the Situation Room operator and requests them to convey to Sooho that they need to halt the influx of crocodiles, as the situation has become chaotic with over 800 of them filling up the moat. On the other side, Kang Min-hyuk watches a news broadcast reporting that Park Sooho has successfully cleared a level 6 dungeon in Seoul's District 2 in just 4 days. The dungeon was on the brink of a break, making this achievement even more remarkable. Additionally, the man accompanying him, Sooho, who had been stuck at D rank for years, managed to level up to C rank within those 4 days. Kang Min-hyuk questions why Minsu, who works for the RCD, is accompanying Park Sooho and speculates that they might indeed be government-affiliated individuals. Meanwhile, in KH Group's ace, Hong Se-hee expresses her desire to leave. The manager reminds her that she is KH Group's ace and that the entire company supports her. But her sudden decision to quit without a clear reason raises questions. She explains that she wants to go to the Sooho Guild. He speculates that the Sooho Guild might be the government's secret subsidiary hunting unit, intending to recruit talent from across the country to diminish the power of current hunter companies and increase their influence. She clarifies that her reason for going is because of her connection with Park Sooho. He agrees to let her go under one condition. Once KH Guild has 5 S-rank hunters, he will grant her departure. She questions if he expects her to train his hunters, which would take years even if they engage in level 5 dungeon activities. He reveals that they have obtained entry rights to a level 6 dungeon Nuriken. She considers selecting a few rankers with potential and focusing on their training, which should expedite their progress in the level 6 dungeon. Meanwhile, in Sooho Guild, Park Sooho connects the Crocodile Lake with the Yeonneng stream using his power. After completing the task, he suggests that it's time for a celebration. Park Jun-ho enthusiastically agrees and mentions they are planning to have a barbecue in the Purple Village. Just then, Choi Soo-won arrives at the scene. Park Sooho inquires if she managed to slay all the vampires. She informs them that she has quit the RCD and asks to be let in. She specifies that she'll take room 305 in the officers' quarters and then proceed inside. Park Jun-ho questions if Park Sooho is planning to leave for Eruka. He expresses confidence in watching over their home. He vows to protect it with his life. On the other side, Sojin enters Kim Miso's office with a cup of coffee for him. She mentioned that she heard Suwon has joined their team. Kim Miso responds that she got fired from her previous position. She elaborates, explaining that she accidentally killed the defense minister during her vampire hunting mission. She expresses frustration about the situation, feeling that they are simply cutting her loose despite her exceptional perception skills. She also comments on the politics being filled with bothersome people. Just then, Minsu enters the room. Kim Miso asks if he has obtained what she requested. He hands her a box contained within a memory stone. While they discuss this, Kim Miso receives a call from Jang Ishik, who informs her that he has found Sunpul Jang. On the occasion of the completion of the Sooho stream construction, Park Sooho receives a call from Jang Ishik. He informs him that they are in Purple Village and he will head over right away. Sunpul inquires if he is coming, to which Jang responds that he called him a few minutes earlier and tells him to remember his promise. After a while, she mentions that Jang Ishik has found Sunpul and was in a market in Jeonju. He inquires how Sunpul was found. She replies that he'd received some intel that Sunpul enjoys drinking, so as soon as he arrived, he started looking for some market pubs. The story goes to a flashback. Jang Ishik goes to have some bibimbap in Jeonju when a person pushes Sunpul out of his bar and warns him not to come again. He thinks that the legendary returnee who fell victim to alcoholism. He goes near to him and suggests that he could pay that tab back in. He asks him to join him. When he holds his hand, he feels something strange and tells him to stay away. The story returns to the present and he inquires if he can still work. She informs him that he spent 8 years on planet Hades after the catastrophe, where he earned the name the Thousand Sword Smith. He is a skilled returnee, and his expertise lies in invention. He might possess some of the answers he has been seeking. He then questions whether she has the memory stone. She shows it to him and mentions that RCD is allowing them to keep it for 2 weeks. He holds it in his hand and employs his searching powers. He asks Park Junho if he can stand guard there. She inquires if he truly wishes to go now. He replies that he wants to meet that guy. Meanwhile, Choi Soo-young rises from her seat and proceeds to the administration office. She inquires if everyone has left and questions the whereabouts of Kim Miso. Sojin responds that she has gone down to Jeongju with Park Soo-ho as they have some business to attend to. On the other side, Monk Myunjin remarks that the more he upgrades his necrobills, the faster the infection spreads. He declares it's time to return to the Orc village now. On the other side, Kim Miso and Park Sooho are in a helicopter, and she inquires about Granny Sukja's whereabouts, wondering if she has been awakened. He explains that Granny Sukja was awakened when they initially arrived in Namyangju. The story delves into a flashback, where Granny is busy chopping vegetables in the kitchen. Park Sooho approaches her and inquires about Granny's well-being. She mentions that she accidentally cut her finger while chopping vegetables and reflects on how she's been feeling old lately. Granny shares her various physical discomforts, such as deteriorating eyesight, trembling hands, back pain, and constant fatigue. Park Sooho reassures her that she can rest whenever she feels tired and mentions that they can find food at nearby places. He then uses his fairy magic to heal her injured finger. Spotting some cheese on a plate, he asks if he can eat it. Granny warns him that it's poisoned due to the presence of rats and cockroaches, which she intends to eliminate. The story returns to the present. He remarks that it seems one of the rats or roaches she had poisoned has awakened. She asks if Granny Sukja knew she was awakened. He explains that if Granny Sukja hadn't been awakened, she would have died when she got attacked by that vampire. Minsuseo informs them that they will be landing at Jeonju City Hall in 5 minutes. Meanwhile, in Sooho Land, a vampire is about to bite a girl, and Choi Soo-young intervenes, kicking the vampire. However, it's all staged. They explain that they are doing this for their YouTube video. After some time, Kim Miso informs Park Sooho that Soo-young is in the news. He wonders why she's involved in an altercation with that kid. She explains that although they need to make money, she has been getting concerned about the increasing number of people coming in. However, she sees this as an opportunity and suggests making Soo-young the head of security. He agrees, saying it's a good idea, and decides to go along with it. After a while, they reach their destination. She states that they need to head up the hiking trail on Mount Godok. He asks if they need to be this careful. She explains that if word gets out that they want him, then he'll become ridiculously expensive, and they will never be able to afford him. She emphasizes the importance of confidentiality. He says he will never understand this world. After a while, Jang Ishik introduces them to Sunpul. Sunpul believes that it is indeed Park Sooho, and that he is truly standing right in front of him. Kim Miso informs him that they have come a long way to meet him. He mentions that he has been waiting for them and invites them inside. After a while, they all sit inside, and Park Sooho looks at him. He thinks he was expecting a washed-up alcoholic, but his eyes are alive. He asks why he has been waiting for him. He says it's because he saw hope on that day. The story shifts to a flashback. Sunpul is seated in a pub when he observes on TV that Park Sooho and Lee Sung-woo engaging in a fight at the Tokyo Stadium. He is shocked to witness Park Sooho knock out Lee Sung-woo. He inquires if there is something he wants from him. Sunpul responds by requesting him to kill someone for him, and if he does so, he will join his guild. He turns to Kim Miso and suggests they leave, stating that he doesn't need someone like that. He confesses that the person he wants dead is the one who killed his wife. He shares that he pleaded with them not to take SCI-FI, begging for her life and willing to do anything to save her. He reflects on how, since that day, he has been tormented by nightmares every single night. He believes that he can't afford to lose SCI-FI, so he does whatever they tell him to protect her, even producing thousands of swords for them. In flashback, he questions them about why he didn't bring her today either, wondering if she is very sick, and pleads to see his daughter. He mentions that they promised not to harm her, and he complies with all their demands. He requests that they return his daughter to him. He mentions that ever since that time, he has been consumed by thoughts of revenge and has developed PTSD, experiencing flashbacks involving swordsmen. Meanwhile, she inquires if that's the reason he fled planet Hades and has been in hiding since then. He confirms this and states that he will continue to search for him, with nothing on Earth capable of protecting him from his pursuit. Park Sooho questions his strength and asks who exactly he wants to eliminate. He reveals the name of the person, Namgung Janchen, explaining that he was certain he could kill him after seeing his match with Lee Sungwoo. She asserts that he cannot kill him. He asks why not, and she clarifies that Namgung Janchen is the head of the Namgung family, one of the 3 major families leading the people of the Central Plains in Hades, and killing the leader of the Namgung family would provoke the entire Central Plains against him. He suggests that he could transform into an animal and sneak in for an assassination, ensuring that no one would know it was him. He responds that he doesn't need to worry about that, as it doesn't matter whether they know or not. After a while, she tells him to hold on because this isn't a simple problem. He responds by stating that a chief must protect the family of his clan members, and once he proves his worth, he will help him seek his revenge. Then, he performs some magic and presents a bow in front of him, instructing him to analyze it. He holds the bow in his hands and identifies it as a handmade wooden bow, noting that it's quite rare to find one like it today. He asks where he acquired it, and he explains that he picked it up in a dungeon. He further elaborates that this isn't a bow from the modern world, and that his skill allows him to determine the age of objects up to 300 million Earth years ago. However, he can't determine the age of this particular bow. He identifies it as a birch bow made by an ancient civilization on Earth over 300 million years ago, acknowledging that it doesn't make sense. But that's his analysis. Park Sooho contemplates whether the planet he is on is Earth. Continuing, he mentions that typically artifacts and jewels from dungeons are from Aruko or other planets, but he can't deceive the perception of a returnee from planet Hades. He suggests that if he can level up his skill, he'll be able to provide a more accurate analysis if he can ensure his safety. He then delves into the past, recalling that at the start of the catastrophe, when they were still researching the dungeons, the Ministry of Science and Technology, along with the RCD, destroyed all civilian research facilities and information, and silenced everyone involved. She acknowledges that this happened before she joined the RCD. He explains that all of Korea's core dungeon researchers and facilities disappeared to an unknown location, and researching the dungeons was banned. He was a low-ranking researcher in a facility in the countryside at that time, and he managed to escape to planet Hades just before they were about to receive special attention. He questions what the government was trying to hide. She suggests that there was likely pressure from external sources or deals with other countries, although they would have called it an agreement, considering they were still conducting research in the United States and the United Kingdom. He asks if Toddler didn't know anything, to which she responds that he wouldn't have told him even if he did. And she asks if he's sure they didn't conduct any experiments on him while he was there. He mentions that there is something off about Toddler and contemplates whether he should kill him. He replies by telling him to leave it to him. He'll analyze whatever he needs if he gives him some time. He hands him a stone and instructs him to analyze it. He asserts that this is a memory stone, even though he is aware that something is always said by the warriors of the Central Plains. He states that this stone embodies the desires of the people of the Central Plains, and it is referred to as the evidence of history by them. He maintains that it's a fragment of a planet, but simultaneously, it is the soul of the planet that remembers those who have left their legacy upon it. And legend has it that the sorcerers of the Central Plains are capable of using this to witness the achievements of great individuals throughout history. Park Sooho wonders, does that mean the planet is watching me? He holds the stone and employs his power, and a screen displays that Earth 7 is observing him, and his data is being saved on Earth 7's server. He inquires, what is Earth 7? He pledges to investigate it, just give him some time. He reflects that thanks to Sunpul, he has finally discovered that the enigmatic entity is called Earth 7. He promises to appoint him as the head researcher of the Sooho Guild. He rises to his feet and declares, "Let's seek revenge and assemble everyone." After a while, they all reach Sooho land. Sunpul remarks that this place feels mystical. The more he sees, the more amazing it becomes. Park Sooho inquires about Choi Soo-eun. Kim Miso explains that she's been getting sick a lot lately, so she advised her to take a day off and rest. He informs the others that he is planning on visiting planet Hades. Han Dong-soo expresses concern, stating that it's dangerous there without a guild. He elaborates, explaining that planet Hades is an eternal battleground, and the war between the Mammon and the people of the Central Plains never ceases. He clarifies that they didn't split the land in half, with each occupying their side, but rather divided themselves into separate clans, each establishing their territory. The Mammons are too savage to even consider visiting any of their camps, and the people of the Central Plains are aggressive, and tend to be exclusive, so they need to have a guide with them if they want to visit. He adds that he has a guide right here, pointing to Sunpul. Park Junho asks why he wants to go to planet Hades all of a sudden, and what about Erika. Sunpul states that to repair Sooho Land's Bloodstone power plant, they need ore from planet Hades, which is known as meteoritic iron. However, it's the primary mineral used in the manufacture of various weapons, so all exports of it have been prohibited. Jang Yishik inquires, so if exports are banned, does that mean they have to steal it? Kim Miso questions if there is truly no other option. He explains that he examined the Bloodstone power plant and found that it is breaking down because the proportion of alloys used in the core shield is incorrect. He mentions that the core components are also questionable. He asserts that if they truly want to resolve this issue, the best current option would be to replace those parts with ones made from meteoritic iron from planet Hades. Myeongjin declares that he will join him, and he has heard that planet Hades is filled with elite martial artists whom Earth's rankers can't even compare to. If he could find just a single book on martial arts in one of their villages, it would be worth going there. Han Dong-soo and Jang Yishik are also prepared to go. Park Sooho states that he supposes he could take one of them. He announces that he will give them a challenge, and the one who successfully solves it will accompany him to planet Hades. He instructs them to find a way to communicate with him from Earth when he is on planet Hades, emphasizing that if something he can't handle occurs while he is away, he will need a means of getting in touch with him. He departs, saying, "Let me know when they figure it out." After a while, Park Sooho and Sunpul eat food. Sunpul explains that there are two ways to level up on planet Hades. He mentions that the first way is by killing a Mammon, which the people of the Central Plains call merit. The other method is through technique training, which is the most basic way to control the energy within their bodies, and they refer to it as inner strength training. He says he doesn't quite understand it. He asks if he wants to witness the power of inner strength. He harnesses his power and breaks a tin pack. Park Sooho inquires about the nature of that magic. He explains that it's inner strength, and the higher the level, the more effective its manifestation becomes. If he focuses on training his inner strength, he can attain D rank without even hunting, just as he did. He emphasizes that performing tricks like this is insignificant compared to having true control of his inner strength. He states that D rank awakened individuals on Earth would be considered commoners on planet Hades, while S rankers here are equivalent to first-class masters there. He mentions that he could throw a stone in any direction and knock over a dozen M. He adds that those at the peak class would be on par with SS rank individuals here on Earth, and the great houses have tens, if not hundreds, of them among their ranks. He says that they can leave the house without worrying about something happening, unlike him. He reveals that Namgung Janshin is an ultra-superior master who has pushed both his inner strength and outer strength to their limits. He responds with surprise, asking if he's telling him that he was able to achieve that with a 1-inch punch. He then asks what rank an ultra-superior master would be considered on Earth. He explains that there hasn't been anyone on Earth to reach that level yet, making it difficult to make a direct comparison. But their guess is around triple U rank. He clarifies that being an ultra-superior master doesn't mean one is invincible, and anyone could fall victim to the poison dart of a well-trained first-class assassin on planet Hades. He points out that even the fiercest beast can succumb to the sting of a poisonous bug in the wild. Either way, he expresses anticipation for the encounter. He thinks to himself that he's forgotten about being nervous, he's getting excited about it. He realizes that he needs to study this guy. Park Sooho asks a curious question. Why would someone who has accomplished enough to earn that name not be a respected figure on Hades? Why was his family treated differently? He explains that his wife, So-young, was the daughter of the Lords of Central Plains, and he often helped with repairs at her house, which is how they met. He reflects that it was the happiest time of his life, but that happiness didn't last long. The people of the Central Plains follow a strict class system, and when they discovered that a mere human had married the daughter of a lord and had a child with her, it led to the downfall of her family. His wife and her family were all killed. He continues, mentioning that he was able to save his own life and his daughter's life due to his fame as the Thousand Swordsmith. Park Sooho inquires if he knows his daughter's whereabouts. He sadly admits that he doesn't even know whether she's dead or alive, and that he has been dreaming of revenge ever since. Sooho reassures him, stating that he will seek revenge on his behalf. Just then, Choi Soo-won arrives. He questions why she isn't resting more. She begins eating and shows her sword to Sunpul, asking if he made it. He replies that he has forged quite a few swords in his day. He examines her sword and asks how the Soul Slayer ended up here. The story flashes back to when Kim Maleong of Ikan approached Sunpul. He tells Sunpul that he has risked his life to find him before he departs from planet Hades, and he requests a sword. He explains that, being from Korea, he has chosen a special sword for him. He implores him to promise to return alive and use the sword to protect their homeland. After Kim Maleong leaves, he realizes that it is not the right sword. The story returns to the present, and Choi Soo-young explains that the man who brought this sword back has passed away, and she is now its third owner. Sunpul reflects that Soul Slayer is one of the 6 swords he crafted after seeking revenge, and he cursed it with his grief. Soul Slayer can consume the soul of those it cuts and erode the soul of its master, and whoever wets its blade with blood will ultimately be killed by the sword. Choi Soo-young adds that she doesn't understand why, but this thing keeps crying out all the time, which is causing discomfort to her ears. She asks if he could fix it for her. Sunpul responds, explaining that Soul Slayer cries out as a warning whenever it's separated from its master or comes near a foreign species, and it cuts to the soul of its victims. He concludes that he will have to examine it more closely and decides to take the sword. Park Sooho inquires if she finds bats suddenly appealing or if she has any cravings to bite people or anything like that. She admits that sometimes she feels like taking a bite out of him. She then questions what he means when he expresses his desire to journey to another planet. He responds by asking what's wrong with that idea. She reminds him of how he passed out when he initially returned to Earth. She points out that after he wakes up, his strength and dimensional energy are weakened, yet he still wishes to go to planet Hades. He insists that planet Hades might offer a different experience. She questions if he is willing to risk his life for a mere 50% chance, and he believes that someone will assist him to the hospital if he faints there. She expresses concern that he has been displaying signs of burnout and narcolepsy lately. Sunpul reassures her that he will find a solution. On the other side, Han Dong-soo, Jang Yishik, and Myeongjin are doing their utmost to discover a method for communicating from Earth to planet Hades. After a while, Park Sooho receives an email from them containing their ideas, but he is dissatisfied with all of them. After some time, Park Sooho goes to the temple and encounters Myeongjin. He inquires about whom he has selected to accompany him to planet Hades. He replies that he is still contemplating his decision. Just at that moment, Gunwoo arrives and inquires if they are conducting a quiz, expressing his eagerness to participate. Park Sooho clarifies that they are attempting to determine how to establish contact with Earth from planet Hades. After a while, Park Junho is writing something on Bikku, and Kim Miso is on a call with Park Sooho, stating that she has everything he asked for ready. She asks if this idea was Gunwoo's. He sends Bikku through a portal, and they are delighted to see that his writing hasn't been erased, and it has worked. The Bikku is sent back through the portal. Park Junho states that he will not let him go. He admits he cannot honestly express his desire to bring a child along. He says Gunwoo has not even awakened, and he cannot pass through the gate. Sunpul mentions that Gunwoo has already been awakened. He explains that Gunwoo awakened after only 3 days of inner strength training, and he has never seen a child like that. He adds that if he's not mistaken, Gunwoo is a prodigy and was born to be awakened. He may encounter someone like him maybe once a millennium. Park Sooho agrees, saying he has witnessed it himself. Park Junho insists that he cannot take a kid to such a place. Sunpul mentions that he looked into Gunwoo's eyes while he was training and noticed the same look as in his daughter, Chwea's eyes. He states that if they do nothing to heal Gunwoo's broken heart, he will become an uncontrollable child. He suggests that if Gunwoo trains under a master on planet Hades and gains control of his energy, he will be able to manage himself. He acknowledges that the planet Hades is exceedingly dangerous. Park Sooho encourages him, saying that life is a series of new adventures, and if they let fear paralyze them, they will never gain anything. He decides that he is taking Gunwoo with him to planet Hades. Meanwhile, at Japan's defense headquarters, Kurosawa Aikta is on a call and inquires about Park Sooho's plans regarding planet Hades. The individual on the other end mentions that they have received an official request for cooperation from Sooho City and asks for guidance on how should respond. He speculates that they are seeking access to the portal to planet Hades. He advises them to grant access. On the other side, Park Sooho, Sunpul, and Gunwoo are prepared to depart for planet Hades and reunite with everyone. Kim Miso instructs Sunpul that if Park Sooho faints while passing through the gate, he should bring him back immediately. Choi Soo-gun approaches Park Sooho and warns him not to cheat while he is there. He playfully tells her to take care of herself and not to bite anyone. After a while, they depart via helicopter. Meanwhile, Kurosawa Aikta and Takeo Chanu are waiting for them on top of the building. Takeo Chanu mentions that it was very generous of him to let Park Sooho use the gate. He remarks that if one can't defeat the enemy, one should join the enemy. Just then, Park Sooho arrives and, without greeting them, moves forward. Sujin apologizes to Kurosawa Aikta for the chief's behavior, explaining that he is still not quite adjusted to polite society. Kurosawa Aikta assures her that there's nothing to worry about and that it's an honor to have them there. The three of them are about to enter the portal to planet Hades. Before entering, Sunpul provides them with a pill and explains that these pills will allow them to understand and speak the languages of planet Hades for 1 year. He tells them to take the pills now. They consume the pills and enter the portal. After a while, Park Sooho hears water dripping, glances around, and wonders where he is. He finds himself tied with a chain to a pipe and tries to call up his status window. He asks why it is not popping up and then realizes don't tell him. He recalls a memory where Jang Sunpul mentioned that irregulars can have their stats nerfed if they go through a portal without a suit, and the properties of this gate are different. However, he should not have any problems if he is wearing his suit. He wonders if he was nerfed again. He remembers now that he started losing consciousness the moment he passed through the gate, so he summoned the wyvern before he completely passed out. He wonders why he is here alone, and if that means Jang Sunpul and Gunwoo are with the wyvern right now. He mumbles that he hopes nothing happened to them. Meanwhile, Dang Jincheol is also tied there and asks him what he is muttering about. He tells him to shut up, as he is getting on his nerves. Park Sooho asks if he is from the Central Plains. Dang Jincheol questions if a Mammon would be in a Mammon prison and states that it looks like he is a pupil from Earth, adding that he is not making it out of this prison alive, so he should shut the hell up. Park Sooho tries to uproot the pipe with chains. Dang Jincheol asks what the hell he is doing and mentions that the pole and chain are made from a stone called Mammonite, and only a Mammon is strong enough to break them. Park Sooho continues trying to uproot and finally succeeds. Dang Jincheol is shocked to see and says impossible. He pulls it out of the wall. Park Sooho shatters the chains and asks if he has seen a pair of earthlings, a young boy and an old man. Dang Jincheol says no and explains that he was captured 2 days ago and was still unconscious when they brought him in. He mentions that the guards are going to be here soon and offers to help him escape if he frees him. Park Sooho says he does not need him. Dang Jincheol argues that this prison is like an ant tunnel. He will never make it out without someone to guide him. Even if he does manage to escape, if he knows the geography of planet Hades, one wrong turn and he will become some terrible divine beast's lunch. Park Sooho inquires if there are divine beasts present and expresses his intrigue. He becomes agitated and declares himself to be Dang Jincheol, a first-class master and the 178th descendant of the esteemed Sashandang family from the Central Plains. He pledges on his honor that if someone were to help him out of this situation, he would serve them. Park Sooho then inquires further about the first-class master and reminisces about Jang Sunpul's advice, mentioning that if Gunwoo were to train his inner strength under a first-class master, he would be healed. He concludes that it seems he has discovered Gunwoo's master. Just then, a divine beast arrives, advances to attack, and commands him to be silent, labeling him a fool, suggesting that by beating him, perhaps he can render him half dead. Park Sooho strikes him in the face, causing him to crash to the ground. As the beast falls, he questions what Park Sooho is. Another beast attempts to attack him from behind, but his weapon shatters upon impact, leaving him astonished. Park Sooho turns around, strikes him, and identifies himself as Park Sooho before dispatching the beast. Dang Jinxiol observes this and concludes that Park Sooho is a formidable being, deeming it implausible for an earthling to possess such power. Park Sooho proceeds forward and inquires if all the cells are rooms. Upon confirmation, Park Sooho kicks a door and demands attention, addressing the individual as an earthling and questioning whether they intend to destroy the entire place. He enters the room and calls for Gunwoo, but the room is empty. Dang Jinxiol remarks that this is the last room. He inquires if there are any more cells elsewhere. He confirms that this is indeed the final room and advises that if he is searching for his companions, it may be prudent to abandon the endeavor. He contemplates the necessity of returning to the gate and urges haste, asking how they can exit the location. Dang Jinxiol dons his clothes and remarks that he has found his attire, noting that the sword does not belong to him, but can still be put to good use. Upon hearing some noises, he swiftly departs and instructs Park Sooho to follow, indicating that this is the way out. As they proceed, a divine beast spots them. Dang Jinxiol notices a large beast and expresses disbelief, stating that it cannot be. Park Sooho inquires if he recognizes the creature, to which Dang Jinxiol identifies it as the Warden, an ultra first-class master named Mammon, cautioning Park Sooho to be wary. Park Sooho kicks him and kills him. Dang Jinxiol is shocked to see this. Many beasts arrive, and their leader declares that their food is escaping and commands them to capture them. Assessing the situation, he remarks that he cannot believe they are surrounded, with enemies approaching from both sides. Park Sooho utilizes the Flame Fairy to attack. Dang Jinxiol informs him that magic does not work here. When asked why, Dang Jinxiol responds that he doesn't know, they simply cannot use it. He emphasizes that their priority now is to make it out alive and suggests breaking through to the other side. He notes that there are only 7 of them, and that the terrain works to their advantage. Park Sooho moves to attack and asserts that there is no time, they need to break through on their original path. The beast leader commands him to halt, addressing him as an earthling. Park Sooho punches him and also attacks the others, killing them all. He declares that it's over and instructs them to follow him as he moves toward a gate. Dang Jinxiol reflects that Park Sooho seems to be incredibly talented, but his technique is primitive. He simply kicks and punches. However, he acknowledges that his accuracy and destructive power surpass his imagination. Park Sooho turns back and asks what he is waiting for, urging him to come along. Dang Jinxiol remarks that since waking up in the prison, this must be Park Sooho's first time seeing it for himself and welcomes him to planet Hades. Park Sooho looks around and inquires if this is a Mammon village. Upon confirmation, he notes that it seems the clan chief is absent at the moment, suggesting they should leave the area swiftly. Park Sooho then asks if the individual he points out is indeed the clan chief. He looks up and observes a giant beast approaching to attack them, identifying it as the chief of the Dundras, the clan responsible for this prison. He notes that the chief is at least a peak-class master, surpassing the Mammon prison guards in strength. Park Sooho acknowledges this and indicates that the beast should step aside. The beast strikes his weapon on the ground, causing it to explode. Dang Jinxiol falls behind, while Park Sooho attacks the monster from behind, striking its head and defeating it. He inquires if the individual has seen a small child and an old man from Earth. He responds negatively. Park Sooho smashes his face and tersely acknowledges the response. Just then, he hears a system voice announcing the addition of a new merit. He is surprised and reflects that he still has the audio, speculating that his dimensional energy may only be jammed rather than completely reset. Turning back, he observes Dang Jinxiol kneeling down and asks him about the meaning of the word merit. Dang Jinxiol explains that it's similar to the dimensional energy he possesses on Earth. One can earn merit and level up by killing enemies. Park Sooho questions if he can gain merit by killing enemies as well. Dang Jinxiol responds with a proverb, one cannot catch water without a vessel. Park Sooho seeks clarification on what he means by that. Dang Jinxiol explains that to earn merit, Park Sooho must first learn martial arts, starting with mastering the restorative breath and learning to utilize his inner strength. Park Sooho acknowledges his words. Dang Jinxiol expresses eternal gratitude to Park Sooho for saving his life and for granting him the knowledge of his name. Park Sooho asks what that name is. Dang Jinxiol clarifies that it is his own name. Park Sooho confirms, stating his name as Park Sooho. Reflecting, he realizes he has never heard of Park Sooho, noting that he would have known if such a powerful master existed on Earth or appeared after his return to Hades. However, he dismisses the thought, acknowledging Park Sooho's current skills. Park Sooho reminds Dang Jincheol that he saved him and now expects him to fulfill his end of the bargain by becoming his servant as agreed. Dang Jincheol affirms his agreement and pledges to do his best to serve him well, acknowledging the shame he must endure for his family's revenge. Park Sooho requests Dang Jincheol to show him the way to the gate to Earth. Dang Jincheol inquires about the gate to Earth. Park Sooho explains that he needs to find his companions. He elaborates that the gate to Earth is a hellscape, a field of never-ending battle. However, with his King Gong skills, he can reach it within the hour, though he doubts whether his lord will be able to keep up. Park Sooho grabs his shirt, hoists him onto his back, and reaches in front of a portal gate. Observing it, he confirms they have arrived. Dang Jincheol remarks that he has never witnessed such King Gong in all his life. Park Sooho notices a river in the middle of a bone-dry desert and comments that something seems amiss. He admits he has never seen this river before and explains that this place serves as the gate connecting their planet to Earth. However, it's surrounded by a large plain, with the Myros Mammons and the Namu family constantly fighting over its control. He notes that the river was not present when he previously used this gate in the past. Park Sooho observes that the river was not present and ponders that if the wyvern had been successfully summoned, they would not have been swept away in the river. He considers whether he should check to see if they return to Earth, but worries that he might pass out on his way through the gate again. Dang Jincheol suggests that if there were a battle when he passed through the gate, perhaps there would be a witness. Park Sooho then asks if the Namus are hostile towards Earthlings. Dang Jincheol responds that he would not say they are friendly towards Earthlings by any means, though they would not hold ill will toward them if unprovoked. He suggests that they will have to start with the Myros village and inquire about its location. Dang Jincheol asks if he sees the tower and lights across the village, but clarifies that he is not thinking of invading their village at the moment. Park Sooho takes a long jump from there and lands on the other side of the river. He cautions to be careful, noting that the Myros are peak-class masters on a different level than the Dundras they just faced. Park Sooho assures that he will return soon and warns not to attempt to run away, as he will find and kill him if he does. Dang Jincheol acknowledges that he has no place to run to, but acknowledges that even as strong as he is, facing the Myros will take some time. Park Sooho moves on, stating that he will be back soon. After a while, he kills beasts and inquires if they have seen any Earthlings, asking if the cat has their tongue. A beast throws fire at him, but he retaliates by throwing his sword towards it, commanding it to shut up, causing an explosion. He places his foot on the beast's face and declares that he will ask one last time, questioning if they have seen a child and an old man come through the gate. The beast responds that he does not know. Park Sooho then asks where the Chief Myros is, to which the beast again replies that he does not know. Just then, Chief Myros arrives. Park Sooho turns back, sees him, and remarks that it looks like he's here. Chief Myros moves to attack him and demands to know who he is. He identifies himself as Park Sooho. Chief Myros declares his intention to destroy him and launches an attack, mentioning that he has a lot of questions but doubts Park Sooho wants to hear them. The system window notifies that the temple stone fragment is an accessory created by a god. Park Sooho thinks about the status window. Chief Myros punches him, throwing him away, and vows to kill him. Park Sooho stands up, laughs, and acknowledges that it's a temple stone fragment, realizing its significance. They both engage in a fight, exchanging attacks. Park Sooho manages to kneel him down and asks if he has calmed down a bit, stating that he has some questions. He inquires if Chief Myros has seen a winged beast from Earth or not. He notices a stone around Chief Myros' neck and asks where he got this stone. Chief Myros responds that he got it from an Earthling. He reflects that the temple stone is a record of a revelation from God. After the revelation was decoded, the fragments of the stone pillar were spread around the world by the ministers, allowing all the awakened individuals on Earth to check their stats with the status window. This implies that once he is out of the temple stone's range of influence on Earth, he can't use the status window. Even if he has dimensional energy, it's useless if he can't open the status window. He checks the status window and realizes that he has obtained a temple stone fragment, enabling him to see the status window again. With access to the status window, he can use his skills once more. He employs the flame fairy magic and explodes Chief Myros into dust. He sees the status window and reflects that the wyvern still has not returned since the last summons. This suggests that it either escaped the area or went back through the gate. He considers using Trace, but realizes that he can't, and Trace is a skill that summons the memories of the ground, rocks, and trees. If the wyvern flew high up in the sky, the chances that he will be able to trace it are slim. He concludes that he needs to go back through the gate and check, but if he passes out when he goes through the gate again, he will lose even more time. He jumps back and returns to Dang Jinchuo's side. Dang Jinchuo is shocked to see this and thinks of this earthling. As if it were not enough that he destroyed the Mammon's prison, he even destroyed the Myros village, wiping 2 formidable Mammon strongholds from the map in a matter of hours. He considers that he's beyond the level of any awakened earthling he knows of. Could it be that he is not human? Park Sooho checks his details with the status window and confirms that he is indeed a first-class master. He then asks about the concealed weapon technique and how he knows about it. Park Sooho responds that he knows everything and orders him to show him that technique. Dang Jinchuo starts showing and says it's the Dang clan's concealed weapon first technique. He pops out steel blades from his hands and demonstrates his moves. Park Sooho remarks that it's a nice weapon he's hiding. Dang Jinchuo explains that in an actual battle, the enemy would be dead by the time he strikes that pose. Park Sooho responds by saying it's great as he can teach him. Dang Jinchuo expresses disdain, stating that teaching a lowly earthling is a disgrace to his clan. Park Sooho becomes angry and asks what he means. Dang Jinchuo clarifies that his clan has its customs, but he will teach him nonetheless. He then uses his magic and retrieves a book. Dang Jinchuo is shocked and asks what kind of magic this is. Park Sooho explains that he summoned it from his inventory. Dang Jinchuo asserts that it's impossible. Arukian magic won't work here. Items and skills from planet Hades can be used on both Earth and Aruka, but everyone knows that items from Earth and artifacts from Aruka cannot pass through the gate, and the same goes for skills. He reflects that if that's true, then it means the temple stone is not from Aruka. He shows him a book and says he found it in the Myros village, asking what it is. Dang Jinchuo explains that it's the former King Yongdisen the Great's true/technique and questions why it is there. Park Sooho asks if it is good. Dang Jinchuo responds that warriors consider the book that holds their clan's true/technique to be more precious than their lives. He adds that when the king disappeared a decade ago, his line died out with him, and he would never have imagined that he would find this here. Park Sooho acknowledges that it's good and sends the book back to inventory. He mentions that he will give it to him later, as he needs him to visit Earth for him real quick. Dang Jinchuo asks why so suddenly. Park Sooho pats him on the head, and he insists that his lord should at least give him the reason. Park Sooho explains that he needs him to go to the control room on Earth and ask them if they've seen his nephew, and then he needs to come right back. Dang Jinchuo inquires about his nephew. Park Sooho picks him up and confirms that he should just tell them he is looking for Park Sooho's nephew. Dang Jinchuo agrees, and Park Sooho throws him away. The system informs him that the wyvern has successfully hunted on the snow mountain. He thinks about the snow mountain. He is about to drown in the water and asks for help. Just then, a giant hawk comes and holds him in its claws. He wonders if that is a giant hawk or if he is dreaming right now. After a while, Park Sooho rides on the back of the giant hawk and asks if this is the way to the snow mountain. Dang Jinchuo confirms that it is and asks if that is it. Park Sooho affirms, pointing out the mountain. Dang Jinchuo, still captured in the hawk's claws, confirms that it is indeed the only mountain with snow in all of Hades. The hawk releases him, and Park Sooho also jumps from its back. Dang Jinchuo falls to the ground badly, while Park Sooho lands on the ground and observes the trace of the wyvern. He reflects that Gunwoo and Jang Sunpul are riding it. Suddenly, a high wave of water comes and breaks a mountain. Dang Jinchuo looks at it and asks where that stream came from. He tells Park Sooho to get back, stating that it's dangerous there. Park Sooho asks why it's dangerous. Dang Jinchuo explains that there's only one reason a stream like that would be flowing from the mountain. the creature that killed countless people of the Central Plains and Mammon. Park Sooho asks about the wyvern and thinks it's in the cave, then runs toward the cave. Dang Jincheol warns him not to go in, stating that it's the den of a 100-year-old python. Meanwhile, the wyvern and python engage in a fight and attack each other. Park Sooho arrives there, attacks the python, and commands it to stop right there, addressing it as Big Snake. He throws it away and warns it not to touch his kids. Dang Jincheol is shocked to see this, as are Gunwoo and Jang Sunpul. The python gets up again. Park Sooho asks if it is the python. He gathers a lot of water and throws it toward him. Park Sooho asks about a water cannon and expresses his desire to have it. He summons Barry and a portal opens on the snake's head. The wyvern attacks the snake and kills it. Park Sooho also kicks it and tells it to get up, but it is dead. He wonders if he hit it too hard. The wyvern moves to eat the snake, but Park Sooho stops it, saying not to eat it. He understands that it wants revenge, but if it bites the snake now, it's a goner. The bear moves to leave from there, and Park Sooho asks where it's going. The bear sees a little snake and holds it to eat. Park Sooho repeats not to eat it. The little snake pleads for help. He is shocked and asks who said that just now. The little snake says he doesn't deserve to die and begs to be spared. He asks if it knows how to talk. The little snake explains that he will ascend to heaven as a dragon in just 100 days, and he can't die now, not like this. He assures that he is not going to kill it. Dang Jincheol arrives and inquires about the discussion, stating that the python has been alive for 100 years and its jewel possesses a century's worth of power. He then questions if it is the jewel they are discussing. Dang Jincheol asserts that the jewel is the elixir of immortality and remarks on the countless individuals who have perished attempting to obtain it. He emphasizes the importance of handling it carefully. Dang Jincheol explains that he cannot simply give it away. The only method to acquire it is by slaying the python and extracting the jewel. He asks if they must kill the python, to which he confirms. He expresses reluctance, citing a previous declaration of not intending to harm the python. The python, referred to as the little snake, reminds Dang Jincheol of his promise. Park Sooho checks his details on the status window and expresses approval of their character. He then presents two options. Either he can face death or choose to accompany him. The little python agrees to accompany him. The system window notifies that the python has been successfully tamed. He inquires if he is the one responsible for creating the river by the gate. The little python confirms and explains that he leaves his cave whenever he needs to drink water, but the stream he used to drink from was located near an area where people from the Central Plains and mammoths frequently fought. He remarks on the loudness of the creatures and the frequent conflicts resulting in the pollution of the entire area with their corpses necessitating his separation from the site. Park Sooho speculates that he might have been caught up in that stream and reflects that if he had had this snake earlier, he would not have encountered as much trouble when creating the alligator stream. The little python expresses that his whole body hurts and he feels like he is dying. He asserts that he is not going to die. The little python then asks if he can heal him. He responds affirmatively, explaining that all of his beasts heal once they return to the farm and utilizes his magic to transport them there. Dang Jincheol is shocked and ponders over the mysterious magic he has witnessed. He contemplates that the individual is not human, but rather a mountain spirit from the earth, capable of controlling divine beasts. Meanwhile, Park Junho spots the wyvern and others and inquires if he has returned. He reads the message written on the wyvern, confirming his safety, and becomes emotional upon seeing Gunwoo's message. Meanwhile, Gunwoo hugs Park Sooho and asks if he is hurt. Gunwoo responds that he is not hurt. Jang Sunpul mentions that they were worried about him. Park Sooho agrees and expresses his relief that they are safe. Jang Sunpul adds that there were a few dangerous moments, but the wyvern kept them safe and inquires about Dang Jincheol. He introduces himself, stating that it's a pleasure to meet him and that he is from the Great Clan. Park Sooho interrupts him and insists that he can just call him Dang as he's his servant. Gunwoo mentions that he is hungry. Park Sooho agrees, saying, "Alright, let's get a bite to eat," and sets a table full of delicious food. Dang Jincheol is shocked to see this and comments on the mysterious magic. Meanwhile, some people come to the village and observe the bodies of dead monsters. Their leader asks what happened here. The servant explains that the Dundra village was desolate as well. He reflects that the Namus have been in conflict with the Eroses and Dundras for the past 700 years, and both of these clans were thriving until yesterday. Now they have been exterminated, and this scene resembles the aftermath of a great natural disaster. He wonders who could possibly have done this. Meanwhile, Park Sooho inquires about the duration of their separation. Jang Sunpul responds that it has been a little over 3 days. Park Sooho questions why they did not return to Earth if there were any issues. Jang Sunpul explains that after they were swept away by the water, they also fell into the river. Fortunately, the wyvern rescued them and was going to take them back through the gate. However, the mammoths must have been surprised by the sight of a dragon and attacked them, chasing them all the way to this place. Dang Jincheol observes that both the people of the Central Plains and the mammoths become excited when they encounter a divine beast. He suggests that if one can kill such a beast and acquire its jewel, one can become stronger. He then asks if this is the child he mentioned needed to be trained. Park Sooho confirms, saying yes, that's correct, and introduces Gunwoo to greet them, stating that he is his new martial arts teacher. Gunwoo greets them, introducing himself as Park Gunwoo. Park Sooho adds that they can begin the class now if Gunwoo is finished eating. Dang Jincheol reflects on the act of teaching the ancient secrets of his clan to a mere human and contemplates how far the Sashandang clan has fallen. He stands up and instructs Gunwoo to follow along, prompting Gunwoo to rise and move with him. After a while, Gunwoo sits with Dang Jincheol, who is contemplating what to do. It doesn't appear as if Lord Sooho knows anything about martial arts anyway, so it should be sufficient to teach him the restorative breath if necessary. Dang Jincheol mentions that he made a promise to his savior, so he will teach him one of his clan's secrets and asks if Gunwoo is ready. Gunwoo confirms that he is. Dang Jincheol reflects that this child already possesses inner strength, albeit weak, and it is not merely a fluke. He has been trained. He then inquires if Gunwoo has learned restorative breathing. Gunwoo points to Sunpul and says yes, his teacher over there taught him. Dang Jincheol ponders that an earthling taught him that and instructs Gunwoo to hold out his hands. He holds out his hands and reflects that he has only just begun, yet he has already learned the basics. Since he has been awakened, he will see if he can enhance his Kai, and if it's pure. He believes it's as if he were a newborn babe in the perfect state to master martial arts. Gunwoo remarks that this feels weird. Dang Jincheol reflects that his sensitivity to Kai is extraordinary, and at least concerning his inner energy, he's a natural talent. He considers that the gods have taken pity on his clan and sent them a prodigy. He thinks Gunwoo could be the key to their future, but he possesses an explosive vitality that may burst forth at any minute. He wonders what kind of emotional scars this young soul may have been afflicted with. He reflects that if he cannot suppress this vitality with his inner strength, his extraordinary ability may end up being his downfall. He states that he has changed his mind for Gunwoo's sake. He won't simply teach him the secrets of his clan. Instead, he will teach him all he knows about martial arts. Gunwoo expresses his gratitude. Dang Jincheol explains that there is one problem. His clan is not welcoming to outsiders. Only members of the clan may continue their line, and if Gunwoo were to marry someone from their clan, they could solve this issue. However, he has no daughters. Gunwoo asks what he means. Dang Jincheol clarifies that he has made a great decision. He will adopt Gunwoo and instructs him to repeat after him. Gunwoo will hereby be known as Dang Gunwoo. Just then, Park Sooho kicks him in the face and throws him away. He mentions that he instructed him to teach martial arts, then went ahead and adopted him, saving this individual for no reason. He asks if he has passed out and tells him to wake up. Gunwoo ponders about Dang Jincheol. He feels he has heard that name somewhere before but can't recall where. He isn't sure if Dang Jincheol is a master, but he finds him to be a funny guy. Gunwoo reflects on his uncle, a really strong man, and his father, a very good person. He doesn't remember receiving love from his mother, but felt he was receiving enough from his dad, who was always depressed with a face covered in scars and constantly worried about money. His dad often cried in hiding, portraying him as a weak man. He reflects that he did not want to become a weak man like his dad. One day, an uncle who looked younger than his dad appeared, and despite his uncle looking just as weak, he witnessed his uncle defeat Hiro, his idol, even after he transformed into Mammon. His uncle became the strongest man on Earth and the strongest man in mankind, and everything changed after his uncle arrived. He desired to become strong like his uncle, but as a child, he couldn't enter the dungeon. His dad simply told him that he had to go to school and study. He wonders who goes to school these days, as he can't become strong just by studying. However, an opportunity presented itself. The story shifts back to the past when he meets Sunpul, who asks if he must be Gunwoo and comments that this is what he calls a power outage. Gunwoo reflects that he likes the warm feeling that comes from deep inside his stomach, and every time he eats breakfast, he feels it clearly. He inquires if he can become stronger with this sensation. Sunpul responds that if he wants to become stronger, he must learn martial arts from a master on the Hades planet. Gunwoo considers that if he learns martial arts, he might become stronger than his uncle without having to enter a dungeon. He recalls seeing his uncle faint just as he passed through the gate, which was shocking since his uncle, who was like Superman, had fainted. Gunwoo speculates that maybe if he learns martial arts here, he might surpass his uncle, who became the strongest in a dungeon, and become the strongest man in the universe. The scene shifts back to the present. Dang Jincheol observes that the leader seems to be a person truly optimized for the wild. He remarks that he has lived in the wild for several years, but he believes that filling breakfast with only processed food is not enough. Gunwoo agrees, expressing his desire to eat fish. Park Sooho suggests they catch it and eat it when they see a river on the way down. Gunwoo agrees with enthusiasm. Dang Jincheol asks why he fell asleep yesterday and why he doesn't remember anything. Park Sooho explains that he was instructed to teach Gunwoo, but he fainted while sitting down. Dang Jincheol finds this matter strange and inquires if D Hyup, who claimed to be Gunwoo's inner strength teacher, is a student of Hades's Confucianism and what his honorific name is. Sunpul clarifies that he is not a martial artist, he is just a tinkerer. He inquires if Sunpul works as a blacksmith. Sunpul responds that it's been a while since he has done that, so it's not something to brag about. Nevertheless, since it's been a while, he thought he'd give it another shot. He shows his weapon and requests that they take a look at his daggers sometime, as it has become very dull due to lack of maintenance. Sunpul agrees to do that. He asks why Sunpul came to Hades, and if there is any reason other than training his nephew in martial arts. Park Sooho responds that it's about seeing proof of history and seeking revenge. Sunpul is shocked to hear this. Dang Jincheol asks about revenge, questioning who it's directed towards. Park Sooho asks if he said that the man's name was Namgung Jangchen. He inquires if he mentioned that the target of his revenge now is Namgung Jangchen, the head of the Namgung family. Park Sooho acknowledges that statement and inquires if Sunpul knows that individual. He advises him to refrain from speaking, mentioning that if he were still a member of the Muram Alliance, he would have attacked immediately. Park Sooho asks if Sunpul understands the implications of this. Park Sooho then asks if he is suggesting that he wants to be killed and questions if he suddenly desires death. He chuckles and clarifies that's not what he meant to imply. Sunpul queries if he mentioned the Muram Alliance. Park Sooho confirms, stating that 1 year ago, Namgung Jangchen became the 27th Muram Lord. He speculates if it's Namgung Jangchen who holds a grudge against Sunpul, not his lord. Sunpul agrees, confirming that Namgung Jangchen is his former master. He adds that his name is Jang Sunpul, and he was also known as the Thousand Swordsmith of the Namgung family. Dang Jincheol identifies the man as a legendary craftsman, the Thousand Swordsmith Jang Sunpul. Sunpul acknowledges Brother Tang's warning, suggesting he should be careful of what he says when they are out there, as making a lot of noise could hinder their revenge. Park Sooho dismisses this unnecessary worry and asks if they can hear the sound of a waterfall over there. He suggests they go over there and catch some fish. Gunwoo expresses excitement, but Sunpul intervenes, addressing Park Sooho as leader and cautioning against it. Dang Jincheol reflects that the disappeared Thousand Swordsmith has returned for revenge, finding it interesting, anticipating a bloodbath in the central district. After a while, he remarks that the scenery is breathtaking, unable to believe that such beautiful scenery exists under the snowy mountain. Dang Jincheol comments that he supposes it's his first time here too. Sunpul mentions that he was practically locked up in the blacksmith's workshop, but questions if the Sichuan-Donga is a member of the Muram Alliance. Dang Jincheol responds that currently no, he can't tell him the reason why, and asks why Sunpul wants to see the proof of history. Sunpul explains that he doesn't think it's just for sightseeing. The leader is currently on a journey to find his true self. He believes that the proof of history may help him in this quest. Sunpul adds that he has never seen anyone come to Hades for that reason. After a while, Park Sooho remarks, "It's a beautiful waterfall." Gunwoo expresses his hunger. Park Sooho uses his magic to obtain some food and informs Gunwoo that he is going to the river, so he should eat the food and rest for a while. Gunwoo asks if Park Sooho is going to catch fish and expresses his desire to join. Park Sooho begins to leave but suggests that Gunwoo, who had mentioned being hungry, wait while eating. Gunwoo expresses his frustration with bread. Dang Jinchul questions how Gunwoo plans on eating a variety of foods every day. Sunpul assures that they will be catching fish soon, so Gunwoo should satisfy his hunger first. Gunwoo agrees and starts eating bread. Dang Jinchul observes Sunpul and reflects on the Thousand Swordsmith before his eyes, a blacksmith who left his mark on history. He reflects on Jang Sunpul, who appeared 500 years after the legendary swordsman Ju Dongdal and was bestowed the title of the Thousand Swordsmith. The Namgung family, possessing a master craftsman of history, grew as if they had wings on the back of a tiger. He considers that with this individual, even the Sichuan Danga can also be revived. He states that if the Master Thousand Swordsmith creates his masterpiece, he will preserve it as a family heirloom. Sunpul adds that if they go to a big village, he will ensure to rent the blacksmith's workshop first and create what he desires. He thinks that finally, after the dark times, the rays of light are beginning to appear. After a while, they all sit and enjoy their food, and Dang Jinchul urges Sunpul to eat plenty. Sunpul expresses his gratitude. A person nearby observes them and remarks that there is a group of 3 Earthling students in front of him, asking if he should deal with them. The other person suggests there is no time to decide, and they should do the work first before making any decisions. The person agrees, acknowledging the instruction. Meanwhile, some people gather around the dining table. A person asks Jong Sung if his wedding preparations are going well. Jong Sung responds that it is the wedding of the 32nd grandson of the Moon family, so there is nothing to worry about. He suggests putting aside the talk of marriage for a moment, as the thought of him becoming the adult of his family gives him a headache. Just then, he hears some voices. On the other side, some people stop Park Sooho and tell him to step back if he wants to die. Park Sooho asserts that he is not there to fight and asks if this is their territory. The brown banded man insists that he told him to step back, implying that he must really want to die. Jong Sung intervenes and instructs them to stop. He questions why they would want to shed blood on a happy day like today and explains that apparently he is an international student from planet Earth. He mentions this because he is glad to see a foreign student on his auspicious day and invites him to have a drink with him. Park Sooho agrees, saying it sounds good. He suggests going this way and is confident that others will welcome him too. The brown banded man remarks that it could be dangerous, but he will be there with him. He agrees, saying please do so. After a while, Park Sooho is busy eating dumplings. Jong Sung comments that he never thought he would see an Earthling here, as Earthlings often get lost and wander into the wrong place. He introduces himself as the 32nd generation grandson of the Moon clan, Moon Jong Sung, stating that his grandfather is the current head of the Moon family and Hamza is the gatekeeper. Park Sooho introduces himself as just Park Sooho and points at the food, commenting, "This is really delicious, isn't it?" Hamza advises him to be well-mannered. Park Sooho asks if these are fish dumplings. A man laughs and comments on what an interesting friend he has. Another person remarks that Earthlings and Mammons are barbaric. Jong Sung observes that Park Sooho must have been very hungry and encourages him to have a drink as well. A girl offers to pour him a drink. Park Sooho agrees and drinks it, commenting that it's good too. He laughs and remarks that there's no such thing as a hero's drinking posture. The other man holds the bottle and suggests Park Sooho have a drink from it too. Just then, they hear some noise and turn back to see. A servant arrives there in a hurry. Hamza asks who the hell he is and what's going on. The servant responds that 2 Ronins have appeared, and they are quite skilled with the sword. In an instant, 3 of their warriors were killed. Hamza is shocked to hear this and prepares to fight against them. He warns them not to approach any further. The other person asks if they are more expert than the escort warriors. He clarifies that he means they killed 3 people in an instant. He looks back at Park Sooho, points his sword toward him, and asks if he is in cahoots with them. Park Sooho asks who. He points to them and says those guys over there. Park Sooho asks who they are and mentions that it's his first time seeing these people. He becomes angry and tells them not to lie, asking who ordered them to come here. Park Sooho reassures them, saying he is telling them not to worry and that he will take some of the leftover dumplings. He urges them to go about their business. However, he becomes angry and moves to attack, but the other soldier intervenes, saying he doesn't think he's an earthling and questioning what kind of idiot he is. The Ronin tells Moon Jong-sung that if he just follows them obediently, there will be no more dog deaths. Jong-sung's friend objects, saying no, don't do this. The other person remarks that they can't trust those Ronins. Jong-sung steps forward and demands that they state their affiliation and name first. He asks if they are people who hold a grudge against their Moon family. The Ronin responds that he talks too much and asks if Jong-sung is willing to see blood after all. Hamza advises to stand back, stating that these are not people who can be trusted by words. Park Sooho approaches, places his hand on Jong-sung's shoulder, and thanks him for the meal. He then moves forward, waves his hand, and bids farewell, saying to eat properly and goodbye, as he will enjoy this too. The Ronin grabs his hand and asks if he is in the same group as the Earthlings they saw a while ago. He declares that since Moon Jong-sung is uncooperative, everyone around him, including witnesses, will die, and he will blame his bad luck and Moon Jong-sung. He moves to attack him and commands to kill him. Park Sooho delivers a punch, knocking him out. He checks his dumpling and asks if it didn't pop, remarking that he was just passing by, and the Ronin suddenly drew out his sword. The other Ronin questions how dare he, thinking this Earthling is so fast. He takes a little bomb, throws it toward Park Sooho, and thinks first he needs to block his field of vision. Park Sooho sits down, covering his face. He believes he has got him and moves to attack, stating that he was pretty good for an Earthling, but he just had a bad opponent, and now he will die. Park Sooho catches him and smashes his head on the floor. They all are shocked, and Jong-sung's friend comments that he defeated those unidentified Ronins with one blow. The other person questions how he can do that when he doesn't even have a weapon in his hand, and remarks on what a monstrous display of speed and power it was. Park Sooho states that he said he'd just leave, and he will let it slide today because he is in a good mood. Just then, Gunwoo arrives there with others and calls for his uncle. Dang Jinchul notices the Ronins and remarks that these are the guys from a little while ago. Park Sooho asks why they came when he told them to wait. He corrects him, stating that he said he was going to catch fish, and asks why he is confronting the people from the Central District. Park Sooho explains that he had some business to attend to and suggests they leave. He then tells Gunwoo to join him in eating dumplings. Gunwoo gets excited and exclaims, "Whoa, dumplings!" Jong-sung kneels down and asks what he is going to do if they just go away. A soldier warns that it's dangerous and advises them to step back. Park Sooho asks if they want him to pay for the drinks. Jong-sung declines, saying that they have already paid for the drinks. He bends down and asks how he can just let his savior go when he is indebted to him for his life, requesting an opportunity to repay the favor. Park Sooho asks about the favor. Sunpul whispers that it's a typical trickery of Central District families. Dang Jinchul mentions it's the nefarious habit of those family bastards who, upon encountering a potentially helpful master, try to somehow tie them up with the family and take advantage of them, suggesting it's better to just leave. Jong-sung adds that the Moon family, they have created some of the most delicious dishes he has ever tasted on Earth, and they will serve him the highest quality fish dishes. They all are shocked to hear this. Dang Jinchul asks what he is thinking about and mentions that it's just food that they can buy on the way. Gunwoo insists that he wants to eat fish. Sunpul clarifies that he says it's the highest quality and it's also free. Park Sooho inquires if there is proof of history and a blacksmith workshop in his village. Jong-sung explains that the Moon family is a prestigious family ranked among the top 100 families in the Central District. The village is formed around the proof of history and has several blacksmiths and excellent craftsmen worthy of its reputation. Park Sooho acknowledges that everything they need is right there and suggests they go eat some fish together. Han Dong-soo attacks the monsters, kills them, and counts them as well. He states that he has killed 126 monsters and remarks that the mid-air flying monsters are hunting, leaving 75 remaining until today's mission is successful. He identifies them as luminous jellyfish and thanks them for their donation of 2,00,000 won. Park Junho sits in his camp and writes a letter, noting that they have developed new containers made of materials that can be used for dimensional transportation in the research building. Kim Miso arrives and asks him if he is writing a letter to Gunwoo. He laughs and replies that he's just writing to say hello, but acknowledges that his brother may not be very skilled at summoning white orbs. Even if he might be busy, it would be nice if he could say hello. Meanwhile, she advises him not to worry too much, stating that there's nothing that can go wrong for Gunwoo when he's with the leader. He acknowledges her reassurance but asks what the matter is. She explains that she also has a report to deliver to the leader, and suddenly they notice something in the sky. Concerned, she remarks about the sudden increase in flying monsters. He suggests that it would be beneficial to install anti-aircraft guns on the outer walls, noting that they don't cost much. He asks if they shouldn't install them even if it's a bit troublesome, but speculates that the flying monsters haven't ventured into their territory, known as Wyvern's territory, and caused any damage yet, so they can wait a little longer. He requests to send these reports to the leader as well, placing the letter in the box. She agrees with his plan. After a while at night, they all sit at a dining table and have their dinner. Gunwoo remarks, "Wow, just how many fish are in there?" Park Sooho replies it's completely different from the food he ate in front of the waterfall. Gunwoo says he can eat all of this, while Sunpul adds that the food tastes best when eaten before it gets cold. He exclaims, "Wow, it's so delicious." Sunpul comments that it melts quickly in the mouth. Park Sooho asks the elf what he's doing, and he replies that he's checking if it's poisonous. He questions why he's worried about that and tells him to just look at it, assuring him that it isn't poisoned, so he should eat it while he enjoys his noodles. The elf asks how he can tell if there is no poison just by looking at it and mentions that the central district is full of intangible and odorless poison while he eats fish. Sunil asks the leader if he can access the information about the food. Park Sooho continues to eat his noodles and confirms that, asking if he hasn't told him yet. The elf refuses and inquires if that is also magic, questioning what kind of magic he learned and if it is possible to use it on Hades' planet. Park Sooho explains that it seems like the awakening occurred after he came back to Earth. The elf dismisses it as ridiculous, stating that what he learned on Earth can't be applied here. Instead, he expresses curiosity about why he fainted when passing through the gate. Sunpul suggests it's probably because the harmony between inside and outside is disrupted. He asks what is meant by harmony between inside and outside. The elf explains that it makes sense because it is the world's law that when the balance of yin-yang and the 5 elements, which make up all things, is disrupted, side effects occur. He adds that it is true that internal power can't keep up with the Lord's strong external power. He asks him how he learned martial arts, and Park Sooho asks if he is suggesting that his fainting sickness can be solved by learning martial arts and strengthening his inner self. Sunpul replies that he cannot give him a definite answer, but he thinks it would not be a bad idea to give it a try since he has come this far. Jong Sung arrives and remarks that it's a meritorious benefactor. How is the meal? Park Sooho responds that it's delicious, and Gunwoo asks if he could please bring him some more sushi. Sunpul mentions that he would like some more grilled fish too. Jong Sung laughs and says whatever they want and declares this as their Minister of Internal Affairs, while the minister thanks him for saving their distinguished family's little lord. The elf wonders, little lord, is he saying that he's the grandson of the family head? The person his lord saved was the heir to the line of succession. Jong Sung states that if he needs anything, he can speak to their Minister of Internal Affairs here. The minister prompts him to say the words. Park Sooho expresses his wish to borrow a blacksmith workshop. Jong Sung responds that they heard there was a skilled blacksmith in the group, so they prepared something for him. They present a box in front of Park Sooho. The elf holds it and states that it is processed meteorite ore, and they would like him to have it as a gift. He observes that at a glance he can see that this meteorite ore has been refined with the highest level of technology. Sunpul remarks that this is precious and thinks that he probably wants to settle his debt with them. Jong Sung inquires if something like fortune would be more precious than his life and encourages them to feel free to accept it. Park Sooho also picks one up and asks if it is really that good. The elf explains that for warriors who use weapons, it is a treasure worth 1,000 gold, but if he accepts it, he will be indebted to them. He then uses his powers to produce some magic crystals on the table, surprising everyone. The minister asks what this is, and another elf wonders if it's meteorite ore and where he got so much of it. He replies that he would rather see evidence of history than possess these, mentioning that an earthling used magic and meteorite ores poured out. The minister confirms that he saw it clearly with his own eyes. The family head questions if the fortune that came out like that was worth over 300 June. The minister affirms that's correct, it was indeed a true gemstone. It seems like he couldn't persuade him, at least not with financial resources. The family head inquires if he mentioned that the blacksmith who came with him resembled the Thousand Swordsmith. He responds that one of their field leaders mentioned it, but it's too early to be sure. He also mentioned wanting to use a blacksmith workshop, so he thinks it would be a good idea to wait and see. The family head recalls 1,000 swordsmiths and reflects that in the current era, the only Thousand Swordsmith is Jang Sunpul, the slave of the Namgung family who disappeared 2 years ago after his family was massacred by the Namgung family and he escaped. Then he returned with a master from Earth. He states that, according to eyewitnesses, a dragon appeared and a river formed at the gate. It is said that it happened simultaneously with the Earthling's appearance, and shortly after, it was reported that 2 Mammon tribes near the gate were devastated. He expresses disbelief that among the Earthlings, the name of the man from the Central Plains is circulating. The minister responds, asking if he is referring to Dang Jin Cheol. He further questions if he is a person from the Sashandang family. The minister asserts that there are no survivors of the exterminated Sashandang family. The family head interjects, stating that Sashandang is not the only one who has used the Tang family name. He then reveals the identity of the assailants who attacked Zhong Sung. The minister states that the warriors belong to the Hwang Jiang clan, and the family head asks if they are seeking war. Since they attempted to kidnap his grandson, appropriate retribution must follow. The family head orders the summoning of the Red Dragon Danju to deliver retribution to the Hwang family, who attempted to kidnap Zhong Sung and to grant the guests whatever they desire. He also instructs him to closely monitor them and report back. The minister bows and agrees to carry out his commands. Meanwhile, the senior elf contemplates the possibility of encountering a super-strong warrior from the Outer Realm and the Thousand Swordsmiths. He questions if the person is indeed the Thousand Swordsmiths and wonders if this situation is akin to a bonanza walking in on its own. The scene shifts to Park Sooho's house, where Sunpul refuses and questions how he has acquired so many meteorite ores. He mentions there were numerous in the Emoji Den, and the leader gathered them all up, but he supposes he didn't notice Brother Dang. Park Sooho interjects, saying that this person fainted at that time. The elf inquires about what he means by fainted. He responds that now that they have eaten, it's time for Gunwoo to begin his martial arts training. Gunwoo concurs, and then he asks the head of the research center if he would like to go see the evidence of history with him again. Sunpul agrees, and Park Sooho employs his powers to summon White Python. Python arrives and questions why he has summoned him. He asks if he has grown larger again or become smaller, and Python transforms into a small baby python. He takes him and instructs him to protect Gunwoo when he's not around, deeming it a rather dull mission. Gunwoo holds Python in his hands, and Park Sooho asks if its name is White Python. Wear it like a bracelet, he suggests. He replies, certainly, and thanks him. Gunwoo says come back safe, and an old elf approaches, offering to guide them. They all walk out. Park Sooho remarks that all they can see are walls and comments that tourism must be poor in this area. The minister explains that these walls are meant to effectively defend the estate against any possible external threats. He questions if there is even protection with walls like this and asks where the evidence of history is. The minister responds that it's in the center of the village, explaining that most of the Central Plains villages focus on proving history. He then asks if that house is a bit big. He explains that it is the office of their Moon clan head. Please, let's eat, he suggests, and asks why he is taking them there, and if they are going to see the evidence of history there. Park Sooho confirms that, and Sunpul asks if they shouldn't meet the head of the house. He asks if that is so, well, whatever. Sunpul thinks that the fact the head of the house does not show up despite generously serving the guests is a message to come and say hello. He thinks they are trying to measure each other's level and gain the upper hand, which is one of the childish customs of the Miram family. Park Sooho and Sunpul sit and have some tea and cookies when he asks if they are meeting with the head of the family. Is he Jong Sung's grandfather? The serving lady confirms, saying indeed, this is Cassandra Chinence's tea. He replies it's nice that the tea here is infinitely refillable. Sunpul thinks they waited for an hour just because someone is careful in their words and actions, and treating him well does not mean they are treating him well. The serving lady considers this a very familiar situation for him, having lived as a slave for a long time, but having a guest a benefactor who saved the heir of the family wait for an hour was out of line. Sunpul taps his hand in anger on the table, while Park Sooho asks what the matter is. Sunpul replies, please stand up. Park Sooho asks why, questioning if he has had enough tea. Sunpul responds that they are being ignored now. Park Sooho asks if they are being ignored deliberately and questions if he is suggesting that they were called and made to wait on purpose. Sunpul explains that such treatment is not uncommon in the Central Plains, but questions why they are making the leader of the family's benefactor wait like this, stating that it is impolite. He places his cup of tea on the table and says anyway, they didn't make any promises, so why don't they go and see the proof of history? The head of the family enters. Sunpul confirms they are here. Park Sooho mentions Jong Sung's arrival as well, while Jong Sung clarifies that Park Sooho, the head of the Park family on Earth, saved him. The family head concurs and remarks that he has been waiting a long time and was very busy with work at the family office, which was rude. Park Sooho agrees, and Jong Sung adds there. Dee-hyup intervenes, saying please wait a moment, and suggests they might have done something unpleasant to him. He adds first, please sit down and let them talk about it at least. Park Sooho declines, stating he saw his expression, so it's okay, and mentions he has someplace to go, so he'll be leaving. Jong Sung acknowledges alright, if he continues like this, wait a minute. The family head then questions if he is being rude or arrogant. How could he possibly commit such disrespect unless he thinks of their family as worthless? Jong Sung states that he believes there is a misunderstanding, and he and his grandpa will find him, while his father affirms that is correct, indicating that the Earthling is looking down on their family. The family head inquires if he claimed to have saved his life, to which he confirms. The family head expresses dismay at being insulted in such a manner and seeks Jong Sung's opinion. Jong Sung remarks that it seems the manners of the Earthlings differ from those in their community and requests for his anger to be eased. The family head acknowledges the challenge of forgiving lowly Earthlings who lack manners, but decides to overlook the insult because he has protected the descendants of the Moon clan. Jong Sung expresses gratitude and apologizes. The family head asks if that is the individual they were following. Jong Sung's father confirms, while the family head instructs to call in all the blacksmiths in town to help when that blacksmith begins work in the forge, and to thoroughly verify if he is the right one. Meanwhile, he further states that he will also need to seal off the area around the forge to keep outsiders out. Jong Sung and another elf agree and send a portrait to Master Seolga right away, informing him that there is someone here who needs a lesson in manners. Jong Sung wonders if it's Seolga and considers the 12 master elders of the Seoljan Palace, pondering where Seoljan Palace is. Jong Sung calls his grandfather, who responds that teaching manners to rude Earthlings is unnecessary for him to intervene. Sunpul thinks it's surprising to show his discomfort so openly in front of the person involved and realizes the person has a bigger character than he thought. Park Sooho comments that it's the same view everywhere and asks if there is still a long way to go to find evidence of history. He replies that they are almost there and asks if he sees that door, saying he'll see it as soon as they go through it while pointing towards it. He states that this stone is the evidence of history, and Park Sooho replies that the stone looks good, while he repeats that getting his hands on it will earn him merit and prove his achievements. Park Sooho uses his powers to unlock the door, and the system notifies him about identifying the user and the database not existing, prompting him to verify the code. The access code does not exist. He asks what the access code is and mentions that it doesn't exist. Sunpul says he doesn't know. He has never heard of it before. Unlike Earth, they don't use the status window here, so there's no way they can see a message. In his case, when he touches the evidence of history, he can feel the energy of his whole body concentrated in the danchan. He adds that when he received merit for his accomplishments, he felt the energy that had been accumulated in his danchan spreading throughout his body like wildfire. Not only recovery but also injuries as serious as severed limbs can be cured with a single treatment if the merit points are high. Meanwhile, Jong Sung asks if he doesn't have a vessel, and how can he put water in it to build achievements. He insists that one must first learn martial arts and develop their danshin. Park Sooho inquires if not having a danshin is the problem. Sunpul explains that just as dimensional energy can only be measured after awakening, one should first enter martial arts. Park Sooho suggests that maybe he should start training with the basics of inner strength like Gunwoo. Sunpul agrees, saying it's a good idea. Park Sooho responds that he should start working too and suggests they go to the blacksmith workshop. Sunpul agrees, affirming that's right. On the other side, Dang Jinchul employs lightning strikes, unleashing flying thunder zodiacs. Gunwoo exclaims, "Wow, master, that's awesome." Then he asks if he can do it too. Gunwoo confidently declares he can, holding his daggers and executing a lightning strike, placing all his daggers. Jong Sung was surprised to see this. Gunwoo becomes excited, and Dang Jinchul thinks to himself that it's as expected, though only one hit was made. He can't believe he achieved this result in less than an hour of training. Gunwoo asks if he did a good job, and Dang Jinchul replies that it's a pity he's not an orphan. He'll hold off on praising him until after he succeeds in finding the lost knife quickly. Gunwoo agrees while Dang Jinchul asks where the knife went. Gunwoo replies that it's weird. They both throw them into this tree and find it in the woods. Park Sooho arrives and asks what Dang Jinchul is doing with a knife in his back. Dang Jinchul looks at him, startled, and asks what he means by a knife on his back. He wonders how the knife got there and worries if he is going to die, then he falls down. Gunwoo calls out to him, and he thinks again that he can't take him with him and pleads not to be abandoned. After some time, Dang Jinchul gets up, calls his mother, and asks where he is. He explains that he was stabbed in the back and killed. Park Sooho asks if he's okay, while Dang Jinchul wonders why the Lord is here and if they died together. Park Sooho tells him to stop talking nonsense and to teach him martial arts. Dang Jinchul asks what martial arts is and says he's sure he got hit by a knife, but the wound disappeared without a trace. He questions if it's too greedy for someone with such healing abilities to desire inner strength. Park Sooho asserts that he needs to form a danshin, even if he has a knife in his throat. He emphasizes that he can't pass on his secret art to anyone outside his family, mentioning that he saved him. He asks if he can tell him how to do it or if he wants to be beaten to death. Dang Jinchul responds that instead of telling him, there's a condition. Park Sooho asks what it is, and Dang Jinchul says to call him father. Park Sooho asks why there isn't any change and slaps him, while Dang Jinchul asks if he felt any clarity or tingling sensation while breathing. He replies that he didn't, and then he remarks that he's completely talentless, contrasting himself with his nephew and wondering how someone like him could have mastered such strong external power and magic. Park Sooho asks if there isn't a way, and he responds that even though he's like this, he comes from a prestigious family. What his lord needs right now is a basic level for beginners. He doesn't know the training methods suitable for someone like his lord, who is a dull warrior and who only started training at a late age. Park Sooho insists on finding a way. Dang Jinchul notes that he has an impatient personality and mentions a method that suddenly came to mind. Meanwhile, Park Sooho asks if they sell martial arts books in a place like this. Dang Jinchul explains that what his lord needs right now is a basic level for beginners, and he can't learn it by bringing intermediate or advanced level martial arts skills. He further suggests that they can likely find those beginners' books for cheap at any old bookstore down the street. Gunwoo points towards a bookstore nearby, saying it's over there. They go to the bookstore, and Gunwoo takes a book and starts reading. The shopkeeper welcomes them and asks if there is a certain book they need. Dang Jinchul explains that they need an introductory book on the Nigongsim method. The shopkeeper confirms, saying Nigong introductory book. Dang Jinchul then asks if they have any. The shopkeeper refuses but mentions they are in the right place at the right time, as he has a book on the Nigongsim method that is perfect for them. Park Sooho becomes happy and says that's great, while the shopkeeper shows a book named 3 Regulations of Kaiman and says it's this book. Park Sooho asks how he reads it, and Dang Jinchul explains that it's the 3 Regulations of Kaiman. He elaborates, stating that at this level of martial arts, it is a mysterious mind method that contains the principles of all things. The shopkeeper adds that it is a great secret book that compiles the techniques for using energy, which is the basis of Hades' martial arts. Park Sooho comments that the explanation is plausible, and the shopkeeper continues, saying that this is a book of swordsmanship that records the Sankai swordsmanship, capable of cutting down a flying dragon in just 3 seconds. He further explains that the 3 regulations of Kaiman can reveal its true value only when learned along with the Sankai swordsmanship techniques. Park Sooho expresses amazement, asking if cutting a dragon down in only 3 seconds isn't incredible. The shopkeeper remarks that these days, all warriors only concern themselves with rising martial arts skills and low-cost savings. He adds that not everything that is complicated is good and asks if it isn't true that martial arts sometimes contain profound changes in simplicity. Dang Jincheol interrupts, saying that's enough, and inquires about the price of the 3 regulations of Kaiman. The shopkeeper responds that he needs to receive a small amount of silver for it. Dang Jincheol suggests they go, but Park Sooho interjects, saying it's good, and instructs them to give him both books. Dang Jincheol refuses, stating to wait a minute, as that book isn't worth that much. The shopkeeper comments that he has a cool personality and the manners of a gentleman. He offers both books for just 1 silver coin. Dang Jincheol acknowledges that he's an old man who knows how to do business. Park Sooho asks if he has any money, to which Dang Jincheol refuses and questions where he would get that kind of money. Park Sooho suggests bartering. The shopkeeper responds that it probably depends on what kind of item it is. Park Sooho takes out a sword and explains that it's a sword he brought from a warehouse in the Myros village some time ago. He suggests that he thinks this would be more than worth the price. The shopkeeper agrees, saying, well, this is good enough. Dang Jincheol refuses and asks if Park Sooho has gone crazy now. He insists that he thinks that the sword is worth a fortune. Park Sooho replies that he just picked it up. Gunwoo continues to read a book while a pigeon flies towards them, but a monster captures it and kills it. The monster asks who woke him up from his sleep. Dang Jincheol refuses and says that if it is a trophy worth being kept by the Mammons, it must be the treasure of a famous warrior with great value. He says that exchanging it with this introductory book, even if he is really stupid, how can he be that stupid? Park Sooho orders to be quiet as he is registering skills right now, while the system notifies him that the 3 regulations of Kaiman are being registered. He becomes excited and says it works. Dang Jincheol asks what he sees in front of him, and the system notifies him that the 3 regulations of Kaiman, heavens, earth, and people come into harmony and ultimately reach the level of unity. An additional skill, Kai breathing, is registered, and another notification says Qigong is created. He becomes excited to see this and says Qigong has been created. He asks if that is a Danshin and remarks that martial arts books have the same principles as skill books. Dang Jincheol says he has already accomplished everything disciple, while Gunwoo says to teach him too. Dang Jincheol says anyway he'll cut it short and says he feels bad because he feels like he paid a ridiculously high price, but it wasn't his money anyway, and it achieved its purpose. After a while, Park Sooho agrees and says alright, just stay quiet, and the system notifies him that the skill Sankai swordsmanship is registered. He remarks it's happening again, while the system again notifies him that an additional skill, Jikdo Yellow Dragon, and Sweep the Army, the finishing move, are being sealed. Another additional skill is also being sealed. He says wow, he now has 3 swordsmanship skills, and the name of the skill seems somewhat grandiose. Dang Jincheol asks what's grandiose and says he can't believe he's so excited that he has learned a 3rd-rate sword technique. He explains that it was originally 32 moves, but when he looks at the moves, it seems like only 3 moves were created. He asks if he knows this sword technique. Dang Jincheol asks what's wrong with him and if he has already forgotten that he is a first-class master. Park Sooho replies, then give it a try. Dang Jincheol expresses that he really wants to say, now that he has learned it, Park Sooho should give it a try and he'll see what he meant. Park Sooho responds by calling him a smart ass. Gunwoo encourages Park Sooho to give it a try. Park Sooho then demonstrates the power of the Jikdo Yellow Dragon. Dang Jincheol comments that it's a downward slash. Park Sooho then demonstrates Hangsechingun Sweep the Army again. Dang Jincheol notes that it's a horizontal slash. Gunwoo becomes excited and also comments that it's a horizontal slash. Dang Jincheol continues by saying that the next move is stabbing. Park Sooho then demonstrates Hwaryeongjeom, the finishing move, while Gunwoo remarks that it's a stab. Park Sooho adds that it's also just a stab, and Dang Jincheol agrees, mentioning that he warned them not to get their hopes up. Gunwoo laughs and reiterates that he warned them not to get their hopes up. Park Sooho expresses that this is really absurd, while Gunwoo excitingly calls out the names of all the skills. Dang Jincheol expresses that he's feeling angry and hungry. He suggests they stop by the blacksmith workshop and have a meal with the head of the research guild. Gunwoo chimes in, saying he wants to eat jjajangmyeon. Dang Jincheol responds that he should have a drink before he eats. He raises his hand and asks why he is doing this, noting that they are guests of the annex. A Moon family member arrives with some soldiers and declares that no matter who they are, they have no access to the smithy. Dang Jincheol refuses and states that he thinks there's a misunderstanding. He becomes angry, takes out his sword, and tells him to get lost. Dang Jincheol then asks if he did anything wrong while he was gone. Park Sooho refuses and asks if he doesn't know, while Dang Jincheol and Gunwoo hide behind him. Dang Jincheol asks what he means by saying he doesn't know. He replies, telling them to get out of his way because he has to go meet his subordinate. The Moon family person replies that if Dang Jincheol doesn't leave the place right now, they'll cut him down. Dang Jincheol tells them to hang in there, stating that if they touch them now, the entire Moon family will be destroyed. Park Sooho quickly attacks them all and cuts their heads instantly, exclaiming "damn bastards." He tells them to get out of the way. Dang Jincheol asks why Park Sooho is doing this, mentioning that the entire Moon family will become enemies if he touches these people. He adds that if this news is spread to the Miram Alliance, it will cause even more trouble. He asks what's happening here, noticing that the guards are down, and questions who these guys are. Dang Jincheol thinks that things are getting bigger and bigger. Meanwhile, Park Sooho replies that they're heading to the smithy, instructing Dang Jincheol to take care of Gunwoo and follow him. Gunwoo mentions that the White Python is also here. Dang Jincheol wonders what the hell this human thinks he's going to do. Park Sooho runs quickly and attacks the guards, killing them in one hit. Dang Jincheol holds his head and says "damn it," while Park Sooho responds that he's worrying about unnecessary things again, and he doesn't get it. Jang Sunpul works in his workshop and makes some swords. A person asks how his skills as an earthling are not average and wonders how he can handle meteorite iron so skillfully. Another person asks if he is a foreign student here, while another one remarks that he's not at the level of a student. Wang Lai says excuse him, as he brings water as Sunpul asks. Sunpul throws him away, causing his water bowl to fall on the floor, and instructs him to spread the water over the leaves. The person gets up, takes his bowl, apologizes, and walks away. Jong Sung's father looks at Sunpul and comments that it's been a while since he saw something interesting. He questions how dare this lowly bastard meddle in unannounced and try to spoil the fun. He shouts that this bastard is losing his mind and asks if it's time to bring him back to his senses by flogging him. The other elf agrees, saying it's good as he was getting bored with no one to beat. Meanwhile, Wang Lai goes to the door and asks who Park Sooho is. Park Sooho explains that he came there to find someone and asks if he has seen an earthling inside the smithy. Wang Lai replies that he is currently inside making a sword. Park Sooho observes that he seems to be focused and suggests that it would be better to wait there until he's done. Dang Jincheol also arrives and questions if they are going to wait there after all the commotion Park Sooho made. Park Sooho insists that they'll just have to wait because he said he's working. Dang Jincheol asks if he's out of his mind and says they need to get out of there as quickly as possible. Park Sooho asks why he says this, and Dang Jincheol replies that he assaulted the Mun family's main guards, so now the Peak Masters will flock to that place in full force. Park Sooho responds that it's great because he's bored. Dang Jincheol refuses and states that he, as the person who wants to assassinate the Miram League leader, wonders what he can do if he turns this into something big. He contemplates what the assassination of the Miram League leader entails and asks what assassinate means. He says it seems like there's a misunderstanding. Dang Jincheol asks what he means by mistaken, and he replies that he's not there to assassinate the Miram League leader, but to take revenge for the head of the research guild. Dang Jincheol asks what the difference is, and he explains that a person named the Miram leader murdered his wife and child. He questions whether that would be resolved by secretly sneaking in and killing him quietly, and asserts that he will publicly execute the Miram League leader and all those who follow him. Wang Lai wonders what is happening. Gunwoo says he's thirsty and asks for some water. Wang Lai wonders who this kid is again. A person with bread mentions that Wang Lai has gone missing, assuming he went to make water. They look at Park Sooho and his friends and ask who those people are. The person with bread asks if they didn't say that from today onwards they can kill any outsiders who come here without permission. Wang Lai thinks he was late because he got caught by some kid and had to give him water. He worries he might get hit again if he's late, so he hides and looks at Park Sooho, who kills all the guards. Park Sooho then holds a guard's neck and says since he has no weapon, he will spare his life. The guard starts crying and thanks him. Park Sooho asks him to go tell his master, just say the word, and asks what he should say to him. Dang Jincheol refuses and asks why he is asking him that, telling him not to be a jerk. Meanwhile, Gunwoo laughs while Sunpul asks what's going on all of a sudden. Park Sooho asks him if he still has a lot of work left. Sunpul replies that he thinks it will take about a week. He agrees and tells Sunpul not to worry about it and to keep working. He assures Sunpul that he'll be there, so he should tell him if he gets hungry. Sunpul says he's thirsty, so he requests that Wang Lai be called. Dang Jincheol says he thinks they have figured out Jang Hang's identity and that they'll be completely surrounded and attacked soon. He adds that the only time they have to escape is now. A masked man arrives and attacks him, but he manages to escape the attack. Gunwoo then stabs the masked man with his dagger. Dang Jincheol warns that it could be a scout sent before a grand-scale assault, and they might fall victim to the poisonous needles and conspiracies these guys use, so he suggests hurrying up and leaving quickly. Park Sooho says he has to go somewhere for a while, so he instructs Dang Jincheol to watch over the kids there. Dang Jincheol asks where the hell he is going in this situation. He replies to screw up the head. The scene shifts to the family head's house, and the family head mentions that the 12 guards of their family who were guarding the blacksmith workshop were annihilated in one blow. Another elf kneels in front of him and confirms that yes, the assailants' movements were so fast that the guards had no time to react. Based on his abilities, he is considered to be an ultra-peak master at the very least. Jong Sung's father asks if he is saying that the assailant is a powerhouse of that caliber. The minister emphasizes that it's a big deal, while Jang Sung asks what the matter is. The minister explains that Park Sooho killed 2 of their blacksmiths and conveyed a message to the family head to not be a jerk. The family head asks if they know what it means to not be a jerk. Jang Sung says he thinks it's something like slang used on Earth. Zhang Qiu says that whatever that means, if they allow this situation to continue, the prestige of the Mun clan in the Miram League will plummet to the very bottom. The family head says they have to punish this guy right away and orders Zhang Qiu to summon the Yang Sword Corps and await orders. Zhang Qiu bows and says as he commands. Jong Sung's father asks the family head if there is any need for his father to step forward in person when it is just a matter of catching one lowly bastard. He suggests that Seoljin Palace will arrive soon, so why not concentrate their forces on the smithy, surround them, and wait for the results. The family head states that since he was the benefactor who saved Jong Sung's life, he tried to end it with a sermon and teach him some manners, but that scoundrel dared to disgrace their family, and he's going to put a bounty on this guy's head. Jong Sung holds his head and thinks, how did things end up like this? While the minister remarks that the skill of the earthling handling the meteorite iron is extraordinary, they say that he's truly the thousand-sword smith. He asks what's the thousand-sword smith? The family head replies finally, an opportunity has come to engrave the name of their Mun family in the world. Jong Sung's father says he heard a cat meowing suddenly and they saw a cat coming inside. The minister observes a cat walking into the house. The cat jumps towards the family head and he asks if this damn cat is crazy. While they see some magical transformation in the cat, which transforms into Park Sooho. Park Sooho jumps toward the family head to punch him and asks, is he the idiot offering money for his neck? An elf mentions that he attacks the family head, while Park Sooho attacks the senior elf, but the family head quickly retreats and escapes from his attack, remarking on his foolish act. Park Sooho asks why he's avoiding that and suggests it looks like he's craving a little fight, while some guard elves arrive and declare it's an enemy attack, urging him to protect the head of the family. They attack him with their swords, but he grabs them and throws one of them out of the house, then uses some magical stems that capture them all. Another elf takes out his sword and accuses him, saying that seeing him perform unknown sorcery, he must be a demonic cultist. He thinks they should have cut him off on the spot when they met there, and he'll fix that mistake right now as he runs to attack him. Meanwhile, Park Sooho kicks him away and wonders what he says. The family head comes from behind to attack him and abuses him, but Park Sooho knows about him and quickly moves to the side. The family head thinks he dodged it, but his sword stabs into the ground. Park Sooho quickly kicks him away and he falls and coughs. Park Sooho again runs to attack him while he uses heavenly thunder palms, and they both try to block each other's attacks. The family head asks if he thinks a scoundrel like him can withstand the might of heavenly thunder palm, their family's secret technique which has been passed down through generations. Park Sooho also counterattacks him and asks, it seems like he's the one who has to withstand it, while the senior elf continually attacks him. He counterattacks and gives a cut to his arm. He thinks this is unbelievable, while a huge explosion happens there and destroys everything. Park Sooho stands there calmly near the injured senior elf, while his son sees this and becomes shocked. The family head thinks about the family's ancestral secret technique and coughs so much, asking who the hell he is. He responds that's quite a fascinating technique he has demonstrated. It was a good sight to behold. He states that seeing that, he lasted longer than the Mammon Myros, and he guesses there is a difference even among the same rank peak master. The senior elf inquires about what he is going to do now and asks if he didn't hear his message. The senior elf replies, saying not to be a jerk. He explains that it means if he crosses the line, it will cost him his life and again moves to punch him. Jong Sung arrives and asks him to stop and builds a shield between them to block his punch. Park Sooho asks what it is and questions if he wants to die too. Jong Sung explains that it's not right because they have already lost, and he will grant him anything he wants, but please spare his grandfather's life. He responds that he's going to grant him anything he wants. Dang Jincheol wonders about the sound and sees a rat there, asking if there is anything wrong and if he is back already. The rat replies, asking what the kids are doing. He responds that Brother Jang is still working and Gunwoo must have fallen asleep while writing a letter to his father at the dorm. The rat asks if he isn't hungry, but he refuses and mentions that more than that, what happened when he went there to confront their family head when Park Sooho suddenly arrived and said he was going to kill him. However, Jong Sung intervened, offering to grant him anything he wanted if he spared his grandfather's life. Dang Jincheol asks if that's why he spared his life. He presents him the book and confirms, saying he spared him on the condition that he borrow this and the blacksmith workshop for a week. Dang Jincheol thinks this is a martial art created by Mun Sichu, the 13th generation descendant of the Mun family who was struck by lightning and gained enlightenment known as Heavenly Thunder. He reflects on the fact that he extorted this martial art secret technique which had been learned only by their family heads for generations. Meanwhile, Park Sooho asks if it looks good, while he laughs and replies he'll grant him the fulfillment of his wish. Park Sooho asks what's meant by wish fulfillment. He explains that having the family's secret technique taken away is a humiliation for that family. It's no different than extinction. He adds that not only the nearby masters, but also the League masters will come visiting, and he'll be quite busy dealing with visitors. Park Sooho says, but it seems like his internal strength went up after beating Mun Clan's head and asks why he can't feel his danshin yet. He explains it's a well-known principle that the first drink won't quench the thirst if he continues to practice the 3 regulations of Kaiman, and there will come a time when he will feel the power of the danshin. Park Sooho says he doesn't really get the feeling and asks if he should have just killed him. After a while, Jong Sung sits with his father and some other person when his father mentions that he has been put in charge of the family's affairs since his father fell into a long slumber due to Kai deficiency. He emphasizes that there is no time to grieve as the family's rise and fall are now at a crossroads, and he believes they need to deal with the Thousand Sword Smith matter first. Jong Sung recalls the fame associated with the 1,000 famous swords created by the smith's hands and suggests that if they are warriors with his precious swords, their family could prosper. The minister disagrees, stating that it's not possible. Another person echoes this sentiment, questioning the fairness of the situation. The minister warns that such actions could provoke the Namgung family, leading to severe consequences for their clan. Jong Sung's father instructs the Minister of Internal Affairs to proceed with the plan as outlined and notify the Namgung family that they have 1,000 swordsmiths in their possession. The minister complies with the command and mentions that soon, when the brothers who shared blood on the battlefield, led by the Seoljin Palace, arrive, he will join them and repay the insult their family suffered 1,000-fold family head. He announces the arrival of Elder Seoljingung of the Seoljin Palace, who shouts for them to get over there. Park Sooho receives some reports about the guild's status, and Gunwoo comes there, mentioning that he finished writing his letter and runs towards him. Park Sooho hands him some letters from his dad. Gunwoo questions why there are so many letters and suggests that perhaps his dad doesn't work and just writes letters every day. Wang Lai, thinking about a letter from his father, envies him and reflects that his father was supposed to write him a letter too. Gunwoo calls Wang Lai and asks what he is doing there and if the food is ready. Wang Lai confirms that the food is ready, and Gunwoo then addresses his uncle, suggesting they go eat as the food is ready. Park Sooho suggests Wang Lai to go and eat first. Wang Lai apologizes and asks if he may dare to have a meal together with the young master. Park Sooho finds his statement strange and reminds him not to forget his senses. He then asks Sunpul to eat with him while he looks at the documents. Gunwoo proposes they go in and eat, and Wang Lai agrees. Dang Jincheol comments that it's about time someone barged in, expressing doubt about the clan's reliability. Park Sooho dismisses his concerns, telling him to go back inside and eat. Dang Jincheol insists it's not possible and questions if they obediently lowered their tails between their legs. Suddenly, there's a blast and Park Sooho asks what it is. Dang Jincheol suspects a martial arts master who wields the power of ice might be involved. Elder Seoljingung arrives and asks who Park Sooho is. Park Sooho raises his hand and acknowledges that it's him. Dang Jincheol thinks it's dangerous if he does something wrong. Elder Seoljingung remarks that he came with high expectations because they said Park Sooho was a demon, but he turned out to be a really ugly-looking guy. Park Sooho asks him to repeat what he said. Elder Seoljingung declares that he has come to punish him today and asserts that the essence of his being is profoundly worthless. Jong Sung's father and his entire tribe bow before him, advising him not to go alone as he won't be able to return alive, mentioning that he's a demon of at least ultra-peak rank skilled in sorcery. He further suggests that he must cooperate with 50 members of the Rang Sword Corps to achieve victory. Elder Seoljingung questions what they mean and asks if they are looking down on him now. He replies that it's not true. Elder Seoljingung then warns that if any of them follow Park Sooho, he will kill them on the spot, suggesting that the Moon family's prestige has declined, finding themselves in a precarious situation against an ordinary individual with mere trivial power. He offers to yield Park Sooho 3 moves first. Dang Jincheol overhears this and approaches Park Sooho, informing him that Elder Seoljingung is suggesting that he hit him 3 times first. Meanwhile, Park Sooho questions what a weird way to fight. Dang Jincheol warns him to be careful, mentioning that the author is a transcendent expert in Banro Hwandong, and that the author's attack freezes everything it touches. Park Sooho rushes to attack him and punches him. Dang Jincheol observes that it clearly happened right in front of his eyes, but he couldn't see it. Park Sooho asks what Banro is. Dang Jincheol explains that he's over 100 years old, but back in his youthful body, wondering if he's similar to him, but is he already dead, and questions why he isn't standing up. Elder Seoljingung wondered what was that, as he couldn't see him moving at all. Park Sooho walks towards him and questions why he isn't moving despite not hitting him hard. He replies that he's faster than he looks, and now there are 2 left, while Park Sooho slaps him so hard that he cries and holds his face. Park Sooho asks if it hurts and remarks that there's still 1 more left. Elder Seoljingung says to wait a minute, while Park Sooho insists that there's still 1 more hit left and runs towards him. Elder Seoljingung uses his skill first, the glacial embodiment, to attack him and employs Hexagon, while Park Sooho witnesses this power and Dang Jincheol advises him to escape immediately. Elder Seoljingung says Gak Angle and thinks he's gone. Park Sooho asks why he still hasn't hit him with his last move yet and abuses him, attacking him from behind. He quickly activates his Form 5, Ice Expansion Escape, and Elder Seoljingung think this guy is using his fist to punch Ice Expansion Escape. He asks if it is a technique that uses moisture in the air to create ice if it is fun. Elder Seoljingung uses Form 2 Dragon Scale to attack him, but he escapes from that attack again and thinks he caught him. He can't avoid it while he's in the air, so he uses Form 8 Dragon Horn. He transforms into a pigeon and flies away. Elder Seoljingung believes he is transforming into an animal, while this individual truly appears to be a demon. He inquires if he possesses any additional petty tricks to showcase. Elder Seoljingung employs the glacial sword, and they engage in a duel attempting to defeat each other. He questions how dare he engage in combat with the glacial sword using a mere dagger. The response is an apology, stating it is all he possesses. Elder Seoljingung declares that this marks the end for him and berates him. He queries how this is possible and launches another attack. Dang Jincheol reminds him that anything touched by the attack of Seoljingung freezes. Elder Seoljingung warns that soon his face will be split in two, referring to him as a demon. He asks if he truly believed this was the only sword he possessed. Elder Seoljingung inquires about this, while he recalls the shopkeeper's advice that not everything complicated is beneficial. He further asks if it's true that martial arts sometimes encompass profound changes within simplicity. Park Sooho utilizes Jikdo Yellow Dragon's skill to attack him, stabbing him, and then employing the judgment of the fiery dragon once more. Elder Seoljingung screams, expressing disbelief, and falls to the ground. Park Sooho remarks that a person who thrives on deception will ultimately meet ruin through deception. Dang Jincheol inquires about the effectiveness of Sankai swordsmanship, commenting that it was a good choice to purchase it and noting its simplicity yet speed. He further speculates about the possibility of slaying a supreme master with Sankai swordsmanship and asks if Elder Seoljingung is deceased. The masked individual reflects on the overwhelming nature of the fight, noting that the demon didn't appear to have exerted full effort. Jong Sung laments the death of Elder Seoljingung, the legendary supreme master who once slaughtered an army of 10,000 people, stating that his demise was in vain. Another individual inquires about the condition of the demon and whether there are any signs of a counterattack. He recalls the demon's words after killing Seoljingung, stating that it found the encounter enjoyable and requested to take the body of the deceased individual. The masked man says later he mentioned he was hungry and went straight to eat, and there are no further reports yet. The minister says to send another one that was fun and remarks that this is so insulting, stating that the person is clearly the greatest demon in the history of Hades, or rather, definitely a blood demon. He adds that he doesn't think they could ever win a head-to-head battle against him. The minister suggests he doesn't think he's going to make the first move, since the smithy seemed to be his goal in the first place, and says it would be better to wait quietly until he leaves. He mentions a message has arrived that King Cheolsen, Monk Yonggu, Wanderer Changsong, Sword Master Yonghua, and Mystic Maiden Chenjiu will be arriving soon. The system notifies him that he has obtained Glacial Embodiment, Glacial Blade, and Snow Maiden Ring, and his inner strength has increased by 640. Meanwhile, Dang Jincheol remarks that, as expected, since he killed him, his inner strength has increased significantly. He replies that he hit him with martial arts attacks just in case, but he still can't feel his danshin and asks what's going on. Dang Jincheol suggests giving him his hand, and he'll take a look, thinking about what this is and considering there's no way something like this is actually possible, and asks if this guy is even human. He asks what's wrong, and Dang Jincheol explains that he has an ethereal body. Dang Jincheol asks what that means and says he can communicate with objects in heaven and earth and freely use the energy of nature as if it were his inner energy. He explains that this means his body doesn't need to accumulate internal energy in the first place, so why didn't he receive merit achievement proved through the evidence of history? Dang Jincheol recalls that back then, he hadn't started martial arts training yet, so it seemed an initiation process was necessary even with a body like his. He replies with surprise, stating that to think he has an ethereal body that only existed in legends and uses Earth's magic on Hades, even without mastering martial arts. He says this is the reason why he was able to produce such mysterious destructive power and reflects on how a year ago, in order to find a helper for revenge, he even participated in the fighting competition of the awakened people of Earth and searched for a supermaster, but he returned empty-handed. He thinks about his time on Earth and how he never heard the name Park Sooho, realizing that there is no time difference between Earth time and Hades. He wonders where this man suddenly appeared from. Sunpul confirms that it's complete, and Park Sooho takes out his sword. Dang Jincheol asks for the name of the sword. Park Sooho replies that he named it Gokseong. Dang Jincheol explains that it means howling and imagines a sword made of meteoric iron, which is more than 10,000 times more durable than a sword made of normal earth metals. He reacts with surprise, acknowledging the significance, and expresses his intent to seek revenge on Gokseong. Sunpul asserts that this sword will undoubtedly ease his resentment. He recalls Chhuya, who passed away fatherless as he forged this sword, feeling a mix of heartache, regret, and longing. He believes Gokseong embodies the emotions shed during its creation. Meanwhile, Dang Jincheol remarks that they only need to finish Gunwoo's secret sword. Sunpul concurs while questioning the necessity of a new secret sword. Dang Jincheol explains that his old sword is too worn out to aid in avenging their lord. He counters that it's not Park Sooho's battle to fight. Dang Jincheol insists that it concerns him too, as those people decimated their clan. Sunpul inquires if Dang Jincheol was also involved, and if he fell under Namgung Jangshan's sway. Dang Jincheol clarifies that it was not Namgung Jangshan, but the former leader of the Martial World Alliance, Moyang Jeoksin. Meanwhile, Park Sooho questions if that person is someone else, but Dang Jincheol asserts that it makes no difference. Whether it's the Moyang family or the entire Martial World Alliance, they are all equally his enemies. Park Sooho insists on just stating his desire for a sword. Dang Jincheol explains that he was imprisoned in the Demon Clan's jail to eliminate the enemies of the Martial World Alliance held there. He further asserts that meeting their lord there was fate ordained by the heavens, solidifying their bond as one of military divines. Park Sooho ponders if he should kill him, and Sunpul states that it will take 2 days. Once the secret swords for Dang Jincheol and Gunwoo are complete, they will depart. Dang Jincheol expresses gratitude, acknowledging that he doesn't know how to repay this kindness. Sunpul responds by stating there's no need for thanks as it's his duty, and he inquires if this is where the demon cultists are. An old man in his team expresses disbelief, saying he can't believe Elder Seoljin died in a place like this. Another person in his team warns that the head of the demon cult is his, and they shouldn't interfere. A girl in his team notes that it seems Yonghwa Sumyongsu has already gone in. Sunpul remarks on Seongjil's impatience, stating that his temper will cost him his other arm. Gunwoo asks who he is, while Seongjil arrives and warns everyone to get away. He heard that it's okay to kill everyone here, and he laughs, remarking that it's been a while since he has seen the blood of a young python transforms into a giant python and bites his hand, causing him to scream in pain. He eats his hand and breaks the ceiling to come out. Park Sooho sees him and asks what's going on. Dang Jincheol explains that the weapon has bitten and killed someone. Meanwhile, Park Sooho inquires if there is an intruder and remarks that it's going well. An old man acknowledges that the beastly demon cult is rampant and reports seeing an earthling with a sword over there. Another person questions if that guy is the blood demon, and the girl with him rushes forward, declaring that his blood belongs to her. The old man comments that it's been a while since the blood demon has unleashed, and demon hunting is his responsibility. He informs Lord Sagaju that the battle has begun with a 5-against-1 fight, giving them a chance of winning. Jong Sung's father suggests deploying the Yongjinden when they have the advantage, noting that they've already positioned 40 vanguard members around the area. He adds that finally, it's time to restore the honor of their clan and proclaim victory to the world. They retrieve the dead bodies of their teammates and Lord Sagaju. Jong Sung's father questions what bizarre event this is. The system notifies him of the acquisition of Ilsan Debu from King Mountain, the demon hunting method from Monkyongu, the fragrant demon stick from Monkyongu, and the acquisition of the hairpin from the fox spirit Chinjo, along with the Kingho Martial World achievement earned. Park Sooho examines this notification and remarks that it's quite a profitable gain. Dang Jincheol congratulates him on turning the dream of Martial World achievement into reality, noting that now the clans of those who died today will come looking for their lord. He acknowledges that he said sorry while a group of Blood Demon clan members arrive and declare that they will face his sword, with their leader stating that he has come to avenge Master Jong Sung. After a while, Park Sooho asks if they are already here, and Dang Jincheol responds that in the past 4 years, 45 people have fallen to the Blood Demon, including 3 Supreme Masters, 17 Great Masters, and 25 First-Class Masters. Jongkin expresses concern that their brothers are dying in their domain and questions how they can just stand by and do nothing. Jongsung's father remarks that the Yongjingdan might seize the opportunity to invade, so they must conserve their forces to defend against the Huanga clan. Jongkin acknowledges this but expresses frustration. The minister suggests that considering the situation, the blood demon might target their clan leader and the young master, so it might be best to retreat for now. Jongsung's father suggests leaving their home while the clan leader is away and questions what nonsense this is. The minister responds that retreating is the best strategy now and they have prepared a carriage in the backyard. They should hurry and get ready to preserve his safety for the future. Jongsung refuses, but his father insists that preserving his safety isn't wrong. However, he points out that the blood demon has proven to be beyond their strength to handle, so they should immediately inform the Martial Arts Alliance about the blood demon's rampage, and he has finished it. On the other side, Gunwoo exclaims, "Wow, Master Jang Sunpul, if these are radiant swords truly his." Jang Sunpul agrees, describing them as beautiful, simple yet mysteriously and brilliantly shining, clearly a masterpiece, while he grabs a dagger. Jang Sunpul expresses his gladness that Gunwoo likes them, and Park Sooho suggests they should go now. Dang Jincheol inquires if they shouldn't have a carriage for Master Jang's condition. Gunwoo asks where the carriage is and mentions he knows where to find one. Master Wang Lai arrives and informs them about the carriage. Dang Jincheol sits in the carriage with his teammates and asks Wang Lai if he knows what they are heading out to do. He confirms that he does, and Dang Jincheol asks if he still wishes to come with them. Wang Lai replies affirmatively, expressing his desire to go and recalls how his father spent his life as a loyal stable slave to the Mun family, but was beaten to death after one mistake. He further understands how dangerous it is to go after the leader of the Martial Arts Alliance, but if he is destined to live and die as a slave, he would rather be with a worthy master. Dang Jincheol asks where he should take him, suggesting they head to the Steel of Proof first, the testimony of history. Wang Lai agrees and advises him to hold on tight as they reach another carriage nearby. The driver of the carriage informs the master of the So clan that an unidentified carriage is pursuing them. Jongsung removes the curtain and looks out to the other carriage, seeing Dang Jincheol inside, which shocks him. His father asks if he knows him, while Dang Jincheol also wonders who they are. Jongsung says it seems to be the carriage of the blood demon, and his father asks what he is saying, ordering him to drive at full speed as he mentions the blood demon is chasing them. The driver of the carriage jumps into the river, leaving them in shock. Jongsung's father exclaims, "Damn it," while Jongsung observes that they are almost caught up and wonders what they should do now. His father then jumps into the river as well. Dang Jincheol looks at them and remarks that they are crazy people. Meanwhile, the head of the family attacks a monster, cutting off its head, and announces that he has beheaded the enemy chieftain. His team members become happy to see this. 2 guards arrive and report to him that they have finished clearing the remnants in the northern houses. The other guard adds that they have also eliminated the Mammons fleeing to the southern swamp and collected the spoils. The family head asks for the name of one of the guards. He replies that he is Yonggun Seoman, the leader of the 7th unit of the Hyunmu troop. The family head acknowledges the spirit of the Seoman family, which was annihilated by the Mammons 3 years ago and still lives on. He further states that for today's merit, this territory will belong to the Seoman family. Yonggun Seoman thanks him and pledges his loyalty to serve the clan leader faithfully. He adds that tonight, they will mourn the souls who died there and freely celebrate their victory with drinks. A guard runs towards them and informs the clan leader that there is urgent news. The family head asks what the urgent news is. The guard reports that it is said that the 1,000 swordsmith Jang Sunpul is joining hands with a blood demon from Earth and causing bloodshed in the Central Plains. The family leader asks what a 1,000 swordsmith is and wonders about Jang Sunpul. He thought he had died while wandering around looking for his daughter, yet he is alive and suddenly appears with a demon, initiating a bloody massacre. He ponders on how individuals from the Central Plains who use magic attacks rather than martial arts have been appearing frequently, and how the Mammons, the Central Plain people, can kill both sides and still gain merit for it. It has been a subject of vigilance for both sides. Among them, the demons who kill without distinction of race with overwhelming power are called blood demons. He thinks when they are discovered, the entire Miram League is notified to hunt for blood demons. He contemplates such a blood demon and the 1,000 swordsmith joining hands and considers it futile nonsense. Meanwhile, the family head instructs the chancellor to dispatch an investigative squad, and Yangon Sealman acknowledges the command. Dang Jincheol's carriage arrives at the scene, and he inquires about the situation. Wang Lai points out the presence of a hairy individual, while Gunwoo expresses surprise, remarking on the person's appearance. Dang Jincheol questions the identity of the bear-like figure as they observe a giant warrior who demands payment for passage through the road. Park Sooho queries if the individual is a marauder, to which Dang Jincheol confirms they are bandits. The giant warrior dismisses them as a nuisance and leaves to deal with them. Dang Jincheol assures he will repay the trust placed in him, with Gunwoo echoing similar sentiments, expressing his intent to handle the situation as well. Park Sooho indicates he will merely observe, while the giant warrior comments on their inability to articulate their thoughts. One of his soldiers comments that the carriage does not appear to contain any wealth, while another soldier expresses hunger, and yet another suggests eating them if they lack money. Dang Jincheol advises them to calm down, mentioning that he received a valuable gift from a special person earlier in the day, though he supposes it was meant for use in this situation. The giant warrior inquires about the nature of the gift. Dang Jincheol responds by urging him to brace for a lightning strike, then hurls daggers at the giant warrior. One dagger pierces his forehead, while others impale his soldiers' heads. He reflects on the effectiveness of the 1,000 swordsmith daggers, acknowledging their unparalleled sharpness. Meanwhile, an individual launches an arrow towards him, prompting Dang Jincheol to realize the presence of an archer. Gunwoo intervenes by throwing a dagger to intercept the arrow, successfully hitting it. The soldiers continue to hurl numerous arrows, prompting Park Sooho to utilize a full ice barrier, which successfully deflects all the arrows. He questions if this tactic is deemed worthy of employment. Dang Jincheol calls Gunwoo, and he responds affirmatively. They both use lightning strikes and throw daggers towards the individuals who are shooting arrows at them, causing them to fall down from the trees. Gunwoo becomes excited and exclaims that they hit them. Wang Lai also praises them, and Park Sooho claps to commend him, saying he taught Gunwoo well, the king of anxiety. Gunwoo suggests they go find the daggers, while Dang Jincheol reflects on deflecting the arrow with a flying dagger in that brief moment, with such precision. Park Sooho asks if he isn't going to pick up the daggers and questions if it wasn't something he taught Gunwoo. Dang Jincheol asks if Gunwoo isn't surprised, acknowledging it's true, but wonders why he is crying and questions if he didn't like the appearance of the corpse. Gunwoo mentions that he threw 2 flying daggers in that direction, but he is unable to locate one of them. Meanwhile, Park Sooho invokes dimensional summoning, summoning numerous wolves. Dang Jincheol is shocked to see these wolves, while Gunwoo proceeds to call out the names of each wolf. Park Sooho instructs the wolves to scatter and search for Gunwoo's daggers, as Gunwoo mounts one of them, urging it to move. Park Sooho expresses relief at seeing them after such a long time, and Biku also arrives, appearing happy to see Park Sooho. Jang Sunpul cleans the carriage, while Park Sooho sits under a tree and reads a letter. The letter states that the sender, referred to as Chief, didn't respond to the work report, prompting its retransmission. Additionally, it mentions the creation of a level 5 dungeon in the barley field within Sooho's land in Namyangju. Furthermore, it highlights the necessity for countermeasures against frequent monster attacks and raids by looters on food transport trains from Namyangju, passing through Sooho's land to Seoul. He reads about the imminent invasion of monsters into the territory through the Yeongnangcheon waterway and notes that there are insufficient available forces for a response. He concludes that they can't solve this with their current unit. Just defending the Namyangju, Uijeongbu, and Sooho land territories is too much for the beasts. He urges to recruit more beasts, stating he doesn't care about revenge, just come back immediately. He emphasizes that if they don't hear back from him this time, they'll have no choice but to cooperate with the Seoul Guild raid, even if it means paying the administration and the military. He stresses the need to prevent the flying monsters from entering the land, so never call the wyverns. Meanwhile, Park Sooho suggests that if the number of prey increases, they'll need to increase the number of predators and asks if there are any furious beasts inhabiting this vicinity. Dang Jincheol responds that if he wants to find ferocious beasts, they should head to Namnam. Park Sooho inquires about Namnam and its distance from their current location. Dang Jincheol explains that there is a shortcut available. Park Sooho decides to go to Nanman first and asks him to take them through the shortcut. Meanwhile, he writes a reply to the letter stating that reinforcements will be sent soon, so they shouldn't seek help from other guilds. Gunwoo arrives, holding his daggers, and announces that he has found them. Some birds fly around the Nanman family caravan as the family head inquires about the movement of the beast-wielding demon towards Nanman. The minister agrees, stating that considering the group's description, he appears to be the blood demon reported by the Mun family. The family head remarks on the summoning of wild beasts and asks if he is somehow related to the beastman. The minister responds that it's not certain but something they need to prepare for. The family head then asks about their current location. The minister informs them that there is a village called Himupa on their path, considered a good place for ambush and attack. When asked about the leader of the Himu sect, he mentions Himichin, describing him as having low intelligence and being somewhat impatient, though at the peak master level in terms of martial prowess. The family head questions whether the barbarian will heed their instructions and suggests placing trust in the Sapa bastards on the border. The minister mentions that there's a volcanic sect headquarters nearby, and a bunch of high-level masters have gathered in the vicinity, proposing to enlist their help to control Himichin. The family head acknowledges this, stating that Himichin is a simple guy who would likely cooperate if a bounty were placed on the blood demon's head. He instructs him to kill the blood demon group, but to bring Jang Sunbul alive to him. Another person interjects, mentioning that there is one thing Himichin likes more than money. After a while, Park Sooho sits in the carriage with Gunwoo and expresses dissatisfaction with the lightning strike technique, stating that it isn't sufficient. He urges Dang Jincheol to quickly teach him swordsmanship, as his current level of martial arts isn't adequate even for clearing low-level dungeons. Dang Jincheol responds that whether it's ascending martial arts or swordsmanship, the most effective way to learn quickly is to adopt his opponent's techniques, just as he did for his lord. He remarks that it means they need a super expert swordsman to use as a sacrifice and asks if he's really going to make this child do that. He recalls Park Junho's protest, saying there's no way, is he crazy, and what he's thinking of doing to his child. Park Sooho insists that he has to teach them how to hunt from a young age. Dang Jincheol reflects on this, thinking this guy is seriously different. Jang Sunpul suggests setting up camp around here, as Wang Il's eyes can't see well when it gets dark at night. Dang Jincheol apologizes, explaining that if they go a little further, they'll reach Himupa's village, so they should stay there for tonight. Park Sooho inquires about Himupa, asking if they're eating it and clarifies that it's not something to eat. He explains that it's one of the factions in the outskirts of the martial arts world, not affiliated with the Martial League, and not necessarily friendly to outsiders either. He suggests throwing in some of the meteoric iron he has, and they'll be able to stay for the night with a full stomach and a warm back, emphasizing that it's a must-pass-by place unless he is flying to Nanman anyway. Gunwoo mentions that he thinks there's a ghost in here. He responds that the lights have already gone out in this town, and he asks if everyone here goes to bed early, just as some demonic people come there and look at their carriage. Wang Lai asks if this is a ghost town, noting that all the houses appear to be abandoned, and questions why the village is empty. Meanwhile, an old man appears in front of them, causing him to quickly stop the carriage and become scared. He asks if the old man is a ghost and tells him to get out of the way, causing everyone to fall out of the carriage. Park Sooho asks what's wrong, and Wang Lai says he has seen a ghost. Dang Jincheol asks if he saw a ghost, clarifying that it's not a ghost, but an old man whom he appears to have struck. As the old man falls down, Park Sooho reassures them, saying he's not dead. The old man gets up and remarks that he must be getting old too, unable to even avoid something like this. Wang Lai becomes emotional and asks if he's okay. The old man reflects on his past, mentioning how there was a time when tens of thousands of soldiers would come to a halt just by seeing his back. But now he's simply trodden upon and left behind, feeling bitter about how time can bear resentment. Meanwhile, Park Sooho asks what the old man is saying, questioning if he is skilled at fighting. Gunwoo says he'll stay inside the carriage, and Dang Jincheol asks where he has seen that face before. The old man asks if he is the blood demon. Dang Jincheol thinks he remembers, recognizing him as the supreme master of Gibang. Park Sooho asks if he has mistaken him for someone else and questions what a blood demon is, stating that he is Park Sooho. The old man says he feels different from the blood demons he has encountered so far, while Park Sooho reiterates that he is indeed Park Sooho, wondering why he keeps mentioning blood. Dang Jincheol cautions that they need to be careful, explaining that he is one of the supreme masters of Gibang who has been beheading the Mammon for centuries. Park Sooho asks if the old man is a member of the Muram League. Dang Jincheol confirms, and Park Sooho concludes that he must eliminate him. After a while, the leader of the Mount Hua sect stands atop a house and reflects on the fleeting nature of life, mentioning Gino, the enduring legend who commanded mighty forces for 400 years, known as Yoongi. He ponders whether a single punch from the blood demon can lead one to the netherworld. Dang Jincheol identifies the martial artist as Jojijin, the first sword of the Mount Hua sect, and instructs him to search for any remaining survivors. He becomes emotional as he recalls killing Jojijin's mother and father. Jojijin comments that the concealed weapons technique boasted by the Sichuan Tang family is nothing special. Dang Jincheol thinks it's been a long time since he last saw his family nemesis. He asks what happened and questions if Jojijin suddenly died in one hit. Another clan leader asks if he is the blood demon with the bounty on his head. Park Sooho, perplexed, identifies himself and questions why people keep referring to him as a blood demon. The clan leader remarks, "Okay, the ones with smooth skin, they look quite delicious." Park Sooho asks Dang Jincheol if these are the individuals they were discussing from Himupa and notes that they look a little peculiar. Dang Jincheol responds that it seems so. They must have been enticed by the bounty. The leader of the Mount Hua sect addresses the Blood Demon Party, offering to spare their lives if they surrender the Blood Demon's head under his merciful instructions. Park Sooho questions whose authority would spare their lives, and they all rush to attack the Blood Demon clan. One of them threatens to capture all the Earthlings, grill them on skewers, and eat them while cursing. He recalls sitting with another clan member and discussing the plan to kill the Blood Demon and save the Thousand Sword Smith. He asks what they gain by cooperating. Jojijin explains that he heard the supply of human flesh from smugglers on Earth has been cut off, and they are facing difficulties. He adds that the Muram League leader himself will personally address the issue. Himupa rushes to attack them, expressing his desire for a taste of human flesh right away. Jojijin remarks that it was impossible to plan with such barbaric creatures in the first place, and orders to stop the Himupa attackers. The Thousand Swordsmiths must not die. Dang Jincheol instructs Gunwoo to stay in the carriage as there are too many enemies. Gunwoo responds that it's good to have so many of them. Park Sooho questions what these individuals are trying to accomplish by surrounding him like this, and mentions that this place is more fun than the dungeons as he activates his powers. Himupa declares he'll be the first to taste his flesh, calling Park Sooho a blood demon and expressing curiosity about what a demon tastes like. Park Sooho transforms into a wolf, attacks him, throws him on the floor, and asserts that he's not a demon. Python also arrives and attacks both clans, killing them. Dang Jincheol hides behind a house, wondering why the Imugi is emerging here. However, he steps out and throws his daggers, greeting Jojijin after a while. He employs the lightning strike technique, hurling all his daggers. Jojijin employs the arrow-breaking stance to stop the daggers and inquires about his identity. Meanwhile, Park Sooho kicks a soldier, commanding him to move out of his way, and howls as he advances. He questions if it's true that he can slay 1,000 enemies with a single swing and executes the Hengzichengun horizontal sweeping technique, dispatching numerous soldiers. Python consumes soldiers in the vicinity. Gunwoo becomes excited, remarking on how they've all been defeated. Sunpul reflects on how the tears of Goxyong will turn into blood and wet the earth, considering it his best masterpiece. Park Sooho reverts to his human form, commending the excellent performance, and mentions that Bixa is handling the remaining foes well, as he observes Python. Dang Jincheol calls out to him and rushes towards him. He questions why he's coming this way again and asks if he isn't supposed to handle that side. Dang Jincheol explains that the individual approaching is Jojijin, the supreme swordmaster of the Mount Hua sect, the one their leader was seeking. He then inquires about Jojijin's whereabouts. Jojijin swiftly launches an attack, but he manages to block it. He remarks that Jojijin caught him off guard. Jojijin demands to know where the blood demon came from. He replies that he's from Earth and comments on Jojijin's speed, asking if he knows how to use a sword. Jojijin questions his statement and challenges him to try and kill him before dealing with the individual attempting to escape. Jojijin repeatedly attacks Park Sooho, but he manages to evade each strike. Dang Jincheol observes the fighting style, recognizing it as the Dugu 9 swords and wave sword style. He warns the Lord to be cautious, noting that defeating this martial artist with swordsmanship alone may be challenging. Jojijin vows to pierce through Park Sooho's heart first and launches another assault. However, Park Sooho uses his ice shield to block the attack, prompting Jojijin to recognize it as Seoljin Gung's martial arts. Park Sooho retaliates with Jikdo Yellow Dragon, stabbing Jojijin. Enraged, Jojijin questions how Park Sooho dares to face him with such inferior swordsmanship. He summons the Mount Hua Wild Horse and sends it to attack Park Sooho, also calling forth the Mount Hua Wild Eagle. They surround Park Sooho from all sides. Python and his teammates witness the scene, with Python calling out to Park Sooho as he falls to the ground. Meanwhile, Jojijin asserts that he must have believed the Central Plane was a joke just because he killed a few masters like Seoljin Gung. Dang Jincheol acknowledges that there's no way his lord could be defeated, but he took a direct hit from Jojijin's sword technique. Jojijin remarks on someone hiding there, noting their expression is truly something to behold, and questions if they genuinely served the blood demon. Another person declares that once they return with the blood demon's head, they'll be more than happy to sever his limbs. Jojijin curses his inability to move his body despite his enemy being right in front of him. Park Sooho concedes that he really can't win in a sword fight as he surveys the many corpses around him, pondering who's hiding these human corpses and why there are so many of them. Himupur rushes to attack him, expressing his desire to taste human flesh. He contemplates if he mentioned something about flesh and blood earlier, realizing that these are the remains of the earthlings who were eaten. Holding a skull in his hand, he recalls associating with humans and joining groups incredibly tedious before he fell into the dungeon. Not long after being sent away, he started to miss those humans, despite finding them bothersome. Returning to Earth, he could finally be with the humans he missed so much. Humans outside the family compete for survival in different areas, and he used to view them as nothing more than bothersome beings, constantly begging for assistance. Now, seeing the corpses of humans, he wonders what this feeling is. Jojijin arrives and asks if he's not dead yet, insisting he stay put so he can cut his head off while he's still alive. He reflects on whether these feelings are similar to what Park Junho felt when he found out his wife was dead, concluding that this is a more visceral sense of disgust. Meanwhile, he contemplates further on the hostility towards predators that prey on their own kind, remarking that this place truly makes him feel uneasy. Jojijin inquires if he has awakened, prompting him to rise from his position. He responds that he doesn't understand why he feels such an inexplicable connection to someone he doesn't even know, and who isn't family, compassion, love, something akin to kinship consciousness. He suggests that this feeling has stirred him awake and expresses gratitude for it. Jojijin dismisses his words as nonsense, citing his imminent demise, and questions if he seeks revenge for the people of Earth who were sacrificed there, challenging him to reveal any additional tricks up his sleeves. He asks revenge for what as Jojijin rushes to attack him, declaring him nothing but weak prey before his sword and proclaiming his intent to claim his head, charging towards him to launch the attack. He seizes his hand to block the attack, prompting Jojijin to marvel at his reaction speed. As he redirects Jojijin's hand in another direction, Jojijin's sword slips from his grip, causing him to shout in pain. He follows up by punching Jojijin in the face, shattering his teeth, and questioning if he wants to learn what it feels like to flee while being pursued as prey. Jojijin bleeds profusely as he kicks him once more, sending him tumbling towards Python, who opens its mouth to devour him. Descending from the rooftop, Dang Jincheol expresses his astonishment, stating he had no idea. In response, he commands Python to release Jojijin, causing Dang Jincheol and others to react in shock. Dang Jincheol draws his dagger, labeling him as the nemesis murderer of his family, and instructs him to flee. He apologizes. He adds that if he can escape, his life will be spared. Jojijin questions his meaning, to which he repeats his earlier statement about experiencing the sensation of being hunted like prey. Jojijin remarks that he's quite amused and instructs Gunwoo to consider the man from the Central Plains as his prey from now on. Gunwoo agrees, and Jojijin utilizes his pedal skills to swiftly run away. Dang Jincheol glares at him, expressing frustration and believes he will surely regret today's events. Dang Jincheol orders Gunwoo to attack, but Park Sooho promptly employs his flame fairy skill to strike him. Gunwoo follows up with a lightning strike, and despite his attempts to evade, he is struck by all the daggers and exclaims his disbelief at being in such a predicament before succumbing to the fire. Dang Jincheol objects, fearing that his hidden techniques will be ignited, but acknowledges it as an opportunity to learn the best sword techniques of the Mount Hua sect, the Dugu 9 swords and the Plum Blossom sword techniques. Gunwoo rushes into the fire, retrieves the book, and declares that he saved it. An old man secretly observes them while he inquires of Gunwoo when he learns the light body technique. Gunwoo chuckles and explains that he read about it in a book the other day during a visit to a bookstore. Park Sooho remarks that if Gunwoo had learned it, he should have informed him, as he caught him off guard, and suspects there's still one more person left. Dang Jincheol queries the situation again, while Park Sooho launches a fire attack on the building where the old man is hiding. The old man quickly emerges, and Jang Sunpil notes that the chief suddenly burned down the building. The old man asks how he knew about him, to which Park Sooho responds that he heard him, indicating that he survived being punched by him. He instructs the old man to go and inform Namgung Jangshin, then transforms into a cat. He warns that after attending to some matters, he'll return for the old man's throat, advising him to wait patiently. A pigeon messenger delivers a message to Namgung Jangshin, informing him that the Hinupa sect and Mount Huan sect forces have been annihilated by the main blood demon. It further states that the blood demon's objective is to assassinate the Miram League leader, and is presumed to possess more strength than Hwakyung. Additionally, troops have been sighted mobilizing at the Nanman Yasu Gate. He becomes angry after reading this and ponders how the blood demon could surpass Hwakyung in power. He resolves to summon all the leaders of every martial arts sect and convene a council of the Miram League. A clan leader arrives with soldiers and inquires if they are certain that they are in the territory of the Monkey King, suggesting that the Monkey King is likely aware of their presence and may be hiding. He observes the absence of any monkey babies and questions why there is not even one to be seen, let alone the Monkey King. He further remarks that the forest is dense and expects the tracking team to report back soon. Asserting his determination, he declares that there cannot be two suns in Nanman and vows to find and subjugate this beast called the Monkey King, who arrogantly refers to himself as a king. Waving his sword, he proclaims that the ruler of Nanman will demonstrate to all the heavens and earth that he is the true king of the Beast Gate. Park Sooho asks Dang Jincheol if they still have a long way to go to reach Nanman. He responds that they have already arrived at Nanman. Jang Sunpil notes the absence of beasts and questions where the animals are. Dang Jincheol explains that Nanman's beasts are also short-tempered and famous for their ferocity, so they must remain vigilant from this point onward. Meanwhile, someone is throwing stones at their carriage, prompting Dang Jincheol to observe that stones are raining down on them from above. He identifies a troop of monkeys, the red-eyed monkeys, and speculates that this might be the territory of the Monkey King, as they observe the monkeys. Park Sooho inquires about the Monkey King. Dang Jincheol explains that it is the king of the red monkeys, rumored to be 800 years old. Park Sooho expresses surprise, questioning if it is truly 800 years old and asks for more details. Dang Jincheol elaborates, recounting events from about 700 years ago, when the Monkey King survived for 300 years in a deep cave on a rocky mountain in Nanman by consuming magical mushrooms, moss, and dew. He describes the Monkey King as a monstrous monkey who achieved enlightenment on his own and emerged as the king of monkeys. He adds that rumors suggest that it refuses to submit to the Beast Gate that rules Nanman and remains hidden somewhere in Nanman, with this forest seeming to be the likely place. Park Sooho remarks that if the Monkey King is indeed 800 years old, it should be capable of speech. Dang Jincheol asserts that there are numerous eyewitness accounts supporting this claim, indicating its veracity. Park Sooho comments that it seems like a pleasant creature, and asks if they should attempt to capture it. Gunwoo, also observing, notes that the monkeys are pursuing them. Biku arrives along with the other wolves, prompting Park Sooho to command them to deal with the monkeys. All the wolves attack the monkeys, while Biku approaches Park Sooho, who wonders if it's another letter. Park Sooho reads the message, which states that the number of beasts trapped in the shelter within the camp is increasing. and that without his presence, there won't be anyone to command the beasts effectively. Consequently, they can't be utilized to their full potential, necessitating the urgent formation of a proactive defense force to carry out missions outside Sooho land. He remarks that since he is unable to give orders to the beasts, there is no point in having too many of them. As he continues reading, he learns that a report has just been received indicating that the orcs in the field have noticed that the entrance to Yongnangshan Stream is open. The orcs are breaking through the moat filled with alligators and entering through the entrance. He perceives this as quite an urgent situation, noting that the beasts summoned by the Lord are diminishing in numbers and power. He observes that these monkeys seem to be stronger than first-class masters and mentions that the monkeys have caught up with them. The monkeys pick up Wang Lai, who pleads for someone to save him. Park Sooho orders Imugi Python to protect Gunwoo, while he spreads his feathers and admires their prowess, making a decision. He concludes that if they take them all with them, the situation should be resolved. The two monkeys stretch Wang Lai, who cries for help. Park Sooho arrives and kicks the monkeys away, saving Wang Lai. Meanwhile, some monkeys beat Dang Jinxiao. Park Sooho instructs Gunwoo not to leave the carriage. He declares that he needs to clean up the mess first and utilizes the tornado skill, trapping Dang Jinxiao and the monkeys in the tornado. He grabs a monkey by the neck and demands to know the whereabouts of the Monkey King. The monkey points in a direction and acknowledges Park Sooho's leadership, prompting him to command the monkeys to leave. Gunwoo falls out of the carriage, pleading for someone to save him. Park Sooho rescues Dang Jinxiao and Wang Il, reassuring them that there is no need to be scared. A giant wyvern arrives, grabbing the carriage and saving Jang Sunpul and Gunwoo. Park Sooho places both of them on the floor and instructs them to wait there for a moment. He then harnesses the blessing of the earth and attacks the monkeys, killing them. Dang Jinxiao ponders the kind of harmony the Lord has brought forth, as the monkeys that fell and were on the verge of death begin to rise again. Kim Miso makes a call and reports that the Yongnangshan Stream has been completely breached, with approximately 120 orcs crossing the grassland and heading towards Bora village. The other person informs her that the sky has also been breached, and it appears that Park Sooho has summoned wyverns. She acknowledges this information and decides to issue an evacuation order for the village first. However, the other person interrupts, stating that something is being summoned as the wyverns and monsters rush to fight the monkeys. The other person observes that they're monkeys, and it appears that Park Sooho has tamed them. Meanwhile, Jang Sunpul refuses, stating, "Seriously, just come back and help them." Dang Jinxiao responds negatively, questioning if Jang Sunpul is implying that the horses hitched to the carriage were also sent to Earth and summoned back. Jang Sunpul confirms, explaining that as long as the chief can tame any beast, he can summon it and send it back at will. He then sits on the roof of the carriage and tames camels. Wang Lai inquires about their destination, to which he replies, "Follow him, as he's going to capture the Monkey King." The Monkey King arrives and declares that he doesn't need traitors, squeaking as he questions what Park Sooho thinks he's doing. He charges to attack Park Sooho, demanding answers and identifying himself as Ju Gu-un, the Fate's Edge Seeker, before launching his attack. Dang Jinxiao identifies the figure as the Monkey King, while Park Sooho employs a full ice shield to block his attack and push him back. He questions if he just struck his subordinate. The Monkey King responds, calling Park Sooho a shameless human being and asserting that he was originally his subordinate. He demands to know what Park Sooho has done to his subordinates. Meanwhile, the other clan leader believes they have found the monkey's base and orders his soldiers to attack the monkeys and kill them. He states that in Nanman, the only fate awaiting beasts that do not succumb to the beast gate is death, and commands them to kill them all. One of the soldiers reports that there is no Monkey King in the cave. Their leader seizes a monkey by the neck and demands that they bring their king before him. Otherwise, he'll kill all his brothers there. Park Sooho also arrives at the scene and questions why they are suddenly heading in that direction, while the Monkey King wonders why they had to come now. He insists he's not letting the Monkey King get away. The Monkey King retorts that he doesn't have time to waste on him and jumps to different trees, urging others to get out of his way. He also jumps down from the carriage, remarking that it seems his cudgel technique is stronger than Mayan Jin's, and employs Jikdo Yellow Dragon to attack him. He questions why he's avoiding it, while the Monkey King launches an attack on him. He swiftly dodges the attack and falls away, expressing his admiration for the Monkey King. Getting up, he asks where the Monkey King went. Dang Jincheol informs him that the Monkey King ran off in that direction with a troop of monkeys he brought along. He instructs them to wait there for him and assures them he'll go after him and return soon. He then transforms into a pigeon, declaring he'll bring the Monkey King back even if he has to half-kill him. The clan leader inquires about the whereabouts of the Monkey King and commands his soldiers to kill all the monkeys until the Monkey King appears. He observes the Monkey King, noting that he has finally arrived. The Monkey King pleads with him to stop, but they capture him in a trap, and they announce that they have captured the Monkey King as he growls. The clan leader sits near his tiger and asserts that no matter how much force the Monkey King exerts, he won't be able to magically break free. He explains that he made the trap especially out of meteoric iron to capture him and insists that now it's time for him to make his choice. He asks if the Monkey King wants him to kill all his subordinates or if he wants to submit to him. Seeing that the Monkey King doesn't want to submit, he orders his subordinates to kill all those monkeys, and they nearly succeed in doing so until they witness a bright flash explosion from some distance. The clan leader becomes shocked and asks what that is. Meanwhile, Park Sooho arrives and kills the elephants, gorillas, and lions. He remarks this is a real beast heaven. He notices that the monkeys are rising again and concludes that it's because of him. He must have done something to kill them before they do anything stupid. He employs a wide-area tornado and kills them all. Park Sooho invites the Monkey King to come and live with him, warning that all his companions will fall down and die otherwise. The Monkey King looks at him and recalls seeing a green fairy handled by that human. In the distant past, when he was not strong, every day was a crisis for his tribe. He breaks the chains of the trap, causing the Monkey King to fall down. He then pleads with the leopard to stop killing his monkeys, as he recalls the time when he appeared just before the tribe was wiped out by a leopard that had escaped from the Beast Gate. A masked man comes from behind and punches the leopard, catching the attention of the Monkey King. The masked man declares that he saved him, and now his lives belong to him. He adds that if the Monkey King encounters another person who uses the green fairy in the future, he should devote his life to that person. The Monkey King acknowledges the gesture, stating that grace is not forgotten and their lives belong to him. Park Sooho becomes happy and questions what grace is, suggesting that he may have just been threatened. Nevertheless, he agrees to the taming. The scene shifts to Sooho Land, where a person wearing glasses tells Kim Miso to look over there, where many monsters are present. A portal opens, and some animals also arrive there. He observes a tremendous number of beasts pouring out of the portal. The Monkey King also arrives and attacks the monsters. They both gaze at him and inquire what that phenomenon is, prompting him to question if he is the leader of the monkeys. Meanwhile, Park Sooho sits at the edge of the mountain and reads a message from Kim Miso. She expresses gratitude to the Monkey King and his monkey beasts, acknowledging their role in defeating the hordes of orcs that breached the wall and invaded the city. She mentions her ability to communicate with the Monkey King, allowing for various outside missions with the red-eyed monkey troops. She also notes that one worrisome aspect is the expected continued infiltration of monsters through the open space at the entrance to Yunnangshan, emphasizing the need for more concrete measures. He asks Dang Jincheok if there is a place where there are bigger, wider, and stronger beasts. Dang Jincheol responds that if it's a big monster, it's in the spider forest. He inquires about the location of the spider forest. Dang Jincheol admits that he thinks he just made a mistake. Jang Sunpul suggests that it's the fastest way to go. Gunwoo eats something and suggests, let's go collect spiders. A person questions why a blood demon from the lower planet Earth would target the Martial League leader. Another person asks how many Earthlings the Muram League households have captured and enslaved. He explains that one of them, the Thousand Swordsmith, was hired by the Blood Demon and came to take revenge. The other person remarks that it sounds like the target of revenge is not just the leader, but the entire Muram League. A person suggests that since he said he would come for the leader, shouldn't they prepare for a surprise attack? Meanwhile, Namgung Janshin asserts that the threat is not just a single Blood Demon. He received a report that Gunaksu, the leader of the Beast Gate, had mobilized his troops alongside the Blood Demons. If they move their main force too hastily, they may end up leaving their rear vulnerable to the Beast Gate forces. A person wonders if the leader believes that the Beast Gate has declared war on the Muram League with the Blood Demons at the forefront. Another person remarks that considering the blood demon magician who can summon wild beasts, they don't think it's an entirely groundless statement. Senior Moryong Gyeoksun enters and addresses them, stating, "Listen up, Miram Masters, is the rampage of an earthling blood demon without any foundation serious enough to shake up the Miram League." They all greet him and offer their salutations to the former Miram leader. Moryong Gyeoksun asks Namgung Janshin why he's worried about their generation's sword emperor present, who has attained the power of the heart sword. He wonders what the juniors have to be concerned about. Namgung Janshin replies that he feels he's still lacking, but since he calls him a sword emperor, he's not sure if he's worthy of the title. Moryong Gyeoksun responds that if the person who mastered the heart sword is ashamed, then he will have to start training his Mabu again. He chuckles at the thought. Beggar sect Yungon-gi wonders if being called a sword emperor means that Namgung Janshin has already reached the realm of Hyongyong. He reflects that he never would have thought that Namgung Janshin was still growing stronger, and at this rate, he doesn't believe he'll ever be able to surpass the Miram leader, even if he lives forever. A person arrives and states that they have a quick report indicating that the main force of the Nanman Beast Gate was massacred by the blood demons. Namgung Janshin inquires about the situation and wonders where the overwhelming action from the blood demons came from, considering that they were supposedly members of the Beast Gate. Yungon-gi questions the importance of this detail, suggesting that since it concerns the welfare of the entire martial arts world, all available resources should be mobilized. He emphasizes that the enemy is barbaric and should not be given any leniency. Namgung Janshin orders the summoning of the Dark Core and instructs them to prepare their poisonous insects. On the other side, Dang Jincheol asks if they are still far from the spider forest. Wang Lai says he thinks they're almost there and mentions hearing a loud noise from behind, suspecting it might be mosquitoes. Some mosquitoes approach his face, and he observes them closely. He notices a giant spider web blocking their path and tries to halt the carriage. He asks what this is and realizes they are stuck in the spider webs, noting that there are webs everywhere. He identifies it as the forest of the face-bearer. Park Sooho emerges and blocks the attacks, questioning if he is the face-bearer. Dang Jincheol explains that the face-bearer is a giant spider with a human face, known for shooting spider webs from its crotch and consuming any living thing it catches. It's a monster that has reigned as the ruler of the spider forest for decades. He mentions rumors that its body is as tough as steel, impervious to swords and bows, but the part of the human face is soft like cotton, making it susceptible to a concentrated attack. He mentions that many people gave up, claiming it was impossible to attack its face because of its huge size, but he believes it will be possible for him. The face-bearer arrives to attack them. He realizes he'll need to burn the spider web first. Park Sooho attacks him and questions why he is sticking out his ass. He opens his feathers and punches him away. Park Sooho remarks that his face is really his weak point and expresses relief that he got caught quickly, intending to tame the face-bearer and send it to Sooho land. He mentions that Kim Misu said she needs more hands, so he instructs him to go help her. A masked man secretly observes him and thinks he didn't realize he was going to start a fire and that the blood demon elimination failed. Dang Jincheol states that if the Lord keeps going with this momentum for one more month, the seeds of all the monsters and divine beasts in Hades will dry up. Gunwoo asks if he just caught a huge spider while a mosquito bites his neck. Meanwhile, in Sooho land, Kim Miso finishes her work on the system and remarks that today's work is over. She plans to have a nice bath and drink beer. Suddenly, the face-bearer arrives there, startling her. Dang Jincheol remarks that they have caught the face-bearer as he desired and inquires about their next course of action. Park Sooho suggests that since it's late, they should camp there for the night. Gunwoo expresses excitement about camping, and they settle down for the night. The next morning, Jang Sunpul tries to wake Gunwoo up. Park Sooho enters the camp and asks what's happening. Jang Sunpul explains that they've been attempting to wake Gunwoo, but he doesn't respond. Dang Jincheol observes an insect bite mark and suspects that Gunwoo might have been stung by a poisonous insect in the face-bearer forest the previous day. He adds that it seems the poison has affected Gunwoo's danshin, causing him to fall into a state of intoxication. He warns that if they don't detoxify him quickly, Gunwoo may not wake up. Wang Lai also tries to rouse him. Park Sooho checks Gunwoo's status screen, which indicates that Gunwoo is suffering from an unknown poisoning that cannot be cured by forest fairies or elixirs, and an antidote is required. He asks where they can find the antidote. Meanwhile, he transforms into an eagle and lifts Gunwoo, stating he will go first with him and instructs the others to follow as quickly as possible. He thinks that in Hades, detoxification is managed by the local temples, but there is no temple in Nanmen. He decides to head to the nearest cremation temple at Junjeongbong Peak of Ime Mountain and find a nun named Tisa Sini. They'll follow him in the carriage. Dang Jincheol mentions that the Miram League's informants, beggar sect experts, must be spread all over the mountains and rivers, and expresses uncertainty about what to do with the 3 pigeons. Jang Sunpul questions if he was the one who said that a few beasts are meaningless if the Miram League is determined to attack. He agrees but urges them to hurry and follow. After a while, a messenger arrives at Namgung Janshan's location with a report from the first squad of the Dark Corps. He reports that an attack was attempted using poisonous insects in the forest of the Face Bearer in Nanmen. However, the poisonous insects were set on fire by the Blood Demon's flame magic attacks, causing the assassination of the Blood Demon to fail. Nonetheless, there is good news. A surviving poisonous insect seems to have stung the child of the Blood Demon group. Consequently, the group became separated, and the Thousand Swordsmith and the Blood Demon are now traveling separately. Namgung Janshan reacts, saying that if the group of the Blood Demons got separated, this is their chance, and orders the dispatch of a pursuit party. He specifies that the target is the Thousand Swordsmith group. He contemplates that Jang Sunpul was originally a felon who should have been executed immediately, but they spared him because of his outstanding talent. He reflects that the grace he bestowed upon him has been returned as enmity, so this time he will not let him slip through his fingers. He decides he will lock him up in the family prison, keeping him enslaved for the rest of his life until he dies in a place where there's no light. Meanwhile, Park Sooho thinks he is in a hurry, so he flies by himself, but now he is supposed to find a temple on this vast mountain. Some ladies notice him, and Jeonsim mentions that Gumi is gone. Another one urges them to keep running, stating they can't rest just a little further, and they'll be able to escape the territory of Gumi. She then calls Tisa Sini, who asks why she is making so much fuss and what has happened. Jeongsim mentions they were being chased by Gumi, while her friend stops her and notices she has no shadow. She looks at the other woman and says that's not the real Tisa Sini. The woman transforms into a monster and remarks she's an awfully quick-witted child. Jeongsim asks what they should do, and her friend advises staying behind her. The monster declares today he can taste fresh nun meat and rushes to attack them. Park Sooho intervenes, building a shield to block the attack and tapping at his head to tame him. The monster asks who he is, while Park Sooho questions what he is, noting he was clearly a human but turned into a fox cub. Python identifies it as a trivial 9-tailed fox cub. He asks what a 9-tailed fox is, grabbing him by the tail and stating he's going to have to live with him. The fox protests, asking what the crazy jerk is saying, and throws him on the floor, beating him. The fox pleads to live with him, asking him to stop beating him up, while he checks his status window and notices his HP quickly going down. He checks the 9-tailed fox, a perk master level 445, capable of transforming into various creatures to lure its prey. Its claws and sharp fangs pierce through steel. He remarks that's what he should have said before, and he'll send him to the beast shelter, where he can rest. Jeongsim and her friend approach him, and her friend expresses gratitude, saying she doesn't know who he is but thanks him for saving them. He responds there's no need for introductions and asks if she is a nun from a temple nearby, inquiring if she knows Tisa Sini. She asks why he's looking for Tisa Sini. He explains he heard that the monks know how to detoxify poison, and this kid has been bitten by a poisonous insect, emphasizing the urgency, and requests her to guide him there. On the other side, Dang Jincheol remarks at this rate, it will take them a full day to reach Ime Mountain. Jang Sunpul agrees, expressing his hope that Gunwoo is well and safe, but he's worried. He concurs, and Jang Sunpul notices something running over there and asks if it's an ostrich. Wang Lai identifies it as the Namgung family's pursuit team, and they launch an attack. Dang Jincheol urges him to go faster, but their carriage slips, causing him to fall down. Meanwhile, Park Sooho arrives at the temple of Tisa Sini, and she expresses gratitude for saving their family. She states she needs to examine the child, so she invites him inside. He mentions that the Muram League has warned them about a blood demon from Earth emerging. She instructs her subordinate to fetch some water. He recalls a conversation where someone asked if Amapa is a trustworthy place, and Dang Jincheol responded that although she is a member of the Muram League, she will not blindly follow their instructions. He adds that she was the one who rescued him and concealed him when he was being chased by the Muram League. He acknowledges that his lord also helped Earthlings who had lived as slaves in Hades, helping those who had escaped and had nowhere to go. He emphasizes that the most crucial thing now is to find her because there's no other way to save Gunwoo. He mentions that other temples won't welcome them due to the strong influence of the Muram League. The scene shifts back to the present, where Park Sooho stands in front of her, and she inquires if he's being assaulted by the Namgung family. He responds that he plans to kill Namgung Jangchen, but he hasn't been assaulted by him yet. She wonders if he's indeed planning to kill Namgung Jangchen. He urges her to speak quickly without hesitation. She confirms that the child was indeed stung by a poisonous insect. She adds that those venomous insects are not species found in nature. They're under the control of a poison squad known as the Namgung family's Dark Corps. She expresses her relief that he arrived in time, mentioning that if he had been just one day late, she wouldn't have been able to save him. He acknowledges this, stating it's fortunate. He receives a message from the first pigeon reporting that the carriage was under attack an hour ago, another from the second pigeon stating they are tracking the attackers, and a third from the last pigeon saying they are returning to deliver the message. Realizing that the carriage has already been attacked, and they were closer than he thought, he asks her to please take care of Gunwoo. He informs her that he has to go somewhere for a while and quickly leaves to assist them. He finds the broken carriage covered with arrows. Using his sharing memories skill, he sees that one arrow has pierced Wang Il, causing him to fall down, and they have tied up Jang Sunpal and are dragging him away. He realizes they have been taken. Using his powers, he tracks the footprints and observes the traces of many people, as well as signs of someone being dragged away. He spots someone and wonders if it's Wang Il. Wang Lai calls out to him, and he reassures Wang Lai that he's not severely injured and that his wounds will recover soon as he checks his status screen. He decides to summon the wolves to aid him and instructs him to head to Mount Imei. Using his healing skills, he tends to his wounds to aid in his recovery. Wang Lai expresses his gratitude and informs him that the other two were taken away by the warriors. He acknowledges this information and reflects on how the leader of the Muram League prefers not to handle matters directly, instead sending subordinates to carry out assassinations and kidnappings, which he finds despicable. The leader of the Namgang family urges them to speed up, emphasizing the uncertainty of when the blood demon might begin chasing them, while the pigeons trail behind them. One of them hesitates, questioning the presence of the pigeons in the sky. Dang Jincheol remarks on the abundance of birds in the sky and asks if he is currently experiencing visual distortions. Jang Sunpal suggests that they might be the chief's pigeons, advising them to endure a little longer. Park Sooho opens the portal and his wolves emerge, prompting him to conclude that they have found their targets and they are all dead. Park Sooho transforms into a wolf and dashes forward, catching Biko's attention. Biko, feeling a sense of familiarity, asks why Park Sooho called out to him. Park Sooho responds that he needs Biko to run in his place. Confused, Biko asks what Park Sooho means, just as the Namgung family notices them. One soldier observes that a large wolf is tailing them, prompting their leader to identify it as a blood demon. Urging his soldiers to speed up, he commands them to run a little further. As Park Sooho approaches them, he declares that it's time. The leader of the Namgung family asserts that the bold demon is cornered in the canyon and orders all soldiers to attack. They unleash a barrage of arrows at Park Sooho, and some arrows pierce him. Believing they have succeeded, they claim that the blood demon has been halted, as even a blood demon can't endure an arrow poisoned with deadly venom. They inquire about the sudden transformation into smoke, with one of them questioning what it is now, noting a swarm of pigeons obstructing their view. The leader remarks that the blood demon has vanished and orders his followers to locate it. Meanwhile, the nine-tailed fox arrives and reflects that if he had been slightly slower in deactivating the transformation, he would have perished, acknowledging that he narrowly escaped death. The leader asks if they were successful, to which his soldier responds that he doesn't know, but questions why the pigeons are multiplying. Dang Jincheol observes that the sky is now blanketed by flocks of pigeons. Jang Sunpal identifies them as the tree fairy controlled by the troop leader. The leader asks what's happening, and the soldiers inquire about the situation as the pigeons attack them. Observing the chaos, the leader identifies the blood demon and commands his soldiers to draw their swords, preparing for battle. Meanwhile, Park Sooho employs his flame fairy skill and ignites the area, prompting the soldiers to react to the fire. Dang Jincheol expresses his amazement, while the leader points out the blood demon's continued presence and urges his soldiers to eliminate it. Determined, the leader orders the deployment of swordsmen, emphasizing the importance of killing the blood demon on the spot. Park Sooho instructs Dang Jincheol and Jang Sunpal to hang back for the moment. They agree and stay back while Park Sooho employs the Wrath of the Earth skill, causing the mountain to break apart. They quickly descend as the earth trembles, and they all exclaim that it's an earthquake as they fall down. Dang Jincheol notes that Park Sooho can control natural disasters as well, while Jang Sunpal expresses amazement at this ability. Park Sooho unties them, and Dang Jincheol mentions that he owes his lord 2 lives now. Jang Sunpal questions if he's serious, warning that overusing his power might lead to fatigue again. Park Sooho reassures them, stating that this time he adjusted the intensity of the skill, so it should be fine. Park Sooho sees an army of Namgung family members and asks what that is. Someone informs him that it's the flag of the Martial Alliance and the leader of the Namgung family. Jang Sunpal notes that warriors of the Namgung family are at the forefront. Dang Jincheol observes that there must be hundreds of warriors from the Namgung family alone. Namgung Jangshin also arrives and asks if that person is the blood demon. His subordinate confirms it and says that's him. Namgung Jangshin remarks that he's still alive, calling him a lucky guy. Dang Jincheol identifies the person as Namgung Jangshin, the leader of the Martial Alliance. Park Sooho responds, saying that saves him the trouble of having to go look for him. All the soldiers agree to kill him again and again. Moyang Jiaxin asks if they can really win against such a person with numbers after collapsing the valley with dark magic. Yomongi responds, saying that no matter how strong a sorcerer is, they can't always perform at their peak. Now that he's drained from rescuing his subordinates, if they all attack together, there might be a chance. He adds that with the leader of the Martial Alliance already in the realm of Hunkyung, leading the front and talking of a joint attack, it's nonsense. He suggests that they should just leisurely enjoy and marvel at how amazing the divine sword is, and thinks if the blood demon is as strong as Bangi reported, then surely. Namgung Jangshin declares that today they will catch the blood demon and make their mark in history. He charges towards all his soldiers, and they all run to attack. Park Sooho asks if he said his body doesn't need martial arts training. Dang Jincheol explains that when all the natural energies are already his and in harmony, there's no point in human-level training. He questions if the fatigue he experiences when passing through portals compared to external energy is due to the relatively weaker internal energy, a problem of energy imbalance. He adds that he's not sure, as his body has already transcended human limits, and questions how could this insignificant self know such secrets. Park Sooho checks his status window and sees that his harmony power level is 93 and the total environmental energy is 9,342, with his available energy being 4,672. He realizes he has always had a stat called harmony power, and there were separate energies available from harmony power, apart from the dimensional energy gained from defeated monsters, yet he never understood what they were for. He reflects on the words of the King of Concerns and now understands that the available energy recovers with his breathing, and conversely, the environmental energy amount decreases. He checks his status screen. Jang Sunpal asks if that means the troop leader was essentially a martial arts grandmaster from the beginning, and says just like the troop leader awakened to be recorded in the Stone of Memory. He says entering martial arts was just the minimum process needed to be recorded in the annals of history. Dang Jincheol says, but still, if they are like this, it seems they might die, and asks if he shouldn't, his lord, do something. Park Sooho realizes that harmony power means drawing upon the natural energy surrounding him, and he has finally come to understand harmony power as a skill. Meanwhile, Namgung soldiers run to attack him. He thinks that now he can infuse that energy into his sword as he attacks the Martial Alliance army, slicing through them in one hit. He marvels at wielding such power with a Sami sword technique. A clan leader asks if this is really the Sami sword technique they knew. He receives a notification that the current available energy total is 3,624. He charges to attack them, still feeling familiar with the technique, and calls his wolves, telling them, "Let's eat and destroy them all." Park Sooho rushes to attack them, and his wolves also join in, attacking the soldiers and killing them. He slices through them so quickly with just one hit. Namgung Janshin counter-attacks the wolves and kills some of them. Park Sooho observes this and thinks that Guy has some strong powers. Jang Sunpal asks what it is, and Dang Jincheol explains that it's the realm of the formless sword, Simjin, where one can cut anywhere their mind reaches, even without a sword. A person remarks on witnessing such legendary swordsmanship in person. Yoongan Gi looks at him and thinks that man has truly mastered Simjin, but still, he kills their people. He considers Namgung Janshin as another reason to kill him. Park Sooho rushes to attack him while acknowledging his speed. He launches his assault, and Namgung Janshin deflects it with considerable force, noting the monstrous strength in his arms. The blood demon exclaims that the opponent is remarkably strong as he hurls him aside. Namgung Janshin perceives it as an extraordinary external power, nearly supernatural, prompting them to maintain their distance. He reflects that regardless of the external power's strength, it's impossible to defend against attacks coming from all directions. Park Sooho declares his impending defeat as he harnesses his ice power. Namgung Janshin identifies it as the ice shield of Seoul Jingung. A person observes and inquires, "Isn't that the Sami sword technique?" The other person remarks that it's a simple move, but incredibly powerful, especially if they assist the leader. Yoongan Gi interjects, asking if he wants to wound the leader's pride, and thinks, "Fine, blood demon, push a bit more." Namgung Janshin comments on the audacity of facing him with such an inferior sword technique, calling the blood demon arrogant. He responds that he doesn't know anything else, while the system notifies him that he has mastered the Sami sword technique. Additionally, the system informs him that the additional skills of Sami sword technique, Wall-Splitting Heaven's Seal and 8 Directions Storm have been unlocked. He wonders about these additional skills and thinks it's perfect timing, then proceeds to try them out, attacking with the Glacier Divine statue. Namgung Janshin considers this to be another martial art of Seoul Jingung, recognizing its danger, and retreats to evade the attack. The system informs him that his current available energy is 3,543. He wonders if this is now a first-class sword technique and questions how he will dodge it. Using the Wall-Splitting Heaven skill, he launches an attack. The opponent attempts to block the attack, but his sword breaks, and he gets hit, causing his energy level to decrease. His teammates express disbelief at the situation. Jang Sunpal remarks, "Wall-Splitting Heaven, isn't that a top-tier sword technique?" Dang Jincheol observes that from the lowest grade martial art, the Sami sword technique, it seems he has gained enlightenment and is now matching Simjeom in a duel. Namgung Janshin falls down, bleeding profusely, while Park Sooho rushes to stab him, declaring that it's over. Suddenly, someone throws bombs, causing smoke to spread everywhere. Park Sooho questions what is happening and realizes that Namgung Janshin is no longer there. Soldiers arrive and instruct that as warriors of the Namgung family, they must protect the leader and buy time. Park Sooho demands to know what everyone is doing and asks where Namgung Janshin is, expressing his frustration at what he perceives as a miserable defeat. He employs the 8 Directions Storm, killing the soldier. Wolves also appear and devour them, leading everyone to discover Namgung Janshin's absence. He questions if they ran away. Yoongan Gi raises concerns about the leader of the Martial Alliance fleeing with fatal injuries and the main forces of the Namgung family being annihilated. He suggests that victory is unlikely in their current state, especially since the Blood Demon's target was the leader of the Martial Alliance, risking the safety of the Central Plains. He advises it's wise to bide their time, sparing the rest of the Martial Alliance. Jang Sunpal concurs, stating that attacking the entire Central Plains would disrupt the balance, potentially leading to an invasion by the Mammon race that has conquered the Central Plains. He suggests that since they are currently avoiding a direct confrontation, it might be better to focus on annihilating the Namgung family. Park Sooho suggests that if everyone is in agreement, then it's settled, but he wonders where Namgong Janshin disappeared. Dang Jincheol responds that with his fatal injuries, there's only one place he could have gone, and he knows exactly where it is. He'll lead the way. The scene shifts to the Namgong family's house, where Namgong Janshin arrives in a worsening condition, having overused the light body technique despite his injuries. His guards spot him and rush to support him, asking what happened. He instructs them to take him to the Eye of History. He reflects on the Eye of History, which exists in two locations, one in the Central Plains domain and one in the Mammon's domain, representing the living history of the Nine Heavens, with only two such locations on the planet. He notes that located within each family leader's domain, it is much larger and reacts faster than the Stones of History. He reflects on how all actions are recorded as public records in history, and blessings are bestowed according to recognized merits. Significant merits can even heal severed limbs instantly. He contemplates how sometimes one can receive the miraculous blessing of internal energy amplification, and considers standing before the Eye of History not as a victory but as a defeat. He believes that although this time the merits will be small, such injuries should be recoverable as he enters the room. He senses an overflow of power, feeling as though he has been reborn with his Danshin expanded. The blessing didn't just restore his internal energy, it even strengthened his innate Kai. He ponders on the 10 gaps, or perhaps even more, realizing that all he did was hunt the Mammon race. He questions why such a blessing, considering it might be from back in the days when he first started training with a sword. He remembers his grandson expressing his desire to participate in the war. He responds by telling him that if he can even graze his robe in a duel, he'll permit it. He reflects on feeling confident after training with a wooden sword, eager to experience real battle. However, naturally, he couldn't even touch the robe of his grandfather, known as the Sword Emperor. He recalls that day when he challenged someone far beyond his level, and despite the impossibility of the task, he was recognized for his merits and received the blessing of an expanded Danshin, achieving the impossible challenge. Returning to the present, he thinks about his duel with the Blood Demon, another seemingly impossible challenge for him, who has reached the realm of Hyunkyung. However, this blessing feels distinctly different from before. He contemplates that this is a power he has never felt before. If he defeats the Blood Demon, he wonders what kind of blessing the Eye of History will bestow upon him. He believes he must defeat him and prove himself, gaining power and healing in the process. Jang Sunpul arrives and questions why he did that. He asks who he is, to which Jang Sunpul replies that he gave him everything he wanted, so why would he act this way? He admits that he has forgotten his manners in his absence, deceiving his master, who granted him, a mere slave from Earth, the title of Heavenly Sword General. He acknowledges his sins of seducing a noblewoman, engaging in a forbidden marriage, and even having a child. Jang Sunpul asks what sin the young Tsu committed to suffer such torment. Namgong Janshin replies that it's the sin of being born to a wretched father. Jang Sunpul sobs as Namgong Janshin continues, stating that for that vile sin, he lost his wife and child and still hasn't repented. He accuses him of betraying his master again, calling forth demons, and threatening his master with a sword. He labels him a traitor and declares that today he will kill him. With a swift motion, he cuts off Jang Sunpul's head. Looking around, he realizes there's no one else present and concludes that it's an illusion. He addresses the Blood Demon, demanding an end to his tricks and commanding him to show himself. He questions how the Blood Demon managed to appear so suddenly and remarks on the pain he has caused his men. Suddenly, Park Sooho arrives and declares that he'll punish him. Namgong Janshin commands him to shut up and declares that a demon who has piled up mountains of corpses in the heavens has no right to judge anyone's sins. He vows to put an end to his wicked massacre there, addressing him as the Blood Demon. He moves to attack and thinks his body is overflowing with strength. He can feel it. Now he can slice through the Blood Demon and gather even the Kai of heaven and earth into the Emperor's sword. He uses the Emperor's storm to attack, believing that this is the end. He sees it explode and thinks finally it is over. Park Sooho transforms into a wolf and heals. He is shocked to see him. Park Sooho moves to attack and asks if that was the end just now. He attacks him with the sword on his shoulder. Namgong Janshin lies on the ground, blood covering him, and wonders how this is possible. He reflects on the day he obtained the greatest strength of his life. Park Soo-ho pulls out his sword, stating that this sword is Hyuxeong Black Star, forged by the Heavenly Sword General with resentment and tears caused by him. He pushes the sword again and asks if it hurts, telling him to remember this well. The pain he just felt is the agony of a father who lost his wife and child. He asks if Namgung Janshin is ready to die, offering him any last words or perhaps an apology. Namgung Janshin calls him an ungrateful slave who ultimately brought disaster and says he should have killed himself. It was a mistake to spare him. Park Soo-ho becomes angry and cuts off Namgung Janshin's neck. Sunpul kneels down and thanks him profusely. He says to wash away his tears with this blood and to now lay down the burdens of his heart. Sunpul expresses his gratitude, promising to serve him faithfully until the end of his life. Park Soo-ho holds the sword and asks what its name is, noting its heaviness and impressiveness. He explains that it is the Emperor's sword, not made by him, but a famous sword passed down through generations in the Namgung family. Park Soo-ho remarks that it suits his style. Dang Jincheol suggests that now that he has achieved the feat of capturing the leader of the Martial Alliance, he should consider settling in front of the Eye of History. He inquires about the Eye of History, wondering if it's the Stone of History as it looks different from that rock. He mentions there are only two on the Gutchin planet, one in the Mammon domain and one in the Central Plain domain, and it's an extremely important relic. He admits he has only heard of it, never seen it himself. He wonders if his depleted harmony energy will also be restored. He suggests giving it a try, speculating that Namgung Janshin must have also received a settlement of merits and recovered here. Park Soo-ho touches the stone, and the status window notifies him that settling merits. Title 1 against 1,000 acquired, Bearer of 5,000 grudges, Nemesis of the Ice Palace acquired, and Blood Demon acquired. It notifies that the hidden title Absolute Being is acquired, with bonus internal energy settlement in progress. Martial force increases by 783, Kai energy increases by 315, harmony energy and environmental energy increase by 234, and harmony energy available energy increases by 212. He remarks that the available energy has recovered incredibly. It notifies that the hidden reward scheme Triple Triumph is acquired, but is unable to be used due to level restriction. He asks about Simjeom. Dang Jincheol asks if he has acquired Simjeom, mentioning Namgung Janshin's martial arts, which involve cutting the opponent with just the mind. He questions what it means to cut the opponent with just the mind, but it indicates that he can't use it due to level restriction. Jang Sunpul remarks that even though he has become the strongest being on the planet, his martial arts training is still lacking, and only a master who has reached Hyunkyung in martial arts can use Simjeom. He concludes that he still needs to train, even though as an irregular, he does not need to level up. It's akin to when he had to level up to unlock skills. Park Soo-ho moves and says now that he mentions it, that makes sense, and asks if his revenge in Guchin is complete. Sunpul suggests helping him kill one more person. Park Soo-ho asks who it is. Dang Jincheol reveals that it's the former Martial Alliance leader, Moyoung Jeoksun, who caused the extinction of the Sashandang family. Park Soo-ho inquires if the child has not woken up yet. Dang Jincheol responds that he is not yet conscious, but Master Haesol has been caring for him with great devotion, and the fever has lessened. Park Soo-ho wonders if Master Haesol was married in her secular life and how skillfully she handled children. Meanwhile, Master Haesol is taking care of Gunwoo, and he opens his eyes. She informs him that he's awake, the fever has subsided, but he still won't have much strength. Gunwoo asks who she is. Wang Lai arrives and announces that he is awake. Gunwoo sees him. Wang Lai holds a bowl and says he brought him some fever-reducing herbs for the young master. Meanwhile, at Nanman village, a white-haired man remarks on the leader, who has reached the realm of Simjeom, being just a mere demon. The bald man mentions that the difference in strength before and after the transformation into a demon is vast. He wonders what the other family heads were doing to let the leader face this alone, and emphasizes that the fight with the blood demon is not a matter of pride but survival. He points out that the leader and the main forces of the Namgung family were subdued by just one blood demon, and it didn't even take half a moment. Moyoung Jeoksun acknowledges that the decision to retreat and reorganize forces was wise. The bald man adds that if they do not eliminate the blood demon soon, true blood calamity will descend upon Gutchin. He agrees, and therefore, as the next leader to continue the fight against the blood demon, he recommends the chief of Bibyong Yungyeong-gi as the new leader. After a while, a capped man declares that he can no longer stand the tyranny of the Namgung family. Moyeong-jeoksun agrees, stating that he should have been the next leader. He sees the chaos caused by the blood demon as a golden opportunity to regain power. Moyeong-jeoksun agrees, suggesting that if the blood demon is indeed that powerful, they should elevate Namgung Jangshin's martial arts and create a situation where he must duel him alone. He adds that on the battlefield, they must ensure that the family heads do not support Namgung Jangshin. He acknowledges the plan and mentions concerning information that one of the blood demon's companions is from the Sashandang family. He urges them to keep this in mind and preserve themselves until they reclaim the throne. Meanwhile, a big chicken appears in the center of town, and a soldier announces that the blood demon has appeared. The soldiers point their spears at him and demand that he reveal his true form, urging him to transform now. Another soldier comments that he's transforming, but he's just crying, calling him an idiot. Meanwhile, Moyeong-jeoksun stands at his window and thinks that all of Guchun trembles in fear because of the blood demon. Just then, Dang Jincheol enters the room and calls out to him. He inquires about Dang Jincheol's identity and how he managed to enter there. Dang Jincheol responds that he is the last head of the Sashandang family, eradicated by Moyeong-jeoksun, the son of Dang Sambong Dang Jincheol. Moyeong-jeoksun remarks on the surprise of encountering someone from the Sashandang family who joined hands with the blood demon to target him, especially the son of Dang Sambong. He adds that it has been a long time since they last met. He asks why Dang Jincheol did it and mentions that the Sashandang family, like him from the Namun family faction, had devoted itself to the martial alliance for a long time. Moyeong-jeoksun explains that Dang Jincheol's father committed the folly of cultivating dark arts, and as a result, their Namun family lost faith in the martial alliance, leading to the passing of the leader's position to the Namgung family of the Seomun faction. Dang Jincheol denies the accusation, stating that his father acted under his orders and devoted himself fully. He adds that the cultivation of dark arts was also at his father's command out of jealousy towards Namgung Jangshin's achievements. Moyeong-jeoksun remarks that regardless of the reason, Dang Jincheol should know that cultivating dark arts and joining hands with demons constitute unforgivable sins that inevitably lead to the catastrophe of family extermination. He compares Dang Jincheol to his father, both committing the same grave sin. Dang Jincheol moves to attack, throwing a dagger, but Moyeong-jeoksun uses magic power to stop it. Dang Jincheol thinks it's the shadow sword technique. Moyeong-jeoksun comments that he wouldn't have confronted him with just this level of shadow technique and asks where the blood demon is. Just then, Park Sooho appears there and asks if he also uses interesting techniques, questioning if they are similar to the simjeom used by Namgung Jangshin. Moyeong-jeoksun responds that he can do even more interesting things and commends Park Sooho for eliminating the bothersome Namgung Jangshin. He then attacks with bomb arrows, declaring "Now die, a blood demon." However, Park Sooho uses his power to disappear, bending down and transforming into a cat as he moves forward and jumps. Dang Jincheol observes the scene and thinks now is the time. He throws the dagger toward Moyeong-jeoksun and exclaims, "This is awesome." Park Sooho jumps on Moyeong-jeoksun's head, transforms into a wolf, and grabs his neck. He asks if Moyeong-jeoksun heard he did something terrible to the king of concerns and made his subordinate sad. Park Sooho hits Moyeong-jeoksun's face with his claw and declares that Moyeong-jeoksun is the one in the wrong. Just then, some soldiers witness an explosion at the family's head office. A soldier asks what's going on at the family's head office. They reach there and see Moyeong-jeoksun covered in blood. A soldier announces that the family head is dead. Meanwhile, Miss Sinny Nim sits near Gunwoo and tells Master Haesol that he has done well and that the child has greatly recovered. She attributes it all to Buddha's protection making it possible. Sinny Nim asks if she is starting her devout prayers and meditations from today. She confirms, saying yes. Sinny Nim advises her that if by any chance the child stops breathing and falls into a state of delirium, she must inform her immediately. She acknowledges that she will keep that in mind. After a while, Master Haesol walks with a little girl. She asks how that child is doing if he has recovered. Master Haesol says yes, it seems he will fully recover with a little more rest. She says that is a relief. Master Haesol asks if she is going to pray for her dad again this time. She says yes and thinks when she was young, she was separated from her family for reasons she can't remember. The scene shifts to a flashback where a child Haesol is crying with two men standing near her. A gray-haired man suggests leaving her there and departing, stating he cannot do this. The brown-haired man counters, saying if the family head discovers they spared her, they both will be dead. He adds that she is likely to become prey for beasts within an hour anyway. If the gray-haired man is truly concerned, he should finish her with his own hand. Haesol cries, expressing her desire to return to her father. The scene returns to the present. Haesol reminisces about the day her mother died, and she was forcibly separated from her father and abandoned in the forest. Sini Nim saved her. The little girl asks about Bodhisattva, wondering if he misses his family on Earth. The scene shifts to a flashback where a man with a cut on his face asks if they should send Mai Kyung to the human flesh factory. However, considering all the debt Junho has, that alone won't be enough, and they are purchasing slaves at high prices on Hades' planet if he observes. He suggests it might be better to pay off the debts and sell her as a slave in Hades. She reflects that she was sold as a slave on Hades' planet to settle her family's debt. After a while, some carts take the slaves, and the man riding the cart remarks, "What the hell is all this noise today?" Just then, the carts fall into the water. Master Haesol recalls that when she was on the way to be sold to the Hinyoa faction, she was saved by a sudden downpour that caused a flood. Sometime later, Sini Nim asks if Haesol is regaining her senses now. Haesol wonders how she ended up there. Sini Nim responds that today really is a lucky day. It's fortunate that she was able to save 2 lives while crossing the river, and it's all thanks to Buddha's protection. The scene shifts back to the present as she stands near Gunwoo and thinks about how she has been living here, forgetting about her past on Earth. However, recently, after taking care of the young boy from Earth, memories of her son Gunwoo, left behind on Earth, resurface. She realizes that by now he would have grown up to be about the same age as this boy. She considers herself perhaps an unworthy mother, but she can at least offer prayers for his happiness. After a while, Gunwoo comes back to his senses and mentions that it doesn't hurt anymore. Sini Nim sits near him and responds that it's good to hear, asking him to let her check on him. She holds his hand and reflects that not only has the detoxification been successful, but the twisted Kai flow pattern within him is also returning to its normal state. She wonders what kind of pain such a young child must have endured for his insides to be so twisted. A Haid arrives and announces that the child's uncle has returned. Meanwhile, Park Sooho arrives there with his wyvern, and Gunwoo runs toward him. He asks if Gunwoo is not sick anymore, to which Gunwoo confirms that he is all better. Dang Jincheol introduces himself to Sini Nim and asks if she remembers him. She responds affirmatively, noting that he was a cheeky little kid but has grown so much now. Sunpul inquires if she is the person who saved Gunwoo's life and expresses his desire to repay her kindness. Park Soo-ho, using his magic, says that this is all he can give at the moment, but when he visits Sooho Land later, he will treat Sunpul to lots of delicious food. Sini Nim agrees and requests him to return home safely. They sit in a carriage, with the wyvern holding it and flying, while Park Soo-ho rides on him and says, "Let's go back home." A girl approaches Sini Nim and apologizes, saying she heard about someone called the Thousand Swordsmith among the Blood Demon group. If he is indeed the Thousand Swordsmith, then he must be Haseol Bodhisattva. Sini Nim interrupts her and asks if Haseol is truly not present there. She confirms that Haseol went to the stone chamber to pray with Jeongseon. Sini Nim concludes that if the bond between them remains, they will be reunited, even without forcing it. Meanwhile, someone overhears their conversation from behind a pillar and quickly flees from the scene. On the other side, Master Haesol and the little girl sit in front of the Buddha. The little girl pleads, asking for help to meet her father again. Meanwhile, at the beggar sect, a person congratulates Yungon Gi Nim on ascending to the position of Miram League leader. He expresses condolences to the spiritual pillar of the Miram League, the head of the Moyeon family, Moyeong Jeokseon, and emphasizes the need to avenge the former Miram leader, Namgung Jengshin, and restore his honor. The people agree, suggesting to kill the blood demon. Just then, a person arrives, running, and announces urgent intel. He questions why he is making so much fuss. He explains that the daughter of the Thousand Swordsmith is alive and currently at a May Mountain crematorium. Yongan Gi Nim thinks this is good. They can use the girl to their advantage. Meanwhile, Park Sooho reaches in front of the portal gate and states that the portal leading back to Earth is just around the corner. He asks if they are all ready, to which they respond affirmatively. Dang Jincheol advises Park Sooho to be careful and not to faint again. Park Sooho holds on to the wyvern and declares, "Here they go," as they enter the earthbound portal. They arrive in Tokyo, Japan. Park Sooho is surprised to see the scene and remarks that he did not faint this time. He looks around, observing the destruction, and asks what is happening there. Dang Jincheol looks out from the window and asks if that is not the Lord's technique. Sunpul responds that no, it's a real earthquake. Meanwhile, Sojin watches TV and tells Kim Miso to check out the news, mentioning that there's a huge earthquake happening all over the world. She comments that as if dealing with all the monsters wasn't enough of a headache, life is now getting increasingly harder. The news announces that following a chain of strong earthquakes in New Zealand, Indonesia, and Papua New Guinea, there have been massive volcanic eruptions in the Kuril Islands today. It further announces an emergency earthquake alert, stating that a magnitude 9 earthquake has occurred in Tokyo and the damage is expanding from Tokyo to Saitama Prefecture. The number of confirmed casualties thus far is yet to be announced. Sojin remarks that it seems Tokyo has also been hit by a massive earthquake. Kim Miso agrees, saying Tokyo is now doomed. The breaking news reports that a dragon has appeared at the planet Hades portal in Tokyo. Kim Miso spits out her drink and asks why the dragon suddenly arrived riding a wyvern without contacting them. Sojin suggests contacting Japan's Ministry of Defense immediately. However, she feels like it's too late. The news further states that unmanned fighter drones are preparing to attack the dragon that has appeared in the sky of Tokyo. Meanwhile, many fighter drones are following the wyvern. Dang Jincheol asks, "What is that?" Sunpul explains that it's the Air Self-Defense Force's unmanned fighter drones. Park Sooho questions why they are shooting at them. Sunpul responds that it seems the dragon's sudden appearance triggered a defensive attack. Park Sooho decides that he will just have to destroy them all. He activates his power and pops out his wings. A man wearing glasses in a control station sees a wyvern in front and asks, "What's that and what's this that's obstructing the view of drone unit number 5? He requests someone to identify it, stating that it's a winged human. Another person asks what that means and instructs him to take them away. Meanwhile, at Tokyo Fuchu Air Base, a person announces that an order to cease fire has been issued. The others inquire what he means, considering their fighter drones were destroyed. He explains that it's been reported that the dragon rider is Park Sooho. The news announces that the dragon that appeared over Tokyo's Hades planet portal has been identified as Park Sooho's wyvern. In response, the Japanese government released a statement accusing Park Sooho of overreacting and demanded that South Korea pay compensation for the damages caused to the downed drones during the heated skirmish. It further reports that, on the other hand, the Japanese government is also asserting that the recent Tokyo earthquake was a result of Park Sooho's earthquake skill attack. As Park Sooho returned after a long absence in planet Hades, the response of both Park Sooho and the South Korean government to Japan's allegations is garnering significant attention. Meanwhile, Kim Miso sits in her office and remarks about making a grand entrance as soon as he arrives. Park Sooho flies on the wyvern's back, and the wyvern holds the carriage and flies over the sea. Dang Jincheol confirms that it's the sea. Meanwhile, at Uijeongbu Sooho Land, Han Dong-soo states seriously that they are not dying easily. He addresses the Director General, expressing doubt that they can handle this situation. He mentions that the number of flying monsters is too high, and at this rate, everything will be destroyed before Hyung Nim arrives. The python arrives and kills the flying monsters, while the wyvern also attacks them. Han Dong-soo observes them and questions if he sees the wyvern and Emugi and wonders if this could be Park Sooho. Just then, Park Sooho arrives there and asks how he has been. Han Dong-soo is surprised to see him. Gunwoo also calls Han Dong-soo and waves toward him. Han Dong-soo calls the administrative director and announces that Sooho, Hyung Nim, and Gunwoo's party have returned, and they will now lift the emergency situation. After a while, Park Sooho sits with others to eat food. He mentions that he prepared all this and has worked hard. Gunwoo identifies the dish as jokbal. Dang Jincheol comments that he always thought their lord would naturally be a leader somewhere, but to think he was like a king of a city. Park Sooho asks if Granny Sukcha's depression is better now. Kim Miso responds that it's not just better and asks if he remembers Dr. Biz Jin Seol-woo, mentioning that he recently transferred to Sooho Land. He's the very first doctor he met. He asks if she means the bald doctor. The scene shifts to a flashback. Dr. Jin Seol-woo asks why she is here again today, stating that he had previously told her she is not suffering from any illness and she does not have to come every day. Granny Sukcha looks at him with a smile and explains that since yesterday, it feels like someone has been stabbing her left temple with an awl. She suggests that maybe a drink of makgeolli with her younger brother after work today might help alleviate the pain and asks how about it. The scene shifts back to the present. Park Sooho suggests that now that they have finished eating, they should talk about the status of the remaining team members. Kim Miso asks if he has finished eating that quickly, to which he responds, alright. He explains that Park Junho is stationed at Seoul Station to manage the transport trains, and the remaining team members have been dispatched to Sooho Land in Namyangju for 17 days now. He asks if he still has not dealt with that yet. She responds that he ordered her not to seek support from other raiding squads, so they are currently raiding it only with Choi Soo-young, Jang Yishik, Monk Myungjin, and 5D grade trainees. She mentions that they need to recruit more team members, preferably S grade or above. Just then, she receives a message on her phone and requests a moment to check it. After reading the message, she exclaims that it's driving her crazy. He inquires why, and she explains that she had told Mr. Park Junho to wait until tomorrow because the monsters around the Seoul suburban railroads are stirring up trouble. However, Mr. Park Junho couldn't wait to see Gunwoo and moved the train. She adds that it's the only train that's still operating, and if it's attacked, it could be devastating for their trade with Seoul City. He decides that he has to go save Park Junho first. She asks if he is leaving now. He pops out his wings and explains that he can't postpone his duties. The news telecasts that Park Sooho, who went on a trip to Hades, returned to Korea yesterday. Immediately upon returning, he resolved various issues, confidently displaying his capabilities as the world's top awakened. He saved a freight train between Seoul City and Sooho City from a monster attack, and he also sent monkeys to fend off a group of orcs near Masho Station, where the train terminus is located. The news announces that next up is domestic news. Busan City has finally declared independence from South Korea, and bloodshed occurred during anti-independence protests by some Busan civic groups who opposed this decision. There are reports of serious injuries occurring during the suppression of the protest, and there is news that the mythical monsters that appeared in the Crimean Peninsula have now landed in Japan. Meanwhile, at the Blue House, a gray-haired man inquires about the mythical monsters and asks if there have been any reports of them appearing anywhere near South Korea yet. His assistant responds negatively, stating that there is no news of such occurrences. The man instructs to provide reassurance to citizens by signing and announcing a Seoul-wide defense agreement with Sooho City to prevent public disorder. He hands a file to his assistant and mentions that starting from tomorrow, the president's office will be in Bunker 1. The assistant acknowledges, saying they will proceed with that, addressing him as His Excellency. Meanwhile, Kim Miso handed over the document for the Seoul City Defense Treaty. Park Sooho examines the documents and responds, alright. He states that if a level 7 or higher dungeon appears, he will take care of it, and he will bring Dongsu or Seo Minsu with him to record the dungeon raid. She acknowledges, saying that's right, please sign here. She then asks if something happens to him on Hades' planet. He questions why. She explains that he was the first to push for signing a treaty, and she doesn't think there's really anything more they can get out of Seoul, but she got the feeling that something has changed with him. He mentions that if Busan disappears, he won't be able to eat Busan's pork and rice soup anymore, and if Seoul disappears, he won't be able to eat Han River ramen, and if Jeonju disappears, he won't be able to eat Jeonju bibimbap. She remarks that it seems like the citizens of Seoul will be very happy, and with this, the mutual defense treaty between Sooho City is concluded. He adds that, as he mentioned, they are short on raiding squads and asks how they are going to recruit them. Meanwhile, Choi Soo-young emerges from the dungeon with Jang Yishik and Myungjin, stating that it's over. She sits on the floor and asks if there are now 14 more to go. He replies that it's probably 15. She suggests taking a rest for just 10 minutes before going back in. She looks back and notices that the dungeon is disappearing. He asks why it is disappearing now and wonders if they miscalculated. The system notifies them that the chief has come and gone. She inquires if it's Chief Park Sooho. The system confirms, saying yes, Chief Park Sooho swiftly completed the 15 raids and flew off somewhere. She becomes angry and asks if he just flew off like that, thinking he did so without even seeing her face. Meanwhile, at La City Hall, California, USA, La Mayor Howard sits in his office and muses that to think they could so easily seize control of the US military satellites, and those eastern bastards must have had their noses all flattened by now. He reflects that he was skeptical at first, but now that it's this accurate, he has no choice but to believe him. Regressor, Lee Seong-woo, came to him out of the blue and offered him a deal. The scene shifts to a flashback. He sees a person enter the office and asks if he is Champion Lee Seong-woo and how he got there all of a sudden. He says he has a deal for him. If he helps him, the entire Western states will be his. He asks about the entire Western states. Lee Seong-woo explains that the US is currently fragmented with about 50 states declaring independence from each other, and surely the mayorship of a mere city is not his ultimate goal. He shows a book and says that this notebook will make him the president of the Western states. La Mayor Howard laughs and remarks that it's interesting, and if he is truly a regressor as the rumors suggest, this might be possible. He asks what he wants in return for this deal and what is wanted from him. He states he wants to be granted asylum. La Mayor Howard inquires if that is all he desires. He responds that he wants no interference no matter what he does in the US and certainly no search for him. Then he will visit him occasionally and provide him with some very valuable information. The scene shifts back to the present as Lee Seong-woo observes people enjoying the party and reflects that the world seems to be falling apart, with people dying, yet they indulge in this kind of festivity with such enthusiasm. He resolves to enjoy it as much as he can now, knowing that this frivolity won't last for more than 5 years. A voice announces the arrival of Mayor Howard. They offer congratulations. He declares that securing these military satellites is a triumph not just for Leh, but for the entire Western states, marking a complete victory over those Eastern adversaries who have been boasting about controlling the White House. Lee Seong-woo observes that the puppet seems quite pleased with himself. He notices Dr. Richard and reflects that there he is, destined to forever be in second place to Britain's toddler. Despite being a vile white supremacist with a nasty personality, his abilities are undeniable. He thinks that is also the reason he has come to this revolting place today, and he needs to become famous in order to fulfill his revenge. After a while, he sits with Dr. Richard and Mayor Howard, handing them a stone. Dr. Richard asks, "What is this, an artifact?" He responds it's difficult to explain in detail, but takes it with him and devotes himself to researching it. This is the stone that will make him number one. Howard thinks it's good to be taken care of like this, but what exactly is his purpose? Meanwhile, the news reports that a large-scale goblin invasion has led to the closure of the agriculture complex at Icon Field. As a result, Seoul City is in an emergency state regarding food supplies, and riots and looting are occurring within the city. It reports that amidst the despairing news, Sooho City, on the other hand, has announced the expansion of its agricultural complex in the former Namyangju and Uijeongbu areas. Consequently, Seoul City has been forced to become even more dependent on Sooho City. With the increase in the number of Seoul citizens feeling anxious about security and food, it is reported that applications for relocation to Sooho City are also continuing to increase. Meanwhile, Choi Soo-young is holding a mic and saying, "Please hold on to their number ticket, do not cut in line, and don't even think about entering the forest. They will get bitten by wolves and die." She announces that immigrants numbered 145, 146, and 147 should enter the office. They move toward the office. She sees the girl with the number 147 and thinks that woman, even though she's wrapped up tightly, her body is in such perfect shape, as if she were a celebrity. After a while, an officer says, "Excuse him, if she does not have her ID, he is afraid they can't let her in without it." She removes her cap and states her name as Akiko, an awakened and former member of the Hyro team, and she has come to meet Mr. Park Sooho. On the other side, Park Sooho is on a call and asks if someone is looking for him and who Akiko, Hyro's subordinate. After a while, he sits with Kim Miso and Akiko. Kim Miso asks what she is saying, and Akiko explains that she has been imprisoned for refusing to testify about the regression stone in Lia Xiongwu's possession. She escaped because the prison was destroyed in the earthquake, but she questions why she came here instead of looking for Lia Xiongwu. Akiko responds that it is highly likely that Hyro no longer exists in this world. She asks if he means that Lee Seong-woo has regressed again to save the Earth, and if the future diary that she mentioned Lee Seong-woo possesses is accurate. Akiko confirms that yes, according to Hyro, the events are occurring sooner than he knew due to the appearance of Mr. Buro Park Sooho. She asks for their reaction, whether everything she said so far is true. An officer also sits there and confirms that yes, there are no anomalies on the graph. Akiko pleads for them to believe her, stating she is not here as a spy and has nowhere else to go. She remembers the contents of the future diary and offers to share all the information in it if they wish. Park Soo-ho states that he is not interested in prophecies. What's important is whether she has any value in being his subordinate. She asks what sort of abilities he seeks. He checks her details on the status window and asks about the weakness of their guild. She mentions the lack of elite manpower, explaining that with the exception of Mr. Park and the Beasts, there are very few people who could be considered powerhouses. He then asks her to suggest a solution. She explains that Hyro's future diary contains records of a list of talented individuals from both South Korea and Japan. These individuals are awakened individuals who will rise to prominence in the future, and Hyro gathered his team members based on those records. However, after Hyro escaped and became a wanted traitor, the awakened individuals he recruited were purged and imprisoned on a prison ship. Kim Miso interjects, stating that Hyro's team members are classified as the most elite awakened in the entire world. Akiko admits she is not certain, but there are approximately 100 survivors still imprisoned on the prison ship, and if they can rescue these people, they could solve the Sooho Guild's manpower problem. Park Soo-ho asks if she knows the location of that prison ship. She confirms that she does. They both agree that she passes. Meanwhile, a healthy man stands with a sword, and many people kneel down in front of him. He orders to behead them all and proceeds to cut off the heads of the people. After a while, a long-haired man reports that they have beheaded all the Korean-born slaves in each clan as ordered. The man in the green shirt suggests displaying their bodies on stakes as an example and asks about the Ame sect. The other man replies that they have sent some, so they should be hearing news soon. He adds that Cinny must have received the official letter indicating that the daughter of the Thousand Swordsmith is here. Meanwhile, Cinny Nim sees the letter and wonders whether this means that the Muram League has discovered Jeongsim's true identity and there must have been an informant. She considers that it's a time when she should be cautious, as she has let her guard down. She asks, so what? The gray-haired man informs her that the Muram leader has decided to include that child in this Korean delegation for the sake of order and safety in the Central Plains. He warns that if the Ame sect does not cooperate with the Muram League, it will become an enemy of the Muram world and will not be able to avoid destruction. She agrees to cooperate, but she has one condition. He asks what it is. She explains that the child's blood pressure is unique, and her life will be in danger if she is not watched over. She requests permission to accompany her as well. He remarks what a request it is and states that if that is the case, she is always welcome. He adds that it would be a great asset if Ame Sect Cinny came along. Meanwhile, Beggar Sect's Master Jeong-gi and Muram League leader Yoongon-gi sit in a hut. He asks what the condition that Tisa Cinny mentioned is. Yoongon-gi explains that she wants to accompany the child to oversee her well-being. He acknowledges that it's hard to trust a traitor who sided with the blood demon, but they have no choice. They must not forget that the daughter of the swordsmith is their lifeline. Jeong-gi says he will keep that in mind. He asserts that he will make sure that the blood demon pays the price for his bloodshed. Jeong-gi agrees, saying that they must teach the blood demon the pain of losing brethren. In fact, he adds that he interrogated the human slaves and managed to get some information on them. The scene shifts to a flashback. Jeong-gi ties a man to a chair and states that the information he just divulged about the Park family is certain. The man responds that he already told him. Everyone calls them the Muryang Park family. Jeong-gi asks how big the Park family is that's settled in Muryang, how many warriors they have, and why they are settled in Muryang. He replies that he does not know. They have been called the Muryang Park family since the old days, and how is he supposed to know if there's a reason for that? The scene shifts back to the present. Jeong-gi comments that this man must not have seen enough pain. He mentions Myeong, the hometown of the blood demon family, the Park family, and declares that he will turn it into a wasteland. Meanwhile, the news reports that the bridge gate with the Hades planet has finally been created in Jeollabul-do-Ixin. Although smaller than the Tokyo Gate, it is expected to open a new economic avenue for the congested Jeolla region through active trade. 108 members of the Muram League Peace Delegation have made their first trip to Earth. Meanwhile, a man sees the news and comments that the delegation followed the entry procedure according to the manual, but their awakening levels are 70 at SSS tier, 30 at SS, 7 at S, and there's 1 at C tier, which is a pity. He wonders if they came for a world invasion or something, what their real purpose is. The other man responds that they said they are visiting Myeong. He questions why they would visit a barren field. He admits he doesn't know, but regardless, the military has been ordered by the governor to escort them to Myeong. Meanwhile, at the Sooho Land Research Building, Sunpul asks when he will be visiting Aruka. Park Sooho responds that now that Sooho Land has enough shields, they need to strengthen their spears. He adds that he will consider it after fostering more kids and recruiting more talents. Sunpul acknowledges, however, that he suspects that if he goes to Aruka, he might be able to find answers about the source of his divine power and vitality. Park Sooho advises him to take it slow, as life is long. He says he understands and will take his time. He walks out and sees a helicopter. Seo Min-soo comes out and tells him he must hurry to Busan now. Park Soo-ho asks why Busan all of a sudden and moves toward the helicopter. He calls Kim Miso and asks what's going on. She informs him that Hades envoys have suddenly started a massacre in Myeong. He wonders if they came for him but questions why they chose Myeong instead of coming here. He contemplates if he should go down there and kill them all. She advises against it, stating that they have the daughter of the research director. He is taken aback and asks for clarification. She pleads with him not to inform the research director yet, in case he fails at rescuing her. He agrees and says he is on his way, entering the helicopter. Choi Soo-young is also in the helicopter and asks to close the door as it's cold. He questions why she is here. Kim Miso suggests that they need a joint operation with Choi Soo-young to save the child. He inquires about the joint mission and asks for the situation. Choi Soo-young tells Seo Min-soo to hurry. He agrees and the helicopter takes off. After a while, she looks at Park Soo-ho and remarks that it's been a while since they saw each other, yet he doesn't even say hello. He responds with a long time no see. She comments that he has gotten really cool seriously. She turns toward him and asks if he can't tell she has changed. He inquires if she has become stronger. She affirms and asks if he wants to bet with her, proposing that if she wins, he will go out with her. Meanwhile, the reporter announces greetings, ladies and gentlemen of the audience. They are at the Daegu Kyungpook National University Hospital, and there has been a sudden change in behavior among the Central Plains people who came to Korea as a peace delegation. They have turned into murderers and instigated massacres in places like Daegu and Busan. Interpreter Bang Seongmin of Ixin City Hall, a survivor who returned alive after being deployed on an interpreting mission, has spoken out about the starting point of the incident. Meanwhile, Bang Seongmin lies on the hospital bed and the reporter asks what happened with the delegation. The scene shifts to a flashback where Bang Seongmin explains that the delegation was insistent on seeing the land of Myeong, so the military escorts mobilized and arrived in the old Myeong region shortly after deploying drones. Jeong-gi asks if this is really Myeong, the hometown of the blood demon. Bang Seongmin responds that he doesn't quite understand what they are saying. But yes, this is indeed the real place that used to be Myeong. As he can see, it's now an abandoned field no longer inhabited by people. Jeong-gi declares those despicable fiends using such sloppy deception. A soldier asks, what the hell is this man talking about after putting them through all this hassle to come here? Jeong-gi responds, well, it's not like they'd benignly bring outsiders right into the lair of the demon sect. He moves forward to attack Bang Seongmin and the soldier, stating, whether it's a demon sect or whatever, let's just withdraw now. The beggar sect soldiers also attack the others and kill them. Bang Seongmin asks why he is doing this. Jeong-gi responds, calling him disgraceful earthlings colluding with the blood demon, and asks where the Park family hideout in Myeong is. Bang Seongmin replies that Myeong is an old name, nobody lives there now, and he does not know what Jeonggi means by the Park family. Jeonggi insists he will ask again where the Park family is. Bang Seongmin thinks that if they go to Daegu, they can get help from the military and guilds, and says if they go to the right and keep moving at the same speed, they should be able to get there in 20 minutes. Jeonggi instructs him to guide them. After a while, Jeonggi hoists Bang Seongmin onto his back and reaches outside the Daegu. The soldiers see, and one of them says it's the Central Plain people. It is reported that the Central Plains people have launched a preemptive strike in Muryang and are shooting. They start shooting their guns, but the beggar sect people use protection shields and the bullets do not hit them. Bang Seongmin sees this and wonders why the bullets are not working on them. He remarks that it was foolish to think they could stop them by entering Daegu City, and the people of the Central Plains easily wipe out the stationed forces, resulting in many people being slaughtered, all because of him. The scene shifts back to the present. The reporter asks what the awakened ones from the Daegu guilds were doing. Bang Seongmin explains that even the ranked awakeners from the Daegu mayor's bodyguard were unable to last 3 seconds. He continues, stating that afterwards, they left him on the rooftop and headed towards the nearby city of Busan. The reporter then inquires about the identity of the blood demon that the Central Plains people are desperate to find. Bang Seongmin replies that they told him it was an earthling who went to Hade's planet and caused a bloody feud. Meanwhile, the earthling soldiers are engaged in a fight with the Central Plain peoples. A person announces to shoot and not to stop. Another person moves to attack the soldier with a sword, but gets distracted upon hearing some noise. Someone else says that the blood demon they are talking about is Park Sooho. The Central Plains people are shocked to see him and exclaim blood demon. Park Sooho responds, saying seriously, he said he Park Sooho. The soldiers observe a helicopter revolving around their heads, and a soldier mentions that the helicopter is going to crash, urging them to dodge. Just then, the helicopter explodes. Park Sooho remarks, "What a mess." Jeonggi stands in a building with his subordinates, holding a bow and arrow with a bomb, pointing out that the blood demon is over there, and they proceed to throw arrows toward him. Park Sooho notices them, thinking, there they are, all huddled together. He uses his magic to send fire fairies to attack them. Jeonggi sees this and asks, "What is this?" as they contort their faces and fingers. Park Sooho observes this and asks if he did not control his power correctly, expressing frustration about trying to fight without killing. Meanwhile, in front of Busan City Hall, the soldiers attack the Central Plains people with guns, but that does not affect them, and they move with swords to counterattack. Meanwhile, Busan Mayor Sun Jongmu is on the phone, stating that it's an emergency and he has to call him immediately, asking to be put through to Aikta from the Ministry of Defense. He mentions that Tokyo is also under attack by monsters right now, making it difficult to make phone calls. Sun Jongmu explains that Busan is now under attack by the Central Plains delegation. They demand to open a gate in Busan and sign a defense treaty with the Muram League. He questions why they are acting like that all of a sudden. He mentions that not long ago, the Muram leader was suddenly replaced, and the new Muram leader is hostile to Earth for unknown reasons, so they can't predict why. Sun Jongmu asks what he is supposed to do and requests a solution. Suddenly, the call disconnects, and he exclaims, "What's wrong with this damn phone again?" Just then, a man informs him that the private jet has arrived. He thinks let's run away for now. As long as he does not get caught, he should escape to Jeju temporarily and come back with the Japanese self-defense forces. They can take back Busan then. Sun Jongmu asks where the private jet is. He is told it's on the rooftop. Sun Jongmu suggests hurrying up and leaving. He then asks if they shouldn't be issuing an evacuation order at the city scale. Sun Jongmu responds that the military must have taken care of it and suggests they just go quickly. Meanwhile, Jeonggi points out that the blood demon is over there, and Park Sooho is brutally killing his people. He places his sword on the neck of an injured man and asks where the daughter of the Thousand Swordsmith is. He threatens to stab the sword into the man's heart, claiming it will spare the daughter's life. Park Sooho finds this horrific and stabs him with the sword. The injured man, in pain, refuses to answer, stating he wouldn't betray the daughter of the Thousand Swordsmith. Park Sooho attacks, kills him, and remarks that he got what he wished for. Meanwhile, Jeong-gi contacts his people who are at Busan-P Hotel and instructs them that if they can't defeat the blood demon, then they should ensure that one of his relatives pays the price in blood by killing the child now. The mustache man acknowledges the command, wishing him luck. Meanwhile, Choi Soo-young is in a helicopter trying to trace their location and overhears their conversation where Jeong-gi orders to kill her and unsheath his swords. She confirms the location of the Central Plains language transmission, initiates the operation, and jumps from the helicopter. Meanwhile, Sinny Nim asks the Thousand Swordsmith's daughter if she is happy to come to her father's hometown. She looks out the window and says it's so shiny and beautiful. Sinny Nim tells her that even if she gets separated from her, she shouldn't forget to take the medicine she has given her. She agrees and asks if Sinny Nim is not coming with her. Sinny Nim explains that she must go, and asks if she left the item she asked for there. She confirms and asks if the handkerchief is not something she cherishes. Meanwhile, a man notices the handkerchief and asks what it is. The other person says it was left behind by the nun who was with the child. He forgot about it. He holds the handkerchief and says to hand it back to her just in case. He notices a secret message written on it, that the child she brought with her is the daughter of the Thousand Swordsmith. Her life is in danger. Please contact Mr. Park Sooho. Meanwhile, Sinny Nim states that it is not more precious than her life. The Central Plains people enter the room. She tells her to get her medicine and is asked what kind of rudeness this is all of a sudden. The mustache man states he has been ordered to kill the child now. She takes out her sword and states she will never let that happen as long as she is still breathing. He moves to attack her and asks if she thinks she can protect the child from all of them by herself. A man moves toward the little girl to attack, but Choi Soo-young arrives, breaking the window, and says Park Sooho sent her. She is taking the child with her. Sinny Nim pleads. Choi Soo-young uses her magic and transforms into dust with the little girl and comes back to the helicopter to inform her that she has rescued the child. Sunpul hears this, cries, and states that's definitely SCI-FI. Kim Miso acknowledges, alright, mission accomplished, get back. Choi Soo-young confirms he understood and says he said she is SCI-FI. She inquires why she is crying. She pleads, please save Sinny Nim. Meanwhile, Park Sooho is on a call and asks if Blondie saved the child. Kim Miso reports that the head of the research center just checked, and he said it's his daughter. He questions if she has become stronger since being bitten by the vampire and remarks, now they have 2 hybrids in their guild. The scene shifts to a flashback where Sunpul asks if there has been a change in team leader Choi Soo-young's body and if she has been infected with something. He mentions that she was recently bitten by the vampire Queen Cheetos. Sunpul acknowledges this revelation, stating that there have been recent signs of unusual mutations in her body. Park Sooho inquires if she is going to die, and if she is turning into a monster. Sunpul asserts that team leader Choi Soo-young's high level might prevent a complete mutation, but she won't be able to use the Iron Dusk Blade, which has the ability to discern different species from a human perspective. Park Sooho remarks that it's unfortunate. Sunpul reassures him, mentioning that instead she'll likely gain vampire skills. The scene shifts back to the present. Park Sooho thinks that if he loses the bet, he is going to be in trouble. He asks if that means he can just go ahead and kill the remaining Central Plains people. She confirms that yes, now the Central Plains Party is targeting high-ranking government officials. Even if it's inconvenient, he should go to City Hall right now, and he will be able to get rid of the rest of the Central Plains delegation with ease. He mentions that his pets hurt her. They can kill them all now. They all move to attack. Meanwhile, Kim Miso sits in the office and remarks that now that they have rescued the hostage, the challenging part is over. She contacts Seo Minsu and inquires when he and Choi Soo-young will return. He responds that they have not left yet. Team leader Choi Soo-young is not here. She asks what he means. He explains that team leader Choi Soo-young returned to the hotel. She went to rescue Tisa Sinny. She asks how she plans to rescue Tisa Sinny herself with such a level difference between her and the Central Plains Masters and why she is getting involved there. He explains that their rescue target said she would commit suicide if they didn't bring Tisa Sinny back with them. SCI-FI holds a dagger and confirms it's true. Sunpul asks what she is saying, why she would kill herself, and mentions her daddy is waiting for her. He questions why she is doing this and tells her to put away that knife. Kim Miso says her head hurts and asks Choi Soo-young what on earth she is trying to do. Choi Soo-young responds, asking what can she do, she has to save her. Meanwhile, in front of Busan City Hall, Sun Jong-moo observes that the main gate to City Hall has been breached and urges them to hurry up and take off. He questions if the pilot is out of his mind if he wants them to die, and if he can't fly faster. The pilot warns that people from the Central Plains are swarming in, and if they are caught, they are all dead. Sun Jong-moo orders to ascend higher quickly. The people from the Central Plains move to attack, but Python arrives and attacks them along with flying monsters. On the other side, Park Soo-ho attacks them and instructs his pets to search thoroughly and kill all the remaining members from the Central Plains. Sun Jong-moo spots him from the window and asks if that is not Park Soo-ho and his beasts and if they have come here to help them. The pilot confirms it seems so. Sun Jong-moo instructs him to turn the helicopter around, and Secretary Park Soo-ho connects them with Busan MBS broadcasting station. He has thought of a way to not get kicked out even after this commotion ends. Meanwhile, Jeong-gi observes all this from the top of a building. Park Soo-ho arrives there and asks if he has been here, and if he has not killed enough Central Plains people there. He remarks that the fact that Jeong-gi has come back means he has not learned his lesson. Jeong-gi refers to him as a blood demon. Park Soo-ho muses about whether he should just go back there and eradicate the entire Miram League, thinking he should do that. He berates him, moves to attack, and asks how dare a demon like him to belittle the Miram League in his presence. Park Soo-ho reflects that these guys are still going on about the blood demon to the bitter end. Meanwhile, Sini Nim engages in a fight with the people from the Central Plains. The sect leader asks if she is not ashamed of herself as Sini of the Ma sect, betraying Miram. She questions if they are not ashamed of themselves as warriors for attempting to kill a small child. He places a sword on her neck and asks if she will just shut up. She steps back and drops her sword. A man asks why she dropped her sword and what she thinks she is doing. She explains that her cooperation with the blood demon is a personal transgression and has nothing to do with the Ma sect. She offers that if they promise to let go of the child, she will take responsibility for her transgression by giving up her head in return. He asks what? She responds that the only way to prevent a second bloody massacre from occurring at the hands of the blood demon is to release the child now and seize the opportunity while he still can. He acknowledges he hates to admit it, but that's true. A man inquires about what he is saying. The sect leader explains that if the blood demon returns to Hades enraged by the child's death, they may truly have to worry about the destruction of their Central Plains. He declares that he will take full responsibility for this decision and promises that neither the child nor the Ma sect will be harmed. He moves to attack her and states that in exchange, he will take her head back with him. Suddenly, Choi Soo-young appears there in dust form, then transforms back to human and halts the sect leader's attack with her blade. He remarks that he thought there were more demons. She responds no, she cannot die yet and mentions that the little one said she would kill herself if Soo-young did not bring her back. He insists on attacking her and tells her to mind her own business and not intervene in the Miram world's affairs, calling her a demon. He attacks, but she transforms into dust again. He comments on her using such lowly demonic arts. She informs him that Park Soo-ho is on his way here right now after killing all his group, and if either this nun lady or the child dies, not only will it be the end for them all, but the entire Hades planet will become a sea of fire. She adds that, on the other hand, their only bargaining chip with Park Soo-ho is still alive. He inquires about bargaining with the blood demon. A man remarks how absurd it is, stating they cannot become traitors. Just then, the little girl calls Sini Nim from the helicopter. Seo Min-soo advises her to sit down, warning that she will fall and die. Choi Soo-young transforms back into a full human and suggests that they trust her and return quietly to their planet, promising to guarantee the safety of the Hades planet. A man moves to attack and asserts that they won't trust the nonsense coming out of a demon's mouth. The sect leader attacks the man, killing him, and declares that this commotion was instigated by a small faction within the Miram League. He emphasizes that Tisa Sinha will be recognized as a heroic mediator who made a truce with the demonic cult, rather than being labeled as an accomplice to the blood demon. He expresses hope that this will bring an end to the uproar. She remarks that he made a wise choice and confirms that they have secured Tisa Sinha and resolved the situation. On the other side, Park Sooho beats Jeong-gi badly and grabs him by the neck. He calls him a scoundrel and a blood demon. Park Sooho throws him away and he falls down from the building. A warrior also arrives there and hits him with a stick as he is falling. Park Sooho asks if everything is over now. Meanwhile, the news reports that the rampage caused by individuals from the Central Plains, which instilled fear among the citizens of Daegu and Busan, has been brought under control in approximately 10 hours. Busan city officials have teamed up with Park Sooho to resolve the situation. Under the supervision of Mayor Sun Jongmu, who played a crucial role in leading the alliance with Park Sooho, the city government announced that it had started a business project to repair the damages. It announces that a source states that the root cause of this incident can be traced back to a conflict between the head of the research lab at Sooho Land, Jang Sunpul, and the Miram League leader of Hades Planet, who had previously enslaved him and his family during his last trip to Gucheon. Meanwhile, Jang Sunpul sees his daughter and becomes emotional, and she sees her father starting to cry. Park Sooho sits there and thinks he remembers the first encounter with Park Junho after returning to Earth after 1,000 years, feeling a complex and subtle emotion that is hard to describe with just the words excitement or joy. He believes such emotion can only be understood by those who have memories of separation and longing for a relationship that spans a millennium, and it is a special emotion that only they can experience. Suddenly, Choi Soo-young arrives there in the form of many bats, transforms into a human, and sits on Park Soo-ho's lap. She says wolves keep their word. He holds her and asks if she can handle it. Meanwhile, in Japan, Tokyo, the news reports that continuing with Tokyo news, even before the damage caused by the tsunami in Tokyo Bay had been repaired, another devastating earthquake of magnitude 8 occurred in the center of Tokyo. It announces that in the midst of the battle between self-defense forces combat troops and the giant king crabs that are advancing towards inner parts of Tokyo. It announces that another strong earthquake has occurred which has caused increasing damage and resulted in several casualties, including the unfortunate demise of Defense Minister Aikta. The Japanese government has released a warning that in the worst-case scenario, a strategic nuclear attack on Tokyo might be carried out. Akiko sees the news and wonders why something like this is happening in Tokyo right now. According to Hiro's diary, Japan was meant to be the safest place until the very end, but now Tokyo is not a safe place. Meanwhile, Kim Miso is sleeping and receives a call. She answers the call and says, yes, this is Kim Miso, and she is sorry, but she is currently in bed sleeping. Akiko pleads for her help, stating it's an urgent matter. Kim Miso jumps up from bed. After a while, Kim Miso sits with Akiko and informs her that her family is in Tokyo. She mentions that there should also be plenty of family members of awakened individuals trapped in the undersea prison. Akiko implores her to help them, expressing uncertainty about what could happen to them if they remain in Tokyo. Kim Miso reassures her, stating that a member's family is considered the same as the chief's family and asks if they should take a look at the list first. Meanwhile, Park Sooho lies in the garden and asks what he has just been said to and who the hell they are. He receives a call and asks what is going on. The person on the other side says he wants to recruit more members. He asks if it is now. After a while, Kim Miso arrives with Sini Nim. She sees a temple and remarks, such a beautiful temple in the land of demonic arts cultists, expressing disbelief at what her eyes behold. Kim Miso responds affirmatively, adding that it's not a demonic cult. Sooho Land is where animals and people live happily. Sini Nim mentions that she hasn't had a chance to greet the head monk yet. She notes that he is often difficult to reach when he goes out to save his people's lives. Ho-ho asks if she is still considering returning to Hades. She replies that leaving Earth would be heartbreaking for Jeongseom. Sini Nim mentions that, as she may have heard, the situation in Muram is not looking good at the moment. The Miram League has weakened, the Mammon's attack has begun in earnest, and the damage inflicted is severe. She emphasizes that before the situation deteriorates further, it's imperative for him to return and lend whatever little strength she can to the Ame sect. Kim Miso reassures her, saying that if that's the issue, there's no need to worry as it can be resolved by establishing an Ame branch here in Sooho Land. She inquires about the Sooho Land branch. Kim Miso suggests that if the Ame sect, a member of the Miram League, establishes a branch in Sooho City, the chief will consider the Ame sect a blood ally. Not only will the Ame sect benefit from this, but the Miram League will also receive protection from Sooho Land. Cindy Kim responds that although it's a good suggestion, she believes forming a blood alliance with the demon cult will face strong opposition from the perspective of the Miram League. She then proposes going to hunt some Mammon tribes in Hades sometime to restore trust between them. She agrees, saying there's no problem with that. After a while, Park Sooho, Choi Soo-young and Akiko are in a helicopter, and Kim Miso instructs them to throw away their phones. She informs them that they are over Oshima Island of the Izu Archipelago, their designated area of operation, known as an island where the souls of the dead gather. She explains that the target of their operation, the Iwami-class aircraft carrier, is believed to be docked close to the cliffs, and below it on the seafloor lies an abandoned submarine converted into a prison and connected to the aircraft carrier. Their mission this time is to rescue all the awakened individuals imprisoned in the submarine along with their families and return them to Sooho land. Seo Minsu notifies them that they are approaching the Japanese Air Defense Identification Zone and advises them to prepare to descend. Park Sooho instructs everyone to get ready to disembark and open the gate, saying, "Alright, let's get off." They jump, and he uses his magic minibun to summon flying monsters, on which they sit. Choi Soo-young asks why they are called minibun. He explains that it's because they are smaller than wyverns. She uses clairvoyance and observes the aircraft carrier in the distance, suggesting they should dive right there. He agrees, saying, "Alright, diving in, beast return." They all jump into the sea and notice a shark-headed octopus, remarking on its huge size. He suggests that if they catch all of them, they won't have to worry about food. She reminds him to keep his voice down, as they are infiltrating. Akiko points out the undersea prison submarine. Choi Soo-young asks if raising the submarine to the surface like this will awaken all those monsters gathered there. Meanwhile, Mr. Pai's warden watches the news report announcing that they have just received breaking news. The death of the Minister of Defense, Mr. Kizade Aikta, has been confirmed following the devastating earthquake that occurred in Tokyo. He remarks on what a ridiculous way it is to die when the results they were hoping for were just around the corner. The scene shifts to a flashback where he sits with Mr. Aikta, who mentions that he is receiving the experiment reports well and asks if he will be able to see the results next month. Mr. Torn Warden assures him that he will soon receive satisfactory results. Although there were side effects such as severe mental disorders, recent tests have shown very positive results, limited to awakened individuals of S rank or higher. Mr. Matsuo Aikta responds, "Alright, feel free to ask for anything whenever he wants. Unless something happens to me, there won't be any interruption in funding support for the research." The scene shifts back to the present. Mr. Warden receives a call from Takeo, who identifies himself as Takeo, the director of the Superpower Management Agency. He informs Mr. Paulson Warden that Mr. Aikta's personal corruption has been exposed, and there will be an audit of the prison ship soon. Takeo requests that Mr. D. Warden delete all project-related materials that Mr. Aikta was working on. Mr. Ders Warden acknowledges the request, affirming that he has heard the news about Mr. Aikta. He reflects on being on the verge of success, but now having to erase all the data, remove the test subjects, and eliminate everyone involved. He considers this to be an attempt to save the organization from its decline after Aikta's death, and wishes he could sacrifice himself to revive the organization. He hears an announcement that they have encountered a problem. 3 unidentified individuals are approaching the submarine, and they will stand by for the battle. Meanwhile, Park Sooho tries to look inside the submarine through the window. He observes that the people inside are sleeping well, even in this narrow space, and questions what the blindingly flashing light that's bothering his eyes is. He notes that the warning light is not supposed to be on. Choi Soo-young chimes in, mentioning that the light is also lit on her end, and asking what it is. Akiko explains that the flashing light indicates a malfunction in the life support system for the prisoners, putting their lives in danger, so they need to hurry. Park Sooho asks where he needs to go to pull the submarine up. She replies that he can control the submarine from the control room inside the aircraft carrier, and she will send him a blueprint so he can check it in the status window. He decides to go up first and take control of the aircraft carrier, inviting her to come up with him slowly. She requests that he prioritize stabilizing the life support systems once he arrives. Emerging from the water, he spots an intruder and uses his magic to summon a beast and a monkey family. They all attack the people present, causing an explosion. After a while, he enters the aircraft carrier, sees the system window, and comments that it's too complicated to locate even when he is looking at the map. He suggests that maybe he should just drill a hole vertically around here and enter. Meanwhile, the monkey family attempts to break the door. Mr. Kurtwarden observes this through the cameras. The operator confirms that it's definitely Park Sooho. Mr. Warden asks why he is here. The monkeys break the door and enter the room, and the soldier announces that the monkeys are inside. They start attacking and killing the soldiers. Mr. Warden fights off a monkey and remarks, "What a bunch of crazy monkeys." Park Sooho arrives, sees him and comments that he looks weird, asking if he is a monkey too. He moves to attack, and Mr. Pennywarden tries to defend himself, but Park Sooho throws him away. The monkey family catches the soldiers and is surprised to see Park Sooho's movements. A soldier pleads with Park Sooho to spare him. He instructs him to keep everyone alive in the submarine and pull them up to the surface, and then he will think about it. He receives a call from Akiko and asks what's wrong. She informs him that it's a Megapislodon and undersea monsters have awakened. He is happy to hear this and remarks that the food has woken up. Mr. Pennywarden sits by a wall with his broken robotic arm and mentions that Park Sooho suddenly appeared out of nowhere, but it's okay actually, it's a very good thing. He injects himself with an injection and his arm starts to recover. He then says that come to think of it, there were still some things that needed to be deleted. Meanwhile, Park Sooho explodes the submarine and emerges in the water, asking what the hell they are doing. Choi Soo-young is caught by an octopus leg and asks if he can't see, mentioning that they have been caught. Akiko calls for help, and Choi Soo-young asks what he is hesitating for. He ponders what he should do, realizing he can't save both of them at the same time. If so, which one should he save? The short-tempered blondie or Akiko? Choi Soo-young interrupts his thoughts, asking what he is thinking about and suggesting that kill both sharks at the same time. He thinks to himself that Blondie is indeed smart, likely due to her education. He uses his ice vortex magic to attack the sharks and free both girls. A whale arrives and saves the girls by placing its wing around them. Park Sooho looks at the whale and recalls a memory. That guy is the one he saved in England last time. He comments that it's been a while since he has seen him and asks if his orcas are pals. Holding the girls, he jumps out of the water with them and instructs them to head to the control room and take control of the situation, reassuring them that he will go deal with those shark heads and be right back. Choi Soo-young acknowledges his instructions with an okay. He then jumps into the water again.